Synopsis: anime was fun, but reality is far more brutal. In a world where no one is purely good or bad, everyone acts in their own best interest. With a corrupt Konoha system, a harsh childhood, and a manipulative Third Hokage, survival becomes a challenge. Hiding from Danzo and his ruthless route while growing stronger is a daily struggle. This isn't a game or a show, every decision carries weight. Thankfully, a mysterious system offers a glimmer of hope. Strength is the only path forward because, in this unforgiving world, it's survival of the fittest. Chapter 1. I am not sure why everything was dark. I did not have much energy either. Every part of my body hurts. I wanted to open my eyes but I could not. Maybe they are open but I don't think so. I was crying, I could listen to my voice. But it was like I was a baby. It was hard to even focus on something for more than a second. I am so tired and my head hurts. But I had to know what was going on. I had to focus. I could feel I was lifted by someone. I could hear them talk but could not for my life say what they were talking about. Maybe Japanese, sounds a lot like the anime I used to watch. I opened my eyes with much difficulty and the first thing I saw was a blur. Everything was blurry and the light was hurting my eyes. I was feeling sleepy. I wanted to sleep and let go of this pointless struggle, but something in my mind kept pushing me to open my eyes and see where I was. Finally, after many tries and rubbing my eyes with my tiny hands, I could see clearly. I saw a person looking at me with bright blue eyes. He was handsome with blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes. When I looked around, I found a beautiful red-haired woman looking a little tired while staring at me and another baby in her arms. A baby who was like the handsome man who was holding me right now. Something came to my mind. Like I knew what going on but I could not focus at all. The other child had 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. He knows where he is but for the good of his life, he could not focus on the thought. It was like his thoughts were slipping through his clutches and kept away from him the more he thought about it. Kirito, Nameke's Kirito was the only thing he could understand about what the man who was most probably his father was saying. Nameke's, he had heard this name before but again he could not focus enough to remember when. Ding. System template set. Status inactive. Additional power system set. Before losing his focus and drifting into sleep, that was the only thing he saw but couldn't see the last part. Time skip 5 years later. Konoha no Sato. Naruto Uzumaki and his brother Kirito Uzumaki were kicked out of the orphanage. Both boys were 5 years old and had nowhere to go. Both boys had fair skin, bright blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes. Naruto looks like his father Minato, but still has facial features like his mother Kushina and has whiskers marks on his cheeks. Kirito however was a replica of Minato, his father. Naruto was very sad and almost looked like he was about to cry. Kirito on the other hand did not react. Kirito being a traverser had the mind of an adult. He also remembered the plot of Naruto. He knew that Naruto in the canon was kicked out of the orphanage but he did not know at which age. He was looking forward to this. When he turned 5 years old, his system was activated. He remembered hearing the system's voice once when he was little but could not tell whether it was his hallucination or reality. But on his 5th birthday, the system was activated. Or to be exact, inactive. System template inactive. This was the only thing he heard when he woke up on his 5th birthday. He tried hard but could not activate his system. The only thing he could think of for activating his system was his chakra. Unlike his brother, Kirito has not used his chakra yet, or more exactly he is unable to draw chakra yet. He tried when he was young but for some reason, he could not. He was getting demotivated every day when he had no results after trying so hard. But later he was glad that he did not infuse his chakra sooner. Opening chakra sooner, like 2 or 3 years old, means getting into the ranks of geniuses, and considering how Danzo kidnapped kids who show talent, like cookies inside a cookie jar. This is a really bad idea. He doesn't yet know why Danzo did not take him away considering he is of Uzumaki descent. Maybe a reason could be that, like his brother, he too is a Jinchuriki. Minato sealed the young half of Kurama in Naruto while the yin half was sealed in Kirito. Kirito was not sure which was more worse, having the power of 9 tails and getting ostracized by the entire village, or not having the power and getting taken by Danzo when Hokage wouldn't protect him. Okay, maybe the second one. Well, not like he can change anything at this point anyways, so FCK it. Maybe Kushina wasn't as aggressive as he has read in the anime. Who knows? I mean, which mother will be willingly let their child offer her child to become a vessel for a demon? Kirito couldn't help but wonder. The only good thing about this that Kirito was happy about was growing up like a normal person and not being hated by the people of Konoha. Or at least he thought that he would. He is not sure why and how, but the crazy people of this village think that he alongside his brother is the reincarnation of the demon fox. Total bullshit. There is no way that they can point out that nine-tailed chakra is inside them. Not to mention, even if there are rumors out there that they are the Jinchuriki of the nine-tail. The knowledge about the difference between a Jinchuriki and a Biju should be available in the village. At least the higher-ups of the village knew better. What they did to stop the civilians? Absolutely nothing. And that is why he was under constant surveillance. The Jinchurikis of the village. But that is also why he was happy, as he could now get out of the orphanage and learn how to draw his chakra without getting monitored by the Hokage. How did he know that the people who watching him and his brother were Hokage Zambu? From a very young age, he could sense other people's emotions. He is not sure why, especially when he did not even unlock his chakra yet, but he could. And he always could sense the emotion of a person near his brother. He tested this by leaving his brother one time in the park and getting away. And the Umbu did not follow him at all. Maybe because he is much less likely to fall into trouble than his brother, and there was only one Umbu at that time. And the matter that the Umbu is a person sent by Hokage is easy to guess. There are only two forces in Konoha who will directly monitor the Jinchuriki of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. And the fact that he could sense emotions from the Umbu means that they are not root. Now I can finally unlock my chakra without getting monitored by the Hokage, thought Kirito. He did not believe in Hiruzen Sarutobi at all. He and his brother were kept in very inhuman conditions in the orphanage for as long as he can remember. The current Hokage did not do anything about it. Especially when considering that both of them are the sons of the village heroes, the fourth Hokage and his wife. And Kirito refused to believe that Hiruzen did not know or could not do anything about it. Reason being: 1. He has an Umbu monitoring them. And second, he is a freaking Hokage. So no, Kirito Namikaze does not trust the Hokage or anyone for that matter. Strange how Naruto in this world was always given the name Uzumaki. It was done by Kushina, and Kirito was given the name Namikaze. This makes matters more strange, as Naruto's name came from Jiraiya, which indirectly makes it come from Minato, while Kirito's name was suggested by Kushina. Like they were playing a game of you suggest half and half will come from me. Kirito couldn't understand what they were thinking. With this thought, Kirito kept on trying to infuse his chakra every day when he could get away from the Umbu. Every day he could feel the power inside him getting stronger and was about to burst open but could not. This goes on for a month. In this month both Naruto and Kirito were living on the outskirts of the village. Hunting and camping every day. Life for them was hard, but both of them worked hard and somehow survived. Both Kirito and Naruto were hated by the villagers, not to mention they did not even sell them food or other important necessary items in the store. Things were not physical to the extreme, at least unlike how some fanfiction states. But that does not mean they were completely unscratched. Some villagers used to hurt them when no one was looking. Kirito's hatred for them was intense, but he had to hold back for the time being. Kirito was again meditating. Far away from Naruto to avoid the Umbu. He was close, he could feel it. Today Kirito was feeling a massive chakra inside him. He was trying to pull that chakra so he could draw it. After the 7th try, he was finally able to pull the chakra. Instantly his whole body was covered with very dense blue chakra, and he heard the sound of the system once again. Ding! System template activated. Instigating Minato Namikaze template. All the related information being transferred into host's mind. For some time Kirito felt all kinds of memories rushing to him, and that was followed by intense pain. Ding! Transfer complete. Minato template 1%. Ding! Congratulations host for activating the system. Binding 9-tail chakra with template progress. Removing 9-tail consciousness. Current usable chakra 1%. Kirito was stunned. He has the 9-tails chakra, he knows that. But what does binding it with a template mean? Removing consciousness. Does this mean now that this is his chakra, he doesn't have to beg a mountain-sized fox for chakra like his brother will have to do in the future? Maybe he got this because he got Minato's template. Minato also got 9-tail chakra in the anime. Possible? Well, it does not matter, as long as he is getting stronger, because even half of the 9-tail chakra is enough to reach Super Kage level power. The problem is that his body cannot handle the power right now. Even 1% of Kurama's power. But this also means that he has almost unlimited chakra for himself like his brother. Maybe he cannot use the power directly, but he can use the power to increase his endurance and cast jutsu after jutsu. Naruto could have done that if he bothered to learn anything else than just Rasengan. Not like there is anything wrong with Rasengan, but still. Now he has to plan what he will do in the future. One thing for sure is that he is not going to get manipulated by others like his brother and father. Chapter 2. It's already been 5 months since Kirito got his template open. Currently, Kirito is working on his taijutsu. He also wanted to learn shuriken jutsu but could not because he didn't have the shurikens or kunai. He doesn't have money either to purchase them. Even if he gets the money somehow, he doubts that he can purchase them from the village. Another very important thing which he was working on was shadow clone jutsu. Pretty much all the jutsus that Tobirama Senju created are buggy as hell and shadow clone is no exception. If conditions allow, then this jutsu can increase the learning process of any shinobi by miles. Kirito wanted to learn this jutsu for the same reason. Not to mention that with the help of this jutsu, he can also fool others and use most of his time to train. However, there is a problem in learning this technique. All the techniques which are in Minato's memories are hazy at best. So for him to remember this technique is harder than it sounds. Maybe he will open more techniques and memories as he improves the template. The unique thing is that all the basic techniques like normal clone or replacement are easily remembered by him from Minato's memory. This made him believe that his progress in Minato's template was not enough to get the shadow clone jutsu. Currently, his progress is only 3% which he improved by learning Minato's fast fist taijutsu style. He has not mastered it yet but it's coming along. He also now has 3% Kurama chakra as well. Although he can't use it as his body will not allow it. Once again Kirito sits down meditating to find the entire process of shadow clone jutsu. The more he focused and the longer he focused, he found it was getting hard to focus but at the same time, he was remembering the technique more and more. Maybe that is what the problem was. Remembering techniques from Minato's memories became harder if his template level was not high enough. At one point he thought that he wouldn't be able to hold on to his focus but he did that anyway and was surprised by what happened next. He found himself sensing everything. Like he was connected with everything around him. It was hard to maintain but he could feel movements happening around him better. He could sense them better and it was ever so slightly slower. Like he slows a video by 0.75x. Kirito was stunned at the improvement, he was trying to do something else and he got something else entirely. Well, for the time being let's call it hyper-focus, need to work on this little cheat I have in the future. It will definitely give me some edge in the future. Kirito muttered to himself. He wondered how he was doing it, there should be a reason why he could do it but he was not sure. This skill works a lot like Sharingan. Not all the Sharingan abilities but still close enough. Kirito was very happy to even have this ability. There is a possibility that this is Mind Eye of the Kagura but I doubt it, I do get the sensing power but what with this increased focus and increasing my perception time. That is not like Mind Eye of the Kagura. Kirito tried to remember the details of the technique and couldn't recall the similarities between this technique with Mind Eye of the Kagura. Leave it, just call it hyper-focus for the time being, Kirito just let the matter go for the time being. Not only did he get the shadow clone technique but he also got a super useful technique. And that's a win on his books. It's about time for Naruto to come back. I should meet him in the camp, mutters Kirito to himself. When he reached the camp he saw Naruto talking with an old man and both of them were eating fish which he caught. In any other case, Kirito would have scolded Naruto for giving his fish to a random old man but he knew better. The old man sitting with Naruto was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Leaf. He wanted to leave but he knew that the old man had already sensed him so he had to go and talk to him. Naruto, who is this person? Kirito asked with curiosity in his tone. He wanted to showcase himself as a good boy who had the will of fire in him to Hiruzen. Kirito, see, I made a friend. His name is Hiruzen. Naruto said with enthusiasm. Nice to meet you Mr. Hiruzen, Kirito said respectfully and bowed. Hiruzen just waved his hand and asked him to sit and eat the fish like both of them were doing. Kirito just does that. He did not speak a lot. He only listens to his brother talking. Hiruzen and Naruto talk about living in the open and then ask Naruto whether he would like to live in an apartment if Hiruzen gives him one. Naruto was excited and Kirito also smiled and agreed. Hiruzen stopped paying attention to Kirito after seeing that he was not responding much and even being on a guard against him a little. Which is understandable considering that he is a stranger. Later when Hiruzen leaves he also tells both brothers that he will send someone to escort them to their new apartment. Naruto was so happy that he almost cried but Kirito was angry. Now he knows that Hiruzen Sarutobi is someone who wants to control both of them. He wanted to say this to his brother but that will create more problems. What he needed to do now was to get stronger and protect himself and his brother. The most important thing for him right now was to learn Shadow Clone Jutsu and then start completing Minato's template. On the next day, Naruto and Kirito were sent to their new apartment by the Umbu. More time passes and Kirito learns the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Took him some time considering that his chakra right now was not enough compared to Naruto's chakra level when he first learned the technique. Naruto learned this technique in just an hour. The moment Kirito learned Shadow Clone Jutsu there was a system notification. Ding! Technique Mastery. Congratulations on getting mastery of a technique, how can use this technique without hand signs? Wow, that's cool, Kirito fist bumped in the air. Kirito signs and relaxes after successfully mastering the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Should I teach Naruto some of these skills as well? But considering the personality of my loudmouth brother, should I? Kirito asks himself. Not knowing when is the right time to teach Naruto or tell him about their parents or him being a Jinchuriki. Kirito sighed again and lay on the ground thinking about the upcoming ninja academy which he had to join soon. Chapter 3. Time skip, 1 year later. Kirito has grown a little in the past year. In this past year, he has been working hard to grow stronger. However, he was only able to learn 3 new techniques in the entire calendar year. And with every technique he learned, he got mastery. Meaning he can do it without a hand sign and even some variation if he so desires. The replacement technique. Shunshin technique. Transformation technique. He learned them all. He even learns the shuriken throwing. With makeshift kunai with wood. And when he was thinking about all this, suddenly the system rang. Ding! Congratulations host for unlocking 10% of Minato's template. System reward is being awarded. Shadow clone technique upgraded to multi-shadow clone technique. This shocked Kirito even more. He did not know that if he increases progress in the template he will be awarded rewards. This is awesome, I almost thought that I need to steal that damn seal book to get this technique considering how I didn't get it directly from Minato's memories. Maybe the system is giving him not only Minato's jutsu but even his capabilities. Kirito was very happy and now was looking forward to what he got when he upgraded his template to 20%, 30%, or even 50 and 100%. Anyways, today is his birthday. Being Naruto's twin brother means that on your birthday people are more hostile to you. He wanted to celebrate today with his brother because, in a few weeks, he and Naruto will be joining the Ninja Academy. He already has hunted 2 wild rabbits and purchased ramen materials under transformation jutsu. He saves the money which Hokage gives him every month by saving his eating expenses by hunting for food. Today he can use some of that money to surprise Naruto and celebrate with him. Kirito POV. I quickly came home with the wild rabbits with me and started preparing before Naruto came home too. Since the day I learned Shadow Clone Jutsu I have been spending less time with Naruto and kept on training. Most of the time I just send a shadow clone to accompany him. He did get the clone's memory but that's not the same as spending time with Naruto. So the plan for today is to spend time with Naruto. I quickly made 2 shadow clones after sensing that no one was monitoring me. Hyper focus is super handy. He could not only sense Naruto's surroundings but was also able to sense where is Naruto in the village if he focused on his chakra. Naruto's chakra stands out among other shinobi and civilians like a sore thumb. I use one clone to make food while another clone decorates their home with balloons and pictures of foods and previous Hokages. What would be his face if I said that one of us is our father, Kirito mused to himself. I personally work on preparing the ramen he purchases from the market. In 15 minutes with my speed, everything was completed. Naruto was within 30 seconds of walking distance. I quickly close all the curtains and switch off the lights and candles. Ready to surprise Naruto on his entry. I am home brother. POV. Naruto POV. What did I do wrong? Why I and my brother been hated by the other villagers? I had never even seen this demon fox. How can I be him? Naruto was thinking all these kinds of things after getting bullied by other kids and villagers. He wanted to purchase some ramen on his birthday but the Ichiraka ramen is full and other shop owners won't sell him ramen anymore. A drop of tear was visible on his 7-year-old face. All his life he was only treated right by his brother, his Gigi, and the people in Ichiraka ramen. Naruto was down and wanted to just spend some time with his brother now. Before entering his house he wipes the teardrop from his eyes and puts a fake smile on his face. When he opens the door he finds everything dark. The Umbu who was trailing Naruto also saw that. Umbu was ordered by the Hokage to protect Naruto but that's it. They were not allowed to interfere in any other matter. They saw that Naruto's house was dark and no one was in it. He was already on guard and was ready to protect Naruto if something happened. I walk in asking my brother if he is there. Brother, are you in there? Bro, where are you? I went inside and looked for Kirito. But as soon as I stepped inside I saw the light turn on. The entire room was decorated with balloons and images of the previous Hokage. I finally saw my brother standing there with a megawatt smile on his face. Happy birthday brother, he said with a kind tone. I was stunned. Never before they have celebrated their birthday. They only wish when themselves. Even his brother never forgot to wish him, but still, they never were able to celebrate the day. There was nothing to celebrate in the first place. Almost everyone hates them more on this day. Most of the time, this day was worse than their usual days. Their birthday was nothing to be happy about. Before I could think about anything more, I looked at the table where many different types of foods and his favorite ramen. POVEND. Naruto was so happy at this that the recently wiped tear from his eyes appeared again. He and his brother were the most hated people in Konoha. Nobody ever sells them anything and always looks at them with hatred. Kirito did not bother to bring a cake at all. He knew that Naruto would be happier to get ramen over a cake with a bunch of candles on top of it. Naruto on the other hand did not say a word. Then Naruto just directly rushed towards his brother, hugging and crying. Okay, don't put a snort on my shirt. Let's just eat, otherwise the ramen will grow cold, said Kirito. Finally, Naruto calmed down and said with a smile. Hi, let eat databayo. When the umbu trailing Naruto was taken aback at the surprise. Kirito could sense that. Yeah, take that, a 5-year-old able to sneak under your noses, Kirito had a little smirked. In a few weeks, he and Naruto will be going to attend Ninja Academy. Chapter 4. Finally, the day came when Kirito and Naruto were about to attend the Ninja Academy. Naruto was super happy, but Kirito on the other hand was in deep thought. The reason is, that he doesn't know whether he should show what he can do or hold back. The upside of showing his power is that he might be promoted to Genin faster and might also get some favor from Hokage. Maybe gets a jutsu or two, but there is hardly any jutsu that he doesn't know already thanks to Minato's memories. The downside is a bit more problematic though. He will be separated from his brother. Hokage and Danzo will learn about his powers and capabilities. For him, it's either go all in or stay out entirely. He can't choose a midway option. Both the boys woke up early today. Well, it was Naruto who woke up early. Kirito just took time off from his daily training and went to the academy. The academy is a relatively safe place. And for Kirito it's a place where he can pass his time. But Kirito had other plans. He wanted to make alliances in the village through the academy. This is the best place where he can genuinely make friends but also make lifelong partners who will help him out in the future. He knows that this sounds pretty capitalistic, but what can he do? He will need these connections in the future. The only benefit Kirito sees in going to the academy is that he can come in contact with the clan heirs. And yes, they don't have any say in the matters of the village now, but that does not mean that will be the same case in the future. Konoha is a village where clans have a huge influence on the management of the village. Even the Hokage have to listen to the clan heads if all of them are united. So with that said, he has to make friends with them. Not to mention, he also wanted to find the girl he always had crushed on in the anime. Yamanaka Ino. He is not going to look towards Hinata. That girl got the hots for his brother. He can't mess that up. Bro code means something, man. And Sakura is just, well, those who know, they know. So if he is looking for a wife among the clan heir, then only Ino is the right choice. It's only a plus point that he always had a little crush on her. But that was anime, what is reality is yet to be seen. The only other option is Tenten and Temari. There is also an option of getting Karin. But unless he is planning to make a harem for himself, he better focus on only one girl. But this does not mean that he will force himself to marry the girl or will marry her if he doesn't love her. He will first try to be friends with her and see whether it is exactly like what he saw in the anime or different. So the only thing he will push himself into doing is to take the first step to get to know the girl, and then it is the matter of whether they both click with each other or not. All of these thoughts were occupying Kirito's mind when Naruto shook him up and shouted. Kirito, look, we are here, look. Naruto said with much enthusiasm. Like he won the lottery. Kirito believed that even he was not as happy as Naruto was right now when he got his system. Upon entering the academy, both the boys saw a lot of kids their age making all sorts of noises and running around. While Naruto's focus was on the laughing kids and the amount of fun they were having. Kirito's full attention was on the parents who were giving him and his brother a hateful glare. Kirito did not give any reaction, but the pent-up anger was still boiling inside him. In moments like this, he questions why he is not destroying this village and these people who treat him and his brother like garbage already. Finally, Naruto could not take it anymore and grabbed Kirito's shirt, who was still thinking about whether to enter into nine-tail chakra mode when he grows up and destroy the village or not, and dragged him inside the classroom. Kirito loved his brother, but that does not mean he never got irritated by his antics. But just when he was about to give his brother a good beating for ruining his shirt and for dragging him inside the classroom while he was still making his terrorism plan, Kirito saw the target of his interest. All the clan heirs were already in the class and were making the same if not more noise than the normal kids. Especially Kiba, who was bragging about something to the person who was sitting with him. Ino and Sakura were not behind either with their loud voices. Especially Sakura. Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, Shino and Hinata were quiet at least. He also saw Sasuke, who was not his emo self yet. Something which will change very soon if he is not wrong. The Uchiha clan massacre is not far if Kirito is right with his timeline. While he was thinking all this, he did not even realize that the person who was making the most noise after entering the class was his brother. Naruto wanted to make a lot of friends. The sad reality is that most of the students were instructed by their parents not to associate with the demon brothers. These fools don't even realize that there is no way a demon will host two different bodies at the same time. And the concept of splitting the chakra into yin and yang does not count. If they know this, then there is no way in hell that they do not understand that they are a Jinchuriki and not a demon fox himself. Kirito is still very angry at the bastard who spread the rumors. Yes, he has nine-tailed chakra now, but there is nothing demonic in him besides his devilishly handsome looks. But he can't do anything about it anymore, he has to just go with it. Chapter 5. Naruto was talking with his only friends who he knew. Shikamaru and Choji were the only children besides Kirito who talked to Naruto. Everyone else was either instructed by their parents not to talk to the demon brothers or they just didn't want to connect with the clanless orphans like them. The only other member of future Team 10, if the future remains the same, that is, was in her circle. Ino was friends with almost all the girls in the class. The most she talked with was Sakura though. Guess their friendship was really good before the entire Sasuke competition happened. Thought Kirito. When it comes to Sasuke though, he was talking with some Uchiha children. Maybe there was more Uchiha in the class before the massacre. The only other team left is Team 8. Hinata and Shino were silent and did not talk at all. But both were silent for two entirely different reasons. Hinata was simply too shy and Shino was socially awkward. The only talking person in Team 8 was Kiba, and he alone was making more noise than his future team could make in an entire year. While Kirito was thinking about his future classmates, he did not realize that those same people were also thinking about him. Hinata's main focus was on Naruto. No one knows what that girl was thinking. Shino just gives him an analyzing look, while Kiba just snorted looking at him. Shikamaru and Choji were too busy with Naruto to even have time to look at him. Sasuke, on the other hand, looked at him and did not even think too much about his presence. The only people who noticed him were the girls in the class. Kirito was quite handsome after all. He looked exactly like Minato, who was a lady killer in his time. That when mixed with Kirito's warm looks was much more attractive to the girls. It's alright to say that both Sasuke and Kirito were the most handsome guys in the class. It's weird because even Naruto also looked like Minato, but he at the same time is not that handsome. Maybe because his face shape is more like Kushina, or it's those whisker marks. Among all the girls, the most interested in Kirito was none other than Ino. After all, when all the girls are going after an emo, and there comes another guy equally handsome, why wouldn't she be interested? It's not like she was making any progress with Sasuke. Kirito did not waste time. He quickly found his target to start making contact with. At first, he wanted to start with Shikamaru, but he is busy with Naruto right now. So he directly sat behind Ino, who was still talking with other girls but at the same time was secretly taking glances at him. Hello, I am Kirito Nami. Cough cough. I mean Uzumaki. I am Kirito Uzumaki. Said Kirito. He almost gave away his real identity. It will be quite a troublesome situation if others realize that he knows whose son he is. He will take that name later on, but not now. Ino and Sakura both blush after seeing Kirito's bright sunny smile. Handsome was the only thought in their minds. I am Ino Yamanaka and this is my best friend Sakura Haruno. Nice to meet you, Kirito-kun, said Ino with a huge blush on her face. She was trying not to blush but that failed miserably. Children in this world do mature faster. Thought Kirito. Nice to meet you Ino-chan, Sakura-chan, said Kirito. Playing his part of a cheerful handsome kid. Being only 7 years old, they did not have the resistance to stop the blushes which appeared on their faces in front of a handsome boy. Kirito-kun, I never saw you before. Are you from someone outside of the village? Asked Sakura. Ino too was wondering why she didn't know about such a handsome boy who is at the same age as her. No. I usually train most of my time and hardly play with others. Maybe that's why you never saw me before. You might have seen my brother before. He is Uzumaki Naruto. He is sitting over there, said Kirito and pointed to Naruto. Both girls looked at Naruto and could not believe that Naruto and Kirito were brothers. Although they look alike, there is a huge difference. Naruto doesn't look handsome like his brother. He is loud and is wearing a hideous orange jumpsuit. Kirito did bring better clothes for Naruto just so that he didn't have to wear that monstrosity, but Naruto, no matter what Kirito did, never gave up on his orange jumpsuit. Overall, the girls could see the resemblance between Naruto and Kirito at a glance, but at the same time could not believe that they both are related and are brothers. Sakura, unlike Ino, has been warned by her parents to stay away from the demon brothers. Now, not many people have seen Kirito in real life. The reason is that he mostly invests his time training or with his brother. So the only person who was known village-wide as the reincarnation of the demon was Naruto. That's why Sakura at first could not figure out that Kirito was one of the infamous demon brothers. But now, seeing the Kirito in person, she was having a hard time believing her parents. Ino, on the other hand, did not have any kind of worry and talked with her almost academic crush without any problem. Even in his past life, Kirito had no experience with how to talk with girls, but that doesn't matter here. He got the looks to pull off this conversation. Not to mention, they are 7 years old. This is not rocket science to impress a 7-year-old girl and her friends. So he did just that. Crack a few jokes. He laughed with them and more or less got to know them, and even tried to figure out what the hell was wrong with Sakura. But mostly putting his focus on Ino. Chapter 6. After a lot of talking. Finally, the end of the chat came. Just like in the anime. The teacher of Konoha 9 was Irika. After the roll call, which surprisingly was similar to any normal school, the class started. Kirito already has decided to be average in the class. He has to be average when it comes to fighting power, and he can cover that in the study section. Nobody cares whether you got full marks in the academy test. But it does give Kirito a little edge so he can get a better team in the future. The only thing which Kirito have to learn before letting go of this farce and showing his power is Flying Thunder God. With that technique, he can easily escape most of the trouble without any worry. Even if someone is looking for trouble with him, like Danzo kidnapping his dear person because the bastard cannot get his hand on him, he can just flash and save the person. Whenever I say flash, I mean teleportation with Flying Thunder God. And not a literal flash of light. You have been warned. And at the same time kill that manipulative old bastard. But that's going to take some time. In the Narutoverse, the Flying Thunder God technique is one of the, if not the most difficult techniques which a person can master. Kirito is not delusional. He knows that it will take him a few years to update his template to get the technique, let alone learn the technique. At least it's instant mastery the first time he perfectly executes the technique, so that's good. Kirito, what are you thinking? Keep your attention in the class. What was I talking about? Irika lost his parents in the Ninetales attack. He wants to believe that he is not a person who has a prejudice against the Uzumaki brothers, but deep within he also feels hatred towards the boys. Being a ninja academy instructor, he fully knows that both Naruto and Kirito are not the Nine Tails but rather the jailer of the Nine Tails. But that does not stop his feeling of being hostile toward the two little kids. You were talking about how chakra is formed and what it consists of, Irika-sensei, said Kirito without delay. He might be thinking of something else, but that does not mean that he does not give attention to what is going on in front of him. And what is chakra made of? Irika asks, fully knowing that he is being unreasonable. Kirito could not answer that. Not because he does not know the answer, but because Irika has not yet covered that part. It will be suspicious if he answers the question right now. He can't even point out that Irika has not covered that part. That will ruin his image of a naive little child who is shy and underconfident, which he is trying to build for himself right now. I don't know, sensei, Kirito said in a meek voice and lowered his head. In reality, he lowers his head so that others don't see him gritting his teeth. Give attention to the class, Kirito. Go and stand outside of the class with your brother there, said Irika in a plain tone. Kirito did not refuse to go out. Naruto, being Naruto, has already had sent out of the class. It is not particularly hard to find flaws in him and give punishments. No one in the class realizes that Irika is being unreasonable. No one but one lazy Nara, who saw Kirito getting out and also noticed him clenching his fist tight before releasing it. Troublesome was the only thought in Shikamaru's mind. The entire day then keeps going like that, and finally the ends with everyone going home. Naruto and Kirito also go home, but Naruto does not know that the person he is going home with is just a clone. The real Kirito is currently practicing his taijutsu. He was a little angry. Not on the fact that Irika intentionally targeted him. No, that's fine, he and his brother have been targeted by the populace since they were born. He was angry because he could not even defend himself. Exploiting others, hating them or even beating them is bad, but putting them in a situation where they can't even defend themselves, especially a child, is worse. That hopeless situation is inhuman. Kirito once again understands that he needs power above anything right now to live a normal life. Which he is going to achieve no matter what. But for the time being he has to stay silent and stay out of others' way. Unlike Naruto, he is a variable. a person who will greatly change the story in the future. But right now he needs to grow and stay under the radar. He is the son of a man who once shocked the entire ninja world, and he also has his mother's Uzumaki blood in him. This includes when he is not showing any talent right now and is not allied with any side. That makes him the biggest variable in the Naruto world. Kirito sighed and after getting tired of his taijutsu training sat on top of the Hokage monument. Uchiha clan massacre will be happening soon, thought Kirito. He wanted to use this time for his benefit. Maybe getting some Sharingan. He is not sure whether the information is right or not, but there is a possibility that Fugaku Uchiha has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi always had an issue with his chakra consumption because his Sharingan consumed that much chakra. Kirito though has Kurama chakra. It's enough chakra to not only activate Sharingan but also use all the powers of Mangekyo Sharingan without any issue. The only problem will be getting blind, but it's pretty much okay because he also has Uzumaki blood in him. There is a possibility that he might counter that. If not anything, then at least he might be able to use the Sharingan for Izanagi or Izanami. But right now he has no way to implant the Sharingan onto him. But that all is just his plan, which might or might not come true. Finally, Kirito came out of these thoughts and was ready to go home. There are a lot of things he wants to do before he can show the shinobi world that he is Kirito Namikaze and not some demon reincarnate. Chapter 7. One of the most lethal powers or weapons which Kirito had was his knowledge of the future. After thinking about the entire plot of Naruto, Kirito created a plan which most probably saves him a lot of hard work and trouble in the future. The idea of Sharingan was good, but there were many problems which he had no idea how to tackle. Problems like how to attach the eyes and don't get all of his chakras to sucked away. Even if he is a Uzumaki and in future he will learn KCM, still it's an issue. Maybe in future, he will have a solution. Another thing which will be a problem is to turn off the Sharingan. Maybe he could use a special seal, who knows. For the time being, Kirito had a better idea. And that's why he is currently focusing on learning Fuinjutsu. He knows that he will unlock Minato's sealing knowledge soon, so he better start working on it. He wants to preserve Uchiha Shisui and Fugaku's bodies and later reanimate them so they can fight for him. Thanks to Minato's memories he will get the information on Edo Tensei Pure World Reincarnation in the future and can summon them. Although learning any technique gets instant mastery, but the time the learning curve is still there. Just like this, time passed and finally, the day came when Shisui was called by Danzo. It was almost at the start of the next year, which gave enough time to update his template up to 20%. However, he has to say that upgrading now is taking more and more time and effort. Maybe after some time, he will need years to just get 10% progress. Flashback. Minato template 20%. Nine Tails usable power 20%. Congratulations on getting Minato Namikaze Fuinjutsu talent and memories. When he first got this message he was overwhelmed as he suffered from information overload. He also learns a secret seal hidden by his father which he never talks about to anyone. Now he was interested in it. Look like it's happening, mutters Kirito. Kirito's shadow clone was currently lurking around in the shadows. He transforms into an eagle and is constantly looking at Shisui. Thanks to his transformation mastery, he was able to change his size and the transformation technique up to 50%. This was enough to turn into a bird and surveillance any person he wanted to. Currently, he is doing the same with the help of a clone. The target was Shisui. Shisui was moving towards the forest area which was pretty far away from the village. At this time he knew that it was time that Danzo betrayed him and took Shisui's eye. Kirito already had a plan in mind. He is going to take the eye which Danzo plugged out from Shisui and then get Shisui's body. Unfortunately, he can't get Shisui's other eye. Taking that away from Itachi will be hard and he doesn't have the confidence that he will be able to do it. I was ordered to come here. But I have a bad feeling. Why Hokage-sama would order me to come to this place? While I was thinking about it, I heard a movement coming and quickly Shunshin was away. Just a second later there were already many kunai dug in the same place. I was attacked by the shinobis wearing masks. I need to lure them out in an open place. I could not fight in this jungle with so many shinobi. It's disadvantageous for me. When I came out from the forest, I found out that many root shinobi were blocking my way. And slowly behind me, Danzo came out. He did not do anything and just attacked. Kirito was watching everything from the sky, ready to take action the moment Danzo took out the eye. The moment Danzo took out Shisui's eye, Kirito activates his plan. Because of the system, he was able to use a very buggy technique. The replacement technique is used to replace the position of the user with another object of the same mass within a limited distance. But after he learned this technique he got instant mastery. He got the updated technique which allows him to replace any object with another object. And he was able to do that without any hand sign at a pretty long distance. Kirito's clone who turned into an eagle was flying under that distance. Clone directly exchanged the eye with another eye which he took out from a killed animal. He needs to make sure that no one targets the clone until he gets away with the eye. And everything happened just fine. The movement of the eyes was replaced. The clone eagle flew out from there at top speed. Kirito was already ready, and the moment he learned that today was the day when Shisui would die, he planned everything. He had another clone trailing Shisui so that he knew where his body fell. One thing which was making Kirito almost laugh out in his mind was, what if that old goat did not find that the eye was not Shisui's and implanted on him? He knows that the chances are slim, but if that happens. He wanted to see Danzo's face. Even if he doesn't put the eye, then also Kirito wanted to see his face when he finds out that he was fooled. Finally, the entire thing happens when Shisui meets Itachi and gives him the other eye. Kirito wanted to get that eye, but he could not. Not in front of Itachi and Shisui when both of them are currently on their full alertness. Before Shisui falls into the river. Kirito had already arrived with his clones and was stationed inside the river. After Shisui fell and died, Kirito quickly took out Shisui's dead body and stored it in a special scroll which he created with the help of Minato's memories. The scroll will not let the body degrade. He created another scroll just for Fugaku as well. His plan had already come along and his plan was looking good for him. He sealed Shisui's eye in another scroll and left the place without anyone noticing. His next target is the Uchiha clan when they are under attack by Itachi and Root headquarters when they dispatch Root shinobi to take all the Sharingan. Kirito did not plan to give even a single Sharingan to Danzo or Obito if some of the fanfiction was right and he took the Sharingan. Kirito did not know whether the reincarnated Shisui would have both of his eyes or not. Madara had his eyes, so he is not sure. If Shisui does have the eyes, then he gets 3 chances to cast Kotoa Tsukumi. This includes the eye Kirito has on his hands right now. He can get a lot of key figures in the world under his control if he plays his cards right. He should also preserve Fugaku's eyes just in case. Chapter 8. The following events after Shisui's death were pretty much the same as it was in the anime. The entire Uchiha clan was in an uproar. But this in the end brought them down from their high horse and delayed their betrayal. While Danzo was out there hunting Shisui, Kirito was working hard. Besides getting Shisui's eyes and a dead body, Kirito also plans to get to Danzo's roots. What he planned was to get a normal understanding of the layout of the place and also see what things were there that he might or might not want. And Kirito was impressed when he got the information about the place. It's pretty large and tons of experimental items are there. The only thing Kirito wanted was Hashirama cell samples and all the money which Danzo had. Another thing Kirito was about to do was to take out as many Root shinobi as possible when the Uchiha massacre happened. Breaking Danzo's strength as much as possible so that he doesn't dare to do anything bold in the future. Kirito also leaves one clone inside just to see what Danzo do when finds out that the Shisui eye he got was fake. And he has to say that his reaction was hilarious. Damn, I should have recorded that if only I had a camera, muttered Kirito, still laughing. This brings a little relief to his heart. This is just the start of his revenge and he is going to destroy everyone who has done him wrong. He honestly wanted to start learning Rasengan already, but the system is keeping him from remembering the exact practice method for Rasengan which he saw in the anime. Kirito was working hard for the past year and wanted to take a little rest for a week. Unfortunately, that week became almost a month. Maybe it was because of the entire Uchiha and Shisui, maybe he just started the academy, or maybe he was lazy, but he ended up wasting a month. Now he is finally going back to work. While he can't learn techniques like Rasengan or Hirashin, he decided to work on his speed, sealing and lastly his hyper-focus. Honestly, this ability is almost like a cheat. He would be an idiot not to train in it. It was getting harder and harder to improve at this point. He highly suspects that the difficulty level here is much more than what it was previously. Like in a game, leveling up keeps on getting harder as the player progresses. The majority of his training consists of increasing his speed. Right now it was trying to infuse his chakra to enhance his leg muscles for that. Seals are pretty straightforward. There are trap seals, detection seals, interaction seals and so on. He went full bonkers on it and tested out all of them in his free time. Even started combining a few to see the unexpected results. But maybe the most interesting part was hyperfocus. This one technique ability intrigues him. He had no idea how to train him, so he just ended up blindfolding himself and sensing the things around him. Trying to get a basic hold of this technique so that he can later use this in real-life combat. This power is a combination of both sensing ability and Sharingan's observation powers. After the training, he went towards his apartment. He was super tired after using shadow clones to learn every day. One good thing was that he was rapidly losing and gaining chakra. making his chakra reserves bigger. He already has Jonin level chakra, and by the time the plot starts, he might already have Kage level chakra. And that's not including Ninetales chakra. After coming to his apartment, he found that Naruto was already asleep. He then realizes that it's already midnight by the time he comes back. He was so taken up by his problem, training, and thinking that he did not even realize that it was so late. He needs to sleep now. Tomorrow he also has to do the same training. He needs to be consistent in his training if he wants to improve his template. Kirito sighed, and now he just wanted to sleep. He has not eaten anything, and not eating will cause more trouble to him. His body needs nutrients. He finally took out some ramen from Naruto's secret stash and ate it. Hope Naruto does not cause too much trouble over this. Kirito knew that if there were two things he should not do to Naruto, then it was hurting his precious people and taking his ramen. But he does not care, and after eating he directly falls asleep. Chapter 9. Konoha Gakure no Sato. Uchiha District. Late in the night, when everyone in the Uchiha compound was asleep, there was one person who was entirely bloodied. This was Itachi Uchiha, and he was about to kill his parents. So, this is what you choose, Itachi? Fugaku Uchiha said without any kind of facial expression on his face. He was not even looking at his son who came to kill him and his wife. Father. Itachi said, but did not complete what he wanted to say. It's alright, Itachi, I do not blame you for what the situation is today. Everything is predestined. Our pain is much smaller than what you will carry, son. Fugaku was very proud of his son. Even to this moment when his son wants to kill all of his people. He is proud of his son. He knows that Itachi too does not have any choice. Itachi, please spare Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha said in her motherly voice. She too knew that this day would come one day and did not regret anything in life except the fact that she could not see both of his sons growing up. While this was happening, Kirito was listening to all of this via a clone. Kirito already had planned out the entire thing. He currently is present outside of the Uchiha compound, hiding in the shadows. He is currently waiting for his clone's memories to know when is the right time to act. There are currently 3 different forces acting inside the Uchiha compound. Itachi, Obito, and Danzo's root shinobi. Obito is not collecting the Sharingan. Most probably the task is delegated to Black Zetsu. The moment Kirito got the memories from his clone, he took action. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, said Kirito, and more than 50 shadow clones appear out of nowhere. One of the biggest advantages of having a shadow clone and being small is that he can change his and his clone's size by 50% with transformation jutsu. Meaning that he easily turns into a big cat or a dog and no one will find him ever. This technique will not work when he grows up, but right now it's the most ideal thing to do. All 50 clones turn into different types of animals and rush inside the compound. Their mission was very simple, to destroy all the Sharingan eyes. Kirito long knew that he wouldn't be able to use Sharingan without consequences. Not to mention, even collecting them and preserving them would be hard. So, if he can't have it, then why should he let his enemies have those eyes? The only eyes he is going to preserve are Fugaku's Manjikyu and Mikoto's normal Sharingan. That should be enough for him to do all kinds of testing as well as planting if the situation demands in the future. His main goal was to take the Manjikyu and prevent Obito and Danzo from getting their hands on Sharingan. The biggest problems a Sharingan bring to the table are Izanami and Izanagi, which Kirito doesn't want Danzo or Obito to have. Especially Obito, it's already hard to kill that bastard anyway. While his clones were destroying the eyes of all Uchiha members, he entered Sasuke's house and took out Fugaku and Mikoto's eyes. He made extra sure that Obito, Itachi or Danzo's roots were not near. Hyper-focus was handy in times like this. While this was happening, there was another batch of clones which was at this point infiltrating Danzo's root base. It was a little harder knowing that Danzo was currently in the base, but it did not matter as Kirito already had all the measures done before even making the plan. The guards were poisoned with his shadow clones which infiltrated first. The entire layout of the underground place was already mapped out. All he has to do now is to take out everything he wants from the base and then blast that underground base to the kingdom come. The only problem which Kirito faced was Danzo's roots on both sides. In the underground base, the root members were easily dealt with some well-placed sleeping gas and poison. But in the Uchiha compound, the situation was much harder. By the time the root shinobi arrived in the Uchiha compound, more than half of the Sharingan was destroyed by Kirito's clones, but there were still some left. This put Kirito in distress. He has to distract the root shinobi somehow. At the same time, there was also Obito who started to notice the destroyed Sharingans. He was also looking for Sharingan now. Kirito suddenly had a plan. He makes a clone and lets it transform into a Uchiha survival. He intentionally runs into Obito and brings him towards the root members. This gave him enough time to destroy the rest of the Sharingan. Obito at this point thought that it was this root shinobi who destroyed the eyes, while the root shinobi was thinking the same for Obito. In the underground base, Kirito's clones were almost done. They not only get Hashirama cells but also a lot of money and equipment, which was pretty complicated to make and hard to get. All those things were seals and were ready to transport back. But not all the clones leave. Some of the clones had other jobs. They were about to blast the entire root base with all the root shinobi, Danzo included. Now, Kirito does not believe that he can take care of Danzo so simply, but he is not looking to get rid of his life anyway. Kirito's goal was to reduce Danzo's power. On the night of Konoha, a resounding sound alerted every shinobi in the village. Hiruzen, who was waiting for the bad news, already frowned when he heard the sound and immediately rushed towards the area. Kirito, who already was done in the Uchiha compound, heard the voice in the distance, and a big smile was plastered on his face when all the memories from his clones entered his mind. "Mission success," said Kirito in a soft voice, and then he immediately turned into a bird and flew towards his home. All of his clones popped away after their work was done. Today, Kirito had a huge success. Now, I should stay low-key for a while, thought Kirito. Chapter 10. Konoha no Sato. 6 months later. It was October 10th again. Kirito's and Naruto's 8th birthday. In the past year, Kirito has stayed low-key most of the time. He makes friends with almost every student in his class. His relationship with Ino was also improving. They are not couples but really good friends. He is friends with all the clan's heirs at this point except Sasuke. After the death of his clan, he stopped talking with others and got obsessed with revenge. This time around, Sasuke does not know whether his father was killed by his brother or not. Kirito took his parents' eyes and Fugaku's body away. Overall progress of his template was also very slow as time passed by. One good thing was that he mastered Fuinjutsu much faster than any other technique. It's almost not comparable. Maybe his Uzumaki blood really helped him out here. For the first time, Kirito feels that he is a genius and not a good-for-nothing ninja who can do anything just because he has a system. Kirito sighed thinking all of this and just sat on the top of the Hokage monument. After his daily training, he always sits here and sees the sun rising. Slowly the sun illuminated the village. "Wow, that's cool," said Kirito in excitement. Sometimes he just got amazed at the beauty of this village. Even more amazed to realize how much blood has flown to maintain this beauty and peace. Kirito, after his training was done, started to get towards the Konoha market. He wanted to purchase some things. Of course, he is not going to get anything in the market if he directly asks for it, and thus needs to transform into someone else to get the items. There were 3 things which he wanted to purchase: food supplies, birthday cake and flowers. This time around, Naruto wanted to eat Ichiraku's ramen on his birthday, and thus after they eat the cake they are going to go to Ichiraku's ramen shop to eat. According to that, Kirito ordered a small cake, which barely qualified as a snack for 2 kids. He directly sends his 2 clones to purchase cake and food supplies. For the flowers though. That's special this year. Not only the fact that the only flower shop in this area is none other than Yamanaka's shop, but there is also the fact that he might meet Ino there. It's better to not send a clone to a place where the best integrator of the village lives. While walking in the market with his 2 transformed clones, Kirito saw his brother just pull a prank. He painted some of the shop's banners. Kirito never understood his brother's obsession with pranks. He did not even think about it that much and directly went to get some flowers in the Yamanaka shops and at the same time also meet Ino if possible. Over the years, he has maintained a good relationship with Ino. He did not enter into any relationship with her. He is just 8, there is no way he is doing that. He's not gonna fall for a loli. What Kirito was doing was investing in the future of Ino and his future together. Even if he did not marry her in the future, which could happen, he did not find himself loving her. She will still be a good friend to him and vice versa, and could help him out if the situation demands. And the same is true for all his other friends. All in one way or another will occupy an important post in the village in less than 20 years. When he entered the Yamanaka shop, he found only Ino in the shop. "Hello, Ino," Kirito said with a warm smile. Kirito usually wears black combat-style boots and a shirt with navy blue trousers. But today he was wearing his casual clothes. White t-shirt with jeans. Kirito-kun. "How are you?" Ino said with a blush on her face. She was wearing a casual dress as well. "I am fine thanks, I am here to get some flowers." "Can you help me please?" said Kirito, maintaining his kind smile. Ino happily talked about flowers. She usually does that in class. In the class, the only other boys he talks to besides Kirito are Shikamaru and Choji. After asking the question, Kirito had to listen to all the things Ino had to say about flowers and what flowers mean. Kirito did not care. But he listens anyway. She might ask him later what she said to this day, and if he could not answer he would be in more trouble than now listening to her. Girls are usually that way. Creating trouble for guys for no reason. This particular wisdom comes from his previous experience in his past life. Today, in particular, Ino was not showing any signs of stopping her long one-sided conversation, thus Kirito had to intervene. So, would you like to join me and my brother in the Ichiraku ramen shop today? We usually go there on our birthday and I thought you might want to join. Yeah, sure. I will be there for sure, said Ino. But then she realizes what Kirito said and freezes. She did not have any idea that it was Kirito's birthday today. While she was thinking, Kirito just smiled, took out a bunch of roses and left the money on the table. Before leaving he also took out a single rose and handed it to Ino and went out after saying, "It's fine, I don't usually tell this to others. I will see you in the Ichiraku shop, bye." Ino, who was still shocked at what happened, suddenly realized that Kirito gave her a rose, and then when everything started clicking on her she blushed furiously. Chapter 11. Konoha no Sato. 4 years later. Kirito's secret training ground. Why, it's not working, thought Kirito. For 5 weeks he has been working on this technique and still, he could not complete this Rasengan. The hell with this technique, thought Kirito, cursing in his mind. Kirito was by no means an impatient person, but he also had his limits. This technique Naruto learns literally in less than a month, and the same goes for Kakashi, Jiraiya, Konohamaru, and even Boruto. I mean Boruto, that guy who has no future besides making Naruto's name look bad. Only Minato took more than 3 years to learn this technique, and that too because he was developing it rather than learning it. This did not make any sense, but Kirito was frustrated and was not thinking straight anymore. It's already been 5 weeks or over a month since he unlocked his template to 40%. A great achievement in his mind if the progress rate is anything to go by. Collectively it took him more than 4 years to upgrade the template from 20% to 40%. At first, he noticed that the progress in the template was getting slowed down. He was a little worried but didn't think too much about it. But this is bonkers. Almost 5 years for a mere 20% progress. And progress further is getting even harder. At this speed, it will take him 20 to 30 years to complete the template, or maybe even more. Anyways, back to the annoying yet useful technique. He was already tired, and all of his 100 shadow clones which he used now to learn Rasengan every day had disappeared. He already has worked for more than 6 hours now, and he could feel that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He should have ended his training session hours ago, but he did not leave. He actually figured out this long ago that the way Minato trained the technique is not working that well for him. Jiraiya taught better, at least in his opinion. The only problem is that after all this time, Kirito doesn't remember what exactly Jiraiya taught Naruto differently. So he just sent a shadow clone to take his place in the outside world and invest all his time here. He was almost out of breath, but he still did not give up. One more time he wanted to try it out. He raised his hands and gathered his chakra on his palms. He already mastered the first and second stages of the training. Slowly the chakra gathered in his hand and slowly it started to rotate. He so much wanted to just make a clone like Naruto and take help from the clone to make Rasengan. But that doesn't count as he learns the technique. And if he actually learns the technique, he can't get mastery from the system. His hands were already shaking from all the hard training he did every day. The rotating ball of chakra forms but looks unstable. It was half complete and Kirito was trying to establish Rasengan. Suddenly the ball became more violent. This was not the only time this happened. Kirito was dealing with this for the longest time. But Kirito gritted his teeth and kept maintaining the chakra. Kirito was already feeling like his mind was getting hazy. Training with 100 clones for 6 hours straight was just too much for Kirito, who was just 12 years old now. He was not sure what he was doing wrong. When the Rasengan was about to collapse like always, Kirito, who did not have more energy, just closed his eyes and poured every bit of his remaining chakra into the Rasengan in the hope of gaining something out of it. This caused the Rasengan to explode. But this time around the explosion was much more louder and powerful. It directly puts Kirito into unconsciousness. It took more than 30 minutes for Kirito to wake up, but when he did wake up he found something which brought tears to his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for learning Rasengan. Reward, Rasengan Mastery. Kirito stood there for more than 10 minutes before doing anything. It was almost like he did not even have the energy to celebrate his newly mastered technique. After another 30 minutes of resting, he finally stood up and raised his hand. He slowly put a little chakra on his palm. But to his surprise, before he could even start rotating his chakra, he found that the Rasengan was already formed in his hand. It took just a thought of him to execute the technique. Kirito did not stop there. He flips his palm and fires the Rasengan. To his surprise, the ball of chakra fired towards the direction he raised his hand to. Soon with the help of nine-tail chakra, he formed a big Rasengan in his hand. It was 2 times the size of normal Rasengan. Then he checked out all the known Rasengan techniques he knew. He was surprised by how easy it was to form and use Rasengan. The most interesting thing for him was that he was able to form a Rasengan with just his thoughts. He then wanted to test out different forms of Rasengan. He started mixing different elements with Rasengans. When he upgraded his template to 30%, he got all the Minato's elemental affinity. And in the long wait between 30% progress to 40% progress, Kirito wastes no time to fully master wind, air and lightning to the extreme. Getting mastery in all of those. And he was able to mix all those affinities into his Rasengan. This excited Kirito. Maybe more for the fact that he doesn't have to learn Rasen Shuriken or Fire-style Rasengan again than to be able to use this version of Rasengan. Chapter 12. Kirito was super happy after finally learning the technique. The only thing he wanted to do was to eat and sleep now. Kirito then went to his home and slept without caring for anything more. Kirito long realized that he need to find a way to increase his template progress faster. With just training, the speed is so slow that he can't get stronger by the time the 4th Shinobi War comes. With the help of his shadow clone technique, he trains more but there is a limit. Good that his innate ability hyper-focus is much more linear to progress. Kirito by this point was able to hone this power to almost limit. Of course, he knew that, but that is not the case considering he still sees improvement if he works on it. His senses thanks to hyper-focus were incredible and even his reflexes and observation capabilities are also off the chart. Konoha no Sato. Ninja Academy. 2 months later. Today is the graduation exam and today Kirito is going to showcase a tiny bit of his real strength. Now I am strong enough to showcase my power to others. Not everything I can do but I can surely showcase some of it, declares Kirito. Kirito for a long time has maintained an average position in the academy. He was top in the class when it came to academic studies thanks to shadow clones which let him study and learn at the same time. Not to mention, a few clones outside the exam hall with the right books do wonders. What made him average was his practical performance. He was maintaining a class average there. He did not want to attract more attention to himself than necessary. But now, he can handle himself. Not only does he have 9-tail chakra but also Rasengan, so he should not have any problem even if Danzo send his route after him. Brother, are you ready? Come on, we have to go to academy. We need to move now or we will be late, shouted Naruto. In these 2 months, Kirito has taught Naruto a little and improved his techniques a little. He did not teach him any technique like shadow clones because without him getting acknowledged by Iruka, Naruto wouldn't get his Nindo. Kirito does not have any problem changing the storyline. Hell, he was planning to destroy the entire plot by the time of Shippuden, but Naruto and Iruka's relationship is important. Not only for this world but also as a brother he wanted Naruto to get acknowledged by Iruka. Iruka himself has changed quite a lot in these years. Now he doesn't look at them like a monster but as poor kids. Yes, brother, I am done, let's get going. Kirito too was a little excited knowing that today finally he showed others how strong he is. Both brothers walked to the academy. Kirito usually sends a clone to accompany Naruto to the academy but today was different. It was the last day that he was going to the academy. He wanted to go there himself. When they both reached the academy, the first thing they all saw was all the students excited about the graduation exams. Kirito-kun, here, come here, Ino shouted with a huge smile on her face. Kirito and Ino both grew closer to each other as time passed and now they are best friends. Kirito still did not enter into a relationship with Ino and maintain a friendship with her. The most interesting thing was that Ino always gave hints to him daily and Kirito always smiled at her saying, "You will someday become a good wife or don't tempt me, otherwise I will make you my girlfriend in the future." He makes sure to state every time that both of them are still quite small. Kirito was not interested in getting into a relationship right now. He just wanted to grow strong for now. But still, the only person he spent time more with than his brother was Ino. He honestly likes the girl. It was just not the time yet to express. It's too early. After finding Kirito-kun, I directly flew towards him and hugged him, pressing my growing breast onto him. Over the years, I have grown to love Kirito. At first, I thought it was only an academy crush, but this crush has become real love. When I first realized this, I could not be more excited. The problem is that Kirito-kun never responded to my advances. Teasing me all the time. He is always so good and warm to me. He never shouts at me even if I am annoying him or forcing him to do something. He is the smartest person in our class, although he says that title belongs to Shikamaru, and is also a strong ninja. But he says that we are still small. How could you not understand if a girl likes you when she practically gives you all of her attention? That age doesn't matter at that time. After trying and failing to give subtle hints, I became bold and started showing public affection. Hugging him, kissing him on the cheeks, making food for him, and even once offering to show him her panties. He just won't move from his stand of being too young. He is f***ing dense. Both brothers are dense. I came to learn that Hinata likes Naruto. Now I don't know why she would like someone like Naruto of all people, but it's not my business. Unlike me, Hinata is too shy to showcase her feelings to Naruto, but anyone could figure out that Hinata and me are interested in both the brothers. But Kirito and Naruto are just too dense. Well, Kirito is more stubborn than dense, but still. But that does not mean I will give up. Kirito is the best guy I have met in my life. He used to carry me to the academy and carry me back when I broke my leg 2 years ago. He always understands how I am feeling and cares for me. Once he sneaked into my house to give me a birthday gift which I demanded from him on my birthday. It was almost impossible to get that special kind of flower, and I asked him to bring me that on my birthday. I knew I was being unreasonable, but asked him to for the flower anyway. I was being unreasonable and acting like a spoiled girl, but he still found the flower for me. It was already late at night when my birthday was about to end when he sneaked into my room. He was full of dirt and cut all over him. This was because of the training, but Ino doesn't know that. But I still remember he had a bright smile on his face. When he gave me the flower, I no longer cared about it after looking at his condition. When I asked him how he found it, his answer shocked me. He had to search the entire valley of the end and the mountain after that to get this flower. He did not eat anything while he was searching for the flower. This also happened because he forgot to eat because of training. I for the first time cried in his arm for the foolish demand I made. I kept saying sorry to him and he kept comforting me until I was asleep. When I woke up I thought everything was a dream, but the flower was there. I did not have any idea how I would face him again after what happened last night, after what I made him do for my foolish demands. What if he hated me? But what happened just made me fall for him even more. He just smiled at me like he always did and said, "That's fine, I know you are heartless," said Kirito. I almost had a cardiac arrest back then. But then he completed his sentence. "After all, I stole your heart, didn't I? That flower in exchange for your heart. I got a pretty good deal, I say," he said with a beaming smile on his face. "So, there is no way in hell that I am gonna give up. I will make Kirito mine. And there is no way I am stopping that long until that idiot considers us all grown up. No sir, I am getting my share of deep affection, and there no one can stop me." Chapter 13. While Ino was hugging Kirito, or more like crushing him to death, almost all of the students were looking at him. It was not something new that they had seen. Almost every day, both of them behaved the same, but even now everyone was jealous. The boys of the class were jealous of Kirito to land the prettiest girl in the class. Girls were jealous of Ino because he got all of Kirito's attention, while their Sasuke-kun was not giving them any attention. Maybe the most envious people in the class were Sakura and Hinata. They too wanted to be like that with their Sasuke-kun and Naruto-kun. But Sasuke did not show any kind of attention to all the girls, which always bothered him. And Hinata was too shy to talk to Naruto. "Hey Kirito, why are you looking at Hinata?" Ino asked when Kirito was thinking. "Nothing, just saw that she always looking at my brother for some reason." Kirito could not find any other reason and told the truth. This forms a tick mark on Ino's head. He understands what Hinata is thinking without even talking with her, and I am being his fangirl and acting like a lost puppy in front of him, but he doesn't realize what I want, thought Ino. Ino huffed and pulled Kirito to sit beside her. Time passed and Irika finally came and the exams finally started. The first exam was the one-on-one combat. The written test was already done a few weeks ago because the teachers needed time to check the paper. Everyone finally came outside and was ready to start fighting. The exams were very simple. There was two parts of this exam. First is the fighting and the ranking system, and second is the qualification in 3 of the academy jutsu. Shikamaru vs. Aoji, asked Irika. Shikamaru did not give up like always and used his clan's special technique to capture his opponent. He passed without even moving from his place, and at his even Sasuke was giving him a look. Maybe his mother did give him the motivation to pass the exams, thought Kirito. Before leaving the ground he said his iconic dialogue troublesome and left. Next was Ino with another class girl, and Ino won with a landslide. Kirito smiled and high-fived Ino. Hinata was exactly like the shy girl who did not want to hurt anyone. Needless to say, she lost because she did not even fight back. Sakura did win her battle against another girl. Shino and Kiba ended up fighting each other and Kiba was destroyed by Shino. The boy is really strong, just never let us know that. Another two future teammates from canon who ended up fighting were Naruto and Sasuke. Although Naruto did give a good fight to Sasuke, he was no match for Sasuke currently. But that does not mean that he did not push Sasuke. Naruto was a fast learner, especially when it came to physical things. Kirito's 2 months of training increased his speed and made him strong. Naruto might not be an opponent for Sasuke, but he was able to push Sasuke in the battle and it was visible to others as well. Sasuke, when he saw how good Naruto has become, was a little angry and used more force. With a single kick in the face, he was able to send Naruto flying back from the fighting ring. Kirito saw that and he became angry. The bastard hit him in the face on purpose, thought Kirito. Kirito was done with his fight and he fought with a civilian kid. Naruto was not supposed to fight Sasuke at all. The fight is all based on ranking and Naruto was pretty much the last when it come to that among all the combat-oriented ninjas in Konoha 12. Once the fighting was over, Iruka gave the ending speech and also gave other options to fight for the Rookie of the Year post. While the other ranking was set and won't be changed anytime soon, the ranking for the Rookie of the Year was a little special and could be challenged. Naruto immediately raised his hand even though he had just been beaten by Sasuke. Naruto, you cannot fight Sasuke again, Iruka said, sighing. He was no longer someone who judged and hated the Uzumaki brother, but he still was exhausted by Naruto. He was irritated by him a lot. Ah, come on Iruka-sensei, why can't I fight him again, whined Naruto, and even Kirito was irritated by Naruto's antics sometimes. Because he just fought you, Naruto, and stop making trouble for the class, Iruka said and sighed again. Naruto pouted but shut up after that. Maybe the real reason was Sakura, who ended up shouting at Naruto, who wanted to fight and defeat her Sasuke-kun. Iruka looked around the class to find out if anyone else wanted to challenge Sasuke. Many faces show that they wanted the Rookie of the Year position, but that does not mean that he was mad enough to challenge Sasuke. Finally, when Iruka was about to move on after seeing that no one had raised their hand, he saw a single hand being raised by a blonde-haired kid. He instinctively said, Naruto, I am not letting you fight Sasuke again, so there is no point in raising your hand, please lower it, but the hand did not lower, and when Iruka finally saw the face of the person who raised the hand, he was surprised. Kirito in class hardly participated in class activities, so Iruka was taken aback. Ino was also surprised to see Kirito's actions. Over the years she has learned that Kirito is very passive when it comes to fighting and does not usually take the first approach to fight. Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Kiba, Sakura and all other Konoha 9 were surprised by Kirito's action. Chapter 14. Everyone was gossiping among themselves. Kirito is usually a passive person who doesn't like to fight, but today he challenges Sasuke for the Rookie of the Year spot. Are you sure you want to fight Sasuke, Kirito? Iruka asked Kirito before letting them fight. Yes sensei, I would like to fight for the Rookie of the Year spot, said Kirito and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke did not give any reaction from the outside, but from the inside, he too was a little surprised at how unaccepted the move Kirito made. According to ranking, Kirito and Sasuke did not fight that much. Their last fight was years ago and in that, Sasuke won. Now Sasuke doesn't know how strong Kirito is. Kirito, are you sure you want to do this? Asked Ino, worried about him. Over the years the only thing which irritated Ino was Sakura announcing how Sasuke was stronger than Kirito, and then Ino, who had no way to deny the fact, countered her by saying how good and caring Kirito was. But she never wanted Kirito to fight Sasuke to become the strongest. But there was an anticipation and spark in her eyes. Kirito just gave her a reassuring smile and started moving towards the fighting ring. Finally, both the opponents came to the fighting ring and took their stands. And then Iruka started the match. Sasuke, being an offensive fighter, directly rushes towards Kirito and entangles him in taijutsu. For Kirito, he was quite slow. He was not even using hyperfocus. Sasuke sent off a direct punch into his opponent's gut, but Kirito sidestepped easily. He followed the attack with a reverse kick which was easily blocked by Kirito. Sasuke took out his kunai and after making some distance threw the kunai at Kirito, who took out his kunai and threw them, intersecting all of Sasuke's kunai. Sasuke quickly started to form hand signs and breathe a large amount of air in him. Great fireball jutsu, shouted Sasuke and sent a big fireball towards Kirito. For Kirito it was child play to avoid the fireball. He just cast a signless replacement and replaced himself with a log. Everyone was surprised by Sasuke's fireball jutsu, but only some people realize how quick Kirito's replacement was. Once again Sasuke rushed towards Kirito and started fighting with him, but this time around Kirito did not move and did not even enter into a combat-ready stance. Kirito simply started to avoid all of Sasuke's attacks. This made Sasuke more and more enraged and he started to push himself more. Everyone on the side seeing this was amazed. Kirito on the other hand was only thinking one thing. The only thing which he was thinking about was how different this world was from Naruto's. Since the day he has come to this world, he has noticed that in many things this world is different, but at the same time, all those things are more real here than it was in the anime. While Sasuke kept attacking him, Kirito looked at him and noticed how arrogant he had acted in the last 5 years he came to know him. No, Sasuke might be an emo character in the anime, but he was not arrogant or outright a bad boy who liked to bully others. But this version of Sasuke is different from that of the anime. He has many times belittled his opponents and shouted at his fangirls who always bother him. Kirito had no idea why those fangirls still liked to follow Sasuke. No, this world is different from the anime. And not only Sasuke but all the characters are different from their canon counterparts. They are more real this time around than they were in the anime. Shikamaru was more scheming in this world. Choji and Shino are pretty much like their canon self, but Hinata is different here than her canon. She is kind-hearted but also a lustful girl. At first, Kirito did not understand, but later he was able to understand her thoughts. She always had naughty thoughts the moment she looked at Naruto. No wonder she passes out every time, and she is also a big-time stalker. Kiba has his alpha male personality and is rude and a bully in this world. And many more people were different from their canon selves. Not much but different none the rest. This setting of the world is more aligned with the real-life scenario than a for-laugh anime. Stop running away and fight me, Uzumaki shouted Sasuke while Kirito was doing all of his attacks and at the same time was also thinking. Kirito came out of his thoughts and punched Sasuke hard in the gut. This also disbalanced him, so he ended up falling. Kirito kept staring at him with cold eyes. Man, I was thinking something, he said in a low voice. Sasuke by this point was already up and rushing towards Kirito with a mad-like expression. Kirito waited and got ready. What followed was the most brutal takedown the students had ever seen in their lives. Kirito blocked Sasuke's kick and gave a low kick at his ankles. Then he rotates while holding Sasuke's left leg, which he caught while he was kicking, bending the leg at an unnatural angle. This not only brought Sasuke to his knees but at the same time a position in which Kirito could end the fight with one blow, but Kirito did not do that. He let Sasuke once again stand and took the fighting position. Yeah, you show him, brother. Kick his ass, Databeo, said Naruto. Baka Naruto, that's not gonna happen. Come on, Sasuke-kun, beat Kirito like how you did to the Baka Naruto, Sakura shouted from the side. Dream on your forehead, my Kirito-kun is going to kick Sasuke's butt in no time, just watch, Ino countered from the side. What did you say, Ino pig, shouted Sakura in anger. Both the girls started fighting over who was going to win. The entire class regained their focus on the match. By this time Sasuke was again on his feet and was angry with Kirito. He this time made hand signs and fired a big fireball jutsu towards Kirito. Chapter 15. Kirito saw the fireball coming and quickly used a replacement without any problem. Sasuke saw that and gritted his teeth and once again rushed toward Kirito. Kirito simply avoided his first attack and caught his second punch. Sasuke was about to continue the attack, but Kirito did not let him. He kicked Sasuke point blank in his face again. Once again Sasuke was on the ground and seething with anger. The entire classroom now was silent, especially Sasuke's fangirls. Naruto and Ino had shining eyes while Sakura was fearful for Sasuke. But the ending blow never came from Kirito. Sasuke too was a little taken aback when that happened and looked towards Kirito like asking for answers. Come on, I know that you are not done yet, said Kirito in front of the entire classroom. This frustrated Sasuke and he charged towards Kirito. Kirito with his speed was easily able to block Sasuke's pointless kick. I have seen you belittling your opponents, Sasuke. I don't know why you do that, but hitting Naruto on the face was the last straw before I couldn't help it. You can't be strong when bullying those who are weaker than you, and your arrogance is pointless. Not like it's helping you. Kirito said, and everyone on the ground was looking at Kirito like they saw him for the first time. Most of the boys could relate to what Kirito was saying. Sasuke when heard this became madder and took out his kunai and directly aimed at Kirito. Kirito easily ducks and makes a little distance from Sasuke. He then blocks another 2 attacks from Sasuke before delivering a powerful punch at Sasuke's jaw. For the third time, Sasuke fell to the ground, and this time for the first time after the Uchiha massacre he was feeling his weakness. I have seen you fighting with my brother and beating him all the time. Let me tell you this one thing before you have the illusion that you are strong. The only reason you could beat Naruto is because you are more fortunate that there was someone with you to teach you how to fight. My brother could have been much better than you if only someone had taught him. We have to learn everything on our own. And believe me, it does not matter if I don't have a clan or someone to help. I will grow strong and become the best there is. Kirito said with an intense look on his face. Sasuke could not take it anymore and once again attacked Kirito. Kirito did not show any more courtesy to Sasuke and kicked him in his face with lightning-fast speed. This time the kick was strong enough to knock out Sasuke and send him flying back. Everyone gaped at what happened. Naruto and Ino were still cheering Kirito while Sakura quickly rushed towards Sasuke. Kirito looks towards Iruka to announce the results. Iruka also came out from his thinking and announced quickly. Winner, Uzumaki Kirito. That should be Namikaze Kirito, but for now I will take it, mutters Kirito in a low voice. Everyone had different thoughts about what just happened. Shikamaru was not surprised by Kirito's action much as he already had his suspicion that Kirito was hiding his true power. Kiba, Hinata, Shino and Choji were simply amazed and impressed at what Kirito was able to do. Naruto and Ino at this point were fanboying and fangirling Kirito. Iruka had a complicated expression now. Sasuke was out but Sakura looked towards Kirito with anger. She wanted to scold Kirito as she did to Naruto, but right now taking care of Sasuke was more important. In the Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi saw this and also had a complicated expression. He was not expecting that one of Minato's sons was this good and was hiding his true strength. He never put a lot of focus on Kirito. Most of the time he talks with Naruto and tries to manipulate him, but Kirito is different. Kirito never shows any reaction to his care. It is almost like he always looks through him. The most disadvantageous issue for Hiruzen is that Kirito is not a kid who is easily manipulatable. He is not like Naruto or Minato. He might look like Minato, but all his life his living conditions have made him suspicious of everyone. At first, Hiruzen was regretting his decision to let both brothers live in poverty. Hiruzen sighed and kept thinking about how to bring Kirito to his side and also stop Danzo from taking him. While this was happening, the news about Kirito's performance had already reached Danzo and he was also making a plan to recruit Kirito into the roots. Chapter 16. After the fighting exams, the entire graduation was pretty simple. Naruto ended up failing and he was approached by Mitsuki. Of course, Kirito and Hiruzen were aware of the situation. Kirito just turns into a bird and keeps an eye on Naruto. Everything just went like it did in the anime. The only difference was that Naruto was much stronger thanks to Kirito. A few days later, Kirito and Naruto again came to the academy to learn which team he and his brother were going to be. Kirito was very interested to see how the entire story of Naruto would go with him being Naruto's brother. Kirito himself is not going to follow the canon at all. His idea was simple. Fuck canon. This is his life and the only thing he cares about right now is his brother and Ino. Yes, after so much time being friends with the girl, he ended up caring for her. Naruto, I understand that you are excited but you did not have to jump all the way here, you know, said Kirito, irritated because of Naruto's antics. Naruto on the other hand did not care at all about this. The only thing he cared about was that he had become a shinobi of the leaf. Kirito just started avoiding Naruto and focusing on the class. All the people in the class were looking at him like he was Madara Uchiha himself. Kirito did not care about all those people though. The only person he was interested in was Sasuke, who was giving him the death glare. On the outside, Kirito did not show any reaction, but in reality, he was quite happy about what he did to that emo Sasuke. Soon, Iruka came and was ready to announce the teams. Okay, class, settle down. I have all the team data here, Iruka said, and waited for everyone to settle down. After everyone settled down, Iruka started. Team 1 is. Team 2 is. Team 3 is. Team 7 consists of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruo. Said Iruka. This news shocked everyone in the class, but the only person who was not surprised was Kirito. After all, he has seen the anime. While Kirito was thinking more about the anime and all the possible outcomes of this team pairing, other students were still surprised at the group pairing. No brother, we are not in the same team, said Naruto in an excited voice. Kirito just smiled at this. He had no way to change the final outcome. There was a lot of noise happening in the class. Mostly made by Sakura, who got paired with her Sasuke-kun. Okay, everyone comes down. Let me announce about other teams as well, said Iruka. Everyone starts listening to Iruka except Ino and Sakura. Again Sakura teased Ino. Ino was still shocked at what happened, looking jealously at her best friend. She too wanted to be like that, be in the same team with Kirito. Team 8 consists of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, said Iruka. Hinata was sad because she wanted to be with her Naruto-kun. Kiba was loud as ever and Shino was just happy to be in a team. All the students in the class were once again started making noise. Kirito did not care too much about this. He was more curious about Team 10 and who will be in that team. Not to mention that because of him the rookie 9 or 12 has increased and one of the original Konoha 9 will be removed from their original team. Will he be removed? Considering that he is a Jinchuriki, he doubts that. Originally, Team 10 was supposed to consist of Shikamaru, Choji and Ino and they were supposed to be trained by Asuma. But now that there is one more person is there in Konoha 9. He is very interested in Team 10 now and how this is going to change the canon. Chapter 17. After some time everyone was out of the shock. Okay, everyone calm down. Let me announce about the last team as well, said Irika. Team 9 is already in the rotation. So the last team is Team 10 which consists of Shikamaru Nara, Kirito Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka. Said Irika and completed his team announcement. So, it's Choji who was taken out of the team. Muttered Kirito. Choji, you are in Team 14 with some seniors. You should contact Yukiro Miss Huster to know more about it, okay, Irika said before leaving the room. Choji was sad that he could not be with his best friend. He wanted to be with Shikamaru and maybe even Ino. Kirito-kun, I am so happy that we are in the same team, Ino said seductively and hugged Kirito's hand from the side, pressing her boobs intentionally on Kirito's side. All the other boys in the class, besides Shikamaru, Sasuke and Shino were very jealous of Kirito for landing such a cute and pretty girlfriend. But only Kirito knew that Ino was acting. She has been acting like this for a long time and he had to hold himself back. Kirito also gave a happy smile to Ino and for the first time hugged Ino back. This sent shivers in Ino's body and she was already blushing like mad. Kir Kirito-kun, Ino mutter. Ino has been trying to get Kirito's attention for a long time now. Kirito is always warm and nice to her. He is also very caring of her. But he never really shows any signs that he is interested in her. He never hugs her back whenever she clings to him. He always pats her head or pats her back and gives her his bright smile. But this time around he hugged her back, a proper hug. Kirito was not sure why he also had the urge to hug Ino back. Seeing her trying to make him notice her every day and shouting "Notice me senpai" to him was too much to ignore every day. So, today he could at least show this much affection to her, right? While Ino was blushing mad. The whole class was silent and shocked. Everyone in the class knew that Ino had a crush on Kirito, but they also knew that Kirito too liked the girl but still didn't show it. So, seeing for the first time Kirito hugging Ino back shocked everyone. And the entire class, which was making all sorts of noises because of the Team 10 announcement, became silent. The entire class was silent and even Irika was surprised at this. The fact that the entire class became silent on its own was shocking enough, but after noticing why they became silent even he was taken aback. Kirito did not even realize that his one small move was enough to shock everyone in the class except his brother. Ino was still blushing. He was still in his thought process like. There was no Ino Shikacho formation this time around. After some time all the Jonin sensei arrived and took all of their future students away. The only two people Kirito was giving attention to were Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi. The only person who was missing was Kakashi Hatake. Kirito did not even bother to ask where he was. He left with Asuma while Naruto was left alone with Sakura and Sasuke to wait for Kakashi. It took almost 3 hours for Kakashi to show up. When he finally came through he found his future class was almost on the verge of dozing off. There was no duster on Kakashi's face this time around. Naruto was looking forward to becoming a shinobi while Sakura, being the fangirl, did not care too much. Sasuke did not say anything, so Kakashi finally brought them outside. Okay then, before we start anything more about shinobi work, let's start with an introduction. Kakashi was not in the mood to train a bunch of children, but he was almost forced by the Hokage to do so. Great, then you can start with that introduction and tell us how to do so, Naruto said, wanting to quickly end this conversation and get to the action part. This made the other two also nod their heads and made Kakashi annoyed, but he did not show that in his face. He simply introduced himself in the same way he did in the canon. Almost everyone's sweats drop, but Naruto just introduces him as being too excited to bother with Kakashi. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I like my brother and ramen, and I hate the 5 minutes it takes to make ramen. I also like the Ichiraka ramen the best. And my dream is to be the Hokage one day. Naruto said in a loud voice. Okay, now the Pinky, Kakashi said, not paying much attention to either of them. I am Sakura Haruno, and that followed a very similar introduction which happened in the canon. Okay, and lastly the broody Kakashi now just wanted to complete this chat and wanted to go back to reading his Ika book again. Sasuke was no different and started his introduction. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and destroy a certain somebody. Said Sasuke. Sakura blushed hearing Sasuke saying that. "Cha, that was so cool," that was her inner reaction. After everyone was done talking, Kakashi explained the test that he was about to take and told everyone to be in the training ground 7 tomorrow morning. Almost everything was like canon. After the entire situation with Kakashi was done, all the members of Team 7 went on their own way. Chapter 18. On the next day, both Naruto and Kirito get ready to go to training grounds 7 and 8 respectively. While Naruto was excited about this exam, Kirito was exactly the opposite. After leaving Naruto to the training ground 7, he went for training as he was supposed to visit ground 8 later. By the time he arrived at the training ground, he also made sure to see what was going on with Naruto. Poor Naruto is still waiting. Asuma was a simple enough man. And when the test was also simple enough. Beat him and we are in the team. This is impossible actually unless Shikamaru can come up with something outright genius or Kirito use 40% of Kurama's power, which is up to 4 tail. Considering the number, he believes each 10% of template update gives him 1 tail worth of 9 tail chakra. And with that logic, he should stop at 80%, right? But no, he believes that 90% and 100% is KCM and KCM2. Back to the test though. Asuma was not taking them seriously. Even Kirito himself wouldn't take his team seriously. Strangely enough, Asuma's style of teaching was a little different. He didn't even introduce himself yesterday. Just said to arrive at training ground 8 at a certain time. And even after meeting today, he directly went towards the test. His simple words were this: "Beat me and you are in the team." Well, that's exactly what they are trying to do right now. After trying for some time, Shikamaru finally came up with a plan. Honestly, if he didn't come up with a plan, then Kirito would have already beaten his ass until he did. Not like he didn't have a plan of his own, but he never has been a team player, to be honest. Kirito started the fight with Asuma and Shikamaru was with him. Kirito made shadow clones and charged towards Asuma, while Shikamaru uses shadow capture on Asuma. Kirito spilt his clones as half of them fought in their real form and another half of them turned into Ino and surrounded the entire field. What Kirito was trying to do was simple. He wanted to put pressure on Asuma, and the best way to pressure Asuma was to confuse him. He plans to do this by taking advantage of Ino's mind control Justu. He was planning to let all his Ino clones act just like Ino and make Asuma believe that they are the real Ino and perform the mind control technique. All fighting forces rushed towards Asuma, including Kirito and his clones, Shikamaru who was manipulating Asuma and was keeping him on his heels, and lastly Ino who was hiding somewhere to capture Asuma when she got a chance. Asuma was not worried about Shikamaru, but it was Kirito and his clones which was a problem for him. Kirito was a better fighter and already at the Chunin level if Asuma had to raid him. And when this includes him being surrounded by 20 clones and even the real one, he was feeling the pressure. The biggest problem though was Ino. He was not sure which was the real one and thus he could not stop in one position for long. He could easily overpower them, but that would be very unfair to his new genin team. As he said, real problem though was not Shikamaru or Kirito or his clones. It was the real Ino who was hiding somewhere and was surely aiming for him to let his guard down and use the mind control jutsu on him. Kirito for the first time was fighting like he meant it. It is not usually that he gets the opportunity to fight like this. Now his only complaint is that he still cannot fight all out right now. He can't use his Rasengan, can't use 9-tail chakra, can't use more than 50% of his powers and special techniques like hyperfocus. Asuma was getting slowly overwhelmed. Not because there were so many opponents, but because all of Kirito's clones were not inferior to him because of his system. It was like he was fighting many Chunin at the same time. Even a Jonin like Asuma will have a hard time. But then suddenly something happened and then Asuma lost consciousness. One of the Kirito's clones was the real Ino and put Asuma in her mind to control jutsu. He was baffled. Of course, he was not paying much attention when fighting a new team, but they caught him. And that's how we catch a Jonin, Ino said in hi-fi with Kirito. Asuma on his side can just sigh. He should not have taken them so lightly. So later on the introduction finally happened, followed by Asuma teaching his new team with Babe Q. Chapter 19. Asuma Sarutobi was a chill and badass Jonin from the Leaf. He decided to welcome his new team in a kick-ass way. Shikamaru Nara, Ino Yamanaka, and Kirito were in for a damn good time on their first day together. Asuma picked a sweet spot on the outskirts of the village for a barbecue, surrounded by tall trees and the soothing rustle of leaves. If Kirito didn't know any better, he'd think Asuma was Daiwenji to save some cash. He set up a makeshift grill with his badass trench knives, ready to cook up a feast for his crew. The smell of sizzling meat filled the air, teasing the hungry stomachs of the new squad. As Shikamaru, Ino, and Kirito rolled up, Asuma welcomed them with a charismatic grin. Welcome to Team 10. Today, we're breaking the ice with a damn barbecue. This is my way of treating you for not only passing my test but also kicking my ass. That doesn't happen often and it will be appreciated that only we know about it, he declared, the smoke from the grill adding to the laid-back vibe. Shikamaru, always with a lazy expression, mumbled, troublesome, but his eyes hinted at some interest. Ino couldn't contain her excitement. Asuma-sensei, you know the way to our hearts. This is freaking awesome. Kirito quietly observed the scene, intrigued by the natural camaraderie of this team. I didn't like that Choji had to go, but there's nothing I can do. Still, I dig the team. I'm with Ino, and Shikamaru is the second best boy I could ask for, after Naruto, Kirito thought to himself. As the meat cooked to perfection, Asuma encouraged his team to spar. Shikamaru reluctantly agreed while Ino and Kirito were more than eager to show off their skills. Laughter and clashing kunai filled the air as the team had a kick-ass practice session. Asuma, the skilled smoker, schooled the team on grilling techniques and shared ninja stories. He even threw in a game of ninja poker with shuriken instead of cards. The winner got the honor of flipping the next batch of meat. As the sun set and the sky painted a canvas of warm hues, Asuma gathered the team around a crackling fire. They shared stories, cracked jokes, and bonded over delicious food. Asuma's knack for creating a relaxed yet challenging vibe allowed the team to form a connection beyond being a ninja. By the end of the evening, around the dwindling fire, the team felt a sense of unity. Asuma, with a cigarette in hand, looked at his new crew with pride. This is just the beginning, Team 10. Get ready for a shit-ton more adventures and plenty more barbecues, he declared. Under the starlit sky, Team Asuma forged bonds as strong as Asuma's badass trench knives. The barbecue not only filled their stomachs but also ignited the flames of camaraderie that would guide them through the challenges of a shinobi world. Chapter 20. Konoha Gakure no Sato. Hokage Office. It was a busy day in Konoha as all the Jonin sensei made their way to the Hokage's office to report on whether their teams had passed the exam or not. The exam was a crucial step for the young genin to prove their abilities and advance in rank, so the tension in the air was palpable. Kurenai Yuhi, the elegant yet fierce sensei of Team 8. She entered the room. Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga were her students. Hokage-sama, Kurenai bowed respectfully, I'm happy to say that my team has passed the exam. Shino Aburame is just like his clan. He is very calculative and sharp. He remained calm throughout the test and worked with his team well. The only problem was that he was not leader material. He lacks the charisma to do so. Kiba is loud and needs a lot more work to tone down his voice. He also is arrogant but at the same time, he is loyal just like all the Inuzuka people. His performance was adequate but needs refining. Hinata Hyuga is good with her Byakugan but is timid and needs to be more confident to become a strong kunoichi. Overall, I pass my team and will let Team 8 official from now on. Kakashi, the skilled sensei of Team 7, arrived soon after, his book still in his hand. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno were his students. Hokage-sama, Kakashi greeted, I'm glad to say that my team has passed the exam as well. Sakura Haruno is a fangirl and besides her academy test result and her quick thinking, she lacks all the core expectations to become a kunoichi. But at the same time, she is also very good at chakra control and could become a good kunoichi, especially in the medic department in the future. Naruto is strong but lacks basic shinobi instincts and also needs a lot of work on his basic. Had a lot of chakras to burn and also is very clever when he needs to be, said Kakashi. Sasuke Uchiha is on the other hand a troublesome guy. He did not cooperate with his team and fought me alone. Of course, he loses but he is stronger than any genin I have seen. I don't know how the guy did not get the Rookie of the Year award and how that other kid Kirito was able to defeat him. Overall, one is an idiot, another one is a fangirl and the last one is an avenger with a bad temper. I would have not passed the team but in the end, they somehow worked together and according to the orders I had to pass the team, said Kakashi with a sigh. The city council was putting pressure on the Hokage to pass Sasuke. The reason was simple. They wanted to get their daughters to marry Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha, and wanted to gain clan status in the village. Even Hokage was having problems with this issue. Hiruzen could have done something about it but currently, he gets all of his political power because of a few clans which are loyal to him and the civil council. It was because of them that he was able to stay in power and thus he couldn't directly go against them. Asuma was the last one to come. He was the team sensei of Team 10. Shikamaru Nara, Kirito Uzumaki and Ino Yamanaka were his current team. Hokage-sama, Asuma greeted the Sandaime Hokage, I'm pleased to report that my team has passed the exam with flying colors. Even after Asuma's late arrival, Hiruzen did not say anything to him. Hiruzen was most interested in the current Team 10 and their test result. After all, Kirito was in there, who suddenly showed incredible talent which he was hiding in the academy and became the Rookie of the Year. Not to mention, he too is a Jinchuriki of the village. He was the reason why Hiruzen had to change the current team placement and let Asuma have Kirito Uzumaki in his team rather than Choji. He had to put Kirito in Ino's team because he wanted Kirito to make more bonds with the village, and currently Ino had a crush on Kirito, and even Kirito is good friends with the Yamanaka girl. He is just as dense as his father. Hiruzen remembers how dense Minato was when dealing with Kushina and her feelings. Ino is strong but at the same time is a Kirito fangirl. That is holding her back, not to mention that she needs a lot of physical training and taijutsu practice to get any good at hand-to-hand fighting. Right now she is not good in close combat fighting, but the girl is pretty good at her clan mind control and taking over jutsu. She was able to take over me with the help of her team. Asuma continue. Shikamaru is lazy but is very smart, just like any Nara man. He is a good strategist and came up with a good working plan for his team very soon. The only problem in him is that he lacks charisma and is lazy as hell. Finally, Kirito Uzumaki. He is the best among all the rookies genin. He was able to come up with a good strategy with Shikamaru. At the same time, he was also able to gather his team and make them work together. Both Ino and Shikamaru listen to him, and he also has the charisma and ability to be the leader in the future. He is very strong and fast. His fighting style depends more on speed, but the power behind his strikes was not bad at all. Able to use Shadow Clone's jutsu and was prepared enough to get more information on myself. I will say that he is already at Chunin level, and the only thing he is lacking is experience. Everyone was surprised at this. The fact that they did not know that Asuma did not tell them how alike Kirito is to Minato. Hiruzen also was not expecting this. He started thinking in other directions but stopped himself and focused more on the current situation. Hiruzen listened to each of Sensei's reports with a sense of pride and relief. With all three of his top Jonin Sensei reporting success, he knew that the future of Konoha was in good hands. As the Sensei and their students left the Hokage's office, Hiruzen felt a sense of accomplishment and at the same time a hint of cunningness. Chapter 21. Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino found themselves in a difficult situation. They had been tasked with catching Tora, a mischievous cat who had managed to slip out of her owner's grasp and escape into the nearby woods. Despite their combined efforts, Tora was proving to be difficult to catch. Kirito, with his quick reflexes and ninja skills, was the first to spot the cat as she darted across the forest floor. He made a lunge for her, but she was too quick for him and slipped out of his grasp. Kirito's agility and hyper-focus tried to cut off Tora's escape route by leaping into the air and landing in front of her. But Tora was too nimble and darted past him, leaving him grasping at thin air. Ino, with her keen senses and ability to communicate with animals, tried to coax Tora out of hiding by calling to her in a soothing voice. But Tora was too wary and kept her distance, hiding behind trees and under bushes. Shikamaru was mostly lazing around. As the hours ticked by, Kirito and Ino began to grow tired and frustrated. They had tried everything they could think of, but Tora was still out of reach. Finally, after some motivation from Ino, Shikamaru came up with a plan. As the sun began to set and the forest grew dark, Tora made a fatal mistake. She emerged from her hiding place and began to stretch, giving Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino the opportunity they had been waiting for. Meanwhile, Asuma, the laid-back ninja, was also in the forest. He had been keeping an eye on Kirito and Ino to make sure they didn't get into too much trouble while trying to catch Tora. On the other hand, he was pretty sure that Shikamaru would be fine. If anything, he needs to find a way to make him work. As he watched them from a distance, Asuma couldn't help but be amused by their efforts. He leaned against a tree, one eye closed as he lazily smoked. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, Asuma was still keeping a careful watch on the group. He knew that even the simplest of tasks could quickly turn dangerous in the world of ninjas. As Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino closed in on Tora, Asuma couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He had seen this scenario play out countless times before, with young ninja eager to prove themselves by catching a seemingly harmless animal. But as Tora made her escape and the group grew more and more frustrated, Asuma began to wonder if they would ever catch her. He briefly considered stepping in to offer some guidance, but ultimately decided to let them figure it out on their own. Finally, after some time with a coordinated effort, Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino surrounded Tora, closing in on her from all sides. Tora tried to make a break for it, but Kirito was able to land a clean strike with his sword, clipping her tail and slowing her down. Kirito, being an anime fan, always wanted to see whether he can handle a sword. In mean, which anime lover won't like to be a badass swordsman like Zoro or Mihawk? Ino then stepped forward, speaking to Tora in a gentle voice and assuring her that they meant her no harm. Tora hesitated for a moment, but then allowed Ino to pick her up and carry her back to her grateful owner. As they walked back to the village with Tora in tow, Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino couldn't help but feel frustrated. Catching the mischievous cat had been a difficult task, and it had taken up a significant amount of their time and energy. And unfortunately, this was not an uncommon occurrence for the young ninja. D-rank missions like catching stray animals or repairing buildings were often seen as boring and menial tasks, but they were an important part of their training. Kirito, who wanted to fight epic battles after coming to this world and becoming Naruto's only living blood relative. But he found the D-rank missions to be dull and unchallenging. Now he understands why in the anime all the people hated the D-rank mission and Naruto ended up asking Hokage for a C-rank mission. He longed for a mission that would test his skills and allow him to truly show off his system and all the hard work which he put in perfecting his techniques, especially Rasengan. As they arrived back at the village and turned Tora over to her grateful owner, Shikamaru, Kirito, and Ino couldn't help but wonder if they would ever get the chance to prove themselves on a more challenging mission. This kind of thing was happening for quite some time now, and Kirito although knew that he had to do the D-rank mission like every other genin in the village, but that does not mean he liked it at all. He was not expecting that he will be getting dangerous missions, but getting simple C-rank missions should not be impossible, right? While they silently went into Hokage office and talked to Hiruzen about the recent mission and returned Tora to Madame Shijimi and having fun watching Tora almost dying because of her owner's 6-path level hug jutsu. Something which no one was expecting happened. A monkey suddenly came and reported something to Hiruzen. He looked a little worried and then looked towards Asuma and his team. Asuma, I want you and your team to take a B-rank mission. Currently Team 7 is doing a mission to escort a bridge builder to the land of waves, but he ended up lying to us and the C-rank mission which they supposed to complete has turned into a B-rank mission. I want you and your team to support them as soon as possible. They already have encountered 2 Chunin level missing nins. The Demon Brothers. Asuma did take care of them, but he needs your support because he suspects that more powerful shinobi might be hired by the person who hired the Demon Brothers. Said Hiruzen in utmost urgency. Hiruzen did not want to take chances here. If Sasuke died in this mission, then he had to face a lot of backslash from other clan heads and the civil council members. And there is also Naruto there. Nothing can happen to a Jinchuriki of the village. Asuma immediately nodded in confirmation, and in the side Kirito finally had shine in his eyes. He was finally going on a real mission. Ino too was happy too, but at the same time they were cautious for what was about to come. Maybe the only person who was not motivated right now was Shikamaru. Chapter 22. Unlike shinobi who travel at a very fast speed, especially in places like a forest. Team 7 in the canon with Tazuna were traveling at a very slow speed because Tazuna could not travel any faster. This lets Team 10 easily catch up to Team 7 without any problem. The most interesting thing about this mission to Kirito was the simple fact of how easy it was to catch up to Team 7. In the Konan, this would have been equally easy, but there was no reinforcement. Why? He has no idea, but still he would like to figure that out in the future. When Team 10 finally reached the location where Team 7 was supposed to be, they realized that they were already under attack by Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi POV. I was given a simple, escort mission by Hokage-sama with my team to the land of waves, but this is turning into troublesome. First, there were those 2 Chunins, the Demon Brothers. Not a big problem to be honest. Sasuke took care of them. Despite not knowing what's going on, he acted wonderfully. Hard to believe that Uzumaki Kid took the Rookie of the Year position from Sasuke. The only lead down was Sakura. She is not currently fit to be a kunoichi. The only thing which was making her good was her excellent chakra control and knowledge. After taking care of those 2 little Chunins, I talk with Tazuna and figure out that the bastard lied to us from the very beginning. Gado of the shipping industry is currently targeting Tazuna. This simply makes this entire mission a B rank or possibly an A rank mission. This is not something where we are supposed to bring the new genins. If it's not war, of course. But those green leaves are too good for their good. A little emotional blackmail from Tazuna and here we are. Doing a mission which we should not and facing an enemy which again we should not. Zabuza Momochi is an elite Jonin rank ninja, and although I can handle him, but not in this environment where the terrain is of his advantage and I have 3 new genins to protect. Everything happened very fast. The moment Zabuza came, he started to target Kakashi. Kakashi shown is as Sharingan at the start, while Zabuza unsheathed his iconic Kubikirich, the Executioner's Blade. Without any hesitation, Zabuza charged at Kakashi, swinging his massive sword in a wide arc. Kakashi deftly dodged the attack and countered with a swift strike from his kunai. However, Zabuza was able to block it with his sword and quickly launched another attack, this time with incredible speed. Kakashi barely managed to dodge the attack, but his coat was sliced in half, revealing his muscular physique. Angered by the attack, Kakashi charged at Zabuza, his chakra kunai against the Executioner's Blade. The sound of metal echoed across the battlefield as the 2 powerful weapons collided. Zabuza grinned, impressed by Kakashi's skill. He swung his sword in a diagonal slash, but Kakashi was able to block it with his kunai. The force of the attack sent Kakashi sliding back several feet, but he quickly regained his footing. The two ninjas continued to exchange blows, their weapons clashing and ringing out with every strike. Kakashi used his speed and agility to dodge Zabuza's attacks, while Zabuza relied on his brute strength to overpower his opponent. As the fight wore on, Kakashi began to gain the upper hand, landing several hits on Zabuza and causing him to stagger. However, Zabuza was not one to be underestimated. With a sudden burst of energy, he swung his sword with incredible force, striking Kakashi in the chest and sending him flying through the air. Clearly, this version of the fight was not exactly like the anime. Kakashi crashed to the ground, his kunai clattering beside him. Zabuza walked over to him, a wicked grin on his face. He raised his sword to deliver the final blow, but Kakashi, with all his strength, threw a shuriken at Zabuza's arm, causing him to drop the sword. This was the position Kakashi was in at this moment. He knew that he could easily get out of this situation, but what about his team? They are not strong enough to even able to run away from Zabuza. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura watched the entire battle and they were becoming more worried about their sensei. Naruto wanted to do something, but every time he thought about something, he could only think about him dying here. The killing intent in the air was heavy. Sasuke was trembling in fear. This was the first time he was feeling like this after getting targeted by his brother. Sakura on the other hand was taken aback by Zabuza's killing intent and was almost in the verge of collapsing. But when everything was looking lost, suddenly Team 10 arrived there. Asuma, Shikamaru, Kirito and finally Ino directly joined Team 7. Zabuza was not an idiot to fight two elite Jonin-level shinobi alone. Especially when one of those shinobi is the copy ninja Kakashi. Wounded may it be, but dangerous nonetheless. He does not care about all the genins. Haku can take care of them easily. But right now handling both Kakashi and Asuma with their genin team is going to be hard. Unwillingly he had to retreat this time around. He needs to get another strong jonin to even the odds here for him. With that, he flicked away after saying, "I will meet you two soon, Kakashi of the Sharingan and Asuma of the 12 Guardians." Chapter 23. When Team 7 arrived, Sasuke was the first one to scowl. It was because of Kirito. He still had a bad feeling towards Kirito for what he did in the academy test. "What happened, Kakashi? Why was Zabuza Momochi here?" asked Asuma, still vigilant of his surroundings. Gato of the shipping company hired him. "He was here for the bridge builder," said Kakashi, totally tired and injured. Asuma helps him up and supports him. While Kakashi and Asuma were talking about the mission and making plans for the upcoming confrontation, which was unavoidable, Sakura and Ino started gossiping about their usual life like they were in a cafe. Their friendship here is much better thanks to the fact that they are going after different boys. Kirito just sighed at that and looked at Naruto, who was pretty much doing the same with Shikamaru. The only difference was that he was the only one talking. He did not even recognize that Sasuke was there and started walking. This made another tick mark to form on Sasuke's forehead, but he did not show any outward reaction to it. The journey itself was not that long and both teams quickly came to Tazuna's house. Kirito sometimes is amazed at how some things are just like the canon while other things are different. Tazuna had a daughter named Tsunami. But she is not married and does not have any kids. Kirito was not expecting that. It does not change the world by that much, but again solidifies in his mind that this world is not the anime he watches while growing up. This world is real, and although looks very familiar in some places, but could be totally different when he looks more closely. Sometimes this thought made Kirito question the reality of what happened in the Nine-Tail attack many years ago. In the anime, Minato sacrifices himself truly. But is it true in this world also? Does his mother and father sacrifice their life, or was something different going on? Kirito had no answer, but he is going to get those answers soon. The only two people who could give answers to him were Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Well, their corpse to be exact. Kirito had already planned to kill both of these old goats. He is going to do this before Shippuden starts. He doesn't particularly have to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi, but Danzo is someone he had to kill himself. The problem is that Danzo is surrounded by his roots all the time. Kirito had to be very cautious when dealing with him. What Kirito was thinking is to handle Danzo after he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. But that's going to take a long time. He now had a feeling that he might be able to learn Hiraishin before the Chunin exams. His progress is going along well, but he is not sure whether he can get Hiraishin on time. He has seen that doing the mission has increased his template progress rate, so there is a possibility. Anyways, he needs to take care of Danzo. While Kirito was thinking, Asuma brought all of his team and Team 10 into an open area for the training. It was a tree walking exercise just like in the canon. But this time around all the members of Team 10 already could tree walk thanks to Kirito and his harsh training regime for his team. Asuma didn't even have to do much. He considers himself very fortunate in his respect. Kirito is pretty useful in this regard. Both water walking and tree walking were done. After knowing this, Sasuke was even more infuriated. This became worse when he was the only person besides Naruto who could not climb the tree. Sakura had excellent chakra control, so it was not a problem for her. And Shikamaru learns this from his clan already. Maybe, Sasuke might have learned the technique if his clan was alive. Thought Kirito while trailing Zabuza's tracks. Yup, the person with Team 7 and Team 10 was a shadow clone and the real Kirito was trailing Zabuza. He did not want to give Zabuza time to ask for help. He already knew that seeing two elite Jonin, Zabuza would be either hiring another Jonin or Chunin among his ranks or asking for help from his contacts. Either way, letting him gather strength is a foolish decision which happens in a canon, and he doesn't give a fuck about the main storyline. He gonna take care of both Zabuza and Haku by himself before more problems come from them. Another reason he was looking forward to doing this is that he wanted to fight at his full skill. I don't know how this will change the world scenario, but I don't give a damn. What the point of my existence if I don't bring changes to this godforsaken world, said Kirito determined. I am not sure how, but I will make sure that once I am done with this world. The only bad guy around will be me, chuckled Kirito. His eyes started to turn red and had Kyuubi Slit's eyes pattern in them. Kurama Chakra for the first time in use. He barely uses 2% to increase his speed. In fact, he can right now use up to 44%. This number runs parallel to his template progress, and he doesn't even have to deal with an angry mountain-sized fox who wants to kill him. But son, he won't be needing this as he is also working on a Reikage-style lightning armor, but this technique will only increase his speed. Kirito feels incredible power coming out of him. The only thing he now has to do is not let his fellow Konoha people find out about this chakra. Finally, he found Zabuza's lair with the help of his mind eye of Kagura and Kyuubi senses. It's showtime, said Kirito with a devilish smirk. Chapter 24. While Kirito was making his way towards Zabuza's lair, Team 7 and 10 were training with both Asuma. Asuma had asked Sakura, Ino, and Shikamaru to keep practicing the tree walking exercise even if they could do it because their chakra reserves were not big and they would not be able to last in a real battle with the mere chakra reserves they had. Sasuke and Naruto used their entire day to learn the tree walking exercise, but they were not able to do it. Need quite a lot of help. Ino started using poison after Kirito advised her to train in medical ninjutsu and also in chakra control. Kirito always thought that Ino was never portrayed to the best of her abilities. She might be just as or even better than Sakura if Kishimoto wanted her to be. Kirito on the other hand will not let all of this potential go to waste. Both Shikamaru and Ino have massive potential which anime hardly covers. Kakashi at this time was recovering while Asuma was guarding Tazuna while one of his shadow clones was stationed in Tazuna's house to guard his family. In a hidden cave, Zabuza, Momochi and Haku was resting. They were already done talking about how they were going to take care of the Konoha shinobi and wanted to rest before they started the action. Another reason is that they also have to wait until their backup arrives. He was a Jonin of the Hidden Mist and a trainee seven-sword man of the Mist. Odara Mozaki. The reason Zabuza in this timeline was ready to attack so much earlier was because he was not injured. Zabuza was sharpening Kobikurabocho while Haku was making poisons and dipping sentence in that poison. There was no one else inside and this was the best possible time to ambush them. Kirito smirked and took out multiple seals and placed them around the cave. Soon the seals started to emit gas which was hard to detect. It took Zabuza and Haku some time to realize that the air around them had changed and their chakra was getting out of control. The gas was something which Kirito got after he went through his parents' home. Mostly Minato was working on this in his free time. It renders people's nervous systems useless if they breathe in this air for a long time. But even if they don't do that, there is a possibility that it will massively decrease their combat strength for some time. Most of the shinobi who fight head-on like Sasuke and Naruto are pretty dumb. Why would you want, not to increase your fighting chances if you can? Only in case of pride not allowing them or the difference in power is too much, Kirito does see them fighting head-on. As they know that they will win. They are combat-oriented ninjas, and Kirito understands that, but he too is a combat and speed-oriented shinobi and he has many hidden weapons and seals like this which help him on the battlefield. Only a fool will rely solely on his body's battle power in a world so corrupt and bloody as the shinobi world. Only a few people alive like Tsunade or Jiraiya could resist the effect of this gas. Zabuza and Haku quickly ran outside of the cave to escape the gas but were still cautious of any enemy nearby. They did not find any though. But then they saw Kirito coming out from his hiding place with a bright smile on his face. "Welcome, it has been some time. I was waiting for you two to come out," said Kirito happily. That same happiness was not seen on Zabuza and Haku's faces. "Kid, you have made a grave mistake coming here all alone." Yeah. "You will kill me and hang my dead body for my family, team and village to see." I get it. Let's not waste time on that. I have a strict deadline to follow. If I am not back in time, I will miss dinner. Interrupted Kirito before Zabuza said more. He already has heard this kind of third-rate character dialogue in the anime. He honestly doesn't know why people don't spend more on scriptwriting. The script could make a simple second-rate small boss enemy like Zabuza like a hero in Naruto at the end of the wave arc. "You have a fast tongue, kid," said Zabuza. "Oh, believe me, that is not the only thing which is fast. You should try my jutsu as well," Kirito said with a wink. "You were thinking I am annoying, did you not?" "Well, I better say this up front that this is a natural talent and I can't teach you," replied Kirito with a happy sing-song voice. This made the tick mark on both Haku and Zabuza's heads grow bigger. "Annoying brat," said Zabuza, and Haku had to agree. The only thing Kirito was thinking at this time was that he was going to have so much fun playing with these two. Chapter 25. While Kirito was griming, Zabuza already acted and rushed towards Kirito with his Kobikurabocho. In the blink of an eye, Zabuza was near Kirito and he swung his large executioner blade. For Kirito, time was going in slow motion. Not because he was afraid and having a hard time catching Zabuza's attack. It was because of hyper-focus which he has developed to a very impressive degree. The moment the blade came near Kirito, he just bends his knee and avoids the attack just like how Saitama avoided Gino's kick when they fought. Kirito too is a swordsman, but he just started practicing swords. And is not very good at it. So it was interesting to see Zabuza swinging around the large sword with ease. Zabuza saw Kirito doing that and was stunned at how fast he was able to move just now. Currently, Kirito has Chunin level power near Kage if 9 tail is included, but when it comes to his speed it is already at Jonin level and maybe even better. Thanks to his hyper-focus he can perceive things faster than most people. Zabuza was wondering how fast Kirito was doing, but then Rasengan directly hit him on his stomach. It should be impossible because both of Kirito's hand was pretty far away from Zabuza when he bent over to dodge his attack. But Zabuza did not know that Kirito did not even need his hands to attack him with Rasengan, as he could launch the ball of Chakra like Naruto. Kirito just launched a Rasengan when Zabuza almost attacked him and directly aimed it at his stomach. Zabuza was of course thrown aback. Kirito though did not have time to think before multiple senbons came towards him. Haku also was there and joined the battle when he saw Kirito blasting Zabuza out. There was no concern in his eyes. Kirito on the other hand easily dodged the attack with his speed and appears behind Haku. Not only does this speed much faster than both of them, but he also used the special gas to damage their nervous system. It's temporary, but that much time is enough for Kirito to kill both of them. Haku notices that Kirito appear behind him and immediately shoots ice shards towards Kirito. Zabuza at this point was trying to get back to his feet. That hidden Rasengan messed him up. On the other side, Haku immediately falls into a disadvantageous situation. He had to use her trump card early to stop Kirito's fast and deadly assault. The ice dome finally came to life and Kirito was trapped inside. Or that's what Haku thought. Kirito replaced himself with a shadow clone and let Haku waste his chakra maintaining that dome until he took care of Zabuza. In a real fight, a person should use all the advantage he has. Wasting Haku's chakra like this is just plain better than fighting both Jonin and Chunin level shinobi at the same time. It does not matter whether he can take them both together or not. He knows that if he gives it a try then handling both of them in their condition is not that hard, but why do something so foolish? While the Kirito clone was distracting Haku, the original rushed towards Zabuza to complete the fight. Zabuza POV. The young boy was incredibly fast, dodging my attacks with ease. I swung my massive sword, but he was already out of range, his speed allowing him to move and dodge every attack I threw at him. I growled in frustration, lunging forward with a series of quick strikes. He ducked and weaved, dodging each attack effortlessly. He countered with a swift kick to my chest, sending me stumbling back. I regained my balance and charged forward, sword slashing through the air. But he was ready, his own hands flashing out to block the attack. The two fighters were evenly matched, their attacks and defenses coming in quick succession. The fight raged on for several minutes, but I knew that I wouldn't last long. The attack that the kid performed in the beginning was so strong that I was starting to lose control over my body. I feel pain on moving and he is much faster than me. Now, that Zabuza thinks about this, he might know who this person is. A kid with blonde hair and blue eyes with this kind of speed. Also only 12 to 13 years old. There is no mistaking whose kid this is. Namikaze shouted Zabuza when the realization struck him. This made Kirito smirk. POVEND. Finally, Zabuza made a mistake. He left himself open for just a moment, and Kirito seized the opportunity. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kirito landed a punch squarely in Zabuza's jaw. Kirito's fast fist was making all of his already strong power even stronger. The older ninja stumbled backwards, his eyes rolling up into his head as he fell to the ground, unconscious. Damn, who needs a Rasengan when you can punch your opponent to death? Kirito said to himself. He knew that Zabuza was not dead, and this was not just because of his punch but rather the special gas and the Rasengan that he used on Zabuza earlier. But he also barely felt that his hand's color had changed back then. Like the power increase all of a sudden. But for the time being, he decided to focus on the matter at hand. Kirito stood over his fallen opponent. And with a simple flick of his moment, he ended Zabuza's life by throwing a kunai at his skull. He quickly took out a scroll to put Zabuza's body inside it. And of course, he took his sword. Being a swordsman, there is no reason not to. He might be able to use it when he learns the Edo Tensei technique. Or he will use it himself. Wasting things is a bad habit, Kirito happily muttered to himself and stores Zabuza's dead body inside a special scroll. Chapter 26. Kirito finally saw Haku coming out of the dome exhausted. A few minutes ago inside the ice dome. Haku trapped Kirito not knowing that it was a shadow clone, and not just any shadow clone but a shadow clone with is powered by the system and can take some beating. With his amazing speed, clones almost dodge all of Haku's attacks which he throws towards him. Haku was matching the clone's speed by changing mirrors. But still, he was getting overwhelmed by the clone's speed. The clones at his time were thinking about an old movie Kirito watched in his previous life. In the world of Kung Fu, speed defines the winner, Kung Fu hustle. He was musing about how real this statement was in this shinobi world. Finally, it took everything Haku had to hit the clone. Before popping away though. The clones did say this to Haku. I just have one question before giving you the surprise of the century. Are you a girl or a boy? Kirito asked with his best act of a dying person. Haku looked at Kirito but then finally said. Girl. Kirito, who was acting, suddenly stiffened. Really, or is he just kidding with me? Kirito couldn't help but think. And then the clone pops. Haku, who took some time to understand what was going on, was now more angry with Kirito than ever. She dropped her ice dome, and when she finally came out she saw Zabuza nowhere. What happened? Where is Zabuza? What do you do with him? Haku asked in anger, but there was a hint of worry in her voice. Kirito, who just got the info that Haku is a girl, was still in a trance. Although he didn't completely believe what she said, for the time being he will address her as such. He also noticed that something was wrong. Haku was lying. Although she did not say anything which was a lie. She just asked a question. But, Kirito could feel that the emotions and facial expressions that she was putting out were fake. She is not a good liar. He was not sure, so he started focusing more on Haku. There is not much to see because Haku covers almost all parts of her body except her face. Her face was cold and was staring at Kirito. Kirito activated his hyper-focus to see what game she was playing here. Although she tried very hard to hide, Kirito could say that she was not at all worried for Zabuza or angry with Kirito whatsoever. Kirito then started focusing more. Intensifying in observation skills. He found that Haku's body weight was a little shifted towards her left leg. And she is also wearing makeup. But nothing more to go on about. You don't look worried for your partner's health at all? Asked Kirito. I don't need to worry about Zabuza-sama. He is a jonin, taking care of a genin like you is not hard at all. Haku replied. Lie, Kirito thought to himself as his instincts told him. Then you might not like the fact that Zabuza is dead, said Kirito, sending the bait. This works wonders for her. Haku for the first time shows genuine emotion. And Kirito might be a dense asshole like what Inos say behind his back, but in reality, Kirito understands human emotions pretty well. The reaction which Haku tried so hard to hide was joy and surprise, not fear and denial. Kirito now was perfectly sure of the fact that something was going on here. But the only way he gets more information on this subject is to fight with Haku and check to get the information. You want to fight me? Asks Kirito in a nonchalant manner. Haku was a little surprised by this question. Are you going to leave if I say no? Asks Haku to get more and more tense, as she perfectly knows that she is no match for Kirito, especially now that she is low on chakra. No, I gonna fight you no matter what. But I am not going to kill you. Kirito said. This turned Haku's face icy cold, and Kirito could even sense hatred. This might be just to save her life, but at the same time, this could be something more. Kirito expected that this was more than that. So he quickly completes his sentence. I'm not particularly looking to kill you or anything. I just want a good fight. Tell you what. If you give me a good fight then I will let you go, said Kirito. This turns down the amount of hatred coming out from Haku. Kirito started to see a little pattern here. He might not be Sherlock Holmes but he is getting a pattern here and he doesn't like where this was going. The only thing Kirito was thinking at this time was troublesome. Fantasy world my ass, this is just as corrupt as my previous world, thought Kirito, understanding what exactly going on here a little. He just needs to confirm his suspicion now. Chapter 27. Kirito started his attack on Haku slowly. He wanted to test out how strong Haku was. Haku also started to defend. Haku was trying hard to repel Kirito but Kirito was stronger than her. This goes on for some time and then Kirito finally feels that he has all the things he wanted to know. He stopped fighting and this made Haku stop as well. You are a strong fighter, I have never seen a girl fight like you before, said Kirito, starting the conversation. I am not a girl. I am a boy. I lied to you earlier, replied Haku. I highly doubt that, you see I can sense when people are lying. And you my dear are lying through your teeth, commented Kirito in a nonchalant manner. Haku did not say anything more. She just kept observing Kirito and was vigilant of what he might do next. You are not just his comrade, are you, said Kirito. I am Zabuza-sama's tool, said Haku. Your weight is a little off balance and you also have many brushes in your body which you are trying to hide, said Kirito. Haku still did not say anything. But was getting more restless the more Kirito talked. Let me guess, you are not his just a tool. More like his captive or a slave. The signs that Kirito noticed plus the smell he was getting from Haku thanks to his hyper-focus. Kirito was fully aware that there was a possibility that in this real world, the same Zabuza who cried for Haku in the anime might be her torment. Kirito's concern grew more when he did not get any response from Haku. He on purpose did not use the word toy to not make her feel more burdened. He still doesn't know if what he is thinking is true or not, but he fully understands that this world is many times different from the anime he watches and the manga he reads. Zabuza is said to be a person who is bloodthirsty in the anime. He alone killed more than 100 students when he was a kid. Zabuza later was shown as a caring hero who cared for Haku as his son. But how much is that true? In this world, Haku is a girl, and as much as Kirito has seen, people are much different than the original anime world. Kirito cannot even believe that the same Zabuza who cried for Haku in the anime would ever think of abusing her, but from the other perspective. He is a person who killed many people over the years. He is said to be the bloodthirsty person in Kiri after the mad Misukichi himself. So, how many chances are there for a killer to turn into a beast? In Kirito's book, pretty high. Kirito himself liked Zabuza's character from the anime a lot, but this world is not anime. And he has to accept the reality. But he had no idea how to comfort a girl he still doesn't know which one it is. What I want to say is that I don't know what to say in times like this to comfort a girl, but I can help you out. You have nowhere to go and alone you will not last long. You can tag along with my team if you want. They have not seen you yet and I might be able to convince them to take you to Konoha if you want to, said Kirito. Haku did not say anything. She already planned to run away, but now she had a choice. He was not sure what to do and needed time to think about the situation. Kirito noticed this and said, it's fine, I and my team will stay in this place for some time now. You can think about it and let me know later. You already might know where we are stationed, correct? Haku nodded and turned around to leave. She did not have enough power to fight Kirito anymore. She also was praying in her mind that Kirito just let her go. But when he gave her the option to leave with him, she was taken aback. This was the same thing Zabuza said all that time back. She had no idea what to do. Once Haku left the place, Kirito makes a clone to trail Haku. He might be sympathetic towards her situation, but that does not mean he will let his guard down. Kirito didn't directly go back but rather went to an open place. He remembers that during that fight with Zabuza his hand almost turned black. He is not sure, but there is a possibility that he unknowingly activated a bloodline power. Possible considering that ninja world has many of those. So he tested out and soon figured out something. He found that after concentration his fist became darker. It's not complete back but darker for sure. Is this steel release? Kirito couldn't help but question. In the entire anime, there was only one similar technique which was used by Kakuzu. There is a possibility that what he has is similar. Chapter 28. After all the fights with Zabuza and Haku and getting a wake-up call about how dangerous this world is, Kirito returns to his team. The team itself was having fun. Naruto was eating like this was the last day he would be eating. Ino was pestering his clones. Poor fellow, Kirito thought. Sasuke was still training and refused to give up until he completed this exercise. Shikamaru was lazy again and climbed the house roof to stare there. Maybe he is interested in something besides clouds after all. Sakura would have pestered Sasuke but he was not there and thus her next best time past activity would be to fight with Ino. Tazuna was drinking with Asuma. The only two people he did not find were Kakashi and Tsunami. Kirito hardly cares where Kakashi is hiding and reading his porn but Tsunami is different. He needs to make sure that Tazuna and his family are safe. He directly launches his senses and starts looking for Tsunami. Funny thing that both Kakashi and Tsunami are together. Kirito said and started to become a little suspicious. Kirito at this time was a little tempted to go and see what they were doing. And thus he ended up making 2 clones and sending them to Kakashi and Tsunami's locations and another towards Sasuke's location. He entered the house and started eating the delicious food. Clone 1 POV. I came directly towards Sasuke and watched him practice tree climbing. It was very apparent then that he was putting in too much chakra and was getting blasted off from the tree. Anyone else would have helped Sasuke but not Kirito. If there is even a little chance that this guy is going to defect in the future like Sasuke in the anime then I rather just not help him get stronger. I have to actively make sure to keep him in check. Now the more important thing is to keep an eye on him and make a false safe just in case. Maybe something like Danzo's or Orochimaru's curse seal but Kirito don't want to go that extreme. He is not doing this for the village. Oh no, if it is left to him then he most probably let the village burn for all he cares. All those people have already put him and Naruto through a lot of pain. The reason I have to keep an eye on him is because he goes all mental in the anime. This world is much more insane than the anime. Kirito doesn't even want to know what will happen if that curse of hatred really triggers and completely makes Sasuke mad. In the anime, after getting his EMS, Sasuke was a menace. Only Naruto was able to fight with him. A sane person will never let an enemy like him emerge. It's better to take care of him if needed. Another important thing is that he might or might not want Sasuke EMS. Could be useful. Thought the clone. POV. Clone 2 POV. The more I went near the Kakashi and Tsunami's location the more it was easier to understand what was going on. Those low snuffles and loud moans. Plus hyper-focus printed an almost perfect picture of what going on. Damn Kakashi, you better teach how you pull this off in the next class, mused Kirito. Who would have thought that Kakashi Hatake, the scarecrow and loner with a huge pervert tag on his back had a way with ladies. He thought that Asuma was the only one his age who would get married. Literally no one else did. Kurenai is a good catch after all. But maybe everyone has their needs correct. In the anime and manga, Kakashi never married and never showed interest in opposite sex that much. And here we are. That same Kakashi Hatake banging Tsunami on the very first day they come to the land of waves. Now the clone was thinking why all the teachers Naruto gets are perverts in the anime. No doubt it was Kishimoto's doing. For the laugh, yes sure, but in reality, they are very similar. Not sure how to take it when something like this happens in real life. POV. When the memories from the clones came to Kirito he was surprised. Damn Kakashi, said Kirito to himself. I might just want to take some classes from him in future. Well, considering how much Ino is ready to rip open my clothes. Maybe not. But his thoughts changed the moment he started thinking about another pervert. Or to be exact, a super pervert. Jiraiya, Naruto's godfather, gave that name to Naruto through Minato. In the anime, Kirito loved Jiraiya's character. How it would be in real life though. Another interesting thing which came to his mind was about Chunin exams. In the anime, it was right after the wave arc but Kirito doesn't know the exact time frame. That will be also the first time Jiraiya will come back to the village. Kirito still does not forget his goals. He is going to kill Danzo in the Konoha crush. It's better to completely take care of Hiruzen and Danzo as soon as possible. I hope Orochimaru take care of Hiruzen, mutters Kirito in a low voice. He is not going to kill both of them together. He does not have that kind of power yet. He needs to rely on Orochimaru to complete half of his work while he will complete the other half. Danzo Shiroma will die by his hands. Kirito did not think too much about this and fell asleep. He had to do many things tomorrow. I dream happy dreams. Next morning. The dreams were a little too happy for Kirito. Maybe because of his raging hormones or what he saw Kakashi and Tsunami doing. Now he has to hide his pants, otherwise it won't be good for him. Kirito sigh. Chapter 29. Time started to pass just like that and Kirito was living his life slowly without any more trouble in his life. Every day he practiced and studied with his teammates. It was almost time when the bridge was about to complete and Kirito was getting restless little by little. There was no word from Haku. He was not sure what Haku would be choosing but he wanted to help out the poor girl. If possible make her a citizen of Konoha. Another thing which was troubling him was Gato. He wanted to know what that fat pig was doing. Surely he has not given up on his evil plans. That would be too convenient for Kirito, and those things don't happen. Another very troublesome thing was Sasuke. He was pestering him to fight him. After many days of constant pestering, today they finally decided to fight. Kirito did not know, but there was an ongoing bet going on behind his back about who will win the battle. Naruto was looking forward to the battle as wanted to see Sasuke's ass getting kicked by his brother again. Kirito wanted to remind him that Sasuke and him are a team, but then he just shook his head. It's pointless, Naruto doesn't care. Sakura was this time making special food pills for Sasuke to help him fight Kirito. Ino, being the perfect fangirl, already considered Kirito the winner. If anyone asks Kirito, then he will say that she is not wrong. Shikamaru was only interested in the clouds. Sasuke, on the other hand, was training very hard from the moment he completed the tree walking exercise. Kirito, seeing this, improves Naruto, Ino and Shikamaru's training. He was fully aware that Sasuke would not be able to beat him for a few years. And by then, Kirito would have already completed his template and become more powerful. He knows that because he gained much template boost when he killed Zabuza. Finally, he found a way to improve his template besides just aimless training. Fighting someone stronger helps. Back to Sasuke, he is getting stronger. But that does not mean that Kirito will let his team get behind Sasuke. He wanted to make his team the strongest team in the village. Both Shikamaru and Ino should be stronger than Sasuke. And Naruto is his brother, so definitely he will help. At least they can aim to be better than the kid Sasuke. After he grows up, it will be really hard for Ino and Shikamaru to keep up with Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, was born to be equal to his Indra counterpart. Kakashi and Asuma did not care about this match that much, but Kirito knew that they already had placed their bets about who was going to win. Kirito completed his daily training finally and started moving towards the place where he and Sasuke were going to fight. All the people were there already. Kirito was not late, but everyone else just reached the place way before the assigned time. Even Kakashi. Naruto and Ino were cheering for Kirito while Sakura was cheering for Sasuke. Both Kakashi and Asuma were standing there without saying anything. Kirito knew though that both were looking forward to the fight, and this fight result was going straight to Hiruzen. The most troublesome thing which Kirito had to go through until he killed both Hiruzen and Danzo was that he might be targeted by either of them. They will never make a move towards the Jinchuriki of the village, or at least the Jinchuriki which is under Hiruzen's control like Naruto is. Kirito, on the other hand, was different. Kirito doesn't try to convince Naruto, rather than solve this issue from Naruto's end. Why not wait for Hiruzen to die in the Chunin exams? Danzo is the real problem. He might not take any action against Naruto until Hiruzen is around. But what after the current Hokage dies? He can even take action against himself and Ino. Kirito had to kill that old goat in the Konoha crush. That was the best time to deal with him. It will be easier to deal with this Danzo than the canon Danzo who had multiple of those cheating eyes. Finally, Sasuke and Kirito stood in front of each other and were about to start the battle. This is not going to be like before, Sasuke said with determination. Okay, said Kirito, not even listening to Sasuke. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and got ready, and then he rushed towards Kirito. Sasuke delivers a powerful kick at Kirito, but Kirito easily dodges that. He followed the attack with another powerful combo kick, but Kirito blocked that attack. For Kirito, who just fought with Zabuza and killed him, dealing with someone like Sasuke is not a big deal. But he already knew why Sasuke was making so much fuss about beating him. He has opened his Sharingan. The fight with him before and the Zabuza incident might have triggered something in him. But this increases his chances of getting affected by the curse of hatred even more. Kirito was pretty much dodging every attack from Sasuke. Sasuke has not till now activated his Sharingan yet, but he already was tempted to do so. None of his attacks were connecting, and Kirito was faster than him, period. Kakashi and Asuma were watching the battle with rapt attention. Kakashi did not know how strong Kirito was. Asuma though already had a good understanding of how much stronger Kirito is than a normal genin. He might already be at the Chunin level. The only thing he disliked about this was his habit of concealing his real strength. Asuma fought with Kirito many times after becoming his sensei, but he was never able to understand how strong Kirito was because he never went all out. Both Ino and Naruto get tired before Kirito even starts sweating in the training. Asuma cannot just focus on Kirito. Sakura, Naruto, Ino and Shikamaru were watching the battle with excitement. They were cheering their teammate and was also reflecting on how weak they were compared to both Kirito and Sasuke. Sasuke on the other hand was getting frustrated. Kirito was dodging all of his attacks like it was child's play. Anger started to surge inside Sasuke, and finally, the infamous cheat aka Sharingan came to life. Chapter 30. Finally, Sasuke activated his Sharingan and stared towards Kirito. Kirito finally becomes a little serious. Naruto had no idea what a Sharingan was, but Ino, Sakura and Shikamaru were different. Asuma finally understood why Sasuke was so willing to fight Kirito. Kakashi already knew about this and even helped Sasuke to adapt to his Sharingan. That is why he even places his bet on Sasuke. Kirito on the other hand could hardly care less. Normal Sharingan is nothing in his eyes. Even the genjutsu power of normal Sharingan is no problem for him because of his hyperfocus. Sasuke smirked seeing Kirito getting finally serious and rushing towards Kirito with insane speed. Normal Sharingan does not give any physical enhancement, but it does give the user very good perceiving power. Kirito also increased his speed a little. He was wearing a resistance seal now, unlike when he fought with Zabuza. The world of Naruto is pretty extensive in reality. There are many more incredible techniques and items which was never seen in the anime. This seal is pretty hard to create and is very expensive to purchase, but for Kirito is not that big of a deal. With Minato's knowledge, he was easily able to make a far better seal than he could see in the market. Many ninjas don't purchase this because they don't know how to use them. With Fuinjutsu, the real problem is not learning them. Of course, it's hard to learn and not everyone can learn it, but again, if someone gives enough time, then he can master the basics without any worries. The real problem has always been making the seals user-friendly. The seal is a highly complex piece of art and a normal populace and shinobi who never learned the art of Fuinjutsu could not use them. The only thing they could use was a storage scroll. A storage scroll is the only simple type of seal which is used by a vast number of shinobi. While Sasuke was getting better after activating his Sharingan, he was still not a match with Kirito. Kirito decided not to remove his resistance seal or use his hyper-focus to make this a little more difficult. Sasuke sends a very powerful punch towards Kirito, but Kirito blocks it. But this time around had to kind of work to do that. Finally, Kirito decided to start fighting back because he was getting bored with just dodging. He was stronger than Sasuke, but not by a very big margin. His advantage came from his speed. He saw how Sasuke was already adapting to his movements. Sasuke is a genius if people don't compare him to his brother Itachi. But it does not matter whether you are adopting or not. The difference in speed is still not comparable. Maybe Kirito could not overpower Sasuke with his speed, but that does not mean that he needs to take out his seal or use any of his other cards. Come on Sasuke-kun. Beat Kirito's ass, Sakura said. Stop that, you forehead. Kirito is going to win, said Ino. Naruto for the first time was smart enough and did not interfere with those two. Shikamaru, Asuma and Kakashi on the other hand saw the battle completely differently. For the normal genin, that battle might look like a fight between two equals, but they could say that Kirito is holding back. The way he is moving and remaining calm. How he does not even have a scratch on him, and finally how his breathing is perfectly even. They could say that Kirito was entertaining Sasuke from the start. He reminds me of another fast blonde, Asuma said. He did not say the name, but Kakashi understood. Kakashi himself think the same. It's like his sensei is reincarnated into his son. That fast speed and uncanny perception. It's no doubt that this boy is his sensei's son. Naruto also is Minato's son, but he does not resemble Minato as much as Kirito does. They did not know that the reason was because his body from the first appearance of the system was transforming him into looking like Minato. Not only looking, but also his battle wisdom is on another level. Naruto got his battle wisdom from Minato. If Kirito had to say that in the Naruto series has the best battle wisdom, then it's undoubtable is Minato and Itachi. Kirito finally thought that he had played with Sasuke enough, and now he should end the battle when he detected a familiar chakra approaching. Haku was coming towards him and she was injured. He immediately expanded his range and saw many Chunins following her. There were 20 Chunin and 2 Jonin. This alerted Kirito. Not only because of their numbers but also because they were Rutambu. This brings dark lines to Kirito's face. Kirito had no idea why Rutambu would attack Haku, but he wanted to know. While Kirito was thinking about this, Sasuke used Kirito's temporary distraction and launched a powerful attack on Kirito. Kirito could not see the attack coming until it already hit him. His senses too were focused on the upcoming root people and Haku, thus he could not sense Sasuke's attack. He was sent flying and hit the tree with a thump. Sasuke for the first time smiled and showed a smirk. Kakashi, Asuma, and all others were also surprised at how Sasuke suddenly took advantage. Sakura at this was already considered Sasuke's victory and started teasing Sakura. Both Kakashi and Asuma knew that back then Kirito suddenly went unfocused for some reason. They did not have Kirito's sensing power to detect the upcoming root people. Kirito stood up, wiping the trail of blood from his face, and looked at Sasuke, who had a smirk appearance on his face. It might be his hallucination, but Naruto's main theme somehow started playing in his mind, and the only thing visible to Kirito at that time was Sasuke. Both Kakashi and Asuma gasped at this time after seeing Kirito. That cold stare, it's just like Sensei. Kakashi could not help but say, and Asuma just nodded in confirmation. They were already feeling pity for Sasuke because whoever had seen that stare from Minato Namikaze in the past had either died or wished they should have died. Very well then, Kirito said. Chapter 31. Both Kakashi and Asuma gasped at this time after seeing Kirito. That cold stare, it's just like Sensei. Kakashi could not help but say, and Asuma just nodded in confirmation. They were already feeling pity for Sasuke because whoever had seen that stare from Minato Namikaze in the past had either died or wished they should have died. Very well then, Kirito said. After saying this, Kirito vanished from his place. He just removed his resistance seals and now was a little annoyed with Sasuke. He instantly appeared on the left of Sasuke and gave him a powerful strike on his face. Sasuke can hardly see Kirito moving even with his Sharingan. At this time Kirito was much faster than Lee with his weights off. Kakashi and Asuma were amazed by that speed, and the scene unconsciously reminded them of Minato. Other genin did not even manage to see what happened before Sasuke was the one flying out of the makeshift fighting ring. The attack was powerful enough to directly knock out Sasuke. Once the matter was settled, Kirito again focused on his senses to track Haku and the other shinobi's locations. But only if he had waited for a few more seconds then he might have seen Haku running towards him. Haku immediately rushed towards Kirito, and while everyone was watching, Haku ended up falling into Kirito's arms. Everyone was stunned at what just happened. Everyone besides Sasuke, that is, because the poor fellow was already unconscious after the powerful attack from Kirito. Before others could react, they sensed other people coming towards them and did not like what they saw next. There were more than 20 people. All the Chunin came rushing out of the forest and stared at them. Everyone besides Kirito took a fighting stand while Kirito was too on guard. Kakashi and Asuma were already very tense seeing how many Chunins were there. They might have been able to take care of them, but there was also two powerful jonin among the other party's rank. Both of them knew that fighting should be avoided if they wanted to leave this place unscratched. Give us the girl and the boy and we will let all of you go. One of the jonin said with an authoritative tone. Before Kirito say anything, Kakashi answered. The girl is yours, but we don't have any boy you might be looking for. The jonin after hearing this simply pointed towards Kirito, and this made Kakashi, Asuma and Kirito on edge. Kakashi now knew that conflict was pretty much a guarantee. This is not good, said Asuma, and tension was spreading among all the people. Multi-shadow clones jutsu. Kirito shouted and made 20 clones. Multi-shadow clones jutsu. Naruto followed his brother's lead and also made 20 clones. Naruto, tag team one of your clones with mine. We are targeting one Chunin each, shouted Kirito while treating Haku's injuries. Shikamaru and Ino support the clones, said Kirito. Sakura, you protect Tazuna and his family, also make sure to safeguard Sasuke, said Kirito, not regretting knocking Sasuke out. Naruto, you also in support. Support the clones. Support class and Sakura go, finally shouted Kirito, and he sent Shin out of there with Haku. All the genin immediately started acting. They have no idea what to do, so when Kirito ordered them around they do not rebel. Kakashi and Asuma were impressed by Kirito's abilities, but the pressure on them did not go down by that much either. They already knew that the genin wouldn't be able to last longer, and if they were not fast enough then not only they might lose their genin but also the Jinchurikis of the village and the last Uchiha. There is the possibility that they find out whose son Kirito is. Honestly, it was not hard at all to do that because they practically looked identical. Kakashi even bet that when grows up, Kirito will look exactly like his sensei. He doesn't believe that they are targeting Kirito for being a Jinchuriki, because in that case, they might have gone for the easier target and chosen Naruto. But those things do not matter now because they have to save their genins. And to do that they first have to kill the jonin who were targeting them. Finally, the fight started, and it was not going on Team 7 and Team 10 sides. Kirito's clones were mostly holding back the Chunin while getting more support from Naruto's clones and the Inoshika combination. Kirito himself was healing Haku. He would not let the poor girl die here if possible. He still doesn't know what happened, but things are not going in his favor. He could understand that old goat Danzo did this and targeted himself. After all, outside the village is the best place to target him, but why target Haku? He should not even know about Haku. The wound on Haku was healing little by little, but the real problem was the poison which was running on Haku's body. Kirito was not a person with extensive knowledge about poison, but he knew that he needed to treat Haku as soon as possible, otherwise she would die. While he was taking care of Haku, others enter into a deadly battle, and this fight was getting more and more wild as time goes on. Chapter 32. The figure was a tall, muscular man wearing a black hooded cloak that covered his entire body. He stepped forward, revealing a mask that covered the lower half of his face. "You're not welcome here," Kakashi warned, unsheathing his kunai. The Jonin didn't respond. Instead, he charged at Kakashi with lightning-fast speed, aiming a punch at his face. Kakashi blocked the attack with his kunai, but the force of the blow sent him skidding back. The two warriors circled each other, both waiting for an opening. The Jonin lunged forward again, this time with a kick aimed at Kakashi's side. Kakashi dodged the attack, then countered with a swift jab to Jonin's stomach. The Jonin grunted in pain but didn't back down. He launched a series of punches and kicks at Kakashi, each one faster and more powerful than the last. Kakashi blocked most of them, but a few got through, leaving him with bruises and cuts. Finally, Kakashi saw his opportunity. The Jonin had left himself open for just a split second, and Kakashi took advantage of it. He leapt forward and delivered a devastating blow to Jonin's chest, knocking him to the ground. The Jonin lay there, gasping for air. Kakashi stood over him, ready to strike the finishing blow. He knew that if he did not kill the Jonin here then his team and Asuma's team would die. And with that, he ended up killing the Jonin before leaving for the next target. Asuma was also fighting with a powerful Jonin. Without a word, the two men charged at each other, kunai and shuriken flashing in the sunlight. Asuma was quick and agile, dodging the Jonin's attacks with ease and landing a few strikes of his own. The Jonin, however, was not to be underestimated. He was just as fast and skilled as Asuma, and soon the two men were locked in a deadly dance of blades. Asuma was determined to win this fight, not just for the sake of his mission, but also to prove his worth as a Jonin. He focused all his energy and concentration on his attacks, trying to find a weakness in Jonin's defense. But Jonin was equally determined, and he fought back with equal intensity. The two men traded blows, each one landing a few strikes but neither gaining a clear advantage. As the fight wore on, both men grew tired and their attacks became more desperate. Asuma lunged forward with a powerful strike, but Jonin managed to dodge at the last second and countered with a swift kick to Asuma's stomach. Asuma stumbled back, gasping for air, but he didn't give up. He renewed his attack, aiming for Jonin's neck with a sharp kunai. The Jonin blocked the attack with his weapon, but Asuma quickly switched to his other hand and landed a powerful punch to the Jonin's jaw. The Jonin staggered back, dazed, and Asuma took advantage of the moment to deliver a finishing blow. He struck Jonin's chest with a powerful blow, knocking him to the ground and leaving him unconscious. Asuma stood over his defeated opponent, breathing heavily but feeling a sense of satisfaction. That was the time Kakashi came to him and said not to kill the Jonin as they needed to extract information from him. Both Jonin ended up capturing the Jonin and going to their genin to help them. While this all was happening, Kirito's clones and Naruto's clones were working overtime to push all the Chunin back. The majority of the work was done by Kirito's clones and Kirito himself knew that he needed to kill all the Chunin. He can't let any of them escape and let Danzo know about his powers. Ino, Naruto, and Shikamaru found themselves in a dire situation. The Chunin were armed and ready for battle, and it quickly became clear that Ino, Naruto, and Shikamaru were outnumbered and outmatched. Kirito was handling Chunin on his end but they were clones after all, they were getting overwhelmed. But the three of them didn't back down. Ino used her mind transfer jutsu to take control of one of the Chunin, causing confusion and chaos among the group. Naruto charged forward, using his shadow clone jutsu to create multiple copies of himself and confuse the Chunin even further. Meanwhile, Shikamaru used his intelligence and strategic skills to plan their attacks and anticipate the Chunin's moves. He directed Ino to use her jutsu to take control of more of the Chunin, while Naruto used his clones to distract and attack them from all sides. The battle was fierce and intense, with kunai and shuriken flying in all directions. But Ino, Naruto plus his clones, Shikamaru and Kirito's clones were determined to win, and they fought with all their strength and skill. Ino's mind transfer jutsu proved to be particularly effective, as she was able to take control of more and more of the Chunin and turn them against each other. Naruto's and Kirito's clones were equally effective, overwhelming the Chunin with their sheer numbers and confusing them with their unpredictable movements. Shikamaru's strategic planning was also crucial, as he was able to anticipate the Chunin's moves and direct his allies to counter them. He used his shadow imitation jutsu to immobilize several of the Chunin, leaving them vulnerable to attack. The battle raged on for what seemed like hours, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. But eventually, Ino, Naruto, Kirito and Shikamaru's relentless attacks began to wear down the Chunin. The real Kirito was still healing the injured Haku. Chapter 33. The real Kirito at this time was helping Haku to get rid of the poison. To Minato's knowledge, he found a suitable method to remove the poison and with the help of his hyperfocus, he ended up removing the poison slowly. Once the poison was fully extracted, Kirito made a shadow clone to protect Haku and join the battle to help his friends. The moment Kirito joined the battle, the tables ended up turning for the root shinobi as Kirito was not holding back this time around and directly used his full speed with the newly learned steel release and killed as many shinobi as possible. Asuma and Kakashi by the time were not done with their fight, but the genins which saw Kirito's true speed were stunned. All they were seeing was a blur, and then Chunin would die. Kirito was also drawing Nine Tails power a little bit, as drawing more would form tails behind him and that would cause trouble for him later. The root ninja was taken aback by Kirito's true speed at this point, and this when compared with the heavy loss they were suffering made them abandon the mission and run. Of course, Kirito would not let them leave, and thus they started to focus on Kirito to catch him, but none of them was capable of catching Kirito's real speed. Kirito sends multiple winds chakra-coated kunai at the root ninja at the sound's breaking speed. Many of them were injured while some of them directly died there. Kirito even formed some elemental combination attacks like fireball and wind breakthrough. Naruto and others were also helping Kirito around. But the real problem was Sakura when the root shinobi started to target her. Sasuke was still unconscious. Kirito soon has to leave his advantageous situation to help out Sakura. Once again the entire situation was dire when Kirito went away to save Tazuna and Sakura. Although the numbers were already less compared to the beginning, Naruto and the others were already tired after fighting and spending all their chakra. Kirito swore in his mind that he would kill Danzo in the Chunin exams after they were done here. Naruto and Shikamaru quickly got into position, ready to face the oncoming onslaught. Naruto summoned more shadow clones, while Shikamaru used his shadow possession jutsu to immobilize several of the Chunin before they could attack. Kirito let draw more of Nine Tails chakra rather than using it for himself. He ended up using it to make more clones. The battle was fierce and intense, with kunai and shuriken flying in all directions. But Ino, Naruto, and Shikamaru fought with all their strength and skill, determined to emerge victorious once again. At this time Kirito also took care of all the enemy ninjas who targeted Tazuna and Sakura. Despite the odds stacked against them, the genin fought bravely and fiercely, using their combined skills and intelligence to stay one step ahead of their opponents. As the battle raged on, Ino, Sakura, and Shikamaru could feel themselves beginning to tire. The Chunin were relentless and seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Ino's mind transfer jutsu and poisons proved to be particularly effective once again, as she took control of several of the Chunin and turned them against each other. Soon when everything was looking like was going a little in their favor, Kirito saw both his clones who were protecting Haku pop up, and he directly rushed towards Haku to save her at his top speed. The Chunin was already about to kill Haku when she finally was saved by Kirito. This was also the exact time she woke up because of the sudden jerk. Kirito snatches Haku before the powerful jutsu from the Chunin hits her. Haku saw herself in Kirito's arms. Kirito was carrying her in a princess carry position. Haku saw Kirito's handsome face and blushed a little before coming to her senses and looking around to get an understanding of her situation. She was not planning to take Kirito's offer. She was almost about to leave the land of waves when she first heard many shinobi planning to capture Kirito. Haku once again was not planning to interfere with all this. Haku at this point does not even know Kirito's name. He never reveals the name in the first place. But she could not leave that place without consequences, as the root shinobi ended up revealing the person who gave the order to capture Kirito. She already knew that she heard a name which she should not have heard, but her luck was not good and she was soon found out before she could leave the place. She fought with the root shinobi but was overwhelmed by their number and had to run away. Unconsciously she ended up coming in the direction of Tazuna's house. She remembered that she was injured and poisoned. It was really hard for her to run away from the root. The last thing she saw was Kirito. While Haku went into a little flashback mode for some time. Kirito was already defending Haku and fighting with multiple Chunins. But then he saw something which made his heart skip a beat. Both Naruto and Ino were under the enemy line of attack. He could reach one person if he used his max speed, but he can't save both of them. His hyper-focus at this was working overtime to come up with a solution to this problem, but he could not find an answer to this situation. No answer except one. His new lightning base speed multiplier. He has not mastered it, but if there was a time then it was now. He still has not completed the technique, but now was not the time to think, as his brother's and potential future wife's life was on the line. He did not think too much about it and directly activated his chakra and started to convert it into a lightning element. Please work this time. Chapter 34. Ding. Congratulations host for creating a new technique. Lightning speed. Congratulations host on mastering the lightning speed technique. Lightning speed upgraded to hyper speed. Kirito was excited by all these kinds of system messages the moment he saved Naruto and Ino. Yes, it is finally completed, shouted Kirito. The excitement which he was feeling right now was not something which he could explain to anyone. For more than 2 years he has practiced this technique and finally, he has completed this technique. His very own technique hyper speed. Almost sounds like thunderclap and flash. But he doesn't mind, the technique itself is very similar to REINCARNATION's lightning armor. A few minutes earlier he saw his brother and Ino was about to be hit by a deadly attack and the only thing he could do to save them was to use this technique. Maybe the god listens to him. He finally completed the technique. It was like his whole body was getting jabbed by lightning. No doubt the technique still needs mastering, but his speed really did increase in time and he was able to save both Ino and Naruto. Naruto and Ino did not even see what happened. The speed was just like a flash of lightning. Only some root members were able to see what Kirito did and now they were frightened by what happened next. Everyone in the Konoha knew how devastating the Flying Thunder God technique was to the enemy. Of course, these root members mistook the technique, but Kirito is not going to correct them. They did not think anything more and started running towards the forest. Kirito saw that but did not go after them directly. He first put down his brother, then Ino, who he was practically a princess carrying. Ino might not know what happened, but she does know that Kirito saved her and was now a princess carrying him. This brought a huge blush to Ino's face. Haku, who also saw this, understood the feeling and blushed a little while no one was looking. Kirito though was immersed in his new technique and all the updates that the system did to the technique. The minute he got the mastery thanks to the system, he felt like someone gave him access to the speed force. Ino, Naruto, you two wait here for me. I will take care of those guys and will be back soon, Kirito said in a calm tone and immediately flashed from there. Naruto and Ino once again could not see Kirito moving. But they saw a flash like a real flash of light. This happens because of the lightning crackling around Kirito. A total of 6 root Chunin ran away. Nothing too much that Kirito can't handle. Kirito directly used his hyper speed, which now was completely under his control after he got the mastery from the system, and dashed towards the nearest root ninja. His hyper focus have already spotted all the runaway shinobi. In fact, hyper focus was kind of necessary at this speed. He immediately sends a kunai at amazing speed towards the first shinobi. The Chunin did evade the kunai but was not expecting what happened next. Kirito just appeared right in front of him and directly cut that Chunin's neck. Kirito just replaced himself with a kunai. Thanks to his mastery of that technique. It very much acts like Hiraishin as long as he can see the kunai. He can replace his position with the kunai. Then he went after the second Chunin, who he directly used a miniature Rasen shuriken on. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth were running at the same speed. Kirito directly appears in front of them and impales them with Kobikurabocho. I knew that this blade would come in handy, Kirito smiled. All the roots were now already killed except the one which was captured by Kakashi and Asuma. Thankfully Jonin has not seen Kirito using any of his powers and thus his information won't be leaked. Kirito finally sighed in relief and was ready to return to his team. Kakashi and Asuma too were done with their fights by this time. But the problem was not solved because that idiot Gato also found this exact day to attack the bridge. Kirito once again had to rush towards the bridge when he got this information from his clone. No one was near the bridge to safeguard the bridge, and maybe exactly this is why Gato dared to attack the bridge. Gato might have already sent his goons to capture Tazuna's family, but Kirito does not worry about them. His whole team is there with them. Kirito suddenly had the urge to recreate what his father did in the Third World War. Maybe he doesn't have the Hiraishin, but he wanted to test out the hyper speed. No one was there to see what he was about to do anyway, and thus he let the flash be seen by the world once again. By the time Kirito was done and came back to Tazuna's house, he saw an awkward situation there. Everyone was looking at Haku. It was almost like she was their captive. The Jonin who was captured by Kakashi has already killed himself and everyone was super tired by this fight. All of them were looking at Kirito as if they wanted an answer. Mainly, who is Haku and how is he so fast? Chapter 35. It took some time for Kirito to explain the entire thing to his team. He said that the reason his speed is so fast is because he created a new technique similar to REINCARNATION lightning armor. Haku's story was more altered than he wanted it to be. He explains how he met Haku when he was sleeping in the forest and she was picking flowers and herbs. Pretty much the entire Naruto meeting with Haku. And after much convincing he was even able to convince Kakashi and Asuma to take Haku to Konoha. Of course, he has to say that Haku is a kunoichi and has been a runaway from the hidden mist for a long time. He did not say about her connection to Zabuza though. Haku herself did not want to go to Konoha, but now she is already under the circumstances that she had to go. She also was moved by Kirito's act of saving her and now was not so defensive against Kirito. This was the last day when the team was staying in the land of waves. Today was also a free day for all the genins. While Team 7 was having fun on their own. Team 10 Shikamaru didn't come as usual and Naruto replaced him, with Haku came to the market in the wave to purchase a few items and have fun. Haku was with them because she only used to talk with Kirito in these few days. While Ino and Sakura did try to connect with Haku, they were not that much successful. Naruto was better at talking with Haku than Ino and Sakura combined. Haku was not like the typical normal Konoha kunoichi. She had faced more hardship than any of the girls he knew in the village. Somewhat Kirito connects with her because of his childhood. The fact that Haku only talked what little she talked with Kirito irritated both Sakura and Ino. Ino was a little worried as well because Kirito also talked to her, unlike how he used to pretty much ignore all the other girls except her. That includes Sakura as well, on whom his brother had a crush. But Kirito did not have any problem talking with her, and he even was trying to make her smile. She had noticed over a few days that Kirito was giving her more attention. Ino was jealous, but she was not showing this to anyone. All of them reached a market and were looking for food and gifts which Ino wanted to purchase before going back to Konoha. You can purchase some too, Haku, don't worry about the money. I will cover this time, said Kirito. He was trying to open up to Haku as much as possible. The reason was that he wanted to be friends with Haku. He felt bad about Haku and wanted to help her. Thank you, Haku said and smiled. Haku herself saw how sincere Kirito was from the very first day. Although she understands Kirito was doing this because he feels bad for her, she did not purchase anything in the end. She never had the money herself to purchase things for her own use before. She was already very happy about what Kirito did for her, but now she does not want to take more favors. By the end of the day, knowing that Haku did not purchase anything, Kirito went ahead and purchased something for Haku and Ino. He already knew that Ino would make a lot more fuss if he did give something to Haku and not to her. That's why he had to purchase her one gift as well. So, when they were going back to Tazuna's house, Kirito finally decided to give everyone their gift. Naruto, I have purchased a gift for you, said Kirito with a smile on his face. Naruto instantly perked up and started jumping up to get his gift. Of course, Kirito purchases a gift for Naruto. He is his brother after all. I bought 5 different types of ramen for you, said Kirito. Naruto loved the gift. Ino, I also have a gift for you, said Kirito, and she finally showed a bright smile. Got you a hairpin which looks like a flower, Kirito said and showed the pin to Ino, who loved the pin. And finally for you, Haku, I know you did not purchase anything for yourself, so please accept this little gift from a friend, said Kirito. Now Kirito did not know much about Haku to buy a good gift for her, but he did know that Haku was from the anime, so he just went with that information. I bought you a pendant into which you can put the image of your most precious person. So they can always stay close to you, said Kirito, and Haku was stunned by what Kirito just said. I want you to make more friends and precious people when we go to Konoha, because remember, a person can only truly become strong when he protects his precious person, said Kirito, making a critical strike on Haku. Haku was in a daze, remembering someone telling her these same lines before. Hi, Haku took the pendant with shaky hands and moist eyes. I will remember that, said Haku and turned around and started walking. Kirito, if he did not have the hyper-focus, would have believed that she did not like the gift, but thankfully that was not the case. Chapter 36. Konohagakure no Sato. 2 months later. Kirito was practicing in his special training ground. After learning hyper-speed, he took 1 month's break and then immediately started working on learning Hiraishin, the next power which Minato had in his arsenal. Minato template 50%. Zabuza was his first kill and it gave him a massive boost to his template. He unlocked Hiraishin and was eager to learn this technique soon. Another technique which Kirito wanted to learn was Edo Tensei, which he will be learning the moment he is done with learning Flying Thunder God. He also started teaching Naruto now because the Chunin was coming soon and he wanted all 3 of his teammates to be at their best. Yes, 3, because Hiruzen Sarutobi ended up putting Haku on Kirito's team. Kirito would have bet that Hiruzen would not let Kirito get too much closer to a girl who is not from this village, but that old goat surprised Kirito. Since then Haku has been working and training with Kirito and his team. At first it was really hard for Haku to open up, but with constant try and effort from Kirito's side she ended up opening, but in the end. She is still an introverted girl, but she is much better now than she used to be in the past. On the other hand, Danzo did not even receive a slap on his wrist. Kirito doesn't care anymore about what Hiruzen Sarutobi do. He is not suitable to be the Hokage anymore anyway. Haku was looking at Kirito training. She was the only person right now who Kirito let to his special training ground. There were 2 simple reasons. Number 1, she is smart enough not to say about this place to anyone. Kirito trusted her as he already knew that Haku never lied to him since they came here. Number 2 is that if there ever comes a time that she needs a place to hide from someone dangerous like Danzo for example, she could hide in here. This place was secured and no one could find this place. Not to mention Kirito have rigged the place with multiple seals, so even if someone finds this place, they would not like the outcome of entering a place where they are not allowed. Allowing Haku to accompany him to the special training place also gives Kirito a training partner. Today was a special day because Haku for the first time asked him to treat her a dinner. He usually goes out with Ino regularly and eats. Normally Naruto also tag along and Kirito could say that annoyed Ino a lot. But Haku never really went with them. Today was different though. Haku accepted Kirito's offer after he pestered her for almost 2 months. Later that day. It was a pleasant evening in the Hidden Leaf Village, and Kirito had invited his teammates over for dinner. Along with his childhood friend Ino. Haku was with her all day long. Shikamaru didn't come, he was getting nagged by her mother. Surely a motivation source for him to participate in the upcoming Chunin exams. As they all settled in around the table, Kirito smiled at the group. Thanks for coming, everyone. It's good to be surrounded by family and friends. As you can see, I was finally successful in bringing Haku here. Ino chimed in, of course, Kirito-kun. You know I wouldn't miss this for the world. Ino for some reason was not on good terms with Haku as time passed, and it might be just Kirito's imagination, but even Haku was a little competitive towards Ino. Kirito did not have any idea what was going on, but he did not care as long as they didn't cause problems. Kirito nodded in agreement. Same here, it's great to be able to catch up with you and get to know your friends. Kirito smiled and turned to Haku, and I'm so glad you could make it, Haku. Kirito said with a warm smile. Haku smiled back, it's good to have you with me. I am sorry I did not accept the invitation before, but I am glad to be here, thank you for inviting me. Haku said in her usual polite tone. But gave a shy look towards Ino, which Ino and Kirito both noticed, but neither had any reaction. Kirito was aware that Ino was a girl who might fight over petty things with her friends. She is not bad, but it's pretty much what she is, and after some time she would forget all that and turn back to normal. But he was not expecting this farce to go on this long and even Haku to be involved in this much. What the hell is happening between them? Thought Kirito. As the food was served, they all dug in and began to chat about their adventures and experiences. Ino shared stories about her recent missions, Kirito talked about his battles, while Haku and Naruto would also join in from time to time. Haku listened intently and then spoke up, you all have such interesting stories. I'm just a humble Konoish who is a fortune to have your all company. Kirito smiled, oh, don't sell yourself short, Haku. You helped us out when we needed it the most. Without you now Team 7 is not complete. You are already a part of the family. And I know you must have some interesting stories to share too. Haku blushed, maybe another time, I would love to tell you when we both have some time. Although Haku said that in Ino's ears, it was clearly said as when we both are alone. That and a seductive smile he sends towards Kirito, which he does not get at all, and just smiles back with his warm megawatt smile. Usually, Ino would complain about how Kirito is dense, but now she is really happy about Kirito's denseness. Haku by now also understood that Kirito was dense as hell, and day by day she was becoming bolder. This was the exact reason why Ino was on bad terms with Haku. They never let show this publicly, but the reality was very different. As the evening wore on, the group laughed and talked until late into the night. Naruto and Kirito felt grateful for the company of his friends and family and for the chance to create new memories with them. As they said their goodbyes and parted ways, Naruto and Kirito knew that this was just the beginning of many more dinners to come. Chapter 37. As the bad guys started to gain the advantage. The princess did not know what to do, but still, she did not give up and started to ignite hope among her fellow men and warriors. The evil villain was assured of his victory, but the princess overcame the difficulty and came out victorious in the end. And that's when the movie was disturbed by the scream of Naruto, who had just fallen off from the ceiling. Kirito just sighed and came down as well. Asuma-sensei told them to watch this Princess Gale movie. Everyone from Team 10 was here except Asuma. Oi, you can't come here without tickets, said the manager. Kirito had to show his and others' tickets to the manager before he let members of Team 10 go. Kirito remembers this plot. This is the very first Naruto movie plot. The ninja clash in the land of snow. But what he did not understand that, how is this happening before the Chunin exams? Is the timeline also so different here? Did he cause this? There were many questions in his mind, but he was not sure what to think about first. He does not remember the movie that much. He never really saw the movie himself, but rather read about the plot in the fan fiction. And that too he barely remember. But he does know that this movie is not something which should take place before the Chunin exams. This movie should take place after Hiruzen was death and Tsunade's was the 5th Hokage. Then why is this happening now? He doesn't know, but what he knows is that the current Team 10 is not exactly ready for this mission. In fact, Team 10 was never supposed to be here in the first place. It was supposed to be done by Team 7. But here they are. And even more interestingly, Shikamaru was taken away by Kakashi for some reason. Maybe he wanted to introduce a strategy to his team. And in return Team 10 got Naruto. Naruto does not yet have the experience which he gets from fighting in the Chunin exams and Orochimaru. He also has not learned the Rasengan technique yet. Ino is currently learning close hand-to-hand and working with her poison. She is better than the canon Ino, but it's still not enough for this mission. Haku might be the only other genin in the team beside him who is ready for this mission. She is the perfect choice for this as her ice style will be helpful in the land of snow. Kirito himself don't know what is going to happen next. Not only does he never see the movie, but at the same time, this world is getting more and more different than the canon. Kirito started to believe that this was not just a copy of the Naruto world but an entire alternative world of which he was not aware. Could it be that on the other side of the globe, I find pirates with Haki and devil fruit ability, or maybe element benders? Kirito said to himself. What was that? Kirito-kun? Haku came close to him and asked in a small voice. Nothing. Hey, what are you doing? Ino asked in a suspicious tone and grabs Kirito's hand to drag him out of the movie theater. Haku also grabs his other hand and joins himself and Ino. This is what he has been dealing with all this time. While Ino is always like this. Haku only acts like this when Ino is around. Man, I love the movie, said Naruto when everyone came outside of the movie theater. You know right that we could not see the movie because of you, Ino said to Naruto in a scolding tone. Kirito and Haku sigh. Another very peculiar relationship in the team was between Ino and Naruto. Both just keep getting in each other's way. Kirito never would have thought that this team change would bring this kind of problem. While all the genin were talking, a horse jumped over the wall and the person riding the horse was none other than Princess Gale herself. Or to be more precise, Yuki Fujikaze. The princess of the land of snow. And pretty much that was the end of the knowledge Kirito had of her. Following her were some goons who were following her. What the hell? This place is so close to the land of fire. How these bandits are running wild here? Kirito asked in confusion which started to run through his mind. But he did not have enough time to figure out what was going on as Naruto, Ino and Haku started running towards the princess, probably to save her. Kirito sighs and rushes towards the group at the same time. While he could have stopped all this plot nonsense here, he was not sure what was important and what he might or might not deal with, so he did not interfere and let Naruto do his thing. By the end of the chase, he ends up finding out that the so-called goons are none other than Yuki's manager and crew. She ran away from the set because she did not want to continue the movie. Already a headache was coming to Kirito seeing what kind of bratty actress he had to protect. By the end of the day, Asuma somehow ended up capturing Yuki and they boarded the ship to the land of snow. Here comes another plot which is not going like the canon, thought Kirito. He might have not seen the movie, but he knew that the time was a little off for this mission to come. While he was thinking about this, more shinobi boarded the ship. Kirito sensed them for sure because of his hyper-focus, but he did not know who are these shinobis. They are not rooted in Danzo. Danzo stops interfering with his business after the mission in the waves. Then who are they? He needs to make sure that he keeps an eye on them. Chapter 38. It took almost a day for Yuki Fujikaze to wake up. And the moment she woke up she started to make all kinds of fuss about leaving the ship. But in the end, the shooting started and Kirito was bored as hell. Wait a minute, someone brings my eye drop, I need to cry, said Yuki and everyone's sweat drop. I would have never believed that all of this is fake to this extent if I had not seen all this with my own eyes, Haku said with an awkward smile on her face. True, I never would have thought that something like this is happening behind the scenes, said Ino. Naruto also nodded with affirmation. Kirito at this time was spying on the ninja who boarded the ship. He disguised himself as a bag of ration and was hiding so he could learn what they were talking about. Remember, we need to capture the princess alive. Also, make sure to get the crystal from her, said one of the shinobi. Is this supposed to happen? Thought Kirito. He did not know the story so he can't say for sure whether this is canon or not. Now when he thinks about it. Is this movie canon in the first place, questioned Kirito to himself. It does not matter though. Whether this is supposed to happen or not, right now Kirito needs to capture this person and get some information from them. There were only 2 shinobi here but around 5 boarded the ship. Kirito first needed to capture these 2, then he will go after the rest. When the shinobi were about to leave the place he activated his hyper speed and directly captured the shinobi with a single surprise attack. For the next 2 hours, he tortures both of the shinobi to get more information. The only 2 things which Kirito found out were that the person who hired this person was called himself Dodo and the reason they were on this ship was so that they wanted to capture the princess of the snow country. Kirito wondered why would this Gato want to capture someone like Yuki Fujikaze. How the hell did they even know that Fujikaze was the princess anyway? So many questions but no answers at all. While Kirito was thinking about things, the ship came to a stop. When Kirito came out, he saw that the people were setting up for the shoot. Kirito sighed but also started looking for the rest of the 3 shinobi who boarded the ship. He needed to kill all those shinobi before they created more trouble for himself. In under an hour, he took care of 2 of those shinobi without letting others know about it. But before he could take care of the 3rd shinobi, they were attacked by some other random shinobi. They were wearing some strange clothes, or maybe those were the chakra armor which he read in those fanfictions. A total of 3 shinobi from the land of snow came to kidnap Yuki Fujikaze. Asuma picked an opponent to deal with while Naruto and Haku went towards a snow kunoichi with a sexy figure. While Ino was taking care of everyone else and Yuki. Kirito himself just used that time to launch his hyper speed without others knowing and directly took care of the last shinobi before going towards the guy in a skateboard trying to look cool. With just a simple punch mix of chakra steel release, he completely took care of the person. When finally all this was done, and Yuki Fujikaze were saved. The entire plot of the story is explained by Yuki's manager Sutetsu. Yuki was totally against going to the land of snow while Asuma explained why they had to go there no matter what. Kirito was just listening and more or less was not interested in the entire land of snow arc. What he was interested in was why the Atsuki were starting to act up so early in the story. Then the entire story went on and finally, the team reached the place where they were. Yuki ran away again. Kirito and Naruto knew where she ran off to. Kirito had no idea how Naruto found her, but he was not going to ask because he knew that the only answer he would get is "I had a gut feeling, you know." It is a blessing to have hyper-focus and good senses, said Kirito to himself. While taking Yuki back to the group, suddenly the railway track started to appear as the snow started to melt. Kirito had no idea what going on, but he understood that if they didn't move quickly they would be crushed by a 100-ton train. Kirito quickly took Yuki from Naruto's back to his own and said, "Naruto, start running, a train is coming towards us." But Naruto and Yuki had just recently recovered from the sudden jerk by changing the person who was giving her the piggyback ride and did not understand what Kirito was saying. They only started to run when the train was almost visible. Naruto was pretty fast courtesy of Kirito's hellish training. While Kirito, even with Yuki on her back, was enough fast to outrun the train without breaking a sweat. But unfortunately, that was not the end of their problems as Kirito detected multiple hostile signs from the train itself. Chapter 39. As soon as the train stopped, a man in the royal uniform came out. "Doto," said Yuki with a sneer. Kirito understood that this is what Doto Asuma explained to them. Later there came more people and the person leading them was none other than Yuki manager. Kirito raised his eyes at this. How the hell he know that Doto was going to come here, and how the hell did he gather all these people here so quickly? Thought Kirito. "This is the end of you, Doto," said the manager, and attacked all of these people. Kirito already had a bad feeling about this, and his feeling was right because the moment the train side doors opened, all the people were bombarded by a powerful attack. Kunai and arrows were rained down on them, and in a just few seconds everyone died. Kirito saw this and asked himself one very important question. What would I have done if that was to happen to my people? Currently, he only cares about Naruto, Haku and Ino, but what if in future a situation like this arrives and he has to save everyone? He should focus on learning some defensive ninjutsu in future. He mentally noted that down. Soon, the train was attacked by the combined effort of Asuma, Haku and Ino, and the entire train was fallen off from the bridge. Kirito was still not relaxed though, because he could still feel Doto and his men alive. Just when everyone was starting to lead their guard down, Doto arrived once again in his flying ship and his man caught Yuki. Naruto also ended up following them. Seeing this, Kirito also had to follow Naruto, and they both together entered the ship. Still, Kirito was not taking action, but he had to take action because if he didn't then his brother or the princess could be in danger. Naruto did not know that Kirito also came behind him. He ended up being an idiot and got himself captured. Kirito saw that and sighed. Why do I even hope that he will not mess things up more than they already are, asked Kirito to himself. While Naruto was taken to prison, Kirito started his work. Because he took care of Doto, he had to take care of his men. And that too before the ship lands. Thus he ended up summoning multiple clones and giving them full access to hyper speed and all other of his techniques. Needless to say, before the ship landed on the ground in the castle of Doto, almost all the Doto men were killed and replaced by Kirito. Kirito waited for Naruto and Yuki to be in prison before he started taking action. He sends one clone to get Naruto and Yuki while all of his other clones are taking care of the rest of the Doto man in the castle. The only people left were Nadar and Doto. Fortunately, they were at the same place for Kirito to take care of them. Both Nadar, the leader of the Snow Shinobi, and Doto were not stronger than Zabuza by that much. What's going on here? I ask you to bring Yuki and Naruto to me. Why are you here without them? Doto asks in confusion. Kirito, who was transformed into one of Dodo's men, smirked and transformed back. I am not your goon that you can order me around, you punk. I am Namake's Kirito of the Hidden Leaf. Brother of the person you just kidnapped. Kirito said. Namake's, you want me to believe that you are the fourth Hokage's son, asks Dodo in doubt. Oh no, not at all, why would I want a soon-to-be dead man to believe that I am someone famous, son, replied Kirito, and this got Dodo's attention. You think that you alone can is enough to kill me, asked Dodo. Kirito did not answer, he just vanished from his place and got Nadara with a powerful Rasengan. The power of this Rasengan was so strong that the chakra armor that Nadar was wearing was rendered useless and immediately broken apart. With just one shot Nadar was dead. Dodo was taken aback at how powerful that attack was and started to lose his confidence. Kirito sensed Naruto and Yuki coming over and he understood that he needed to complete this fight faster, thus he covered his hands in steel release and created a highly compressed Rasengan. On the other hand, he had a kunai which he threw at Dodo at astonishing speed. Dodo hardly was able to avoid the kunai, but suddenly Kirito appeared where the kunai was advanced replacement technique, and slammed a highly compressed Rasengan on Dodo. The reason he used a highly compressed Rasengan is that he knew that Dodo also is wearing chakra armor. I mean, come on, there is no way this guy won't wear one, right, thought Kirito. By the time Yuki and Naruto reach the hall, both Nadar and Dodo are already dead and Kirito is the only person standing there. The story went pretty normal from there on, as Yuki was surprised but needless to say was thankful to Kirito for helping her. Yuki then ended up starting the heater of the land of snow and bringing the spring which everyone always dreamed about. Naruto finally got his autograph and Kirito was also happy that everything went well. Naruto, Kirito, Haku, Ino and Asuma finally completed the mission and started their back journey to the village. Chapter 40. Konoha Gakuren no Sato. Today was a very beautiful and bright day. All the populace of Konoha was doing their work, but there seemed to be a little more activity in the Konoha than usual. It was an off day for Team 7 and everyone from Team 7 was enjoying themselves. Naruto Uzumaki was one of those people who was enjoying himself and was a happy kid for some time. Not only did he save 2 countries within just 6 months of him becoming a genin, but he also ended up getting an autograph from Yuki Fujikaze which he is going to rub on everyone's faces from his class. Today in particular Naruto was playing with Konohamaru, the grandchild of the third Hokage. Naruto met Konohamaru when he was about to become a genin and since then those two become quite good friends. Konohamaru idealized Naruto for his courage and his dream to become the Hokage. He wanted to be the Hokage and was already working hard for it. Just like today when he was practicing how to become a great ninja with his Naruto Nai-san by playing ninja. Are you sure this is training? Asks Kirito from the sideline. Kirito also ended up following Naruto because he did not have anything particular to do on his off day. Yes, this is great training for Konohamaru who wants to be a great shinobi like me and you bro, said Naruto without a trace of doubt on his face. Who are you by the way, you never introduced yourself, asked Konohamaru in confusion as he was meeting Kirito for the first time. Kirito himself almost forgot about Konohamaru. He mostly concentrated on his training and major plots and characters. I am Kirito, Naruto's brother, and I am too a new genin, replied Kirito to Konohamaru. Konohamaru's eyes shined as he already heard a lot about Kirito from Naruto and he already had a cool impression of Kirito. Cool, you are big brother Naruto's brother. You can also play with us, right, requested Konohamaru. Kirito mused and nodded his head as he did not have any other thing to do for today anyway. Awesome, then both of your first task is to find me after I go and hide, said Konohamaru in excitement. Isn't that hide and seek rather than playing ninja? Thought Kirito but did not express his thoughts. Konohamaru ran at a very fast speed and at the turning he did not see the people coming towards him and ended up running into them. Hey Runt, watch where you are going will ya, said Kankuro. Kirito and Naruto who ran behind Konohamaru after hearing this saw the Sand team for the first time. So it's finally time for the Chunin exams, huh, thought Kirito with excitement. Kirito was waiting for the real plot to start for a long time and now it's finally the time. Kankuro, don't make trouble here. We are not looking for trouble, said Temari in her sensual voice. Kirito could have sworn he had never heard a more pleasant-sounding voice before in his life. Almost all of the Konoha girls are loud and annoying. Hardly compares with this voice. But the matter of voice aside, Kirito already knew that currently, he had to be cautious in front of the Sand team knowing what their real intention was right now. I am not making trouble. I am just teaching this brat a little lesson on public safety, said Kankuro. Excuse me, would you please put down the grandson of Hokage before other people start interpreting this situation incorrectly, said Kirito in his most diplomatic voice. Temari's and Kankuro's attention then shifted to Naruto and Kirito. Especially Kirito who almost looks and even dresses like Minato in his early years. Even the Jonin group and people who knew Minato, which included all the clan heads and Hiruzen, Danzo and others, when saw Kirito for the first time, could not believe their eyes. But those who have never seen Minato in his early years or have never seen Minato at all are indifferent to Kirito's look. Just like the Sand team. But that is not the only reason why people took an interest in Kirito. One of the main reasons was how handsome he was. Temari also got attracted to Kirito for the same reason. A local pretty boy, huh, thought Temari, checking out Kirito. What did you say? Punk Kenkuro said. I said you should put down the grandson of the Hokage before the current situation goes out of hand, replied Kirito, this time with a little less diplomacy. And what if I don't? Kankura did not like Kirito ordering him around and retorted back. What did you say? Naruto said this time. Anger came to him because he was worried for Konohamaru. Fine, have it your way. By the way, on your left, said Kirito, and immediately vanished from his place and directly appeared on the left side of Kankuro. Kankuro, who was taken back, was immediately hit by a strong kick, and then an exploding tag was thrown towards him which dug itself just inches apart from his face. Try to so much to even breathe a little differently and that explosion that could take out an entire bunker will explode near your face, Kirito said to Kankuro, but was more focused on Temari, who was close to him, and Gaara, who undoubtedly lurking around somewhere near. Needless to say, the entire group was tense, and finally, the silence was broken when Gaara finally came and took his teammates away. Before leaving, Temari gave Kirito a look and Gaara asked for Kirito's name. It's Kirito. You will know my full name if you stay long enough in the Chunin exam, said Kirito without looking back and waving his hands. So it begins, thought Kirito to himself. Chapter 41. Finally, the day came when the first test of the Chunin exams was about to take place. All the team ended up entering the Chunin exams. Team 10 also entered the Chunin exams, but one of the members, Haku, could not enter the exam with Team 10 as only 3 people in a team are allowed. Haku had to enter another team to participate. Currently, Kirito, Naruto and Ino were going toward the first examination hall to get the first test done. Kirito already had some idea of how the test was going to go, but he was not sure. This world is like the anime he saw, but at the same time, it's so different that he could not say whether the first exam is going to go like in the canon or not. Man, I am super pumped up for this test. I am gonna be the best Databayo, said Naruto in his extremely loud and annoying tone. Kirito could not sleep well last night because Naruto kept shouting about the Chunin exam and being the Hokage. And that even in his sleep after Kirito had to knock him out, so hopefully Naruto will let him sleep. Needless to say, Kirito was annoyed and pissed. So whichever motherfucker wants to annoy him more today will have a really good field day in the Konoha hospital. Don't be a baka, Naruto, Kirito-kun is going to be the best, shouted Ino, equally annoyed and almost equally annoying to Kirito. Kirito sighed and not for the first time was thinking whether he should have been born into any other village than Konoha. Why all the weird people of the world are in Konoha, god damn it, muttered Kirito in a low voice. By the time they reached the examination building, Kirito sees the gate guards whose names he doesn't remember, bullying new genins. Naruto already went to meet his team, and on the way, Shikamaru joined Kirito and Ino. Shikamaru and Ino were about to interfere, but before that, Kirito stopped them and explained the entire situation to them about this floor being a decoy to challenge the participants. When they finally came to the examination floor, they saw many people there ready for the examination to begin. While Kirito's teammates were observing everyone who was looking cool and dangerous. Kirito himself was only looking towards Lee and Gaara. Only those two can give him a good fight here. But then his eyes fall on Kabuto. Yes, there is another person who can, muttered Kirito in a slow tone. He already had plans for Kabuto, and thus for the time being he is not going to come in contact with him. Soon Lee ends up coming to Kirito, where he bothers Sakura and proposes his love for her. You are Kirito-kun, right, said Lee with a smile. Kirito simply nodded and already had some idea where this was going. Lee wanted to fight Sasuke in the anime because he believed that hard work could overcome any talent. At that time Sasuke was the Rookie of the Year. But now Kirito is the Rookie of the Year, and thus there is a possibility that Lee wanted to fight him. Fight me, Lee shouted. There we go, sighed Kirito in his mind. I don't know why you want to fight me, but I am not interested, replied Kirito, and to be honest he was lying. Kirito was interested in fighting Lee, but currently, he did not want to showcase what he could do to others. I am sorry, but I have a reason to prove that hard work can surpass talent, and thus I must fight you to show my youth and hard work, said Lee. This made Kirito's already bad mood even worse. Saying that he has the talent and won't work hard is an insult to his extreme training regime which he has been following for all these years. So he has a system, so what that he has a cheat, he had to work hard to gain the power which he had gained right now. To learn a simple Shunshin he had to work extremely hard for more than 2 weeks. To learn Rasengan it took him more than a month. Every day when he does not get any results he perseverant through those times. All the time he exhausted his entire chakra because he had to maintain his shadow clones as well as training, he was perseverant. So yeah, this makes Kirito more pissed. Kirito though also understand where Lee is coming from. Not being able to use chakra is frankly a death sentence in this world, but Lee and Guy are some unique people who never stop and never give up no matter what they are facing. He commended them for this, but he was mad either way. What do you mean by hard work and talent? Are you trying to implement that I do not work hard, you cheap Bruce Lee copy, said Kirito, now really irritated. Most of this irritation was not even caused by Lee, but the poor Lee has to now suffer nonetheless. Who is Bruce Lee? Lee asked in confusion. Kirito signed. This is frustrating when even your joke is pointless to say when other people don't know what you are talking about, thought Kirito. Doesn't matter, you want to fight, then come. Let me show you how much hard work I have done that people can't even see, said Kirito in an upbeat tone, finally getting a little better at the thought of having a good fight. Yeah, he did not want to show what he could do now, but who cares anyway, writes. So what say you want to dance, Kirito said with a smirk on his face. Chapter 42. The match started a little slow as Lee was not using his real speed and power. Kirito also did the same and in the starting only concentrated on avoiding Lee's attacks. This speed was very normal to others and they did not care too much about the fight because they thought that both Lee and Kirito were not strong at all. They did not know that Lee was merely getting a feel of Kirito's power and speed. Kirito also knew that and he did not attack that much to give him a false trail. Easy fight or not, giving away how strong you are in a battle is deadly. It's always best to feed false information to the enemy as much as possible. Lee soon got bored of this tactic and started to fight Kirito with his full speed and power without holding back much. Of course, he did not remove his weights and never opened an inner gate. On the other hand, Kirito never removed his resistance seal and never used any of his other powers. The fight was going on an equal footing even after Lee stopped pretending. This shocked Tenten and Neji as they were watching the battle from the sidelines. Naruto, Ino, Shikamaru and Haku were also watching the battle, but they did not worry about the outcome at all as they already knew the real speed of Kirito. Konoha Lotus Lee shouted and aimed a powerful kick towards Kirito to send him in the air, but Kirito already knew about this attack and used an instant Shun Shin to get away from there. The only thing which Lee kicked was air. One of the weaknesses of Shun Shin is that it requires some time to activate, so using this technique in between an intense fight is not possible. But for Kirito, who had a system and could activate this technique in an instant, the situation was different. In a short distance, this technique pretty much worked like Hirashin, but only for a few meters distance. Everyone who saw the fight now was gawking. How the hell have they become so fast? Asked someone among all the people. They must be using some secret technique, right? Asked another genin. It's pure speed and physical power, said Neji, and thought Sasuke. With the help of Byakugan and Sharingan, both the Jujutsu geniuses could say that both Lee and Kirito are not using any speed-enhancing technique. It's their pure speed. Neji was already accustomed to Lee's fast speed, but he was stunned when encountering the same speed in Kirito. Sasuke was the same. He thought that Kirito was the fastest genin in the village, but now he was thinking otherwise. Naruto was cheering his brother and at the same time was amazed by his amazing fighting technique and speed. Lee sent a powerful kick towards Kirito, but Kirito was able to block the attack. No damage either because he activated his steel release technique inside his clothes, so no one was able to see the skin changing color. Finally, Kirito thought about going towards the offensive. Kirito went to offensive and the attacking speed was increased by 2x and the power of the physical attack power which he was holding back also increased. This put Lee immediately on the defensive. The speed was not an issue as Lee was accustomed to fighting with Guy and knew how to handle a person who was faster than him. The problem was the heavy blows. Thanks to steel release, Kirito's blows were much more damaging than normal punches. It's already hurting his hand for blocking that attack, and this saying something when he takes attacks from Guy of all people regularly. The guy from the sidelines was watching the battle and now he was also stunned at how strong Kirito was. Being a taijutsu master, he already knows how much training and dedication is required to attain the speed which Kirito have. Another interesting thing was that Kirito attacks were much more powerful suddenly. Chakra-infused strength, thought Guy as he already knew Tsunade chakra-infused punches, and he had to say that even he would be worried if he got attacked by Tsunade punch. Lee was getting overwhelmed now after Kirito started to use one of his cheats. Finally, when Kirito was almost about to completely overwhelm Lee and delivered some good beating, Guy acted and stopped Kirito's attack. Guy was wearing a green costume and for others, it looked like a big version of Lee suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stopped the fight. Kirito himself was surprised by the speed Guy showcase. He did see the guy moving and it was not Shun Shin. The guy appears there with pure physical speed. Most of the other genins might have believed that he used Shun Shin, but Sasuke, Neji, Kirito, Lee and Gaara knew better. I am very disappointed in you, Lee. fighting here before the exam started, Guy stated after he punched Lee hard enough to send him flying towards a wall. Then Guy vanishes from his place and appears behind Kirito. Kirito did not react and just let the thing happen. "You are Asuma's students, right? He has trained you well," said Guy looking at Kirito. "Who are you?" Ino asked from the side. At this, Guy smiled and gave a mic Guy smile. Chapter 43. Konoha no Sato. Hokage Office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting in his Hokage place and was thinking about many things which had happened in the past 6 months. Hiruzen already knew that he was running on thin ice as most of the clan heads were not happy with him and also were demanding to choose a new Hokage. Possibly from their clan. This was a big issue for Hiruzen. His rule was not as strong as it used to be in his early years. Many controversies have happened in the time he has been a Hokage, and this was coming back to bite him back. The destruction of Senju and Uchiha happened when he was Hokage, and now the other clan heads are targeting him. They are not fools who do not understand what is going on in the shadows. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, and the entire F4 which was responsible for this. They wanted to secure their power, and to do that, in their younger years they worked together to eradicate the Senju clan. The Uchiha controversy was not something which Hiruzen had designed in the first place, but he could have easily stopped the problem when it was arising. But he did not, because he wanted to use this to control the Uchiha clan. Later on, when he could not control the clan, he ended up destroying the clan by manipulating Itachi through Danzo. Then there is also the matter of the death of the Hizashi Hyuga. He was the brother of the current clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga clan did not make a lot of fuss about his sacrifice because he was from the branch family. Over the years, Hiruzen and Danzo were also responsible for a lot of more shady work in Konoha and deaths of the prominent figures who could have challenged their power. The reason why Hiruzen made Minato the Hokage was that he could have controlled him. After all, he was getting pressure from the village and the clan heads back then. Minato himself was a very easy to control person if we once gained his trust. That child never did see darkness in his life, he always stayed happy without understanding the exact situation of the village, muttered Hiruzen. Hiruzen did have a way to save Minato and took his place to cast the Shiki Fuijin technique to summon the dead god, but he did not do it. The only thing he saw was the opportunity to again sit in the Hokage position once and gain his lost power and position. He also saw another opportunity to control the Uchiha clan and make them his pawn. Well, that did not work out that well, but still it was a good plan. Although he came to rise to the position of the Hokage again, now he is facing the same issue which he was facing back then. Clans are starting to force him to appoint a new Hokage. He can't even refuse them directly either, because he knows that he has become old and is not as strong as he used to be in his youth. This, when compared with the recent destruction of the Uchiha clan and his not giving face to the clans, was making the situation even worse. Then there was also the pawn he was trying to raise for himself. Minato's 2 brats. He wanted to control Naruto and make him his weapon. Of course, he won't do it like his idiot friend Danzo does. He always used subtle manipulation, unlike Danzo, who goes entirely on the dark path. Anyway, the real problem was that Naruto was too attached to his brother, and from a very young age Hiruzen did not give Kirito that much concern. After knowing that Naruto is much easier to manipulate, that was a normal thing to do. This was a regret he had, because Kirito ended up just like his father Minato, a genius. That brat was hiding his real power, said Hiruzen. Kirito never showcased his power, and that is why neither he nor Danzo gave too much attention to him, but now that is not the case. Not only he was able to defeat Sasuke, but also was able to beat his own son Asuma in the Genin test. Although he was able to do it thanks to Asuma not taking them seriously, he still worked with his team, but still. Genin even thinking about beating a Jonin. On the contrary, it was Naruto who was an idiot. Maybe it was the result of exploiting the kid too much, but he was not that much bright. Right now, Kirito is an appealing tool for Hiruzen, just like how Minato was in the past, and that is why he started to favor him and even went as far as putting the Yamanaka girl with him. The Ino-Shikicho formation is a very famous team in Konoha, and he had to break that formation just to please Kirito. He already has received much backlash from all 3 clans. Especially Ino's father. That man is too protective of his daughter, thought Hiruzen with a sweat drop and a sigh. All of this trouble so that Danzo don't get his hands on Kirito, and what happens in the end? Danzo sent his umbu behind Kirito. He was already suspected of this, but was not anticipating that Danzo would do something like this. It's a good thing that Kirito was stronger than everyone expected, and with the help of his team, he even killed all the Danzo's root ninjas. He then surely has to reprimand Danzo later, but even he knows that it means nothing in Danzo's eyes. But this explains the importance of Kirito more than ever to him. He might have the same potential as Minato, and if that is the case, then Hiruzen must have him. That is why he let him in his son's team and let Asuma be his sensei. Same reason Asuma is teaching both Ino and Shikamaru. And he had to do this for Kirito to make more bonds with the village so he could later manipulate and emotionally blackmail him. And there he offended the Akimichi clan by removing Choji from the Ino-Shircho formation. He did not want to accept Kiri Kunoichi, but he did just because he wanted to bring Kirito to his function. Chapter 44. Finally, the first test started and everyone regretted that this was not a fight or a cool shinobi test but a written test. Team 10 and 7 were feeling the same thing, even Kirito. He already knows the answers to all the questions but he still did not like this test. Written test is the worst, muttered Kirito with an exaggerated sigh. Naruto and Ino were not faring well either as both of them too did not like the written test. Naruto especially, as he did not know any of the questions. Now Kirito knows that all the questions are much harder for a normal genin and thus there is a high chance that the exam rule is just like how they were in the canon and if Naruto plays his cards right then he might be able to pass. It's not like Hiruzen let the Jinchuriki of the village fail here, right? If so, who is going to fight the other shinobi genins and Jinchuriki if Naruto is not there, thought Kirito. Well, there is of course me, Kirito then thought, and a sweat drop appeared on his face. There is the possibility that Naruto can pass just like in the canon, especially after he left his entire exam sheet paper blank. Another reason that Kirito could think about was Sasuke. Maybe Hiruzen had to pass Naruto because if he had failed then their precious Sasuke-kun which all those civilians worshipped would have also been disqualified and thus the civilian council would have been a pain in the neck for Hiruzen. If those two reasons are still valid then there is nothing to worry about as Naruto will pass this time just like that. Kirito just hopes that Hiruzen's interest in him is enough to pass Naruto as he did in canon. As the test went on, many of the participants started to cheat. This was also what happened in the canon and Kirito does not worry about this as much. Naruto was looking around to get some answers to his problem but there was no chance. Kirito already has formed a plan. He showed his answer sheet to Ino who was sitting behind him and not only passed the answers but also passed a message to help out Naruto once she was done with her question. Shikamaru, Sakura and Sasuke didn't need any help. Shikamaru and Sakura are smart enough to answer the question while Sasuke has his cheat eyes so no problem there. Why does my idiot brother have to sit in the front seat, complains Kirito. Everyone knows that sitting behind a smart person is better if the test is going to be hard. This Kirito knows from personal experience. Ino also understood that Naruto was having a problem and after she was done with her sheet, she started to use her mind to transfer jutsu to possess Naruto's body and started writing the question for him. There might be a possibility that Naruto will pass but Kirito does not want to take any chances. Once the trouble part was done, Kirito started to look around in his leisure and see what others were doing. Having a dojutsu is helpful. Mutters Kirito when he sees Sasuke and Neji using their Rasengan and Byakugan to cheat. Another interesting thing which Kirito always wondered about was whether Orochimaru was also present when everyone was giving their written test. The answer is nope. Hardly anyone escaped from his hyper-focus and he did not sense Orochimaru at all. Soon the test ended and Ibiki, who looked much more dangerous and real than in the anime, gave everyone the 10th question. Kirito already has explained to Ino and Naruto that no matter what, until he doesn't say it, do not quit. It was just a reassurance considering how canon and alternative timelines just interchange in this world so far. Nonetheless, everyone who stayed passed the test. None of the Konoha 12 failed and it was pretty much like the canon. Then the first entry of Anko happens. And yes, all the anime and fanfic were right about her appearance. She is damn hot and sexy but Kirito did not let this show on his face because Ino and Haku were giving him side glances which he saw thanks to his senses. Kirito is still not sure what is the deal with these two but he already knows that he is currently surrounded by muddy water and he better take caution. Although he is starting to get some hints. But don't want to believe it. It's these hints which ultimately lead to a life full of sorrow and pain. If there is one thing which Kirito likes about his powers is the incredible senses he has. Finally, everyone enters the forest of death and Kirito for the first time senses the malicious aura of Orochimaru. Damn, this feeling is 10 times worse than Zabuza, thought Kirito. Kirito is not sure whether he can take care of Orochimaru currently. He does know that Orochimaru will never be able to catch him if he so wants to, but one fighting is something which Kirito is not sure of right now. Anko soon gave the scroll to everyone in Team 7, 8, 9, and 10 and Haku's team which was Team 18 and Choji's team which was Team 16 got their scrolls as well. Finally, the team entered the forest of death in time. Kirito was sensing Orochimaru and was making sure that he kept his distance from that snake bastard. Even if he ended up coming towards his team or Haku's team then Kirito could simply use Hiraishin and get the hell out of there. But Kirito did not know that the world had already started to change massively, not only because this world was different from the canon but also because of his intervention. Soon somewhere a little far from the forest of death, a swirling portal opened and a masked man came out with a black coat with a red cloud printed on it. Chapter 45. The moment Kirito entered the forest of death with his team, he started making distance between himself and Orochimaru. He could not care less what happened to Sasuke, but considering that Naruto is on the same team, Kirito makes sure to send a clone to trail them. If something happens, then the clone will bring Naruto out of there. His priority was to safeguard his friends and brother. He already alerted Haku with special signs to avoid the scary-looking kunoichi. Haku too went to a different location than Orochimaru. Kirito is not particularly worried about Haku because she already has his seal on her. Shikamaru and Ino as usual were following Kirito's lead. Kirito took them directly to the edge of the forest. I sense a team a little far to our north. I am sure that there are no Konoha teams. We better see who there are and get a scroll, Kirito said after getting far away from Orochimaru. Shikamaru and Ino simply nodded and followed Kirito's lead. Shikamaru is a little more motivated considering he got a good beating from her mother to participate in the Chunin Exam. Of course, Kirito has a hand in this. Ino though was still a fangirl. Her fangirl tendencies were getting worse now. Kirito secretly believes that she is a Yandere. Hope not, finger cross, thought Kirito. Soon Team 10 found the team that they were looking for. Just like Kirito sense, it was not a Konoha team. They were the sound team which Orochimaru sent. Kirito though, to this date, could not figure out why they were in the Chunin exams in the first place. They are pointless. Why would Orochimaru send them if all the work is done by him anyways? If there is a person who might be placed in the Chunin exam by Orochimaru, then it will be Kabuto. Kirito already had plans for Kabuto and thus he is on the lookout for Kabuto. He is in Haku's team. This was also another thing that Kirito was so cautious about. Haku's safety was more important to Kirito than his plan which he had for Kabuto. Team 10 soon formed a plan to take down the sound team. Kirito wanted to remove all the trouble early on. Kirito was never a fan of head-to-head confrontation and thus he devises a good plan to take down the sound team. It was not like he did not like fighting, he loved fighting and getting stronger, but he despised the mindless fighting when things could be easily handled by just planning things correctly. The plan itself was very simple. Ino will be taking over Kin, practically taking her out of the battle. Ino did it fabulously. Then Kirito threw Ino's poison darts from her main body to Kin, who was taken over by Ino. Ino's catch those darts rather than dodging them. The sound team raised their guards, looking for the team which attacked them. At this time Shikamaru, Kirito and Ino came out. I was not expecting for you to catch that, Kirito said to the sound team. But this time Ino, who was in Kin's body, started to move closer to the other two members of the sound team. The other two members of the sound team were focusing on Team 10 and did not see Kin's unusual moments. You should not have attacked us, you tree huggers, said Zaku. Yes, and you should not have let your guard down, said Kirito, and this is the exact moment. Ino stabbed both Dozu and Zaku with the poison dart which she caught. The Ino which was with Team 10 was just a clone of Kirito which turned into Kirito's clone. The Shikamaru beside Kirito was also his clone. The real Shikamaru at this time was guarding Ino's real body. After stabbing both sound members, Ino stabs the poison dart to herself. Making Kin's body is also affected by the poison. And then returned to her original body. All of this happened so fast that the sound team did not even understand what happened, and before they started taking action, the poison started affecting them. The poison itself was not very strong or lethal but had a very powerful paralysis effect. This is why Kirito likes planning and doing things in a more shinobi-like fashion rather than a head-to-head confrontation. By this point, they already had both the different types of scrolls with them and they could have completed the task, but Kirito remembered one thing which he had yet to do. Saving Karin. Kirito knows that Karin was in mortal danger in the anime at this time, and there is a possibility that this might happen here as well. He wanted to save Karin. Not only this will significantly reduce Sasuke's power in the future if he becomes the rebel like in the anime, but this might also slow down Orochimaru's plan by a little bit. There is also a possibility that she came to his side, and at that time he will have an Uzumaki kunoichi who can not only heal people but also a possible Jinchuriki who might hold a tail beast in the future. He was already giddy with this thought. Chapter 46. After taking care of the sound team, Kirito started to spread his senses to pinpoint the important characters in the Forest of Death. His range was enough to cover the entire forest without any problem, but to cover the entire forest he had to focus more than usual. Kirito quickly found out the first team which he knew. It was Haku's team. Haku was with Kabuto and one another genin from the leaf. Then he found the sand team. Gaara, Temari and Kankuro. They might be watching Gaara fight another team by himself. There was also Team 8 and 9 which was pretty close to each other, and there might be a fight off between them if they crossed path. Honestly, the current Team 8 is not a match for Team 9. Lee and Neji can take care of most of the genin by themselves anyway. Kirito then started focusing more only to find the person he was not looking forward to meeting. He found the person he was exactly avoiding, Orochimaru. He was looming around Team 7. He surely was after Sasuke. Kirito already had a clone around there, so he didn't do anything for the time being. Kirito just ignored that and spread his senses more and finally found the person he was looking for. Uzumaki Karin. She was currently traveling with her team. After getting a good understanding of where Karin was, Kirito created a shadow clone and replaced himself with the clone. The clone stayed with his team and traveled to the place where the semi-finals were about to begin while the real Kirito went towards Karin. But before going to her, Kirito wanted to visit Haku first and complete his plan with Kabuto. Kabuto was the most astonishing player in Naruto. No one thought that such a meaningless side character would cause so much trouble later in the series. Kirito understands that Kabuto has a lot of potential to be a really good pawn. He quickly sensed Haku again and started to move towards Haku at his top speed. It only took him 5 minutes with his speed to reach Haku. Hyper speed is really helpful in situations like this. When he arrived, he found out that all the members of Haku's team were resting. They already had a battle with another team and had to run away from the fight and the exhausted look everyone was giving off. Kirito already had a plan to meet Haku and even approach Kabuto. He emulated a scenario where Haku's team thought that another team was coming towards them. The plan worked like a charm and all the members of Haku's team immediately hide behind the trees. Kirito was using his clones to emulate Team Gaara in the forest. This was also for the fact that Kabuto would not let his team attack the sand team because he already knew how strong Gaara was. To hide, all the members had to go to different positions. This was when Kirito made contact with Haku and Kabuto. Kirito quickly made a clone and sent the message to Haku while he approached Kabuto. I wanted to be in Team 10 but it can't be helped. I am stuck with this other Leaf team. It's pretty boring. We already fought off another team and got their scroll, but the fight was hard. Especially for me because Kirito said not to use ice style if not necessary. We all are tired and now another team started coming our way. I groaned internally and hit quickly. We already have the scroll and do not need more trouble. Soon I found someone coming next to me and I was on full alert, but the moment I heard the next person's voice, there was a bright smile on my face. Hello Kirito-kun, I said with a happy cheery tone. Hello Haku, I hope you are fine. And your new temporary team is treating you fine, said Kirito with a smile. Even after this much time, he is still calling me only Haku, thought Haku, and sighed. I am here to tell you something. There are a few people that you should be aware of. Your teammate Kabuto is also one of them. Gaara of the Sand and that scary-looking Kunoichi which I mentioned to you at the start of the test are a few of those people. Make sure that you keep your distance from them and in Kabuto's case stay cautious. Kirito said this and immediately the clones popped away. This makes Haku pout in secret as she is looking forward to spending some more time with Kirito. While the clones were delivering Kirito's message to Haku, the real Kirito was executing his plan with Kabuto. He found out where Kabuto was hiding and got into position. He brought out a special seal which he created himself and attached to that seal was a single eye. Hello Kabuto, said Kirito. Kabuto was surprised that someone sneaked on him. He quickly turned back, but that was the biggest mistake in his life and one single Mangekyo Sharingan stared at him. Kabuto immediately falls into a daze. Kirito just smirked and showed a devilish smile on his face. With this, the game will be mine before it even begins, said Kirito and then shunned Shin out from there. After some time, Kabuto finally came to his senses, but there was something more cunning and different about him. Finally, Kirito started moving towards Karin but suddenly sensed a presence which he only sensed once in his life. Why this motherfucker is here? Thought Kirito. Chapter 47. Forest of Death. I was sent here by Orochimaru-sama with these idiots to do God knows what. At least he could explain why he was sending them here. Her teammates too were a bunch of perverts. They are ready to have their way with her if they get a chance. I am not sure how will I be able to leave Orochimaru's clutches. Mother was used like a blood bank by those bastards before and now I am getting experimented on. Why every bad thing is happening to me? Mother did tell me that things were much better before the fall of the Uzukigakure. Suddenly one of my teammates slapped my ass from behind. I just have to endure right now, I can't do anything about this. I should be thankful that they have not yet raped me. Thought Karin with tears forming on her face. While I was walking with my teammates they kept sexually harassing me along the way, not to mention hitting me if I even put up a little resistance, but then something happened. A man who was hiding his face with a mask which looked strangely like the Uzumaki pattern appeared. Oi, who are you? You are not one of the participants, said one of her teammates. The masked man did not say anything and directly attacked her teammate. Karin was shocked by the attack, but the teammate dodged and attacked the enemy. But, then something unusual happened. Her teammate's attack went right through that masked man's face. This completely stunned Karin and her teammates. But the masked man did not stop. He in front of her kills both of his teammates. Karin at first thought that the person was an Uzumaki by seeing the Uzumaki mask, but after sensing his chakra with her mind eye of Kagura, she could tell that the man's chakra was not like a Uzumaki at all. The chakra inside the man was very chaotic and was in a constant tangle. He had two different types of chakra inside him, and both of these chakras were fighting inside him constantly. Karin could also feel the man's malicious intent towards her, and the only thing she could do right now was to run away. She started to run as fast as she could, but it was not fast enough. The moment she stopped, she was again in front of the same masked man. She, this time, saw how he appeared in a vortex of space. "You are coming with me," said the masked man. His voice was strange but threatening. She was about to get captured, but just then, someone snatched her out before the man could touch her. She was not sure what was going on, but when she saw the face of the person who was just a princess carrying her, she was mesmerized. She saw a very handsome blonde-haired kid with blue cerulean eyes, running on the top of the trees with her in his arms like a hero saving the princess. She almost forgot about her situation when she subconsciously felt the same Uzumaki blood and chakra coming out of him. There was something even more in him. A power which she could sense but could not put her finger on. The power was strong and felt very warm to her. Kirito was just in time to save Karin. It would have been impossible for him to save her if Obito had so much so to even touch her. Once again, Kirito was very thankful for his speed, which helped him out. But this is not the end. Obito will be following him, and he needs a good plan. Kirito already knew that the Obito in this world is much more twisted and far too gone in his mental side to compare it with the Obito in the canon. He is no longer just a villain with his twisted sense of justice, but a psychopath. Kirito at this point just wanted to get out of this situation with Karin. He does not care anymore. Soon Obito appeared in front of him, and he had nowhere to run. He could not directly fight Obito, not without the Flying Thunder God technique, but he hadn't learned that technique yet, and even if he had learned that technique, he had to hide that technique right now, as this would put a target on him, not only by some people of the village but also other villages and the Akatsuki. Kirito put Karin down and got ready to fight. Karin looked frightened while Kirito looked worried, as this was the only person in the ninja world besides Orochimaru and Kaguya herself, whom Kirito had no idea how to kill. He already has an idea what he can use, but currently, he is not ready yet. Obito also looked at Kirito, and the resemblance of Kirito was so striking to Minato that at first, it was really hard for him to even believe that it was not his sensei standing there. A chibi version of his sensei, that is. Maybe that was the only reason he was even willing to accept that that was not his dead sensei standing there, but rather his son. Obito already knew about Kirito and Naruto. He already planned to take away Uzumaki Naruto with him long ago, but he currently doesn't have a good place to contain the Nine Tails. For reason unknown, he never heard about there being two Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He was here for Karin because she was also a Uzumaki. A very good backup if Nagato goes out of his control. But he did not expect to meet Kirito here. "Would you two want to come with me too, boy?" said Obito with a deranged smile and laughter. "I might as well have some fun with Sensei's son," thought Obito. Kirito was getting tense. Chapter 48. Kirito already knew that this was going to be a really hard fight. Not because Obito was a strong opponent or he was a really good fighter, but rather his one cheat ability which Kirito had no solution to. Kamui. This technique is the biggest cheat in Naruto after Rinnegan and all other Sage of Six Path powers. How is anyone supposed to fight with a man who can't even be touched while he can touch us on his will? Obito was staring at Kirito and Karin. Kirito was creating a plan. While Karin looked frightened, there was something wrong that Obito did not pay attention to. It was a minor detail that anyone could miss out on. Kirito was planning hard on how to handle Obito. He was not particularly worried about Karin. The more important thing right now was to handle Obito and see what he was capable of, especially in this alternative world. He already had sensed at least 5 Sharingan in his body. Considering that, one is his own Mangekyo, then he has taken 4 Sharingan which does not belong to him. This is extremely troublesome. In the canon, Obito only had 1 Sharingan. That too was extremely hard to fight with considering the cheat power he have. While Kirito was thinking about a good plan to kill this bastard, at least 5 to 6 times to be exact to really kill him, which is pretty much impossible even by Kirito's standards. Obito moved and rushed towards Kirito at an extremely fast speed. It was nothing comparable to Kirito's speed, but still, it was very fast for normal Jonin. Kirito dodged and attacked with a kunai, just wanting to know how he would react, and to his surprise, rather than using Kamui, Obito deflected the attack with his own kunai. So, this Obito not only relied on Kamui but rather fights like a normal shinobi if he is confident enough, Kirito noted. In one sense, it is a really bad thing, because this means that this Obito, besides being more psycho and harder to kill with all those Sharingans and Izanagi techniques he can pull, he is also stronger and much more aggressive than his canon counterpart. Now, this might be a bad thing for Kirito, but at the same time, he can also use this for his benefit. If he is not using Kamui seeing that I am just a kid or he is being just that much arrogant, I might be able to sneak attack him. But until then I will have to play a losing game, thought Kirito. Kirito got close to fighting Obito in taijutsu. I want to see whether Obito will use his Kamui. He wanted to figure out in which kind of situation Obito was willing to use his most broken cheat. Turns out, Obito really fought him with taijutsu and did not use Kamui right away. I can use this to my advantage, thought Kirito, as he just needed to make a surprise attack before Obito saw the attack coming. Another interesting thing which Kirito was thinking about was, how did Obito even get more Sharingan, as he pretty much destroyed all the Sharingan in the Uchiha Massacre time. There might be a possibility that he stole them from Orochimaru and Danzo. Who other could have a stock of Sharingans ready in their hands besides those two? Or maybe, Obito is actively working, even before the Nine-Tail attack and even in between that time killing the Uchiha members by taking their eyes. Kirito had no idea, but he already knew that this Obito would be much harder to kill than in the canon. And this we are talking about a person who was only once hit after getting his powers. You cannot defeat me, why bother to fight me? I promise you, if you give me the girl then I will leave you alone, said Obito. Kirito could sense the lie in that sentence from miles away even without his mind-eye of Kagura technique. It's a tempting offer, but I have to unfortunately deny it. I can't let an unknown person take a defenseless girl under my presence, especially when the girl is from an Uzumaki clan like I am, said Kirito. Kirito did not want to give away that he already knew Obito and the history between him and his parent or Obito's powers and motives, and thus he talked about the only thing which he could talk about. That would be him being an upright shinobi who will save a damsel in distress. Obito just sneered at that, but of course, no one was able to see this as he was wearing a mask. Karin was looking at the fight with worry on her face, but only a few people could have noticed the hidden cunning in her eyes. Something was wrong which no one saw. Kirito finally started his plan. He ended up creating two shadow clones and fighting Obito, trying to overwhelm him. Obito was easily able to counter that. This put Obito much more at ease, considering Kirito was no threat at all. He quickly found out the real one and killed the clones. Kirito sends a kunai towards him, but he simply dodges the kunai. Did not even have to use his Sharingan. You are nothing like your father, Obito said. Just when Obito was about to grab Kirito's neck and choke him, Kirito ended up saying, "Oh, you have no idea," Kirito said with a smirk. Chapter 49. Kirito sends a kunai towards Obito, but he simply dodges the kunai. Did not even have to use his Sharingan. You are nothing like your father, Obito said. Just when Obito was about to grab Kirito's neck and choke him, Kirito ended up saying, "Oh, you have no idea," Kirito said with a smirk. The timing was just right, and before Obito could touch him and react to his sudden comment, Kirito standing in front of Obito changes into a kunai. This happens exactly at the time when Obito grabbed Kirito's neck. Obito saw in his hand a kunai and immediately got alert. It was normal kunai. Obito when first attacked did not give enough attention to the kunai that Kirito threw towards him. That kunai was bigger than the average kunai. In reality, the kunai that Kirito's clone threw was the real Kirito turned into a kunai. Obito realizes this a little late. Kirito, which was the kunai, turned back into his real self in the air just when he slightly passed Obito's vision and grabbed him. The Kirito grabbed by Obito was the clone which turns into a real kunai later. Obito sensed Kirito in his back and immediately started activating his Kamui, but Kirito already planned this. The kunai that Obito had in his hand after the clone's change had a seal tag attached to it. It was a special seal tag which Kirito developed. It is like a flash grenade but with light, it also radiates powerful chakra shock waves. Kirito created this tag just for Jujutsu users. It can temporarily block their vision and even interfere with their eyes' special abilities. The moment Kirito was about to grab Obito's hair still mid-air, and Obito after sensing this about to activate his Kamui power. The seal tag in the kunai that Obito was holding went off and forcefully deactivated his Kamui. This allowed Kirito to hold the now temporarily blind Obito by his hair. At this time the main theme of Naruto was playing hard inside Kirito's head. All of this was happening in just a few seconds. Kirito with his hyper-focus and hyper-speed was able to calculate all the aspects of this move and nailed the exact timing right. The timing of when to turn back into his real form. When the seal tag will go away and when to match that with Obito's Mangekyo opening time. And the time at which he is supposed to grab Obito. I don't know him, but I am sure that he was a great man, said Kirito. While using his current momentum and pulled Obito back in an arc, Kirito was directly under Obito. It was like how a wrestler performed a back arc on the opponent, but Kirito only used his one hand to pull Obito back and see his other hand as a fulcrum. But his other hand already had a powerful Rasengan in it. I believe in him just like I know that if he was here then he believed in me, said Kirito, continuing his move. After bringing Obito back enough, he directly drilled the Rasengan into Obito's back while he was still in an arc in the air and Kirito was under him. Believe it, Kirito said, first time stealing his brother's line. The moment the Rasengan connected with Obito's back, Kirito launched the powerful Rasengan, which was multiple times stronger than any usual Rasengan, in the air with Obito. The push was so powerful that the Rasengan ended up pushing Obito up to 25 meters and blasted there. The blast was so powerful that even people who were far away heard the voice. Kirito was still in the position of pushing Obito up in the air with his Rasengan. The position was just like how All Might Fist was in the air after defeating an evil. The situation was heroic and the only thing which Kirito said was, 1 gone, 4 to go. Kirito was talking about Obito's Sharingan. He created this plan for many reasons. He can't use Flying Thunder God right now, but that does not mean that he can't leave the seal behind. He already has perfected the seal for the technique. Kirito just put a Hiraishin seal on Obito's body. To be specific, in his head. He wanted to know more about Obito's movements and location in the future, and thus he had to put a Hiraishin seal on him. Not only does this give him Obito's location all the time, but also gives him one chance to do a sneak attack on Obito in the future when he masters Hiraishin. If Obito learns about this, then he will surely look for a seal on him after the battle and might even find a way to remove the seal. Kirito doubts that he can, but his not knowing about the seal which Kirito put on him is more reassuring. Now, Obito will not actively look for a seal placed on him and also will not find the seal in plain sight because the seal is on his head, covered by his hair. So until and unless he becomes bald in the near future, he is not finding that seal anytime soon. Now, Kirito just has to wait and see whether his gamble paid off or not. The gamble was between putting the seal on Obito's body or killing him and wasting one of his Sharingan. The real issue was the Izanagi technique. In the anime, it was not specified whether the technique only recovers the body of the user or reverses time. If the technique deals with time, then there is a high possibility that the seal which Kirito placed on Obito will also be erased. Kirito did put some time between placing the seal and attacking Obito with Rasengan. He placed the seal the moment he touched his head, just a little after the seal tag went off. Kirito can now only hope that the time gap between the seal place and the attack with the delivery is enough that if Izanagi reverses time, the seal will stay there. After the attack, Kirito was pretending that he had dropped his guard, so Obito came out. Which happened soon. Obito did not directly attack Kirito as he had anticipated. I will kill you, said the now newly revived Obito, who appeared just a little away from Kirito. Obito was giving off a powerful bloodlust and killing intent at this time, and Karin, who was not very far away after getting hit by this killing intent, started shaking. While Obito was mad and was ready to rip Kirito piece by piece. Kirito himself was happy. His gamble worked, the seal was there and Obito also had 4 Sharingans now. He can sense it. Kirito secretly smirked, but on the outside, he looked surprised and in denial. How? It's not possible. I just killed you. How are you still alive? Acted Kirito. Kirito is impressed by his own acting talent. Maybe he should apply for an acting career with Yuki Fujikaze in the future. Karin at this also looked very surprised and disbelieving. She also looked at Kirito's attack and could not believe that the masked man was alive. You are right, you are just like your father. Annoying Obito sneers in anger. I am not sure who my father is. No one told me, but you seem to know my father. I don't care what you think about my father or my mother. I have full belief that they were good people, Kirito said, wanting to still fake that he didn't know his parents. Obito could not care less about that. Right now he was mad and just wanted to kill Kirito. Kirito too was ready for the next round and took one more Sharingan from Obito if possible. Chapter 50. Tension was in the air and there was silence all around. After wasting Obito's one Sharingan, Kirito now knew that fighting him would be hard because from now on Obito will be using his Kamui technique. Obito took action first and rushed towards Kirito. Kirito this time around maintains his distance from Obito. This brat killed me. Was repeating inside Obito's mind again and again. With only shadow clones, Rasengan and transformation jutsu. This brat was able to damage me to the point that I had to waste one of my Sharingan. He is just like him. Minato Namikaze, that man. I have to kill him here and now. I can't let him grow any more stronger than he is now. Even Sensei was only able to hit me because he had the Flying Thunder God technique. But this kid is even better than Sensei. But it's also my fault. I let my guard down seeing the opponent as a boy. Not again, I will kill this boy here and now. The fight became more and more intensified. While Obito was going on an attack, Kirito was just defending. Obito started to get bored. He already has left many openings for Kirito, so he attacks him, but he does not attack even once. It looks like the kid is on his guard after seeing me not die in the last attack, thought Obito. Kirito on the other hand knew why Obito was leaving all those openings. He was letting him into a trap. He would use his Kamui ability in the end and dodge his attack and counter immediately after. Kirito can't let that happen. He was thinking of another plan to attack Obito, but currently, he could not think of any after getting bombarded by Obito's attack. Obito was really holding back before, thought Kirito. While this was happening, Kirito got a vital piece of information which got him concerned. Shit, what now, said Kirito. Obito did not understand what Kirito was talking about, but he kept on attacking. Kirito just got information from his shadow clone that Teams 7 and 10 just encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. 20 minutes ago. When Kirito left a clone with Team 10, they started walking towards the tower. But they encountered a powerful gust of wind while traveling and went ahead to see what was happening. Kirito's clones had some idea of what could be happening. It has already been so long since he saw the anime that he doesn't remember perfectly, but according to him, this has to be Orochimaru's doing. Which was exactly the case. At the end of the powerful wind attack, which even Kirito's clones gulped after seeing how it split apart the earth, was a lonely figure. It was Naruto who was caught in the wind attack, and now a big snake was moving towards him. Whoa, what's that? How that snake is so big? Ino asked. Naruto, watch out, shouted Shikamaru after seeing her friend in danger. Kirito's clone did not stay or say anything and dashed towards him. He knew that he did not have enough time to reach Naruto, and thus he had to use hyper speed with nine-tail chakra. There is a possibility that others learned about his technique, but right now he had to take the risk. The moment the big snake was about to eat Naruto, a flash of light came towards him at supersonic speed, and the next moment, Kirito appeared out of nowhere and grabbed him. Clone took Naruto and then replaced himself and Naruto with the location where he threw the kunai while rushing to save Naruto. Naruto could not even understand what was going on with this, how he appeared on top of the tree and how Kirito was there as well. But the next moment, something even more amazing happened. Kirito took out a lot of explosion tags and suddenly the tags disappeared and in their place came the same kunai he had thrown before. Advanced replacement technique. In reality, Kirito just exchanges the position of the explosion tags with the kunai, which he deliberately lets the big snake eat. This all happened so fast that the other members of Team 10 could not even understand what was happening. Then came a resounding explosion from inside the snake and the entire snake exploded to pieces. What is going on here? Shikamaru asked. Right now is not the time, Shika. Naruto, tell me where this powerful wind attack came from, asked Clone. Already worried because the main body was still fighting Obito and could not come here. He might be stronger than normal clones thanks to the system, but in the end, he is just a clone. If his suspicions are right, then he might have to fight a Sannin up ahead and he can't delay either, otherwise, Sasuke might get that cursed mark on his neck. Kirito in general do not care about Sasuke that much, but the aftermath of this will be troublesome. Sasuke defecting, joining Akatsuki later on, trying to kill all of us, no thanks. With this on his mind, the clone opened his senses and pinpointed Orochimaru or Sasuke's location. Another thing he was thinking is that, in this world, things are much more serious and wicked. Now how much more complicated Orochimaru will be in this world when he already was a pain in the butt in the anime. I don't know, Team 7 was looking for the scroll, but then suddenly this wind came and I was separated from my team, said Naruto. Just like in the canon. I hope Orochimaru is also a little like his canon counterpart and doesn't go for the kill. Not until the main body is here, thought the clone. But should I even involve Shikamaru, Naruto and Ino in this mess? Alright then, let go and see what's going on, Naruto said, before the clone thing and coming up with a plan to stop Naruto and Ino from following him. Shit, what now, thought the clone. Chapter 51. Sasuke didn't have any idea what happened suddenly, but a powerful wind came and blew Naruto away. Sakura and himself were somehow saved, but that was only temporary. Soon Naruto came back, but Sasuke had his doubts. Stop there, what is the password? Asked Sasuke. Naruto said the password without any mistakes. Sasuke caught that and immediately threw his kunai towards him. Which was the right call to action as soon as the Naruto in front of them turned into someone else entirely. I was not expecting you to find me out, I am impressed, said Orochimaru in his disguise. A very powerful killing intent was emitted towards Sasuke and Sakura, which almost knocked them out. The images of how brutally they are going to die filled their mind, and for the first time after facing Zabuza, they both were feeling dread. But this killing intent was much more potent than Zabuza, and both of them knew that. Orochimaru sent a powerful attack towards them, but Sasuke was somehow able to dodge. But Orochimaru was just playing with them. On the other hand, Kirito's clone and his team with Naruto were coming towards the Team 7 location fast. While this was happening, the real Kirito was facing Obito, who was determined to kill him no matter the cost. "Why are you after this girl, anyway? Can't we solve this issue by talking?" "I am sure that we might come to a term," said Kirito, buying time to think of a good strategy. "It's none of your business, and don't think that you are leaving this forest alive," said Obito, death set on killing Kirito. Kirito just sighed and made more shadow clones to distract Obito. After some time, the clones, Shikamaru, Ino and Naruto, finally reached the place where Sasuke was fighting Orochimaru. His condition was not good. But he did not have any cursed mark yet, and that's enough for the clone and the real Kirito. Shadow imitation jutsu. Shikamaru quickly sent his shadow towards Orochimaru, but he dodges it easily enough. Naruto and Ino quickly cover both Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke was badly injured while Sakura was shaken by all the killing intent Orochimaru emitted. Clone and Shikamaru were keeping an eye on Orochimaru. Ku, I was not expecting more people to join us," said Orochimaru in his deranged laughter. "And I was not expecting an S-rank criminal to come here in Konoha." "Why you are here?" Orochimaru asked Kirito. He intended to bring Orochimaru's focus onto him and also tell others how dangerous of an opponent they are facing. "This is not comparable at all, this amount of killing intent is much higher than Zabuza," thought the clone. Kirito knew that the power rating in the Naruto series is kinda hard to understand, especially later in the series where all sorts of cheat-like abilities are there, like Kamui or Six-Path Sage Mode, etc. But only now he could feel how much of a power difference there is between a genin and a normal Kage-level ninja. In anime, something like this will be easily forgotten when Naruto stand up again after getting beaten up and the main theme starts playing, and the drums start to beat. But not here, this is not comparable to what Kirito anticipated. While the clones were having a hard time accepting the power difference between a normal jonin to a Kage-level shinobi, other members of Teams 10 and 7 were shaking at the killing intent which was being emitted. When the clones noticed this, the only thing which he can think about is this is not like the anime, the power gap between a jonin to Kage-level shinobi is too high here than in the anime. Kirito never has seen a Kage-level shinobi fight before, so he can't say otherwise. Even Obito, who he was currently fighting, was at best jonin level with one cheat which let him hang with Kage-level shinobi. His power limit and killing intent are not as potent as Orochimaru's. Or it could be that Orochimaru's killing intent is unnaturally potent. "Get back, Shika, you cannot handle this fight, take Teams 10 and 7 out of here." "I will hold Orochimaru back," said Clone. "I can't, you will die if I leave you alone with this guy," said Shikamaru. "Come on, Shika, you know that I got the best chance among all of us to get out of this alive." "I won't die, I promise, but if all of us stay here then it will hold me back. I won't be able to run away," said the clone. He already knew that Naruto would not listen to him, and thus he needed Shikamaru to control Naruto and take Naruto with him. After thinking, Shikamaru just nodded and started taking action. Orochimaru was looking at all of this thing happening as if he did not care whatsoever. He is so confident about his ability to get what he wants that he completely underestimates Kirito's clone and his team with Team 10 included. "It's a good thing, let him underestimate us, I have to quickly come up with a plan to take care of Orochimaru here in the meantime." On the other side, Kirito was not faring well against Obito. He could easily handle any normal jonin. And he is even confident that he might be able to handle some low-end Kages as well. But Obito is a different case. How are we supposed to fight a guy we can't even touch? "It is pointless, you will die here and nobody can change that," said Obito. Kirito was already feeling the pressure. Besides his nine-tailed chakra, which he can't use because that would expose his mastery of nine-tailed chakra to others. He has another two options which might work, but the first option's chances are less than 30% that will work. Kirito has not completed that seal yet. The second option's chances are almost 100%, but it requires perfect timing, which is not right now. "What happened, are you finally giving up?" "If you do, I might give you an easy death before taking the girl," said Obito. Suddenly, Kirito remembers something and smirks. "Of course, why I did not think about this sooner," thought Kirito. He turned towards Karin and shouted. "Run, start running." Karin, who already acting strange throughout the battle, and later on Obito also noticed this, looked towards Kirito. Her eyes were on Kirito like asking, "What are you talking about?" But suddenly she widened her eyes and started running as fast as possible with recognition in her eyes. "Now, let's see what you choose to do," thought Kirito. Chapter 52. Obito's true intention was to kidnap Uzumaki Karin. Kirito had no idea why, but he wanted Karin. So he asks Karin to run because he wants to see what Obito chooses. Will he be fighting him? If so, then he can't do anything. But if he goes after Karin, well then, Kirito thought and smirked a little. Obito saw Karin running. He knew that if Karin contacted someone important in Konoha like the Hokage, then he wouldn't be able to kidnap her without consequences. When his clones were about to go after Karin, a few high-speed kunai attacked them and popped them up. I am afraid that I can't let you go after the girl, said Kirito, acting once again like a good little people-loving shinobi. Obito had no other option but to use his kamui, and he directly went after Karin. I guess my decision was right after all. Now it's time to see whether the plan works or not, thought Kirito. On the other side of the forest, Kirito's clones were facing Orochimaru. Shikamaru, what you are doing here? Come on, we need to help Kirito, said Ino. Yes, believed it, Dadabayo, we gonna beat that Orochi what his name is to a pulp, said Naruto with excitement. Troublesome, said Shikamaru. Shadow imitation jutsu, Shikamaru said and connected his shadow with Naruto. Oi, what are you doing, complained Naruto as he was stopped before he could go and help out Kirito. We cannot help Kirito in this battle, we are not a match. Kirito told us to leave here and I fully agree, said Shikamaru, still a little doubting his decision. What, no way, I will never leave my brother here alone with that freak, shouted Naruto and started struggling to get free. How can you say that? We can't leave behind Kirito-kun. Ino said, starting to understand the situation better than Naruto and already had a few tears in her eyes. She already knew who is Orochimaru and she also knew that if they faced him then all of them would die here. Ino, don't be a fool. You know as much as I do that we are no match for him. Kirito is the only person who might have some chance against him. He has given us a chance to get away, and if we don't then all of us will die here. Not to mention we will just hold back Kirito. There is a possibility that we might get away from Orochimaru, but with us being here. That's impossible, said Shikamaru, trying to convince Ino, who is better to reason with than Naruto. Ino unwillingly has to agree with Shikamaru. Naruto though did not agree and kept struggling to get free. Ino quickly helped Sasuke and Sakura to get away while Shikamaru dragged us, shouting and cursing Naruto with his shadow imitation jutsu. Oh, seems like your valuable comrades just left you, Kirito-kun, said Orochimaru. Orochimaru already knew about Kirito as he beat Sasuke and Danzo's root shinobi. Not only does he get the information from Danzo but also his spies like Kabuto. And he has to say that the kid exactly looks like that brat Minato. It's almost like he is looking at Minato right now. That piercing gaze that Minato always gave to his enemies. This slight but laser-focused killing intent. Everything is the same. There is no doubt that Kirito is Minato's son. The only thing that he now needs to see is whether he holds the same potential as Minato or not. You don't have to worry about them. Your opponent is me, said the clone. Very well, then show me how much better you are than Sasuke, said Orochimaru. With this, the clones rushed towards Orochimaru at his top speed. The speed was not as fast as his original body, but it was not bad either. Orochimaru was surprised by the speed. That speed, it's better than most jonin, thought Orochimaru. Clone quickly reach Orochimaru and attacks him with powerful taijutsu. He already knew that those attacks would not work, but at the same time currently, he doesn't have many things which will work. So the best idea is to understand Orochimaru's fighting style and make a plan. If not anything, he will be buying time for his brother and rest to get away from Orochimaru. When the original will come, he can handle this snake bastard. For the time being my only task is to gather information, thought the clone, and start high-speed close combat without worrying about his short life. On the other side, Karin was running away at her top speed. She was already pretty far from the fighting area where Kirito and Obito were fighting, but she was still vigilant about her surroundings. Suddenly a portal opened and Obito came out. He looked towards Karin and started walking towards her. You cannot run from me. What is the point of running and hiding when you can have a good life? I can give you the power which only the gods could have, said Obito. Karin at this time was shaking and tried to run away again, but Obito appeared in front of her in an instant. Enough running around, I am done playing games, girl. You are coming with me, said Obito, and was about to grab Karin but was interrupted. Kirito came out at a very high speed and attacked Obito. How did he come here so fast, Obito thought, and became even more frustrated with Kirito. He quickly started his Kamui ability and let Kirito go past him. The moment Kirito's attack passed, Obito grabs Kirito and body slams him into the ground. Kirito did not even understand what happened as the attack was so fast. Then Obito kicked Kirito and was sent flying towards a tree. The impact was so powerful that Kirito ended up coughing blood. You are just as annoying as that man. I would have killed you today, but you are fortunate that I have more important things to do, said Obito, and with a high speed he grabbed Karin. Karin tried to resist but could not remove her hands. Kirito also throws his kunai at supersonic speed towards Obito, but the attack just passes through him. Soon the swirling pattern appeared in the air and both Obito and Karin were about to teleport away. Ironic, last time I checked, your father too was not able to save your mother. Like father like son I like guess. Mocked Obito. Like you are the one to talk, thought Kirito. Maybe, but I assure you that this is not the case today, said Kirito plainly, but he had a devilish smile on his face. Obito saw this smile but could not understand what was happening, but then he realized something and looked towards Karin. She too was smiling just like Kirito. Tick tick boom, said Karin. Chapter 53. Ironic, last time I checked, your father too was not able to save your mother. Like father like son I like to guess. Mocked Obito. Like you are the one to talk, thought Kirito. Maybe, but I assure you that this is not the case today, said Kirito plainly, but he had a devilish smile on his face. Obito saw this smile but could not understand what was happening, but then he realized something and looked towards Karin. She too was smiling just like Karin. Tick tick boom, said Karin. Obito quickly tried to stop the teleport or shake off Karin, but both were impossible. Option 2 is a success, exploding shadow clone jutsu, thought Kirito. Boom. A powerful resounding voice of explosion sounded throughout the forest of death. Kirito just smirks and wait for the Obito to revive. Few minutes later. I will kill you, Obito said, this time totally mad. When did you do that, ask him. Still not sure when the real Karin was exchanged with a clone. I had my eyes on that girl thought out our fight and even after she ran away. There is no way you could replace her with a clone, shouted Obito. True, I could not replace her when you were so close and always had your attention on her. But who told you I chanced her with my shadow clone after we started fighting, said Kirito with a smirk. This stunned Obito. What, this means you were till now acting to protect this shadow clone, shouted Obito. Yeah, why would I keep a possible hostage for you while we were fighting? I already sent her away with my shadow clone, the moment I snatched her from you the first time. Flashback. The moment Kirito used his super fast speed to save Karin from Obito. He only had two options to do. One, he could keep running but Obito will catch them sooner or later. The second is to send Karin away, but the problem is that Obito will sense her leaving. Now this will be a problem for other people but not for Kirito. Not only he can create a shadow clone with not only look like Karin but also have the same chakra properties as her thanks to his transformation technique's attribute change ability, but he can also easily sneak out of Karin without Obito sensing her with Hiration. The moment he was out of sight, he quickly makes clones. One took Karin from him and flashes away while the other turned into Karin and carries her like he was carrying Karin to continue the act. Flashback end. Kirito smirk. His plan worked out from the very beginning. He never was saving Karin when fighting Obito. He already did that. He was understanding Obito's powers and techniques and of course, kill him as much as possible and waste his Sharingan. But how my Sharingan could have caught the chakra nature difference, said Obito. Well, it's for you to find out. Maybe those stolen eyes are defective. Or you could be Itachi Uchiha, to whom I will only say one thing. I honestly was expecting more, said Kirito in a mocking tone. You will die today, shouted Obito. Maybe, if you catch me. The one in front of you though is just a clone. Kirito's clone winked and popped away. Namikaze, screams Obito surrounding the forest. Kirito, who was listening to Obito's screaming and had a smirk on his face. Well, let's see, time to update my Namikaze handbook, thought Kirito. Saving sexy redhead girl from being kidnapped. Done. Beating the shit out of Uchiha lover boy. Done. A Rasengan at the back of a masked man with style. Done. Let's see, the score is Kirito 2, Obito 0, thought Kirito, and was happy that he was able to destroy 2 of the 5 Sharingan that Obito had. Kirito has no idea whether he has more or not, but this is a win for him, and next time when he fights Obito, he will have a countermeasure ready for Kamui. And he accomplishes all of this without exposing that he is capable of using Hiration or that he put a Hiration tag on Obito. Now the only thing left is to take care of Orochimaru, thought Kirito with a sigh. This time around, Kirito's clone was facing Orochimaru in close combat fighting. The fight was not going so well for him. Orochimaru was overpowering him in every sense except speed. His speed was the only reason that he was still now able to dodge Orochimaru's onslaught. Ku. You are something else, Kirito-kun. I thought Sasuke was a genius, but you are better than him in all aspects. Especially in the speed department, said Orochimaru. Such a shame that you don't have a Kekkai Genkai like the Sharingan. Thought Orochimaru. He honestly was impressed with Kirito's speed. In fact, the speed was almost comparable to his own, which is high praise coming from his mouth considering he is the fastest among all the Sanins. You surely are Minato's son, said Orochimaru. Clone finally found a chance to delay the fight and make a plan. He quickly backed away and asked, mustering all of his acting skills. Minato? Muttered the clone, acting his best, confused and expecting answer's face. You knew my parents, asked clone after some delay. Orochimaru narrows his eyes. Seeing a chance to manipulate Kirito with this information, he started making a plan. On the other hand, clone was also creating a plan to take care of Orochimaru. He currently doesn't have enough power to use powerful jutsu like Rasen Shuriken. Unfortunately, all the efficiency of techniques doesn't work with clones. Yes, of course, I knew your father and mother. But it seems like no one told you who they are, did they? Orochimaru did not question but rather said this with confidence. Clone narrowed his eyes. Not even Hokage knows who they are. And now you expect me to believe that you know, said the clone. But inside his mind, he was only thinking one thing. Hook, line, and sinker. Chapter 54. While Kirito's clones were creating a plan to take care of Orochimaru, Orochimaru said something which honestly piqued his interest. Do you want to know who are your parents or how they died? Or perhaps who killed them, said Orochimaru, knowing fully well that this will attract Kirito's attention. The only thing which clone was thinking at this time was how and who is not a mystery, but again, this world is a lot different than the canon I know. Who? Clone asked, for once forgetting about creating a plan and solely intending to know about the truth. Ku, not so fast, Kirito-kun. What would I get if I gave you this information? Asked Orochimaru in his deranged laughter. What do you want from me then? Asks the clone. I want you to work for me, said Orochimaru. Not happening, said clone. You might want to reconsider it. You know that I can give you everything you ever wanted. Even bring your parents back to life, said Orochimaru. Considering how Kirito reacted, he thought that he might change his mind if he brought his parents back to life. Not interested, I am not interested in power or bringing my parent back to life. They are already dead and I don't have any attachment to them anyway, so no thanks. All I want to know is what happened back then. Why me and my brother are considered as a demon and being hated by all the villagers, said the clone. Orochimaru learned more about Kirito's character as he talked with him. According to him, Kirito is pragmatic and until unrest, he could give him something which he wants, he might willingly come and serve under him. But the information on his parents is not enough. But to increase goodwill might want to say what exactly happened back then. Interesting, how about this, if you give me a good fight, then I might give you a little hint about what happened back then, said Orochimaru. Clone at this time was already sure that he had to fight no matter what and again took a fighting pose. Fine then, I will fight with you for this information, said the clone and again started making a plan. He dashes forward and sends multiple kunai towards Orochimaru and with the help of the shadow cloning technique, he multiplies these kunai into hundreds. The kunai were coated in wind chakra and were coming towards Orochimaru at subsonic speed. Orochimaru after seeing this summons an earth wall. He was now taking this battle seriously because he wanted to see how powerful Kirito was. The earth wall was surprisingly strong enough to block all kunai and this shocked the clone. He then rushes towards Orochimaru with his top speed. Orochimaru though sends multiple snakes towards the clone. Clone saw this coming and did an instant replacement jutsu just before getting bombarded by all the snakes. Clone was already running low on chakra. He was not created with the intention of fighting this long fight with a Kage-level shinobi. Orochimaru could also feel that Kirito was running low on chakra and was disappointed by him. Kirito's fighting power is good enough but the chakra quality is pitiful. Thought Orochimaru. He was considering Kirito as a replacement for Sasuke if his plan did not work out. But now he was not so sure. Having this less chakra will cause him in the future. Currently, the amount of chakra clones had was not much more than that of a simple genin. He started with only Chunin level chakra and has depleted a lot of his chakra fighting Orochimaru. The clone was slowing down and this gave Orochimaru an opportunity to shoot and extend his neck. The moment Orochimaru extended his neck, the clone understood what he was planning to do. Being a clone, it does not matter whether he gets bitten or not but he needs to make sure that not to pop away. Thus rather than fighting more or dodging he used up all of his remaining chakra to fortify his body so he don't pop away before Orochimaru is gone. The moment Orochimaru bit the clone, a sharp pain ran throughout the clone's body. With only sheer will the enhancement the system provided was the only reason he did not pop away. Cuckoo, I would have played with you more but I also want to catch Sasuke-kun and you are delaying me. Before leaving I might as well as tell you that the person who might be responsible for your parents' death is someone from Konoha itself. You might find him, in the shadows, said Orochimaru. Clone heard that and the only name which was running inside his head was Danzo. How could Danzo be connected with this incident? In the canon only Obito was responsible for the nine-tail attack and death of Minato and Kushina. Thought the clone. I will meet you again Kirito-kun, until then you can use the gift which I just gave you said Orochimaru but suddenly he dodged away and jumped back. The clone was wondering what going on. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Uzumaki Barrage. Suddenly the shout came and the clone which got all the answers he needed from Orochimaru and was about to use all of his chakra to blast himself with Orochimaru so close to him stopped. Idiots that the only thing the clone was thinking. Chapter 55. Naruto did not have anyone tell him whether he could fight someone or not. Especially when his brother will be fighting the same guy who he is currently running from. No. I am not running, believe it mutters Naruto. It was Shikamaru who was making him run away. He was not sure how to break free. Let me go Shikamaru. I want to help Kirito fight that snake guy yelled Naruto. Shikamaru was not having any of Naruto's talk and kept running towards a safe place. Even Sasuke did not want to run but he knew that he currently is not a match for Orochimaru. We can't Naruto. Kirito has given us a chance and we need to use this to get away Shikamaru said. Oh yeah, well I am not running away. I will not leave my brother to fight that guy while I run away, said Naruto and again started his pointless struggle to break free. But it was not like he was not making a difference. Shikamaru was already losing a lot of his chakra by trying to contain Naruto. He is right. Suddenly the voice came. This stopped Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Sakura in their tracks. It was Ino who said it. I don't care whether I can fight Orochimaru or not. But I will not let Kirito fight that criminal alone. We are a team Shika, we should be with him. Helping now running away, Ino said with full determination. Ino no matter how hard she tried could not make herself run away from this situation and leave her Kirito-kun alone in danger. I am going back to support Kirito-kun, said Ino and turned back. This is not the time to play the hero Ino pig, we need to get away otherwise Kirito stays behind for nothing, said Sakura trying to convince Ino. I don't care. That idiot is not dying before he officially makes me his girlfriend. I won't let him said Ino in determination. This was the time Naruto finally broke himself free as Kamara's chakra started to make him stronger in his time of need. Shikamaru was already lazy and now he was also tired both physically and mentally. Alright, let go and save my brother Databeo, said Naruto and started rushing towards Kirito before others could say anything more. Shikamaru and Sakura just sigh. Ino on the other hand also rush after Naruto. I am also going. Said Sasuke. What, why? They want to fight Orochimaru, why should we interfere said Sakura. Sasuke did not say anything but just ignored Sakura and also started running towards the fight. What a drag. I shouldn't have entered into the Chunin exams in the first place, complained Shikamaru but he also went after everyone. Sakura who could not do anything about this was annoyed and had to follow the rest of the teams 7 and 10. Just a few minutes later. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Uzumaki Barrage. Shouted Naruto and attacked Orochimaru. He was the first one to reach Kirito and after seeing that the weird snake guy just bit Kirito he could not stop himself and in his adrenaline, he ended up creating multiple clones and attacking Orochimaru from multiple angles. Orochimaru of course dodged all those attacks and even launched his own snake attacks to pop the majority of the clones which Naruto made. Kirito's clones were thinking about why Naruto was here when he told Shikamaru to drag him away. Before he talked with Naruto, the pain which was running through his body intensified and he finally could not endure it anymore pop away. Suddenly Kirito who just handled Obito got his clone's information. Damn, why does Naruto have to be so troublesome, Kirito said to himself but inside he was smiling. Naruto exactly acted like the Naruto the knew from the anime. Someone who he was inspired by in his childhood. His clone fully knew that Naruto would not listen to him and thus asked Shikamaru to drag him. He himself knows that Naruto is not someone to abandon his important people in need. Sigh, I think I have to take care of Orochimaru too. Thankfully Orochimaru did not realize that he was fighting with a clone all this time otherwise it would have been more troublesome to save everyone till now thought Kirito. With this Kirito used hyper speed and flash from his place. Naruto was fighting Orochimaru with everything he got but it was not working. He even activated Kurama's chakra in the middle of the fight and yet he was not making any difference. The power difference between a genin and a Kage level shinobi here is much more profound than in the anime. At one point Ino and Sasuke also joined the battle followed by Shikamaru. All of them were barely able to contain Orochimaru. Orochimaru at first was in a hurry to find Sasuke, but now he is not in so much hurry and started to play with his prey. Damn it, we are not making any progress, said Naruto panting. My mind transfer jutsu is not working on him, said Ino. This can't be happening. If I can't even defeat him, then how will I kill Itachi, thought Sasuke. Shikamaru at this time was thinking about a plan to deal with Orochimaru. Sakura was not joining the fight. She was not strong enough to join the fight. Ino has gotten training for Kirito from a very young age and was much better than Sakura at fighting. Sakura in comparison was better than her canon counterpart thanks to her rivalry with Ino, but was far outclassed by Ino long ago. Kuku, I was not expecting all of you to come back again. Kirito-kun should have just let go and run away himself, said Orochimaru. Everyone was getting more and more tired after running and fighting with Orochimaru. When everyone again started to fall in despair, something happened that they were not expecting. Mostly Orochimaru. Believe me, I am equally surprised as you are, said Kirito. Chapter 56. Kuku, I was not expecting all of you to come back again. Kirito-kun should have just let go and run away himself, said Orochimaru. Everyone was getting more and more tired after running and fighting with Orochimaru. When everyone again started to fall in despair, something happened that they were not expecting. Mostly Orochimaru. Believe me, I am equally surprised as you are, said Kirito. Everyone saw Kirito and thought about how. According to them, Kirito should have been lying somewhere on the ground after falling from the branch when Naruto destroyed the area with his shadow clones. Not to mention he was already low on chakra and was almost beaten by Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also thinking about how Kirito was standing there indifferent as he already had attacked him with his cursed mark. How are you standing here like this? I bit you just now, asked Orochimaru in stunned surprise. Ever heard of shadow clones jutsu? I replaced myself just before you were about to bite me, said Kirito. After hearing Kirito, both Naruto and Ino sigh in relief. Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Sakura were indifferent. It was only Orochimaru who could not believe Kirito. He never saw Kirito using the replacement or shadow clone technique while fighting. Not to mention he himself felt how real Kirito was when he bites him. There is no way he could have faked it. Before Orochimaru said anything more, Kirito intervened. I am sure you have a ton of questions, but before I answer. These people want to talk with you. I hope you don't mind, right, said Kirito. The moment he said this, many jonins and umbu came there. This stunned everyone in there. Especially Orochimaru, because he never senses any of them coming. He wondered whether this was a genjutsu, but that was not possible as he already tried dispelling it, not to mention the chakra that they had was really like umbu and jonin of Konoha. Among the jonin were Asuma and Kakashi, who immediately came beside their respective team and was ready to take action. Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura and Naruto, but Kakashi did not react to them and only kept staring towards Orochimaru. And Asuma was the same. Seeing so many jonin and umbu here, Orochimaru was now having other thoughts about attacking Kirito and Sasuke. I was not expecting many of you to join the party. Kakashi-kun, Asuma-kun, said Orochimaru. Kakashi did not answer but just kept staring at Orochimaru, and Asuma also got ready to fight. Kirito on the other hand took Team 7 and his team out of there a safe distance. None of them refused, seeing how much outmatched they are going to be in the upcoming fight. Orochimaru finally gives up and retreats from there without starting another conflict. Kirito-kun, how did you find Kakashi-sensei and bring him here so fast? Asked Ino. Kirito just smirks at this. What are you talking about, Ino? I never brought Kakashi-sensei here, said Kirito with a knowing smirk on his face. Ino was taken aback by this. Ino at this time already know that Kirito might have done something. Over the years, she has realized that Kirito is a good person, but at the same time, he is also really good at deception. He called it a shinobi's way. Could it be, thought Ino? Naruto and the rest of the Team 10 and 7 however did not understand what Kirito was talking about and were just about to ask him what he was going on about, but that was the time they all saw something which they were not expecting at all. The moment, Orochimaru was gone. All the jonin and umbu disappear with a puff of smoke. Shadow clones, Shikamaru mutters in a haze. You just fooled us, Sanin, with just a bunch of shadow clones, asked Sakura in an equal amount of shock. I already planned to use this and escape, but then you all butt in, Kirito said. I told you that you just need to escape, did I not? Said Kirito, glaring at everyone. Only he knows that no one can just fool a Sanin or even a normal jonin with something like that. The only reason he was able to pull this off was because of his ability to change chakra attributes. Orochimaru could have figured him out at one glance, but the different chakra attributes which he copied from many umbu and jonin like Kakashi and Asuma came in handy here. Thanks to the system, he was able to replicate that chakra signature perfectly and fooled Orochimaru. He wanted to fight with him, but with Team 7 and his own team being around, he had to find out an idea to take care of this issue without conflict. Needless to say, he completed the objective fantastically. Now the only thing left was to reach the tower. Sometime later, when Kirito was done scolding his team and giving enough sarcastic remarks to Shikamaru, they all started to move towards the tower. "Why are we traveling with them again?" asks Naruto, already whining about Sasuke's attitude. With Orochimaru, he was currently cursing all those Jonin and Umbu for coming at the worst possible time. He also was very confused about how Kirito was able to avoid his bite. He was not buying his bullshit about it being a clone. He was sure that he did bite Kirito, the real one. Obito's condition was much worse than Orochimaru's. Not only he could not get Karin, but he also ended up losing 2 Sharingan because of Kirito. He was currently so pissed that he just wanted to infiltrate Konoha and kill that brat. While all of this was happening, maybe the happiest person was Karin. But more on her later. Chapter 57. The moment when the masked man was about to grab me. This person saved me. I don't even know his name or could see his face clearly because my glasses fell off the moment he saved me. While jumping from tree to tree, he was carrying me like I was some kind of princess. I had no idea what to say to this guy, but I did know that I should be thankful. While I was thinking God knows what, I suddenly felt like the person just threw me in the air. This finally brought back the panic state which I had before, and I started to cause a fit. The accepted hard fall to the ground from 15 meters height did not come through because I was again caught by someone else. No, it's the same person, I thought after seeing his face. I could not see the face clearly because I did not have my glasses, but I could figure out a few similar details, but that's it. Then something even more interesting happens. Then it was like lightning around us. Our speed increased and he brought me here. I first thought that it was some kind of genjutsu, but I could not see any disturbance in my chakra. "What's going on here? Who are you? What are you going to do with me?" I said in a panic as more strange things were happening to me. The expected answer never came, and this made me more suspicious of the other person, and I started to back off. I desperately wanted to run away, but that was not an option. Not at least considering that I don't have my glasses on me. "Calm down, you are safe now," said the boy in front of me. He was almost my height. Maybe a little taller, but no bigger than a kid my age. He can't be a man yet. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" I ask. "I am Kirito, I am a genin of the Hidden Leaf, and I brought you here because I saw you in trouble," said the now named Kirito. "Who is this masked man then? How did you know the person?" I ask in more panic. For some reason, I could not calm down. Maybe because it was I did not have my glasses, and currently, I could not even protect myself if this person attacked me. "Calm down, I know you are currently agitated and in panic. But I promise that you are safe here. I am not going to do anything to you," said Kirito. "Here, I pick up your glasses when I pick you up," said Kirito, and handed me something. I quickly reached out and finally confirmed that there were my glasses. I immediately wore them. The moment I wore my glasses, the sight in front of me was something which I don't think I will ever forget. It was a boy just like I anticipated. But he is not only a boy but a really handsome boy. He had blonde hair, cerulean blue eyes, and a very bright warm smile on his face. This went in contrast with the fact that this person just saved me and the setting of the surroundings, which miraculously changed from a deep dangerous forest of death to a beautiful sunny site with a lake nearby. I was taken aback. It took me some more time to reboot, and Kirito just waited patiently for me all this time. He always had that bright smile on his face. Is this love at first sight? That was the only thing I was thinking. No, I was thinking much more than just love at him after seeing his handsome face, but I need to hold those thoughts back. Man, I might be only a shadow clone, but I am lucky to see this before the real one. Kishimoto-sensei really did not do justice to Karin. This is not the weird hair and red eye girl from the anime at all. The girl in front of me might be the most beautiful girl I have seen. Or maybe it's my Namikaze's blood and I had a thing for redheads. I or the original could not see her well when we just snatched her from Obito's grasp, but now when the adrenaline is slowly running out I can clearly focus on her. I could tell that she might be as much or even more beautiful as Kushina. Those violet-purple eyes and that beautiful face. That toned figure with slender legs and a modestly developed bu curves cough. While I was practically ogling her. She asks me something. I completely missed that, but good thing that she could not tell where I was looking. I had her glasses. Thank God. I quickly calmed down and started talking. I knew that she was panicking and thus I gave her glasses back to her, but not before taking a good look at her cough beauty again. She did calm down after that, but she completely froze after that like I stunned her with a stun gun. What is going on? I thought. Is she afraid of me? I thought. I put on my best charming smile I could muster and waited for her to react. She did not react. This was troubling and I finally had to break the silence with something. You know you are cute when you are surprised like this, I said the first thing which came to my mind. Her face instantly turns red as a tomato. And with her red hair this and even more prominent. I could only control the blush which was coming to me after seeing how cute she was acting. Maybe she was really scared by what happened in the forest. Of course, just like Kirito, his clone was dense and misunderstood the reason Karin was shocked. This information when we'll go to Kirito will bring even more confusion and romantic comedies in the future. But more on that later. Chapter 58. It was a long wait but finally, the preliminary round started just like in the canon. Kirito was surprised to find that Haku made her way to the tower much faster than his team. Almost all the rookie team passes the test. Maybe the only person from Konoha 12 who failed the test was Choji. That was too because of his incompetent team. Seems like having Shikamaru on the team really increases your chances of survival, huh? Teams 7, 8, 9, 10 and 16 were present there. All the participants who were taking the exams were Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura from Team 7. Hinata, Kiba, Shino from Team 8. Lee, Neji, Tenten from Team 9. Kirito, Shikamaru, Ino from Team 10. Haku and Yoroi from Team 16. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro from Sand Team. Kin, Zaku, and Dozu from the Sound Team miraculously passed the test. Overall there are 20 participants and thus there will be 10 matches in the preliminary round. Alright, before we start the preliminary round. I want to explain the reason we have Chunin exams in the first place, said Hiruzen entering into his professor mode. Kirito naturally tunes out all the information. A skill which he learns from his past life. Very helpful in lectures. It took some time for the speech to end and finally, the first match was about to begin. Kirito was interested to see who would be fighting who. In the canon the matches were good but he is really interested in how the real world will turn out. Soon the proctor came and introduced himself. After that, the names started to roll and everyone was in anticipation to see who would be fighting whom. In the canon, the first match was between Sasuke and Yoroi. Soon the nameplate stopped and the names were finally out. Temari of the Sand versus Haku of the Leaf, shouted the proctor. I was not expecting this. This will definitely be a good match, thought Kirito. Temari from the other side of the stadium watched Haku, who was standing near Kirito, and smirked as she had already won the match. You up for the fight? Kirito asked Haku, who also caught Temari's gaze. Yes, it won't be so bad, especially after getting beaten by you in so many fights. I am confident that this will be a piece of cake, Haku said in confidence. She was not overconfident or arrogant. She was perfectly sure that she would win the match. Kirito also knew the Haku from the canon could have won a match with Temari, let alone this Haku who is not only better but also have trained with him for quite a long time. Good luck, Haku-chan, said Naruto. Haku just smiled and entered into the fighting ring. Temari also entered the fighting ring with the use of her fan and had fighting intent burning in her eyes. Everyone was ready to see an amazing fight between these two kunoichis. Proctor looked around and after checking both the participants, he gives the signal to start the match. While the first match of the Chunin exams was about to begin, many other things were happening that Kirito was not aware of. What happened, Orochimaru-sama? You are not looking very good, asked Kabuto, who had already withdrawn from the preliminary and went to report Orochimaru about his findings about Sasuke and Haku. Orochimaru this time around was not that interested in Naruto as his interest was picked by Sasuke, Kirito, and Haku. Sasuke for obvious reasons, Haku for her bloodline limit, Kirito for the stun that he pulled in the Forest of Death and also the fact that he fought Orochimaru pretty well. In all aspects, Kirito was better than Sasuke. The only deal breaker was that he did not have any bloodline limit. No, I am not looking good because my plan to imprint Sasuke-kun with my cursed seal did not work out, replied Orochimaru. His plan was spoiled by those damn Leaf Jonins and Numbu. He was still not sure how so many of them arrived there so fast. But Kabuto knew what was going on. After getting exposed to the Sharingan in the Forest of Death, Kabuto is no longer a spy working for Orochimaru and Sasori. No, he is now completely loyal to Kirito and he already has his orders from Kirito. Orochimaru did not notice the sharp eyes and sudden change of air about Kabuto. No worries, Orochimaru-sama. We will have many chances to do this. Especially after the preliminary rounds are over, said Kabuto. Orochimaru pounded over this and thus nodded. While that was happening, somewhere far away from the hidden leaf, a man came out from a portal and there was bloodlust in his eyes. This man was none other than Obito. He was like this because of Kirito. Kirito not only killed him 2 times, for which he had to waste 2 of his Sharingan to get revived, but Kirito also made a complete fool of him in the battle, and Karin also was taken out of his grasp. Obito now had no idea where Karin was, and he could not find her. "Damn brat. I will kill you sooner or later," said Obito. "Obito, what happened? Where is the Uzumaki girl you went after?" asked Black Zetsu. Zetsu was the one who asked Obito to get Karin. "She ran away," Obito said in anger. "Ran away? This is bad, Obito. You know we need a Uzumaki. Pain is getting more and more out of control. We can't let the eyes be with him for long," said the Zetsu. "I know, I will find her later," said Obito, also understanding the need for a new puppet who could use the eyes. Nagato no longer is in their control, and this is getting pragmatic. Chapter 59. Both Temari and Haku faced each other and were ready to start the fight. This was the exact time the proctor started the match. Haku with lightning reflexes sent multiple sensors towards Temari, but Temari simply deflected all of this with a single swing of her fan. Haku was not surprised by this at all. The move was just to gaze at Temari's skills and nothing more. Haku then rushes towards Temari. Temari is not a close combat kunoichi, and thus she immediately makes some distance from Haku and uses her fan to keep her distance. "Wind style, great wind breakthrough," said Temari. A very powerful wind rushed towards Haku. Haku though was ready for this and dodged without any problem. Haku's speed was already very fast, and now when she trained with Kirito almost every day, she was faster than ever. Haku almost vanishes from her place and appears near Temari. This caught Temari off guard, and she was punched right in her face and was sent back trembling. But for Temari, this was not the first time she was fighting a fast close-range fighter, and she already knew how to handle herself. Temari quickly sends another powerful wind towards Haku. Haku had to retreat her advance to avoid the wind. "You are good, but I will be the one who will win this match. You see this fan? This fan has 3 different stars when it's fully open. No opponent of mine can withstand it when I show all the 3 stars," said Temari, and fully opened her fan. "I see, then I too won't hold back and fight you seriously," said Haku, still taking the match not too seriously. Seems like the match will turn interesting from now on," thought Kirito. Temari quickly sent very powerful wind attacks towards Haku, but Haku's speed was so fast that she was able to avoid all those attacks without any problem. "Ice style, ice shards," said Haku, and big ice sharks started to form around her. This stunned the audience and Temari. They were not expecting Haku to be a Kekkai Genkai user. The moment the shards rushed towards Temari, she unwillingly had to retreat. "Whoa, that's so cool," shouted Naruto from his place. "I was not expecting that Haku has become so strong at this time," Ino said, her eyes narrowing and also taking quick glances towards Kirito. Kirito however pretended not to notice the glances and said, Seems like she has been training really hard for some time." This was actually all pretending that he was the one who helped Haku grow this strong. She is good," were the responses of many people in the audience. "How is she so fast?" mutters Sakura. Temari was having a hard time now as Haku started using her ice release. The match was getting more and more heated. Temari stood at the edge of the training field, her fan held tightly in her hand. The wind blew through her blonde hair, and her emerald eyes sparkled with determination. On the other side of the field, Haku stood with a serene expression on her face. Her hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her violet eyes held a hint of mischief. Once again Haku moved with astonishing speed, disappearing in a blur. Temari's eyes widened as Haku appeared right in front of her, kunai in hand. With lightning-fast reflexes, Temari swung her fan, creating a gust of wind to push Haku back. But Haku was too quick, leaping gracefully into the air to avoid the attack. Undeterred, Temari twirled her fan in a circular motion, summoning a powerful whirlwind. The wind roared and swirled around her, threatening to knock Haku off balance. But Haku simply weaved through the gusts effortlessly, her movements like a dance. Suddenly, Haku formed a series of hand seals, and ice needles shot towards Temari. Thinking quickly, Temari used her fan to deflect the needles, but a few managed to find their mark. She winced as the icy shards grazed her arm, leaving behind shallow cuts. Temari gritted her teeth and retaliated by manipulating her chakra to control the wind. She created a massive tornado, the gusts tearing through the training field. Haku, however, remained calm and composed. With a swift motion, she formed a thin layer of ice around her body, protecting herself from the raging winds. Seeing her attack thwarted, Temari decided to change her strategy. She jumped backwards, putting some distance between herself and Haku. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades slicing through the air towards Haku. The blades whistled ominously as they approached their target. But Haku's speed was unmatched. She danced between the blades, her movements graceful and fluid. With each dodge, she inched closer to Temari, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Temari tried to strike back, swinging her fan with all her strength, but Haku was too quick, weaving through the attacks effortlessly. As the battle raged on, Haku continued to display her incredible speed and agility. She moved with such fluidity that it seemed like she was dancing in the air. Temari, realizing she was outmatched, decided to use her intelligence to turn the tides. She created a diversion, sending a barrage of wind projectiles towards Haku's right side. Haku, expecting the attack, leapt to the left, right into Temari's trap. Temari unleashed a powerful gust of wind, trapping Haku within a vortex. The wind spiraled around Haku, binding her movements and cutting off her escape routes. However, just when Temari thought she had won, Haku's eyes gleamed with determination. She concentrated her chakra, causing the ice beneath her feet to freeze. With a burst of strength, Haku shattered the ice, creating a cloud of ice shards that exploded outward. Temari's eyes widened as the shards tore through the wind vortex, breaking it apart. She tried to shield herself, but a few shards grazed her, drawing blood. Haku, now free from the vortex, seized the opportunity. She appeared before Temari in an instant, striking her with a powerful kick that sent her flying. As Temari hit the ground, Haku stood tall, her breath steady. The battle was over, and Haku emerged as the victor. She had proven that her incredible speed and cunning tactics. On the sideline, Kirito, although already knew what was going to be the outcome of the battle, cheered none of the rest. She surely learned how to sure strategy after I beat this lesson into her. The most important part about a good shinobi is not power but rather deception and cunning, Kirito thought. Winner Haku of the Leaf, said the proctor. Everyone who knew Haku cheered and Kirito had a smile on his face. The mood of the Sand team, however, was sullen. There was no expecting that a Leaf Kunoichi would defeat Temari like this. Next match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Kiba Inosuke, said the proctor. This match is also different than the canon, but it's going to be fun now, and the rest, thought Kirito. Chapter 60. The air crackled with anticipation as Sasuke Uchiha and Kiba Inosuke faced off in the Chunin Exam preliminary round. While Kiba was nervous, Sasuke was not even considering Kiba as an opponent, and the tension between them was palpable. The crowd held their breath, waiting for the clash to begin. Kiba, with his faithful canine companion Akamaru, took the initiative. He lunged forward, launching a series of swift and powerful punches. His speed was impressive, but Sasuke dodged each blow effortlessly, his Sharingan eyes analyzing Kiba's movements with precision. Sasuke retaliated, his movements fluid and calculated. He delivered a series of lightning-fast strikes, aiming for Kiba's vital points. Kiba managed to evade some, but Sasuke's accuracy was relentless. The Uchiha prodigy's combat prowess was on full display as he showcased his mastery of taijutsu. Kirito, Naruto, Ino and Haku were not even impressed by the Sasuke's performance. They were already used to much faster and skillful fighting scenarios thanks to Kirito. Kiba, unwilling to back down, called upon Akamaru for assistance. The loyal canine transformed into a ferocious giant, charging at Sasuke with immense strength. Sasuke leapt into the air, avoiding Akamaru's devastating bite. Mid-air, Sasuke channeled his chakra into his legs, propelling himself towards Kiba with blinding speed. The battle intensified as Sasuke unleashed a barrage of precise strikes, exploiting every opening Kiba left. Kiba fought back with all his might, but Sasuke's agility and precision were unmatched. The crowd watched in awe as the two warriors clashed, their moves displaying a breathtaking dance of skill and determination. Kiba is actually doing much better than I anticipated. Maybe in the case of Naruto and his fight, he was a little too overconfident, mutters Kirito. What are you talking about? Naruto asked. Nothing. Just thinking something, said Kirito, and again returned his attention to the fight. With each passing second, Sasuke's advantage became more apparent. He effortlessly countered Kiba's attacks, leaving him gasping for breath. Sensing the opportunity to end the battle, Sasuke executed a lightning-quick combination of strikes, overwhelming Kiba's defenses. He delivered a final devastating blow, sending Kiba crashing to the ground. The crowd erupted into applause as Sasuke stood victorious. Despite not utilizing. As the dust settled, Sasuke's victory stood as a testament to his unwavering resolve. The battle showcased his mastery of taijutsu and his ability to adapt to any situation. The crowd admired Sasuke's indomitable spirit, leaving them eager to witness his future battles and accomplishments. Kirito and his group, on the other hand, knew the reality. They could practically see that this battle was nothing for Sasuke, and he had this smug smile on his face that it was making them annoyed. Next battle, Shino vs Saku, said the proctor. Soon both came to the right and were ready to start the battle. Kirito was not interested in this battle. And he just took out a book from his pocket and started reading the book. Copying Kakashi. It was not the Ika Paradise. Ino made sure that Kirito didn't read those books. It's not like Kirito is interested, but Ino check it none the rest. Soon Shino and Zaku came to the fighting area. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as Shino Aburame and Zaku Obumi faced off in an intense battle. Shino exuded an air of calm confidence, while Zaku wore a cocky smirk, underestimating his opponent. The clash was about to begin, and the spectators leaned in, eager for the spectacle. Zaku wasted no time, launching a barrage of soundwave-infused attacks towards Shino. The ear-piercing blasts reverberated through the arena, but Shino's insect companions shielded him, absorbing the impact with their resilient exoskeletons. Shino remained stoic, his eyes calculating every move. Unfazed, Shino unleashed his secret weapon, releasing a swarm of his signature bugs. The insects scurried towards Zaku, crawling up his legs and infiltrating his body. Zaku, startled by the sudden invasion, frantically tried to repel them, but Shino's bugs proved relentless. As the bugs gnawed at Zaku's chakra channels, his attacks grew weaker, his once confident demeanor faltering. Shino capitalized on Zaku's vulnerability, launching a counterattack. He moved with eerie precision, striking with swift punches and kicks that landed precisely on Zaku's weakened points. Zaku struggled to defend himself, his body now betraying him. The relentless assault from Shino's insects had taken its toll. With one final surge of determination, Shino landed a devastating blow, incapacitating Zaku and leaving him sprawled on the ground. The crowd erupted into astonished applause, witnessing Shino's cunning strategy and unwavering composure. Shino's meticulous planning and manipulation of insects had proven to be the key to victory. The battle was not exactly like the anime, but the result is the same, Kirito thought. Next battle, Sakura versus Kin, said the proctor. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as Kin Tsuchi and Sakura Haruno faced off in the Chunin Exam preliminary round. Sakura's determination was evident in her eyes, while Kin exuded an air of confidence. The stage was set for an exhilarating battle. Kirito on the other hand was sighing in dismay. He remembers skipping this particular fight in Naruto when Sasuke and Ino fight. All the time he saw Naruto he did the same, but now there is no skip button. Sakura wasted no time, launching a barrage of punches and kicks towards Kin. Her strikes were swift and precise, but Kin skillfully dodged each one, her agility and evasive maneuvers remarkable. With a sly grin, Kin retaliated, her razor-sharp Senbon needles glinting in the light. Kin expertly flung her needles, their trajectory unpredictable yet deadly accurate. Sakura dodged some, but a few grazed her, leaving her momentarily stunned. Sensing an opening, Kin closed in, her speed and agility overwhelming Sakura's defenses. As Sakura attempted to regain her footing, Kin unleashed her secret weapon Genjutsu that ensnared Sakura's senses. Sakura found herself trapped in an illusion, her movements slowed and disoriented. Kin seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful strike that sent Sakura reeling. Determined not to be defeated, Sakura tapped into her inner strength, summoning a burst of chakra. With renewed vigor, she countered Kin's attacks, displaying her impressive resilience and determination. However, Kin's relentless assault proved too much to handle. Kin's agility and precision proved to be a formidable combination. She continued to exploit Sakura's momentary lapses, landing calculated blows that weakened her. Sakura fought valiantly, but in the end, the accumulation of injuries and exhaustion proved insurmountable. As Sakura collapsed to the ground, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Kin emerged victorious, her victory a testament to her agility, strategic thinking, and mastery of Genjutsu. Despite Sakura's fierce determination, Kin's relentless assault had overwhelmed her. This fight was much better than what I remember seeing in the anime, thought Kirito. Chapter 61. Next fight, Hinata and Yuroi, said the proctor. The arena was filled with tense anticipation as Hinata Hyuga faced off against Yuroi, a skilled and intimidating opponent. Hinata's heart pounded in her chest as she assessed Yuroi's formidable presence. Determined to prove her worth, she took a deep breath, her lavender eyes shining with resolve. Yuroi struck first, launching a relentless assault with lightning-fast punches and kicks. Hinata, though overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity, remained steadfast. She activated her Byakugan, honing her senses to read Yuroi's movements. But Yuroi's speed and unpredictability made it difficult for Hinata to anticipate her attacks. Hinata's movements were graceful yet hesitant, as doubts clouded her mind. However, a familiar voice broke through the chaos. Watching from the sidelines, Naruto shouted words of encouragement, reminding Hinata of her unwavering determination. His words infused her with newfound strength and resolve. With Naruto's cheering in her ears, Hinata found her rhythm. She began to mirror Yuroi's movements, dodging and weaving with increasing precision. Gradually, Hinata's once defensive stance shifted into a more offensive one, her strikes becoming bolder and more assertive. Sensing Hinata's newfound confidence, Kurenai Yuhi, her mentor, watched in awe. A proud smile graced her face as she witnessed the blossoming of her student's potential. Neji, Hinata's cousin, on the other hand had his usually stoic expression and looked Hinata with contempt and anger. As the battle raged on, Hinata's strikes grew more powerful and accurate. She executed a dazzling combination of attacks, exploiting Yuroi's openings. The crowd marveled at the transformation, witnessing Hinata's growth firsthand. With a final surge of determination, Hinata delivered a decisive blow, sending Yuroi crashing to the ground. The arena erupted into applause, the audience captivated by Hinata's remarkable comeback. The victory belonged not only to Hinata but also to her unwavering spirit and the unwavering support she had received. Although only Kirito might know that the real reason why Hinata was able to do so well here is because of Naruto. Kurenai beamed with pride, her belief in Hinata vindicated. Hinata's triumph was a testament to her resilience and the power of belief. As she stood victorious, she knew that Naruto's encouragement and her own unwavering determination had propelled her to this moment. Awesome Hinata! Naruto shouted from his place. Naruto was standing next to Kirito. Every time he shouted it was right next to Kirito. Oi, stop shouting right next to my ear, shouted Kirito, irritated and annoyed. Hinata finally came back and Kurenai she praised Hinata for her fight. Next match is Shikamaru vs Dozu, said the proctor. His might be interesting match, thought Kirito. He liked Shikamaru fight the most in the Chunin Exam phase. The battle commenced, and Dozu charged forward, launching a flurry of attacks. Shikamaru, seemingly unfazed, casually dodged each strike with minimal effort. His calm demeanor annoyed Dozu, fueling his determination to land a hit. Shikamaru yawned and glanced at the clouds drifting lazily above. Is this all you've got? He quipped, earning a frown from Dozu. Little did Dozu know that Shikamaru's apparent disinterest concealed a brilliant mind at work. As Dozu continued his assault, Shikamaru's mind raced, analyzing every move. A mischievous grin formed on his face as he formulated a plan. He abruptly stopped, exclaiming, "Wait, I just had a brilliant idea." Confused, Dozu paused, giving Shikamaru the opening he needed. Shikamaru's shadow elongated, stretching towards Dozu with lightning speed. Dozu's eyes widened in horror as he realized he was trapped in Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu. Shikamaru's voice dripped with smug satisfaction. Checkmate. With a simple gesture, he immobilized Dozu, leaving him unable to move. The audience erupted into laughter at the unexpected turn of events. Unable to escape Shikamaru's control, Dozu sheepishly surrendered, his ego deflated. Shikamaru's cleverness and ability to outwit his opponents had triumphed once again. The crowd couldn't help but admire Shikamaru's brilliance, as his laziness and nonchalant attitude had concealed his true genius. His unorthodox methods and ability to think several steps ahead had led him to victory, leaving everyone in awe of his strategic mind. As Shikamaru was declared the winner, he lazily sauntered off the battlefield, much to the amusement of the spectators. It was a fight that showcased both Shikamaru's tactical prowess and his knack for turning the most mundane situations into something truly extraordinary. Shikamaru's fights are always interesting, thought Kirito with a smirk. Next battle, Gaara of the Sand vs Rock Lee, said the proctor. This again, so many matches are different, why is this match is the same, thought Kirito. He never liked the outcome of this fight. Gaara and Lee finally come to the area. The air crackled with anticipation as Gaara, the fearsome sand wielder, and Rock Lee, the taijutsu prodigy, faced off in a showdown of strength and skill. The crowd held their breath, eager to witness the clash between these formidable opponents. Rock Lee wasted no time, launching a series of blindingly fast punches and kicks. Gaara's sand shield effortlessly deflected each strike, a smirk forming on his face. Unyielding, Lee activated his inner gates, the aura of his intensified chakra enveloping him. Lee's speed and power skyrocketed as he unleashed his barrage of attacks. His fists struck with unparalleled precision, leaving Gaara momentarily stunned. The crowd erupted in cheers, witnessing the might of Lee's extraordinary technique. But Gaara's resolve remained unshaken. The sand that cocooned him began to swirl, forming a menacing defense. Lee's attacks pummeled the shield relentlessly, cracks forming under the immense pressure. Sensing the need to escalate the battle, Lee decided to open the forbidden eighth inner gates, the gate of closing. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through his veins, propelling him to new heights of strength. With every strike, the ground trembled, and Gaara's defenses quivered. Gaara's eyes gleamed with a touch of surprise, realizing the true extent of Lee's power. Yet, he refused to back down. Drawing upon his connection with the desert, he unleashed a ferocious sandstorm, engulfing Lee's movements and obstructing his attacks. The battle reached its climax as Lee, his body weakened by the immense strain, pushed himself to the limit. However, Gaara's control over sand proved insurmountable. In a final surge of power, Gaara launched a devastating counterattack, slamming Lee into the ground with crushing force. It was not exactly like the anime, but the result was similar. Lee is injured. Gaara would have killed Lee, but Might Guy stopped him. Kirito from the starting of the match was thinking whether he should save Lee. But again, there is nothing to save here. It not like Lee does not have a choice here. He could have give up, and after that Gaara could not have hit him no matter what, as many Jonin would have stopped him, but Gaara fought. Kirito admired Lee for his determination and overcoming his condition, but at the same time he also feel like Lee is not a real ninja material. A good martial artist or a fighter, definitely, but a good ninja. No. Kirito in fact feel that even his own brother, Naruto later in the series, is not a good ninja. He might be strong, but he does not understand what shinobi operate. With this, almost all the pointless match in Kirito's mind were done, and now only important ones were left. His, Naruto's and Ino's fight, that is. Chapter 62. Next battle, Ino vs Tenten, said the proctor. Another full kunoichi fight, thought Kirito. Okay, let's make this fight a quick one, thought Ino. Tenten from the side just entered the battle area and got ready to fight. Both Ino and Tenten stood in front of each other and were ready to fight. Begin, said the proctor. The fight started with Tenten throwing all kinds of weapons towards Ino. Ino, who has trained with Kirito and has faced his speed, could easily dodge all of the weapons without much problems. Naruto was cheering for Ino really hard, and this was annoying Kirito. Not because he was cheering Ino, but it was because Naruto was shouting right next to his ear. Ino right now is much different than the Ino in the canon. Ino is much faster, stronger, and above anything, she is much more cunning than the canon. Ino did not have many throwable weapons on her like Tenten, but she had applied powerful poison on all of them. With Kirito's help and a little push, Ino got special training from Haku on senbon throwing. Now she is really good with her senbons, especially the poison senbons. Ino quickly created a shadow clone and hit it. After learning this technique, could only make one clone, and that is also after significantly increasing her chakra reserves. Tenten did not see this and continued to attack Ino from a distance. There was no way Ino could use her mind transfer technique in all this onslaught of weapons. Tenten was also getting tired and thought that she had to use her special technique to take care of Ino. She immediately took out 2 scrolls and used her twin rising dragon technique. Ino could not handle this attack. The attack had so many weapons that nothing short of Kirito's speed or instinct technique could dodge that. Tenten's fight with Temari was really the worst matchup for her. In the entire anime, sadly, Tenten never got the limelight, thought Kirito. In the field, Ino could not dodge all the attacks and was injured. But suddenly something happens. Ino popped away in front of everyone, and afterwards, Tenten, who was totally shocked, felt something stuck at her neck. She quickly checked, and it was a senbon. In reality, Ino replaces her position with her clone just before getting attacked by the twin rising dragon. I guess that takes care of this battle, said Ino with a smirk. What are you talking about? This small senbon can't do anything to me, said Tenten, but just then something happened. Tenten's head started spinning. Her center of gravity was all messed up. Of course, I know that small senbon is not enough, but I was not talking about the senbon itself, but rather the poison I used with the senbon, said Ino calmly. Kirito from the sideline just closed his eyes and considered the match won by Ino. He personally has tested this poison, and he is sure that no one in the Konoha rookies besides him and Naruto could resist that poison. Sure enough, Tenten was down within 2 minutes. Winner Ino Yamanaka, said the proctor. Neji and Guy were not expecting this result. Sakura on the other hand was also pretty, looking at her friend and then looking at her own hand. I need to get stronger, thought Sakura. Awesome, Ino-chan, Naruto shouted. Good work, Ino, said Kirito. Ino giggles at this and hugs Kirito's arm from the side. If you think so, then why not go on a date, said Ino. Maybe, but we also have to train for the upcoming Chunin exams. We can go to dinner once the Chunin exams are over. How about it, said Kirito. Ino actually was expecting this kind of response. She knows that Kirito is a duty-full person. She still pouted and gave him an annoyed look. After Tenten was taken away from the ground, the next match was announced. Next match, Kirito vs Kankuro, said the proctor. 1 minute, this means that Naruto will be fighting Neji in the next battle, thought Kirito. Naruto did win the fight against Neji in the anime, but that was in the finals of the exams, and that's also why Naruto was highly motivated to defeat him. This time around it's much different than the anime. Both Kirito and Kankuro finally came to the fighting ring and waited for the proctor to start the match. Start, said the proctor, and Kirito immediately opened his hyper-focus. He needed to know where exactly Kankuro was hiding. Just like in the anime, he was hiding behind the disguise of his own puppet. Kirito just rolled his eyes and then rushed forward to Kankuro. "One punch is enough," said Kirito. He increased his physical power with chakra-activated steel release and covered his hand with steel release. He made sure that others could not see his hand, of course. Kankuro thought that Kirito was going for his puppet, but in reality, Kirito was targeting his real body. In the last moment, Kirito changes his target and smashes his powerful fist into Kankuro's gut. The punch was a direct hit, but at the same time, it was also very powerful. Enough powerful to send Kankuro flying back. With just one hit, Kirito knocked down Kankuro without making much fuss about this battle. After checking whether Kankuro really is knocked down, the proctor finally gives his verdict. "Winner Uzumaki Kirito," said the proctor. His team was cheering him from the start. Gaara noticed Kirito this time, and Sasuke was also staring at Kirito with his Sharingan. "The next match is going to be interesting. I am not sure what will happen," thought Kirito. Chapter 63. This was the last fight of the preliminary round. Naruto was already super confident about his win. Neji was the same, but in a more arrogant way. Kirito was worried about Naruto for this match. He had no idea whether the current Naruto could defeat Neji or not. Not to mention, he had no idea how strong is Neji currently. He never saw Neji fighting before, so he is not sure. The current Naruto is only a little bit stronger than the anime, but will he be able to fight Neji and win? Soon Naruto and Neji faced each other and the fight was about to start. "Begin," said the proctor. "I will advise you to give up," Neji said as soon as the match started. "Huh, what did you say?" asked Naruto. Kirito was not at all interested in this. But he was interested in the fight. "You will never be able to beat me. Everyone is born with a fate which determines their future achievements. A failure like you will never be able to fight me, it's faith," Neji said. This made Naruto mad. "What did you say?" "I will beat you, believe it. I am someone who will be Hokage in the future," shouted Naruto. "A fool's dream. You are just delusional. You should give up and save your face," Neji said calmly, like it was reality. At this Naruto got furious. He rushes towards Neji. This was a wrong move, as Neji was easily able to dodge his attack and kick him. The kick itself was very strong and was able to send Naruto 4 steps back. Kirito saw this but did not say anything. This is Naruto's fight. He should not interfere. The same rule applies to Naruto which applies to Lee. If he thinks that he cannot win, he can give up. But Kirito already knows that Naruto will not give up until the last breath. The fight continued, and Naruto was beaten up by Neji repeatedly. Naruto was not giving up, but none of his attacks were working. This was not even like in the anime. He is much better here than in the anime. Neji might be 2x better here than in the anime, mutters Kirito. After some time, Neji got totally bored with Naruto again and again, getting up and charging at him with his shadow clones. Finally, on the 5th time, when Naruto got up to attack again, started closing Naruto's chakra points. Everyone knew that this was it. Naruto is not getting up after this. Kirito, however, on the other hand, knew better. Kirito knows that if necessary, then Naruto can use a little bit of Nine Tails chakra. "I told you that you will never be able to beat me. If only you had stopped your foolish obsession," said Neji. Naruto at this point was working hard to get up and get his chakra working. "I will not give up, no matter the case," said Naruto. "I will be the Hokage, you will see." Neji just shook his head and attacked Naruto again. This attack was even more powerful than before. This blocked almost all the chakra point on Naruto's body. At this point, Naruto was not even able to move. He was trying really hard, but it was not working. At one point, when it looked to everyone that Naruto was lost, sudden chakra burst out from Naruto. This chakra was none other than the Nine-Tailed chakra. This surprised everyone, including Neji. So finally the real battle starts, thought Kirito. He already knew that if Naruto had any chance of defeating Neji, then it was with Nine Tails chakra. Naruto's speed and power were much better this time around. It was almost better than Neji at this point. But Naruto was not able to control his power level that well. Neji, on the other hand, was much more skilled. Sure enough, power is not everything. The skill also matters a lot. Neji has an incredible command of his taijutsu, thought Kirito. I will not give up. I never go back in my words, shouted Naruto. Naruto rushed towards Neji. This time the speed was much faster. For the first time, Neji had to use his rotation to block Naruto's attack. Naruto quickly created multiple shadow clones again and once again charged with the help of the borrowed chakra from Nine Tails. Neji's rotation and Naruto's chakra-coated fist collide. It was exactly like the anime. But what did not go like the anime was that Neji was only pushed back a little bit. On the other hand, Naruto was sent flying towards the wall and hit hard. The impact was so powerful that it knocked out Naruto. It was not like in the anime where he could have stood up again. Naruto was totally unconscious this time around. "Winner Neji Hyuga," said the proctor after checking Naruto's condition. Kirito knew that this was the most likely outcome of the fight and was not surprised. Kirito knew that Naruto was not going to give up and thus the only outcome would be this. He was not angry with Neji or anything because he did what he had to do, but that changed when he heard this, when he got close enough to Neji, to attend to Naruto. "Loser, what the point of this demon even living," mutters Neji very slowly, but Kirito hears it. Kirito's face got tense. He did not get triggered this easily, but this was one of his sore spots. But he did not do anything to Neji. "This is not the time nor the place," mutters Kirito. Once Naruto was sent to the hospital, he came back to the middle of the ground and waited for the final exams fight match to reveal. After taking out the balls which had different numbers on them, the match was finally announced. The final exam matches are as follows. First match, Kirito Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Second match, Shikamaru Nara vs Haku Yuki. Third match, Ino Yamanaka vs Hinata Hyuga. Fourth match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Sand. Fifth match, Kin Tushir vs Shino Aburame. Announced the proctor. After hearing this, Kirito was smirking. "Well, now I have both time and place," said Kirito, who was already planning to teach this bloody Hyuga a lesson about fate. Chapter 64. After the preliminary exams were over, everyone went on their own way. Kirito had to go out with Ino and Haku after visiting Naruto in the hospital. After all this was done, Kirito finally came to his home and had alone time for himself. Unlike how others would have thought, Kirito was not tired or wanted to rest either. The reason Kirito was all alone here and was not going to training or spending time with Naruto in the hospital was because he had a plan to make. While all the Chunin exam participants were going to prepare for the upcoming fights, Kirito would be also preparing not for Chunin exams but rather for an assassination. Danzo's assassination to be exact. Kirito knows that the best time to kill Danzo is the night before the Chunin exams. This is the exact time when he will have the window in which even if the Konoha higher-up finds out about Danzo's death, the Chunin exams will not be cancelled. But Kirito had no intention to let others know about Danzo's death before the Chunin exams in the first place. Because he wants to put all this into Orochimaru's head. After the Konoha crush, if Danzo is found dead, then it's natural that everyone will think that this was the invasion and the Orochimaru who did it. And this is the reason why Kirito is going to do a lot of preparation before this assassination. Not only does he have to kill Danzo without letting others know, but at the same time he also has to kill all the root shinobi at the same time alongside Danzo. And all this while keeping his real identity under cover and not alerting others in the village. "This is going to be pretty hard," mutters Kirito. "Well, better start working as soon as possible." While this was happening with Kirito, somewhere else a tall person with white hair was coming towards the village. This person was none other than Jiraiya. He was asked by the Third Hokage to return to the village. He also plans to teach both Naruto and Kirito a little before the Chunin exams. Naruto at this time was in the hospital bed. He was already awake thanks to the 9 tails. The fire to get stronger inside him was burning more than ever. Kirito already visited him and he only let Kirito leave when he got the promise that Kirito would help him train after the Chunin exams. Naruto was not demotivated, Kirito had beaten him far too many times for that. But he was down because he lost to a person who denied that he could be Hokage. Naruto was said to get at least 2 days more rest in the hospital. He would have never accepted this, but Kirito pretty much blackmailed him with his training. This was not only for Naruto either, as Kirito also needed more time to make his assassination plan. And with this, the training for the Chunin exam started with full force. Ino and Haku were working with each other. This was Kirito's arrangement as he knew that both would push themselves in their competitive nature. Both Hinata and Neji got training from their clan. While Hinata was getting the best kind of training from the clan head himself, Neji was left with only the second-grade techniques and teachers. But Neji was still doing much better than Hinata. Shikamaru was training with Asuma. While he himself was super lazy and did not want to do anything tiring physical training, Asuma had to pretty much drag him to train. Asuma left Ino's and Kirito's own training on them. Actually, this is what they themselves asked. He was sure that Kirito could do it but was not sure about Ino. But after knowing that both Haku and Ino are gonna train together, he finally agrees. Gaara was not doing any kind of training. Both of his siblings failed the exam, unlike the canon. Shino was getting special training with his clan, but no one knew who Kin was training. Hokage office. Hiruzen Sarutobi was doing the paperwork like always, but at this time he heard a familiar sound coming from the window. "Why did you summon me here so fast, sensei?" said Jiraiya. "Ah, Jiraiya, you are finally here," said Hiruzen. Hiruzen had much to talk with Jiraiya. This was mainly about Orochimaru, Sasuke, and the Uzumaki brothers. He wanted Jiraiya's help to find out what Orochimaru was planning. While this talk was underway, other things were also happening in the village. Danzo, for example, was planning something. "Are you sure that this will work?" "I will not accept any failures in this matter," said Danzo to someone. This someone was none other than people from the Orochimaru faction who were planning to launch an attack in the village with the help of Danzo and wanted cooperation. Danzo had only one purpose here. He wanted Hiruzen Sarutobi's death. This is the reason he cooperated with Orochimaru to launch an invasion in the village in the Chunin Exam's final. While this was happening, something more interesting thing happened. This was something which was quite different than the canon. Because of Kirito interference, Sasuke was not attacked with the cursed mark, and thus Orochimaru had to come back for Sasuke to give him the cursed mark as it was intended. And finally, the person who caused all of this was creating an assassination plan. He was already 20% completed, and the most important part right now was to investigate more about Danzo's current hideout and learn more about his current power and schedule. Damn, things are going to get more complicated from this point onwards. I should be ready for this fight. I don't even remember Sasuke's fight with Danzo clearly. But it should be fine as long as I make sure that I trap him before he can use his few Sharingan which he is hiding behind that hand of his. Kirito was thinking to himself. Chapter 65. Konoha no Sato. Konoha Hospital. "What going on here?" one of the person in the hospital asked. "Don't you know that the Uchiha kid is hospitalized?" replied other person. "Really, but why? Did this happen in the Chunin exams?" asked the first person again. While this talk was happening outside of the hospital room, inside the situation was very different. Inside the room were present Kakashi, Hiruzen, Asuma, Jiraiya and Kakashi. Sasuke was lying in the bed, fallen unconscious. His skin was paler than the normal and his temperature was very high. "This is Orochimaru's doing," said Asuma in anger. "How did he enter into Konoha without getting spotted?" asked Kakashi. "His chakra is still in the sensory barrier and thus finding him through the sensory barrier is hard," said Jiraiya. "Then why are we not removing him from the barrier?" asked Asuma. "Because it is very complicated procedure. Even for me this will be hard to change the current sensory barrier. We usually don't change that because after the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, the information about this sensory barrier and other fuinjutsu are lost." Jiraiya frowned. "Destruction of the Uzumaki clan was a huge loss for us," said Jiraiya with a sigh. At this Hiruzen who was standing in the side had a little reaction internally, but no one noticed that. "I think we have more important things to discuss here, Jiraiya," said Hiruzen. Everyone focus on Hiruzen again. Orochimaru is definitely targeting Sasuke and wants the power of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen continue. This was the situation which they were facing. Yesterday night, Orochimaru attacked Sasuke and gave Sasuke his cursed mark. This is something Umbu found out when they were patrolling. Sasuke was found unconscious since then. We need to protect Sasuke from Orochimaru. If Orochimaru gets his hand on Sasuke then it will be bad. Sasuke is the last blood of Uchiha, this will be a huge loss for Konoha, said Asuma. At this point, only Hiruzen knew that the loss of Sasuke would be even more problematic than just the loss of Uchiha's blood. Itachi will be more than enough trouble once he learns that Sasuke is lost to Orochimaru. Hiruzen wanted to avoid this situation at any cost. Yes, I agree with you there, Kakashi. Say, Jiraiya, will you look after Sasuke while you are here in the village? Hiruzen asked. He already knew that if there is someone besides himself who can handle Orochimaru then it is Jiraiya, another Sannin. Hey, I just come back to the village and you are telling me to babysit this Uchiha brat. Not happening. I also have to meet Minato's brat as well and teach them. I don't have time for this, sensei, complained Jiraiya. In reality, Jiraiya did not plan to invest all of his time in training the Uzumaki brothers either. He wanted to have some time for himself to write his book and do his research. Hiruzen also knew that, but he can't make Jiraiya do it because Jiraiya was working hard all this time outside the village and thus he had give Jiraiya some time off. Sigh, then it can't be helped. Kakashi, what about you? Can you safeguard Sasuke in the meanwhile? If possible, train him a little so that he can protect himself, said Hiruzen. Asuma was a little angry here because he was Sasuke Jonin sensei, but he knew that he is not Orochimaru's opponent if he really fought him. At least Kakashi had a chance to fight him. And thus Asuma did not say anything. I would have done that, but I have my team to teach, said Kakashi in his lazy voice. He is not at all interested in all this matter and only here because Hiruzen asked him to come, being the strongest in the village after Hiruzen and Jiraiya, not counting Guy here. You don't have to worry about that, as you hear, Naruto and Kirito will be trained by Jiraiya here, and when it comes to Ino, she already is training with Haku. Both of them are getting stronger together there, but I will arrange for Anko to teach both of them in the meanwhile as well, said Hiruzen. Kakashi now did not have any excuse now. He knew this is going to be a troublesome situation. Kakashi sighed internally and nodded to accept taking care of Sasuke. Now he have to teach Sasuke none. Acutely he fully expected Sasuke to be in his team in the first place, but it was just that Kirito ended up taking the Rookie of the Year role that he was in his team. That is what Kakashi was thinking, but he did not know that it was also Hiruzen that make this arrangement. Okay, I will take care of Sasuke, during the Chunin exam, said Kakashi with a frown. There gone my free time, thought Kakashi. Great, then I will be going first. I have to find those two Minato's brats and see how they are doing. I have not seen them in all this year. I wonder how they are doing right now, said Jiraiya. Fine, but I am pretty sure that you will be surprised by at least one of them, said Hiruzen with a knowing smile. Jiraiya did not notice his teacher's smile and used Shunshin to move out. Kakashi though understood what Hiruzen was applying here. Soon everyone leave the hospital area except Kakashi, who was now on guard duty from now on. Jiraiya after leaving the hospital directly went towards the hot spring area. He defiantly plans to teach Kirito and Naruto, but first, he wanted to complete his research. What he did not know was that at this time Naruto was getting training from Ebisu. This happens in a canon and this time it also happens, but because of a different reason. Naruto after getting out of the hospital directly went towards Kakashi to ask him to train himself. Naruto wanted to start training immediately and beat Neji, but he was rejected first by his brother because he gave him the excuse that he need to prepare for the Chunin exam and will train him after the Chunin exams. Kakashi also gave the same excuse that he need to teach Kirito for the Chunin exams. Of course, he was not planning to teach Kirito seriously anyways. He already knew that Kirito is stronger than most of the genin and is already at the Chunin level, but he hid it. Thus it gave him enough time to relax and read his favorite Ica Paradise. So he had to do something about Naruto when he came to him and asked for training. The only thing he could do was to give him the excuse that he will be training Kirito, but even after that Naruto did not leave him alone and finally had to ask Ebisu to train Naruto. While this all was happening, Kirito was still making his plan and already started sending his clones in disguise to the root base to get more information about the root Umbu patrolling pattern and Danzo's usual whereabout. Chapter 66. Oi oi, how is this supposed to help me out here, shouted Naruto. He was having a hard time walking on water in the hot spring. Not to mention, every time he fell, he was getting burned by the hot water. This scene was exactly like in the canon. And soon after Ebisu found out about Jiraiya and was knocked out by him. Then the entire episode with Naruto and Jiraiya happened. Finally, this entire thing lets Jiraiya accept Naruto as a part-time disciple. Okay, then let go and start training soon, said Naruto with enthusiasm. Not so fast, Naruto, don't you also have a brother? Why not bring him too? He too might learn something new, said Jiraiya. He wanted to train both of the brothers. I at least owe this much to Minato, thought Jiraiya. But Kirito is being trained by Asuma-sensei, replied Naruto. According to common sense, he should be training Kirito. Naruto this time did not know that Asuma only trained Shikamaru while both Ino and Kirito trained on their own. I don't think that he will be able to teach Kirito. Just believe me on this, okay, said Jiraiya. What, then how will Kirito train, said Naruto in panic. Unlike himself, Kirito was in the Chunin exam and thus he needed more training. Ha, don't worry, kid. I will be training both of you. Go and bring your brother near the waterfall quickly, said Jiraiya. This makes Naruto's mood lit up. Okay, wait for me there, I will be there with Kirito, shouted Naruto and ran towards his home. Jiraiya saw him going and smiled. Well, let's see how much both of these kids have grown. What should I teach them, questioned Jiraiya to himself. Soon Naruto reaches his home and drags Kirito with him. Oi, I was in the middle of something there, complains Kirito. He was planning and deploying a plan to take care of Danzo there and his brother just buzzed into the room and dragged himself by his hand. Damn Naruto, where are you taking me? Asked Kirito with a complaining attitude. I just met a pervy old man who is calling himself a sage. He told me that he would train both of us. Said Naruto while running and dragging Kirito. This shut Kirito's mouth. He almost forgot that Jiraiya had come back in this time. It had been so long time since he watched Naruto that now most of the plot is unknown to him. Now he only remembers the most important plots. Soon Naruto took Kirito to the waterfall. Jiraiya was peeking at the woman who was bathing under the waterfall. Whoa, he really looks like how he looked in the anime, thought Kirito. Oi, Privy Sage, I bought my brother. Come on, teach me, shouted Naruto. He was already very annoyed by this pervert ninja. Not so loud, idiot, you will scare away the girls, Jiraiya shouted, and then he looked back at the girls. They were already going after hearing Naruto shout. Jiraiya had tears in his eyes which looked very comical. Out of all the things which I find in this world possible, that comical face might be the most unexplainable thing here besides my own existence, thought Kirito. It took some time before Jiraiya calmed down and finally, he noticed Kirito. This was the moment which practically froze him. Well, not his fault, I guess, I look just like Minato, thought Kirito. Minato, muttered Jiraiya. This was the exact age Jiraiya took Minato under his wing, thus he remembered how exactly Minato used to look. Kirito did not move or make any noise. He gave Jiraiya time to adjust his mind. Naruto thought was not that mindful and shouted. Oi, Privy Sage, what are you doing? Teach us cool jutsu already. Stop looking at my brother, girls in the academy already look at him too much, shouted Naruto with a little bit of irritation. This finally changes Kirito's calm face change with this remark. He was not aware that even Naruto noticed girls staring at him in the academy. What the hell, what does that have to do about this situation, said Kirito. Dude, don't compare these two situations. How the hell I am supposed to sleep at night now that I have this picture of Jiraiya staring at me like how those girls used to stare back in the academy, internally cursed Kirito. Finally, Jiraiya came out of his shock. Good, good. Now when both of you are here, tell me what both of you can do and then I will help you with whatever thing you want to learn, said Jiraiya. Are you Jiraiya-sama? One of the Sannin questioned Kirito just to keep the appearance. Oh, you know me, asked Jiraiya. Yes, learn more about Sannin after we encounter your teammate Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, said Kirito. Yes, that nasty snake ninja is the weirdest person I have ever seen, said Naruto, agreeing. Jiraiya knew that Kirito and Naruto had already fought Orochimaru and was interested to see how strong both of them were right now. Alright, no more talking. We will talk after a quick sparring. I want to see how strong both of you are and where both of you can improve, said Jiraiya. He was not planning to drag this out, but he now was curious about how strong both of them were, especially Kirito after seeing how he was an exact copy of Minato. Alright, I am gonna kick your butt, old man, shouted Naruto. Fine by me, said Kirito. Chapter 67. This speed, thought Jiraiya. Kirito immediately started with taijutsu and speed to counter Jiraiya in close combat. Naruto was looking forward to this battle, but the speed was so fast that he had a problem seeing the fight. Jiraiya himself was surprised at how powerful and fast Kirito was. And he was using the same fighting style which Minato used to use. Maybe others could not realize that, but being his teacher, Jiraiya knew this fighting style. This was doubt in Jiraiya's mind, but he did not think too much and only focused on the fighting. He really had to put effort into defending himself from Kirito's attacks. Alright, I need to increase some pressure, thought Kirito. Shadow Clone Jutsu, said Kirito, and made a very similar hand sign. Immediately 5 shadow clones appear around Kirito and all of them keep attacking Jiraiya. This finally made Jiraiya come out of his comfort zone and shift the fighting from taijutsu to ninjutsu. How the hell all those clones are so strong, thought Jiraiya. Fire style fireball jutsu, shouted Jiraiya, and did a widespread fire jutsu to take care of the clones. Kirito and all of these clones immediately activated signless replacement technique. The next thing Kirito did was to use his multiple shadow kunai throw technique, and because all the clones did that, it was absolutely impossible to get away from the widespread attack range. Shit, hair main jutsu, shouted Jiraiya, and wrapped himself in his strong hair. Kirito did not stop his advantage, he coated his hand with steel and went for a powerful punch attack. Jiraiya did not remove his hair as he knew that the attack wouldn't do much. That was his mistake. The attack was much stronger than he thought. Jiraiya was punched back and a sharp pain from being punched very hard went inside his gut. Jiraiya was pushed back a few steps and was stunned at how powerful that attack was. TCK, can't use any powerful attack. I better learn some elemental jutsu in the future, thought Kirito. On the sidelines, Naruto was looking at this battle with awe in his eyes. Although he was interested in his brother's power and skills, what interested him the most was all the jutsu that Jiraiya was doing. You are better than what I thought, Jiraiya said, getting more serious this time and approaching Kirito. But Kirito was also fast enough to dodge all the things which Jiraiya could throw at him. In fact, his best speed with hyper speed is enough to dodge all the attacks that Jiraiya has right now. And only the widespread attacks are not something which he can dodge. This kind of fight went on for some time. Jiraiya was not using any powerful jutsu here, nor Kirito was using more powerful attacks or any of his trump cards. The only thing that both of them fought with was taijutsu and basic ninjutsu. Every time Jiraiya uses a powerful jutsu, Kirito just dodges with his speed. Jiraiya knew with his years-long experience that Kirito was not going all out. He wanted to know more, but right now was not the time, and thus he finally stopped the match. Okay, kid. That is enough for the time being. I now have a good understanding of your power and skills. So let's focus now on the training, said Jiraiya. Naruto at this lit up and was excited to train. Kirito on the other hand just stopped his onslaught of attacks. At this time the only thing Jiraiya was thinking was, this kid is more terrifying than his father. Chapter 68. Okay, what should I teach to these kids, thought Jiraiya. Oi pervy sage, how long are you going to stare at us like that, asked Naruto, getting bored. Kirito did not react. He in fact was thinking about what he might learn from Jiraiya. He already knows that currently the only thing that Jiraiya might teach him in Naruto is summoning jutsu, Rasengan, or some elemental jutsu. Alright, now see this with attention, you brats. This is the awesome jutsu which I will be teaching you, said Jiraiya in a dramatic manner, and then he bit his thumb and started making hand signs. So it's the summoning jutsu, thought Kirito. Soon a red toad was summoned out of a lot of smoke. Kirito has to say that out of all the toads, this toad is the most impressive looking. Even when compared to the chief toad. Awesome, teach me, shouted Naruto. That's a really useful move. How did you do that, Jiraiya-sama? Asked Kirito, just so Jiraiya do all the explaining and he would not have to explain this later to Naruto. This led to Jiraiya explaining the entire process of summoning. Kirito already knew, but he listened to it nonetheless. After that, Jiraiya finally bought the summoning scroll, which both Naruto and Kirito had to write their name with their blood. Naruto wrote his name just like in the anime, but when it was Kirito's turn he took his time and read all the names which were written in the scroll. Just like what he thought, there were 3 known names which were written in this scroll. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, and one Super Grandpa if Naruto's nicknames are taken into account. He then, without asking much, directly wrote his name in the scroll with his blood. Then Jiraiya told them about the hand size, and just like always Naruto was the first one to try. How the hell did he still have the energy to be so active, Kirito thought. Could this be because of the young half of the Kurama? The moment Naruto was done doing hand signs, he slammed his hand into the ground just like in the cannon. The only thing he was able to bring was a tadpole. Jiraiya, Kirito, and the toad which Jiraiya summoned all deadpan on this. Naruto, that's not what a toad looks like, you have to summon something like this, Kirito said, pointing towards the big red toad. Of course, he was joking and making fun of Naruto. I know, said Naruto in irritation. Then Naruto tried a few more times and the result was the same. Ah, this is not working, Kirito, you try and see how to do this, shouted Naruto. Kirito just sweat drops at his bites his thumb and forms a hand sign at fast speed. Then directly put his hands on the ground. Puff, a large cloud was summoned and a big toad which was equally as big as the red toad which Jiraiya summoned appeared. Naruto was stunned at how easily Kirito was able to summon a toad. Jiraiya was also surprised. This kid is more talented than his old man, thought Jiraiya, already seeing a bright future for Kirito. But Kirito was the most surprised out of all. Not only he was able to summon a big toad this easily, but also because of the sudden system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, learning toad summoning. Minato template upgrade from 46% to 50%. Summoning mastery. Ding! Congratulations, host, getting flying thunder god technique. Kirito was not expecting that. Learning to get toad summoning increases the template from 46 to 50. Even killing a Jonin did not give this much progress. Maybe because I am doing what Minato did in his time. Learning from Jiraiya and getting toad summoning, thought Kirito. How did you do that, asked Naruto in disbelief. I just did what Jiraiya-sama told us, said Kirito plainly. Naruto at this pouted and started practicing this technique. Jiraiya though bought Kirito a little far from Naruto. I see that you got talent, kid. What do you say, want to learn a powerful technique which was created by the fourth Hokage, said Jiraiya. For Jiraiya, this was like nostalgia, like him teaching Minato again. Now that he found that Kirito is just like his father, he is more interested in teaching Kirito. Yeah, sure, Kirito said with a smile on his face. He has already learned the Rasengan, so this will be a waste of time for him, but it's fine. He will complete this technique as fast as possible and go right back to his assassination planning. Jiraiya just smiled at this, raised his hand and created a Rasengan. He without saying anything blasted the rotating ball of chakra into a tree. The tree was shattered and there was a big hole in the tree. Naruto was not able to see because he was far away and was working on summoning jutsu with all of his focus. That's powerful, said Kirito with a bit of amazement. Jiraiya was not satisfied with Kirito's reaction though. He was expecting a little more amazement and more excitement from Kirito. Nonetheless, Jiraiya told Kirito the entire process of the Rasengan. But Kirito was just smiling after getting the water ball into his hands. He still remembers how painful this entire process was back when he was learning this technique. Well, at least I don't have to learn this entire thing again. But this was not the technique which he wanted to learn now. After reaching 50% in his template, Kirito has finally unlocked the most priced technique of Minato Namake's HIATUS or Flying Thunder God. And in a very good time too, as he can now start leaning it. He was able to make a seal for this technique before, thanks to all the notes his father left in his house. For the core of the technique was never there. Now he finally got the technique. It's only time he masters this technique. Thank you system, thought Kirito with a smile that Jiraiya did not catch. Chapter 69. Alright kid, now give attention here. Here's what you have to do, said Jiraiya, taking a water balloon in his hand and rotating his chakra inside the balloon. Soon the balloon started to deform under the rotation of the chakra, and after the pressure was too much for the poor water balloon to bear, it blasted, splashing all the water around. See, you have to rotate the chakra inside the balloon in a way to blast the water balloon, said Jiraiya, and Kirito was also giving his full attention. Now you start working on this and I will go and do some important research. For Jiraiya stopped midway. The reason why the balloon in Kirito's hand also started to deform is just like how he did. The pressure increases and splash. What? Jiraiya said exaggeratedly. What? Kirito asked confusingly. Jiraiya was looking at Kirito like he was some kind of alien. How did you do that? Asked Jiraiya like he was dreaming. And for a good reason. Jiraiya took more than half a year to learn this technique and at least took half a month to complete this particular part of the training. But here is Kirito who completed the first part of the training like it was snatching a toy from a kid. I just did what you told me to do, said Kirito in a calm manner. But inside he was laughing like a madman. He fully understands what Jiraiya is facing right now. He himself took more than 4 weeks to complete Rasengan. Kirito was having fun watching Jiraiya all work up on this. Kirito, tell me honestly, have you learned this technique before? Asked Jiraiya in a serious manner. No, this is the first time I am doing this. But it's not hard for me because I have already spent a lot of time getting my chakra control better when I was in the academy, said Kirito without changing his innocent face. This shocked Jiraiya even more, but he did not show that on his face. After all, he can't let Kirito become overconfident. Good. You are really talented. See, this is the second stage of the training. You have to pop a rubber balloon like this, said Jiraiya. Then he showcases what to do and hands over Kirito a rubber balloon. Kirito did not pop it right away, he had to act naturally at least. He can wait and give this training for at least 2 days. So Kirito tried but did not pop it in front of Jiraiya. Ha, don't worry. I took some time to learn this technique too. Learn well, kid. Jiraiya said in a relieved smile and went away on his way. Kirito saw Jiraiya going towards the place where the girls were bathing under the waterfall. He just shook his head, made clones and replaced himself with it. So, while his clone was training the second part of the Rasengan, he himself was creating and updating the assassination plan. Although the plan was simple enough, a lot of data needed to be processed and there were many variables which could create a problem. He wanted to be extra sure that there were no mistakes. Soon few hours passed and Jiraiya came back after the girls went home. Yo Naruto, how things are going for you? Any progress? Asks Jiraiya with a smile. Ha, how can there be progress when you are not teaching but rather peeking at those girls, you pervy old man, shouted Naruto. You know nothing, you sort not brat. This a research for my upcoming book. And I already taught you how to do the jutsu. It's not my fault that you don't have any talent. Shouted Jiraiya back. Kirito at this time was just looking at both of the idiots shouting at each other. What about you, Kirito? Were you able to complete the training? Jiraiya asked but was not expecting a positive answer. This part of the training took him more than 2 months to master. It's really hard to learn. Yes, Kirito said in a plain manner. It's fine, kid, you need to give it some time. And Jiraiya stopped. What did you just say? Asked Jiraiya. I completed the training, said Kirito. This time Jiraiya's eyes widen and he quickly asks Kirito to show. Kirito simply took out the rubber balloon in his hand and started rotating the chakra in his hand. Naruto was also looking at this because he was not sure what this pervy sage taught his brother. Soon the rubber ball started to deform and shake. Soon enough the rubber was not able to take the pressure and blasted. Jiraiya's eyeball was almost about to pop out. But he soon calms himself. Naruto was looking at Kirito's hand in a curious manner but could not understand what kind of jutsu this was. What kind of talent is this? Minato, what kind of monster did you create? Jiraiya thought. Is there another stage of this training? Asks Kirito looking toward Jiraiya. Yes, there is, said Jiraiya in a dazed manner. Jiraiya then shows Kirito the last part and explains the entire process. Okay Master Jiraiya, I will be working on this then. But I guess for today we can stop here. It's already very late said Kirito and Jiraiya agreed. He doesn't have anything to teach Kirito anyway. With this, Kirito with Naruto went towards their home while Jiraiya went towards the bathing house. Not for research this time around but rather to think about the unfairness of the world. Chapter 70. The next day, Naruto and Kirito came back to the same training ground and Jiraiya was there ready to train both brothers. Kirito after getting back created a shadow clone to see Jiraiya's movements. He wanted to know whether Jiraiya contacted the Hokage after teaching him. What he was interested in was to see whether his performance was reported to the Hokage or not. It does not matter either way because both Danzo and Hiruzen will die before the end of the Chunin exam but still having information is better. This also created some variables in his own assassination plan. Surprisingly Jiraiya did not report his performance to Hiruzen. It's a good thing but now he was curious why Jiraiya did not do that. While he was waiting and thinking about this, Jiraiya finally came and started the training. Naruto was still having problems doing the normal summoning. Kirito on the other hand was not focusing on his training. He has already completed the Rasengan training anyway. He had no reason to do this again. So, he invests most of his time helping Naruto teach him the summoning of jutsu. The end of the day soon comes and Jiraiya once again asks how they progress with their respective technique. "Ichi, I will let you see how much I have improved," shouted Naruto. Kirito was just looking at his idiot brother with lazy narrow eyes. Because of his help, Naruto was able to progress much faster than he should have done compared to the canon. But he still cannot summon a toad so why hype up this failed technique so much? Naruto quickly bites his thumb and draws blood from his thumb. He then quickly makes all the necessary hand signs and slams his hand on the ground. There was a puff of smoke and suddenly there was a moment in the ground where Naruto's hand was slammed. When the smoke finally dispersed, there was again a tadpole there but this time the tadpole had legs. Kirito just headpalmed himself. "You idiot, what the hell are you boasting about?" shouted Jiraiya. "What are you talking about, old man? See, this tadpole has legs," said Naruto. "It does not matter whether it has eggs or not, you idiot. What I want is a toad, not a tadpole with legs," but a toad, shouted Jiraiya back. Jiraiya sighs after dealing with Naruto and asks Kirito about his progress. "Yes, Jiraiya-sama. I have completed the jutsu," said Kirito. Jiraiya was not surprised this time around but was in awe of it nonetheless. "What kind of talent is this? It's much better than you, Minato. Maybe he might be the child of the prophecy," said Jiraiya to himself. "Okay, then show me," said Jiraiya without showing any more emotion on his face. Being an experienced ninja for such a long time, Jiraiya has mastered the art of restraining his emotions. Kirito lifted his hand and started to rotate his chakra into his palm. Soon the chakra started to rotate and a ball of rotating chakra condensed on Kirito's palm. Naruto was also looking at this jutsu, wanting to know what kind of jutsu Jiraiya has taught Kirito. Jiraiya's eyes shone with a light and he could say that the Rasengan that Kirito just formed perfect. But he did not say this to Kirito. Naruto was looking forward to this jutsu and asked. "Hey pervy sage, what is this jutsu?" asked Naruto. Jiraiya did not answer the question but rather looked towards Kirito and Kirito to understand what Jiraiya was talking about. Kirito quickly went near a tree and fired his Rasengan into the tree. The tree was shattered just exactly like how Jiraiya Rasengan did a day ago. Naruto's eyes widened and stars were in his eyes. Jiraiya also saw this and was thinking, now this is the kind of reaction I was expecting from you, muttered Jiraiya, but then he took another look at the destroyed tree and saw how powerful the Rasengan used by Kirito was. Oi, pervy sage. Why teach me this technique? I don't want to learn his stinky summoning technique. Wanna learn this technique which you teach to Kirito, complained Naruto. Not happening. Learn the summoning technique first and then only I might teach you the Rasengan, said Jiraiya for the first time calling the name of the technique. Rasengan, repeated Kirito. What followed was Naruto and Jiraiya back-to-back insults and childlike antics. Naruto finally went back to his summoning training and Jiraiya was left with Kirito. Now what should I teach this kid now, thought Jiraiya. Thank you Jiraiya-sama for teaching me this technique, said Kirito. No worry kid, you are the most talented child I have now seen. And this telling you something when I personally teach the fourth Hokage, said Jiraiya. Thank you Jiraiya-sama. But I believe that father was much better than me when it comes to talent, said Kirito, not hiding the fact that he knows about his father and not lying because he knows that the reason he is so good is because he has Minato's template and on top of that the system improve his power. Jiraiya was about to say something more but he abruptly stopped recalling what Kirito just said. You know, Jiraiya said in a surprised manner. It's pretty hard not to figure out if I look like this, right? Kirito said with a smile. Jiraiya also did not say anything and just kept looking towards Kirito. When did you know? Asked Jiraiya. For a long time. Although Naruto don't know and I don't plan to tell him right now, said Kirito. Jiraiya nodded and asked, and why are you telling me this right now? Asked Jiraiya. Well, not any particular reason. I want to tell this to everyone in the Chunin exams, but I thought I should tell you first considering that you are my father's teacher and also our godfather, said Kirito. Actually, Jiraiya is not Kirito's godfather as his name was not given by Jiraiya, but it's fine. The reason he told this to Jiraiya is that he is going to say this to others anyway, and another reason he told this is that Jiraiya did not say his information to Hiruzen, so there is a possibility that he might not tell this either to the Hokage. It does not matter even if Jiraiya told this to Hokage, but it's fine. It does not matter anymore considering his current power now. Time for hiding has to end. Now it's the time to show the world who I really am, thought Kirito. Chapter 71. Kirito stays with Jiraiya and talks with him for a long time. They were talking about Minato in his childhood or how Jiraiya used to teach Minato. They also talk about Kushina when she first came to Konoha. Naruto was still doing the summoning practice. Jiraiya today chants Naruto's practice a little. He only let Naruto use the summoning technique with the nine-tailed chakra. Kirito did not care about this, but he created a clone to look after Naruto because he remembered that Naruto was pushed into a deep earth crack by Jiraiya. In the anime, he was able to save himself in the last moment, but still, Kirito does not want to take any chances and thus he will have a clone look after Naruto at all times until his training with Jiraiya is done. In the end, Jiraiya did not have anything more to teach Kirito. The only thing which Jiraiya could teach Kirito right now is Sage Mode, but according to him, Kirito is too young for that. Kirito greeted Jiraiya and Naruto and then left the training place. Jiraiya too did not stop him because he do not have anything currently that he can teach Kirito. After getting out from there, Kirito went towards Konoha playground, thinking of getting some downtime before getting back to work. While walking in the village he also saw many of his peers training for the upcoming Chunin exams. Then he went to the hospital to visit Lee. Lee, just like in the anime, has lost to Gaara and is currently in the hospital. Kirito is not sure about his injuries right now, but it should be bad just like in the anime. When he went to meet Lee he found Lee sleeping and no one was there to meet him at this time. Well, I guess I did come at a weird time, thought Kirito. After getting out of the hospital, Kirito went to eat some ramen. He does not love ramen like Naruto, but for casual eating, it is good enough. Man, I should open a Western food cafe or something. Not only do I have money which I stole from Gato, but I too also again want to eat burgers and cola, Kirito complained. After wasting the entire day, he went to the top of the Hokage monument and sat on the top of his father's head. This world seems more and more real the more I interact with it, said Kirito, not hiding his thoughts and voice. He already knew that no one was there beside him thanks to the hyper-focus. It's funny that I only know the first 17 years of this world, but at the same time, how much happens in just 17 years, said Kirito. What after the war is done? What should I do? I never thought about this, said Kirito, looking mindlessly towards the village he had always seen in the anime and manga before, and now he is living in this exact village. It's really weird how humans do not show gratitude for having something until they lose it, Kirito said. Before coming here, I might not realize, but sooner or later I come to miss those carefree days back in the earth. It was nice to only be worried about rising taxes and some relationship and job-related issues. Maybe one day I might be able to bring those same days back for the next generation here. Maybe that is how people from Earth feel like when they were suffering from war and conflict, said Kirito. Well, enough time wasting. Now I need to make sure that I take care of Danzo and tell the world who I really am. Not to mention there is also the Konoha crush plan. I need to make some plans for that too, said Kirito. With this said, Kirito went to his home. While Kirito was not thinking too much about the Chunin exams, others were different. They were working really hard and becoming stronger. Maybe the most hardworking person among them was none other than Neji. Kirito, although hardly cared about the Chunin exam, did send some clones to spy on others. There were mainly two targets: Neji and Gaara. One he will be fighting and another he might have to fight if things went just like in the anime. Things were going just like in the anime and days kept passing at their usual speed. Kirito was almost done with his planning. He already has the layout of the new base of Danzo and he already has sent many clones disguised there to activate his plan. Soon the days passed and the day came when Kirito was about to activate his plan. This was just one day before the Chunin exams. He was about to act in the night and thus he just watched Danzo's moment in the morning. He was also watching powerful ninjas in the village like the Hokage, Jiraiya, Guy, Kakashi, etc. The last thing he wanted right now was the interference of a third party. Soon the day passed and finally it was time to activate his plan. He immediately makes a clone, replaces himself and flashes out of his home. He came to a secret location and took all the important items which he prepared for this plan beforehand. He then wears a mask and changes his appearance. Under no circumstances he could let others know his true identity. This time around he is not only going to kill Danzo but the entire root organization. He has to be perfect with his plan, otherwise, he might not get this kind of chance again. Time to take care of the garbage, said Kirito, and flashed out. When I say flash it means hyper speed and the flash of light it creates. Please don't misunderstand me here. Chapter 72. Kirito's plan was simple yet effective. The idea was to plant multiple seals which take care of the root inside Danzo's hideout and then ambush him inside. The current root base was not near the village. Because the last base was destroyed by Kirito. Danzo had no other way but to move outside the village and create a base out there. It was not very far but still not in the immediate resident of the village. This gave Kirito enough room to use some more destructive force to complete his task. He already has set up all the necessary seals inside the base with the help of his shadow clone with all the time he had in his hand in this 1 month. With all the information he has collected over a month. Danzo currently has more than 100 root shinobi under his command. And he has around 7 shinobi guarding him. The outline of the base, in almost every possible entry of the village, has around 2 to 5 shinobi guarding it. He is not going to use the entry of course but he needs to take care of the entire route here and thus he will be killing even those shinobi. Kirito quickly created 20 shadow clones. The first target is to completely eradicate the roots which are outside the base. And do it in a way that they don't alert the roots which are inside. He already simulated this by giving them a false alarm when he was gathering information. His motive was to find out how they react and how they will connect with the root which is inside the base. Kirito found that there are 2 ways for this root to alert others about an invasion or an attack. Either one of the roots will report this directly or there is a particular hand sign which flares a chakra signature to alert the root inside and the Danzo. This means Kirito have to kill almost all the people outside before they can make the hand signs. Thus he created 20 shadow clones. Soon all the shadow clones were in the position and were about to attack. Kirito did not have any seal on the entrance of the base. He could not because root ninjas are always near the entrance. So the only thing he could do was to use his hyper speed to reach the umbu. It was tricky, to be honest. If he is not fast enough then the entire plan will end before it can even start. With a quick sign from the real Kirito, all the clones who were in the position threw their activated hyper speed and lightning cracked around them and then rushed towards the root ninja. In the next second multiple Kirito appear near all the root shinobi and cut them down without mercy. Kirito's biggest problem here was the Hyuga members in the root. That is why he needs to attack from afar. Good thing that he had something to counter their vision on a temporary basis otherwise this would never have been possible. Taking care of the root shinobi who is outside is just the first step. Next, he has to simultaneously kill all the roots until he reaches Danzo. But while his shadow clones take care of the root members, he himself will go after Danzo. He already did extensive research and although he is sure that he don't have all the detail about this base he has enough sealing talent to block all the possible route, which Danzo can use to escape. Alright guys, release the gas. Remember that we will act in the next 45 minutes, said Kirito, and all of his clones turned themselves into root shinobi and started acting like the root. At the same time, they also release a special gas which will weaken the root inside the base. It will take some time for the gas to take effect and thus he has to wait for the next 45 minutes. While gathering information, Kirito knew that Danzo pretty much lives inside the root base but he does sometimes go to his home. Unfortunately, today was not the day when Danzo was visiting his home. Otherwise, that would have been too easy but it does not matter. Because the last time Danzo visited his home, Kirito had a chance to place a seal in the root base near where Danzo usually sits. That time he was able to put a storage seal on real Danzo. This was also carrying the same special gas which Kirito obtained from his father, note. Soon after around 40 to 45 minutes, Kirito finally felt movement inside the root base. Any normal ninja will take around that much time to find out the problem in their chakra network. Kirito immediately opens his hyper-focus and senses what's going on inside the base. Everything was as he expected. Danzo has ordered others to check out what's going on and soon the ninja will be here. Good, they are coming. Make sure that all the traps are ready and that you take care of all of those roots. I will be taking care of Danzo now, said Kirito, and then he rushed inside. The shadow clones were also ready and immediately started to take action. Chapter 73. Danzo was sitting in his root base and was having a bad feeling. He is not sure what he was having this feeling but he knew that something is wrong but he could not pinpoint what exactly is wrong. He wanted to send his root shinobi out to see whether his instincts are right or he is just dreaming but he did not as he was again not sure whether to look. For a long time Danzo felt the same. But it was after around an hour or so that he started to notice the difference. Everything started with his chakra. He found that he is having a problem controlling his chakra. There was also a breathing issue that he was facing. At this time he thought that it only happening to him and that this might be something happening because of the first Hokage cell which he integrated inside him. But at the same time, there is also the 2 Sharingan which he installs in his arm. But soon this idea chance as soon as he saw his root shinobi also having the same issue as him. He quickly took action. Quickly go and see what's going on outside, said Danzo. Soon the root people went out, but then something weird happened. In front of all the root shinobi who left after Danzo sent many of them to go out and check what's going on outside. Danzo's image flicker and then suddenly all the momentum Danzo was showing quietened down. Then he simply closed his eyes and kept sitting his position. What they don't know that the person now sitting in front of them is not Danzo but rather Kirito's clones who he transforms into a Danzo. Kirito did this so Root don't use some other means which is outside his plan when seeing Danzo not being there. The real Danzo at this time was teleported to another location altogether. I am not sure what happened but I suddenly felt a chakra enveloping me and then I was here. This place is not Konoha, I mutter without thinking anything. While I was wondering I also notice a barrier. I was inside this barrier. I knew something is not right. I knew that thing will happen but never thought that someone will teleport me from Konoha to here. Could this be a genjutsu? I am having a problem using my chakra but it's not like there is a disturbance. Welcome, Mr. Danzo. I was waiting for you, said a person in a mask. This person were very similar to clothes he have seen people used to wear in the Second Shinobi War. Who are you? I ask, vigilant and trying to understand what's going on here. Kirito teleported Danzo to a hidden place he prepared especially to fight Danzo. He already have set up a barrier in around so Danzo can't run away while Kirito also filled the entire place with a special gas so Danzo get infected even during the fight. Kirito of course have an antidote and could fight Danzo with his full power. Who are you? Asked Danzo already infusing chakra inside his body. Kirito thus smiled internally and said. I am someone who hoped to bring peace to this lawless land, said Kirito. Danzo did not make any reaction to this and kept talking. What do you want from me? Asked Danzo. I want your life if it's not a problem, asked Kirito with a smile, but of course because of the mask, Danzo was not able to see the mask. This made Danzo more tense and ready for a fight. You know that you will be hunted by Konoha if you kill me, right? Said Danzo trying to convince the unknown man to change his mind. He was not afraid but he had no information on the masked man in front of him and this might be troublesome if they ended up fighting. Maybe he even has to use his trump card. They won't. They won't because they will never know who killed you. In fact, they will never find your body, said the masked man. Why do you want to kill me? Asked Danzo. Just like I said. I am trying to bring some peace and order to this world and you, Mr. Danzo, is someone who is causing me problems. You done many shady things in the name of Konoha. I might understand your patriotism but this does not explain your misdeeds. Said Kirito. Danzo did not say anything. He knew that the other person will not change his mind. Because the amount of preparation the other person have done here is enough to say that he is fully prepared to kill him. I see, then I might as well stop your problem here and now, said Danzo and immediately remove his hand from its covering. Kirito could 2 Sharingan in Danzo's arm. Then came the momentum of a Kage level shinobi to him. This power, it's not as much as Orochimaru but still noticeable when compared to Zabuza. Thought Kirito. Kirito easily took care of Zabuza but when fighting with a mid-Kage level shinobi like Orochimaru or Danzo, he could feel the pressure on himself. Danzo then did quick hand signs and sent a powerful wind-style jutsu towards Kirito. Wind style, great wind breath, thought shouted Danzo and a powerful jutsu came towards Kirito. Kirito did not do anything, and soon the wind attacked him. But to Danzo's surprise, the person in front of him was just a shadow clone and it popped away the moment the wind hit him. For a person who has so many eyes you are surely blind, said Kirito. Danzo heard a voice coming from his back and quickly turned back but he did not know that Kirito was much faster than him. He already have set up many Hiraishin tags in this place and thus he has incredible mobility. Kirito quickly dodges all the backhand attacks which Danzo throw towards himself and shot. He did not intend to attack but what he did was more troublesome for Danzo. Kirito took out Danzo's eyeball out. This was an extra Sharingan that he was hiding behind his bandages. Besides the 2 Sharingan he has in his hands. This one is the third. Danzo staggers back with this extremely powerful attack. 1 down and 2 more to go, said Kirito. Chapter 74. Kirito took out Danzo's eyeball. This was an extra Sharingan that he was hiding behind his bandages. Besides the 2 Sharingan he has in his hands. This one is the third. Danzo staggers back with this extremely powerful attack. "One down and two more to go," said Kirito. Danzo at this point was very cautious of Kirito. He now also knew that this masked man already knew some of his abilities. There is a possibility that he even knew that he also had another Sharingan in his hand. But he could not think more as the man shot again towards him. Danzo immediately backs off and makes hand signs. "Wood style, deep forest emergence," shouted Danzo. And soon, like the earth itself was shaking, many trees started to sprout out and directly went for Kirito. "Too slow," said Kirito to himself and rushed towards Danzo. He was not joking either. Wood style is slow and Danzo's wood style is not very powerful. It's not only slower but at the same time it's not a very large area attack. This means dodging the attack is pretty easy, especially for Kirito with his speed. Kirito easily dodged the attacks, went directly behind Danzo and used a kunai to cut Danzo's neck. The moment the kunai connected, the Danzo in front of him popped away. "TCH, shadow clone," muttered Kirito. "Wind style, wind cutter," a voice came from his behind. He quickly turned around and saw a powerful blade of wind coming towards him. He had no chance to dodge and was hit by the attack. The body was launched back by several meters before hitting the ground. Danzo finally came out and said, "You are too early to fight with me," said Danzo. But he did not realize that he had already let his guard down. Suddenly his eyes widened and he tried to move, but it was already too late. As a powerful Rasengan was already grinding on his back. This sudden sneak attack was so powerful that it immediately broke Danzo's backbone and destroyed his internal organs. Danzo had no other way but to use his Minato here. Soon Danzo came back to life looking like he was going to repeat the Uchiha massacre again. "You have become rusty, Mr. Danzo. Seems like years of giving orders and doing things from the shadow has made you forget how to fight for yourself," mocks Kirito. He was not joking. Danzo used to be a Kage level shinobi at one point, but right now he is definitely not. The only thing which makes him Kage level right now is that he has so many hidden cards on him. But in front of a person who already knows his powers and abilities like Kirito, those hidden cards are nothing but cheap tricks. Danzo looked towards his hand and he saw one of the two Sharingan eye closings. He gritted his teeth and looked towards Kirito with murderous intention. He just wanted to kill this person in front of him, but he was already having problems in breathing and infusing chakra. "You are panting, Mr. Danzo. So humiliating for someone who calls himself the darkness of shinobi," mocked Kirito again. Danzo narrowed his eyes and Kirito was still enjoying this moment. Danzo did not wait for more. He already knew that the more he waited the more he would be losing his ability to fight. He is not sure what the masked man used, but he is having problems breathing and infusing chakra. He himself was surprised at this because he is immune to most of the poisons. But now for some reason whatever this masked man used on him is working. While Kirito was fighting Danzo, Kirito's clones were killing the root shinobi. "What's going on outside? Why no one is responding?" asks one of the root ninjas. "Not sure. I already reported this to Lord Danzo, but he is not responding at all right now," another person replied. "So should we follow the protocol here?" asked another person. The root in charge here did not have any answer at this point. "Just wait, the higher up will soon tell us the order," mutters the person in charge but cannot complete his sentence. All the root people became alert, but the only thing they saw that their captain falling to the ground, his neck cut. They could not do anything. The only thing they saw was a flash of yellow, but then there was nothing. He immediately wanted to rush towards the center to alert Lord Danzo and other roots, but soon all of them fell to the ground dead. All of their neck was cut and the only thing they saw before dying was flashes of yellow. Danzo at this time was constantly launching jutsu after jutsu and all of them hit the masked man. But every time the attack hits a clone. This was annoying Danzo. "This bastard is playing with me," said Danzo. He was already fighting Kirito for more than 10 minutes and currently, he was barely able to breathe. He was able to breathe a little better after getting revived. But now again his body gives up on him. His chakra was already running low. "Let me guess, you are thinking why you are having problems breathing and infusing chakra, right?" asked Kirito with an amused expression on his face. Of course, Danzo could not see that expression because of the mask Kirito was wearing. Danzo too was very tired after launching jutsu after jutsu towards Kirito, and thus he too did not attack and listen to Kirito. "You see, this is a special gas which you are inhaling from the moment you came here and even when you were in your root base. This particular gas does not work well if you are looking to immediately kill the enemy, but if a person is exposed to this gas for a long time then he will slowly lose this control over his chakra and breathing," said Kirito. Danzo at this time was not only listening to Kirito, was sorting out all the pros and cons of this gas, but at the same time creating a plan to kill Kirito. The moment Kirito stopped, Danzo in front of him disappeared and appeared behind Kirito. He only made this move after making sure that the person in front of him was not a shadow clone. He had no way to figure out whether the masked man in front of him was a shadow clone or not, but he could check his surroundings and figure out whether the person had any clones hiding or not. This made Danzo ensure that the person in front of him was not a clone, and thus he dared to directly attack Kirito. What he did not know was that Kirito was expecting him to do that. The moment Danzo appeared behind Kirito, he found that he could not move. His eyes widened when he saw the reason. Kirito played him, he put seals while he was talking, and Danzo ended up stepping exactly on those seals. Come on, do you really think that the person who can infiltrate inside your base will let his guard down while talking? You really have lost that shinobi edge, Mr. Danzo, said Kirito. And with that said, Kirito attacked with another Rasengan. The only thing which was left after this was a body full of holes and blood. But soon the body in front of Kirito disappears. Well, that should be the last of the Sharingan, he should have thought Kirito. Alright then, Mr. Danzo, I think that this is enough playing around, and now it's the time to kill you, said Kirito with a laughing tone. Danzo soon appeared again, and now his eyes were full of fear. He only understood that the person in front of him was not something which he could handle. Chapter 75. Well, that should be the last of the Sharingan, he should have thought Kirito. Alright then, Mr. Danzo, I think that this is enough playing around, and now it's the time to kill you, said Kirito with a laughing tone. Danzo soon appeared again, and now his eyes were full of fear. He was understanding that the person in front of him is not something which he can handle. Kirito also could sense Danzo's thoughts, he could sense Danzo's nervous feelings and fear. What happened, Mr. Danzo, not interested in fighting anymore, asked Kirito with a mocking tone. Danzo did not say anything. He just wanted to run now, but they had no way out. Kirito had already surrounded the area with a strong barrier. Kirito already knew that Danzo right now is totally blocked, and although he is a little better than before, he just reincarnated after dying. But still, he saves himself. You are a wind style user, right? Let me show you a powerful wind style technique which you might like, said Kirito. This widened Danzo's eye. He naturally knew that wind is the most offensive chakra nature type. He had to dodge whatever Kirito was about to send towards him. But he was already too late. Soon he saw a chakra ball was forming in the masked man's palm. Rasengan, muttered Danzo. Danzo naturally knew what this power was. This put Danzo into thinking. A shinobi who can use Rasengan and is good at teleportation, just. Minato Namikaze, said Danzo, trying to see how the masked man react. To his dismay, Kirito did not give any reaction but rather focus on the Rasengan on his hand. Then something amazing happens. Wind nature chakra started to integrate into the Rasengan. A sharp sound of blades cutting the wind resounded around the area. There was already sweat forming on Danzo's forehead. He is a shinobi who excel in wind-style jutsu and naturally knew the real power of this jutsu. This is called wind-style Rasen Shuriken, said Kirito, and disappear from where he was. Danzo's eyes widen. This was the first time Kirito used the Flying Thunder God technique in front of Danzo. Now Danzo's suspicion was getting more that the person who is fighting him is Minato. But what happened next was something which gave him a chill. For the first time still this fight had begun. Kirito appeared in front of him, and this time he was not in his transformed form. This was Kirito in his real form. Danzo's eyes widen. You, muttered Danzo. Kirito was now not even covering his face with a mask, and his real face was right in front of Danzo. You ask me why I am doing this, right? Kirito said slowly. Danzo right now did not even notice the powerful Rasen Shuriken in Kirito's hand. Everything I do is for Konoha, said Kirito with a devilish smile on his face. Danzo at these words just paused. These were the exact words which he used whenever he is doing any shady work. Then Kirito immediately teleported from there, but the Rasen Shuriken in his hand was left there in front of Danzo. Soon a loud cry came from inside the barrier. Kirito at this time was outside the barrier, waiting for his Rasen Shuriken to finish rotating. It took some time, but finally, it was over and Kirito took down the barrier. Kirito spent some time looking for Danzo's remainings. He wanted to make sure that he is really dead, and he also wanted to get Danzo's body so others don't revive him. There is also a possibility that he might bring Danzo back himself in future to get some information about this past. After making sure that Danzo is dead and he have all of his remains, Kirito flashes out from there after removing all the evidence of the fight. While Danzo was killed by Kirito in this fight. On the other side, Kirito's clones were making short work of the root members. With the help of the special gas, most of the members of the root were already rendered useless. When Kirito finally came back, he found that almost all the root shinobi are dead and only a few root shinobi who are outside the village for some mission are left. Of course, he will take care of them, but he can't do anything about them right now. Make sure that you all took care of all the dead bodies here and remove all the evidence as well. Aldo makes sure that if there are any powerful people here then save their bodies in a scroll, said Kirito. All of his clones nodded and started working overtime. Kirito also nodded and then flash out from there. He has a Chunin exam to attend tomorrow and he needs to sleep before that. In a dark room where Naruto Uzumaki was sleeping, Kirito suddenly teleported there. The Kirito who was sleeping soundly suddenly pop away the moment the real Kirito came back. He looked towards Naruto who was still sleeping and nodded. From tomorrow onwards, our life is going to change a lot. And from tomorrow onwards I will be needing you to get strong as well, brother, whispered Kirito. He knew what kind of horror are coming their way. Jean simply changes to his normal clothes without waking Naruto and sleeping. Waiting for tomorrow's Chunin exams. Maybe tomorrow the yellow flash of the leaf might once again be seen by the people of Konoha no Sato. Thought Kirito. Chapter 76. Konoha no Sato. Today the village was very cheerful and activity of all sorts could be seen in the streets. This was because today was the long-awaited Chunin exams which a lot of people were waiting for. All the participants were already present in the exam stadium and were looking very focused. Especially the Konoha genins who were looking determined to win this exam and get promoted to Chunin. Kirito was also here. Unfortunately, Naruto is late as always. But this time it was fine as he was not participating in the Chunin exam. Kirito could see many people in the exam studio and all of them were eagerly waiting for the fights to start. But this was not what Kirito was paying attention to. Kirito was not interested in other participants or his fight but rather he was giving more attention to the moments of the higher-ups. Yesterday he did not remove all of these clones but rather sent some of the clones to spy on the Konoha higher-ups. He wanted to know more about what they were doing or how they would react to Danzo's death. Kirito is not a fool, he is sure that Danzo's death sooner or later will be known to the Hokage and his advisors. What Kirito was just hoping for was to hide Danzo's death for as long as possible. But alas, that was not the case. Just before entering the exam stadium, one of Kirito's clones sent him the information that the Hokage is aware that Danzo is missing. But, still now he is not sure whether the Chunin exams will continue or not. It does not look like the exam will be cancelled at this point, thought Kirito. It's not like the Hokage know that Danzo is dead. All he knows is that Danzo is currently missing. Reasoned Kirito to himself. Soon his thoughts come to an end when the Hokage and other jonin come to the exam stadium. Of course, Orochimaru is disguised as Kazekage, mutters Kirito. He just senses the Kazekage who enters the exam stadium with his hyper-focus and yes, this is Orochimaru no doubt. Well, at least most of the things are going just like the canon. Now just make sure that Hiruzen Sarutobi dies, and if possible also kill Orochimaru. Thought Kirito. Kirito, a shout came from behind. Kirito just sighed, so he finally is here. Thought Kirito. Took you long enough, said Kirito looking back. Bastard, why you didn't wake me up? This person was undoubtedly Naruto. I did wake you up but you were only muttering ramen and Sakura-chan before going back to sleep again. And this was not only one time. I tried many times, said Kirito. This brought a hint of red in Naruto's cheeks and he finally quieted down. Cough, cough came the sound. Please ever quiet down. I am the exam proctor Genma, said Genma. Everyone's attention was now on Genma. Now I will be starting the final round of Chunin exams. The participants of the first round please now come to the area. Said Genma. This first fight was between Kirito and Neji. This is your match, Neji, said Tenten. She was not able to pass the Chunin exam. The only person who was able to get to the finals from her team was Neji. I know, this fight is not going to be that long, said Neji and started to enter into the fighting ring. This fight is between the rookie of the years of 2 different years, said Shikamaru to himself. Go Kirito-kun, shouted Ino, who was waiting to cheer for Kirito for a long time. That's right, brother, go and hit that Neji hard for me, shouted Naruto. Kirito also enters the fighting ring with his hands in his pocket. Kirito was looking forwards to kicking Neji's ass in this fight. If both the candidates are ready then start the battle, said Genma. The atmosphere in the Chunin exam arena was charged with excitement as Kirito Uzumaki faced off against Neji Hyuga. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, knowing that this battle would be a clash between 2 formidable ninjas with their own unique abilities. Kirito, determined blue eyes locked onto Neji's piercing white gaze. Neji, confident in his Byakugan's ability to see the chakra flow, moved with calculated precision. The tension between them hung thick in the air as the first move was about to unfold. With a burst of speed, Neji closed the distance between them, launching a barrage of precise strikes aimed at Kirito's vital points. Kirito, however, surprised everyone with his newfound agility and reflexes. His years of training and experience had honed his skills, and he dodged Neji's attacks with a combination of acrobatics and quick thinking. Neji, unyielding, pressed on, utilizing his gentle fist techniques to disrupt Kirito's chakra flow. The crowd watched in awe as Kirito, undeterred, summoned the Ninetales chakra, for the first time using Ninetale chakra out in public and not even that much, only 2% to unlock his chakra points, a fiery aura surrounding him. The arena trembled with the intensity of their clash, and the onlookers couldn't help but marvel at the raw power on display. The battle raged on with a dance of taijutsu and ninjutsu. Kirito countered Neji's strikes with Rasengan and shadow clones, each move met with Neji's calculated defense. The Chunin Exam arena became a stage for their extraordinary skills, and the spectators were caught in the suspense of witnessing two exceptional ninjas pushing each other to the limit. Neji, ever the tactician, analyzed Kirito's movements, seeking weaknesses to exploit. Meanwhile, Kirito tapped into his indomitable will and determination, refusing to back down. The ebb and flow of the fight created an electric atmosphere, as both ninjas showcased their growth and prowess. The crowd held its breath, fully immersed in the unfolding spectacle. The tension in the arena was palpable, and the outcome of this clash between Kirito and Neji remained uncertain, leaving everyone on the edge of their seats, eagerly awaiting the next explosive exchange in this Chunin Exam showdown. Chapter 77. I have enough of you, Uzumaki, Neji said, and attacked Kirito with many shurikens. Kirito this time has to avoid this attack. TCH, I guess I will take care of you first then. I was waiting to kick your ass anyways, muttered Kirito. He remembered what Neji said the last time he fought Naruto. Since then he wanted to beat Neji a little, and now was the perfect time. Seems like he is finally getting a little serious and now is ready to fight for real, said Haku, seemingly more aware of what kind of face Kirito made when he was ready for a fight. Yeah, but what the hell he was doing up to till now, why play about and not fight seriously, muttered Zeno. She had no idea what was going on. Does not matter, Kirito kick his ass, shouted Naruto. It does not matter to him why his brother is not doing anything now. All he cares about is that his brother fights and wins. Kirito clearly heard Naruto but did not react. Although there was a little smile on his face. Now I will not hold back. So I must tell you this before we start the next round. Give up or I will make sure that you are hospitalized by the end of it, said Kirito casually looking at Neji. It does not matter what you say, the outcome will be the same either way, said Neji, and charged Kirito. Kirito still had a smile on his face and waited for Neji to come to him. The moment Neji was near him, Kirito showed incredible speed and appeared behind Neji when Neji was about to attack him. You are slow, said Kirito calmly. And grabbed Neji's long hair. Kirito just grabbed Neji's hair and with his full physical power lifted Neji and slammed him to the ground. This attack was a little like Hulk slamming Loki in the ground, but Kirito only did it once and used Neji's hair rather than his legs. The moment Neji was slammed into the ground, everyone was stunned and a quiet atmosphere spread across the stadium. They were expecting an equal fight and that's what they got still this point, but suddenly the blonde kid started kicking Hyuga's ass. Everyone was quiet and could not even understand what happened, but later they all cheered after finally seeing a real fight starting. Yes, that's what I was talking about, shouted Naruto. That surely would have hurt, said Kiba from his seat. Brother Neji, mutters Hinata from his seat with concern in her eyes. Neji was wide-eyed at this point. He was more shocked about Kirito's speed rather than the pain he was suffering right now. I did not even see him move, thought Neji. He quickly stood up and this time seriously took a fighting position. Oh, so we are serious now? Asked Kirito. Neji did not answer the obviously retorted question and focused his chakra on his Byakugan. The nerves around his eyes started to bulge and Kirito could feel powerful pupil power coming from Neji. This is the first time I am fighting with someone with Byakugan and I have to say that I am not that much impressed, said Kirito. Neji chooses not to talk with Kirito and directly rushes towards Kirito with his Juken technique. Kirito saw this and did not do anything. He let Neji to attack him. The moment Neji attacked him, he launched an instant replacement jutsu and avoided Neji's attack. What? Neji said in shock. Neji was watching Kirito with his Byakugan this time and did not even see Kirito infusing chakra until the last moment he activated the replacement technique. I know you are shocked, but at least focus on the fight. A sound came from behind Neji. Neji quickly turned around, but that was a mistake. But that was totally pointless. Kirito punches Neji with a steel release. This sent Neji directly flying towards the wall and slammed him to the wall. Oh shit, did I go a little too far? I wanted to beat him a little more before ending the battle. Not like this, thought Kirito with an embarrassing smile. The entire stadium at this point was quiet. They were not expecting the fight to end this quickly. Maybe the only person who was making noise at his point was Naruto, who was cheering for Kirito. Kirito waited for Neji to stand up. He did not want to end this match this easily. Neji stood up once again with much difficulty this time around. He was much more cautious of Kirito. Finally up, are you? I was getting bored waiting for you. Ready for round 2, said Kirito. Chapter 78. Neji was thinking, what the hell is going on? How the hell is this guy so fast? And what with this strength? All the people in the stadium were silent until Neji was down, but the moment Neji stood up everyone cheered. Kirito just sighed, thinking that he did not completely knock off Neji in one punch. Tell me again, what fate tells about this fight, said Kirito in a mocking voice. Neji just narrowed his eyes and also again activated his eyes. Now he was completely cautious about this fight. He slowly came close to Kirito, seeing that Kirito was not making any moves and took a fighting stand, but this fighting stance was different than what he was using till now. It can't be, said the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. What is it, father? Asked the small loli sitting beside him. This little loli was Hanabi Hyuga, the little sister of Hinata Hyuga. While this was going on, Naruto was cheering the loudest. Maybe the only person who was comparable to him at this time was Ino. Haku was also cheering, but not that loud. After seeing the stance that Neji took, Kirito already knew what Neji was trying to do. The 8 trigram 64 plans. This technique was something which gave Naruto a lot of trouble in the anime and also blocked all of his chakra points. In fact, if Naruto was not the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, then Naruto would definitely have lost that battle. You are already under the range of my divination, said Neji. 8 trigram 64 palm, said Neji, and started attacking Kirito. Kirito at this point just smirked and activated his hyperfocus. He wanted to test whether he could dodge all those 64 attacks with his speed alone. Soon a very amazing thing was seen by all the people in the stadium. Neji was attacking Kirito at a very fast speed, but Kirito was dodging almost all of them. If there was any person from Earth there, then they surely would have pointed out that what Kirito was currently doing is very similar to Ultra Instincts. With every attack getting missed, Neji was getting more frustrated and worried. But the most amazing at this time was none other than the people of the Hyuga clan. Not only they were surprised by the fact that Neji learned a technique from the main house, but at the same time they could not believe that Kirito was able to dodge all the attacks by Neji. Wow, both of them are so fast that I can't even see whether the attacks are getting hit or not, said one of the people in the audience. And he was not the only one who was thinking this. Most of the person present in the stadium was having the same issue. Only those powerful shinobi like Chunin or up above were able to see what's going on in reality. Soon all the 64 palms ended and Neji backed off in a face full of disbelief. Neji at this point was panicking as none of his attacks landed on Kirito, and this technique was his trump card. What happened? No longer believe in your own fate, which you so gracefully boasted about before, asked Kirito with a smirk. Both hyper-focus and hyper-speed almost allow Kirito to predict the attack trajectory and dodge it in time. Neji did not say anything. He did not have anything to say. I see, you don't have any answers, do you? Fine enough. It's my time to attack anyways, said Kirito and vanished from his place. Kirito instantly appears near Neji and kicks him upwards. Now this is not an original technique, but it will do, thought Kirito. He immediately made 2 clones and jumped up. The first comes to kick Neji higher, while the second clones push Neji even higher. Kirito then appeared on the very top and said Uzumaki barrage and kicked Neji down from the air. That technique, said the guy muttering from where he was standing. Whoa, that's my technique, said Naruto, who stole this technique from Sasuke, who further took this technique from Lee. This time Kirito did not use much force, as he still was not looking forward to directly ending the match. He just put enough power to knock Neji was cause him some pain. And sure enough, he did stand up after some time. This boy's speed is incredible, said one of the Jonins who was watching the battle. Orochimaru at this time was getting more and more interested in Kirito. And Hiruzen on his side was watching Kirito and thinking about another blonde-haired boy with fast speed. He sure is his son, thought Hiruzen, but never let his thoughts let out. But maybe the person with the most unique reaction at this time was Gaara of all people. His blood was boiling seeing Kirito fighting and immediately wanted to fight him and kill him. It took some time for Neji to stand up again, but this time his high and mighty face was not there. Seems like I can now go for the final hit, thought Kirito, seeing Neji looking demotivated a little. Kirito took out a normal kunai and threw it towards Neji, then he multiplied the kunai, which was his shadow clone's jutsu. Neji was this, and the only thing at this point to avoid all those kunai is to use the heavenly rotation technique. Neji did just that, and this further shocked the Hyuga clan, but for Kirito he just wanted Neji to use this technique. He just wanted to see how this technique to like in person, that's it. Alright, I had my fun. Now let's finish this pointless fight already. There are other people who are waiting for their match anyways, thought Kirito, and rushed towards Neji. What Neji saw next was a powerful ball of rotating chakra forming in Kirito's hand. He did not have enough time to see that because of how fast Kirito was and immediately activated his rotation technique again. Soon both techniques collided and a huge explosion happened. Everyone was in awe at how powerful the attack was, but only a few people knew that the attack that Kirito just used was Rasengan, and all those people were wide eyes. He surely is your son Minato, thought Hiruzen. Soon the dust subsided and people were able to see the outcome of the match. Sure enough, Rasengan is more powerful than the rotation technique of the Hyuga clan. Always wonder this, and now I know, mutters Kirito. At this time, Neji was blasted towards the wall and was completely knocked out. Kirito just quietly walks back to his team. Well then, this next fight is something which I am personally very excited about, thought Kirito. Winner Kirito Uzumaki, said the proctor Genma. Kirito wanted to correct him and say that is not Uzumaki but rather Namikaze, but he did not because he knew that soon enough everyone would know anyway. Not to mention, he only wanted to announce this after Orochimaru trapped the Hokage inside his dead trap. Chapter 79. Awesome, you kick his ass, shouted Ino. Hey, that last move is the same which that pervy sage taught you, right? Asked Naruto. It was a really good fight, said Haku. Hey, teach me that technique. I also want to do that technique, said Naruto again. Kirito just smiled after getting back to his team and hearing all those remarks from his team. I will teach you later, said Kirito after looking towards Naruto. Then he heard the proctor announcing the next battle. Next battle is between Shikamaru Nara and Haku Yuki, announces Genma. Kirito looked towards Haku and then Shikamaru. He knew that Shikamaru was not particularly strong but his tactics were deadly. This fight is really going to be interesting, thought Kirito. Both Haku and Shikamaru finally entered the stadium and were waiting for the fight to start. Well, only Haku was waiting for the fight to start. Shikamaru on the other hand was waiting for the fight to end. Start, said Genma, and Haku immediately took action. She did not go for ice style but rather started the fight by throwing needles towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru backed off and took cover behind a tree. Haku was not afraid of Shikamaru, so she went after him, but at this time a shadow came after him. Shadow mimicry, said Shikamaru with his hand in a particular sign. Haku immediately dodges the attack and jumps back. Thanks to the preliminary rounds fights, Haku already knew what this shadow did and she immediately jumped back to avoid the shadow. Shikamaru is not particularly strong and the only strong technique he has is his shadow mimicry technique. But that does not mean that he is not dangerous. He is one of the smartest people in this village and his biggest weapon is not his shadow but rather his mind. That is what Kirito told her before when she asked about her opposition to him. Haku quickly formed one-hand signs and started using her ice release. Shikamaru also notices this. Again, thanks to the preliminary fights, he knew about Haku's bloodline limit and was already very cautious of it. Shikamaru started avoiding all the ice shards which Haku sent towards him. This battle is not like what happened in the canon. In the fight between Shikamaru and Temari, although Temari was strong, she was defeated because she was only relying on her strength and was not forming any strategy to beat Shikamaru. But here Haku is different. While fighting and training with Kirito, she has learned how to plan the battle and use tactics and strategy in a battle. Haku was not giving Shikamaru any time to form a strategy. Ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystal, said Haku. This was Haku's strongest move. Haku was not planning to use a move like this, but she knew that if she gave Shikamaru enough time to think, he would definitely come up with a strategy to beat her, and thus he intended to end this battle as soon as possible. Everyone saw this jutsu and was interested in this unique-looking jutsu. Haku created multiple ice mirrors around Shikamaru and went inside one of the mirrors in front of everyone. This is troublesome, said Shikamaru. I really wanted to give up right now, but this damn woman is not even giving me time to give up. Thought Shikamaru. He never wanted to fight in this exam. This is troublesome. Come on Shikamaru, fight, shouted Ino from her place. Kirito at this point already knew what will be the outcome of the fight. Haku will win without any problem. It's not like Shikamaru is weak, but if he does not have time to even think and come up with a suitable strategy, then he will not be able to win the battle. Thought Kirito. Please give up, because if you don't right now then I will bombard you with weapons from all sides, said Haku. Another important piece of information which Haku got from Kirito is that Shikamaru is a lazy ass and doesn't have any motivation to do anything. So currently she was trying to convince Shikamaru to give up. She really did not want to fight Shikamaru if possible. Shikamaru, while Haku was thinking, took his favorite position and started thinking. Asuma at his time explained to Kurenai about this particular pose of Shikamaru. Haku did not attack Shikamaru at this time and only waited for Shikamaru. Shikamaru finally opened his eyes, rubbed his head and said, I give up. Kirito was expecting this, so no surprise about this at all. But everyone else was complaining about how fast the fight ended. Haku removes her mirrors and relaxes. Winner, Haku Yuki said Genma. Just like what I expected, it's not like Shikamaru is completely helpless against Haku, but he just doesn't have enough motivation to think hard and come up with a complicated strategy to beat Haku. Thought Kirito. Haku eventually came back and smiled. She is happy that she remembers what Kirito said to her about Shikamaru before. On the other hand, Shikamaru at this time was getting nagged by Ino, and later he was nagged by his mother. Troublesome, why all the women around me are like that, mutters Shikamaru. Next battle, Ino Yamanaka vs Hinata Hyuga, said Genma, and waited for both the girls to come to the fighting ring. Woo-hoo, it's finally my turn. Just watch, I will show all of you how much stronger I have become, said Ino in excitement. She was not joking either. Kirito knew that Ino worked really hard to get strong and win the Chunin exams. Good luck, Ino, said Kirito, and Naruto also cheered. Hinata at this time was anxious and she never wanted to fight, but she entered the fighting area anyway. Chapter 80. Soon Hinata and Ino came to the fighting ring and is ready to start the fight. This particular fight is not going to be very difficult for Ino. I don't think that Hinata will push herself as she did in the anime, mutters Kirito, as he also knew that the reason why Hinata was pushing herself so much was that she was getting motivated as Naruto was cheering her and she was fighting her cousin, so she also has to prove something to them. Naruto should not cheer for Hinata this time around, right? Questioned Kirito to himself. Hinata Hyuga vs Ino Yamanaka, said the proctor as all the people's attention went towards them. Start, announced the proctor, and the fight started. Both the girls did not move and just took their respective fighting stances. Hinata never wanted to be a shinobi in the first place. Just like Haku in the canon, she is too soft for this lifestyle. But it's not like she can change that, right? Ino was the first one to move. She started by throwing many senbon towards Hinata. Hinata already activated her Byakugan and started parrying and dodging the senbons with her juke fist technique. Naruto at this time was cheering Ino. Maybe it was what Neji was saying in the preliminary in the anime which made Naruto cheer for Hinata, thought Kirito. But I can't do anything but wonder how this will change the future. Will Hinata still stand up for Naruto if pain attacks them in the future? Will Hinata still be kidnapped by that fake Otsutsuki, thought Kirito and sighed, so many questions and no answers. The fight was still going on the fighting ground. Hinata was trying to get closer to Ino, but Ino, knowing fully well that in close combat it's impossible to fight with Hinata, always kept her distance. Soon Ino resorted to Genjutsu and her clan mind transfer jutsu. Hinata, being from the Hyuga clan, naturally knew about the other clans of Konoha. She knew that if she was hit by Ino's mind transfer then it would be over, and thus she kept dodging and moving. Hinata, with her lavender eyes focused and serene, activated her Byakugan. Her veins bulged around her eyes, granting her an unparalleled view of her opponent's chakra network. She had trained extensively to improve her fighting skills. Without hesitation, Ino took the initiative, surging forward with impressive speed. She swiftly formed hand seals, her slender fingers weaving through the air with practiced precision. Ino's technique took effect, and her consciousness surged towards Hinata's body, aiming to seize control. However, Hinata's Byakugan granted her incredible reflexes and perception. As Ino's consciousness neared, Hinata's eyes widened, and she instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Ino's mind invasion. Hinata retaliated with lightning-fast strikes, her gentle fist technique aimed at crippling Ino's chakra points. Ino, undeterred by the close call, leapt backwards, creating distance between them. She decided to alter her approach, shifting her focus to illusions and sensory manipulation. Ino channeled her chakra into a genjutsu, creating a captivating illusion that seemed to warp the environment around Hinata. Hinata's Byakugan, however, enabled her to see through Ino's illusion. She focused her vision, piercing through the deceptive landscape, and locked her sights on the real Ino. Hinata charged forward, her hands glowing with a gentle, yet devastating, aura. Ino realized that she had underestimated Hinata's perceptiveness. She dodged and weaved, her movements graceful and agile, evading Hinata's precise strikes. Ino seized the opportunity, using her mind-body switch technique once again. This time, she targeted Hinata's body with relentless determination. Hinata, her senses heightened, sensed Ino's consciousness nearing her. She braced herself, calling upon her inner strength, and released a powerful surge of chakra. Hinata's chakra disrupted Ino's technique, causing her consciousness to recoil, narrowly avoiding being captured. The battle raged on, both combatants displaying incredible skill and resilience. Ino adapted her strategy, combining her mind-altering techniques with physical attacks, creating a deadly combination. Hinata, on the other hand, utilized her Byakugan to exploit Ino's weaknesses, countering with precision strikes. As the fight reached its climax, Ino devised a final plan. She created an illusionary clone, diverting Hinata's attention. While Hinata was momentarily distracted, Ino seized the opportunity, launching a devastating attack from behind. Her fists connected with Hinata's vulnerable chakra points, disrupting the flow and leaving her momentarily stunned. Ino capitalized on the opening, channeling her chakra into a powerful blow. Hinata's body was propelled backwards, crashing into the ground. The impact left Hinata breathless, unable to continue the fight. Victorious, Ino stood tall, her chest heaving with exertion. I knew that Ino would win but never expected Hinata to push Ino this much, thought Kirito. This further solidifies his mind that this world, although the same as Naruto's world, is still very different from the anime to which he is referring it. Awesome Ino, you did awesome, Databayo. No need to explain who shouted this now. Naruto at this point also wanted to fight but he did not pass the preliminary so he can't. On the other side, Hinata came back to consciousness and went to her team with her head hung down. Don't worry Hinata, you did great. We will try next time, Kurenai comforted Hinata. Hinata just nodded, but at this time her father was looking at her with a disappointed look. Ino also came back to her team with excitement. You did good Ino, Kirito said, patting Ino's head. Ino of course did not dislike it and chirped happily. You said that you will go on a date with me after the test, remember? We are going, right? Kirito smiled and nodded. Next fight is between Sasuke, Uchiha and Gaara, said Genma. This brings all the audience's attention back to the ring. Kirito at this time was also thinking about whether Sasuke would come back in time or not. Sakura on the other side was worried because Sasuke was not there. Gaara was already in the fighting ring and was waiting. Chapter 81. Because Sasuke was not there, the audience started to make noise. They were literally here to see a good show and nothing more. Naruto was looking around to find Sasuke, although he is not in his team and is not that close to Sasuke. Maybe the chakra of both Ashura and Indra attract each other. Even without much interaction, Naruto is still attached to Sasuke no matter what. Kirito on the other hand was also curious and wanted to know whether this time too the shameless Hokage would favor the Uchiha and extend the time for him. But then he focused on another chakra and his sense spotted a familiar chakra coming towards the area. This was none other than Sasuke and Kakashi, but he did not say anything as he too wanted to see the awesome entry which both Kakashi and Sasuke did in the anime. Sure enough, soon there was wind turbulence in the fighting area and both Sasuke and Kakashi were there in the same way they came in the anime. Kirito had a small smile on his face and was ready to see the fight which would unfold in front of him right now. He too is ready to handle what comes after the fight ends. In reality, it's never gonna end anyway. Orochimaru is going to start his plan midway. We are not late, right? Kakashi asked in a humble tone to the proctor. You are, but it's fine, you came just before Sasuke was about to get disqualified, said Genma. Kakashi sighed in relief and went towards his team. He did not want to teach Sasuke at first, but later on, he saw that Sasuke was very similar to him and enjoyed teaching him. Soon the fight started and Kirito was not paying any attention to this fight. He already knew how this fight would turn out. During this time Kakashi was talking with Sakura and Naruto to learn more about what they did in the past month and how they train. Soon the fight was coming to an end and Gaara was about to transform. But just like in the canon, Sasuke learned Chidori and was able to hurt Gaara enough that he had to run away. So finally it's starting. Damn, it took so long for this to start, thought Kirito. Kirito saw Gaara running away with his siblings, but at this time white feathers started falling and normal people one after another started to fall into the genjutsu and started to sleep. Unfortunately, Naruto and Ino were one of those people who fell asleep. And here I was thinking that they all are better than in the anime, thought Kirito. He quickly lifted the genjutsu on them and then looked around to find what was going on. He saw a big barrier which most probably held Hiruzen and would be his death trap. A little smile was on Kirito's face. He looked around and saw many people fighting there. His own sensei was fighting with Baki at this point. Naruto was looking forward to fighting, but Kirito stopped him and all the teams were on alert. Kirito had no idea of going after Sasuke and Gaara, so he quickly decided to enter the fight. Of course, this is the area where he will introduce himself as Kirito Namikaze and thus his entry should be awesome. But before he could act, Asuma appeared and said. Listen, the village is under attack and I have an A-rank mission for you, Asuma said to his team. Mission? What are you talking about? What kind of mission? Asked Kirito. I want you to go after Sasuke and help him, ordered Asuma. Naruto was super excited about this, but Kirito did not want to go and thus he said. It points less to send an entire 2 team for just this. I rather stay here and help all of you, and Naruto, you can go and help Sasuke. What do you think? Kirito said. Kakashi was also there and thought about it. Naruto nodded and had a firm look on his face, but Kakashi did not like this idea a lot, judging by his face. I think you all should go after Sasuke, asked Kakashi. I know you are worried, Kakashi-sensei, but believe me, you will need help here. And I believe in my other classmates, they will be able to complete this task, so don't worry, said Kirito. To this, both Jonin did not reply and they only nodded, still feeling like it was not a good idea to let Naruto, Ino and Haku go there alone. He was bunking on Kirito to handle his mission, but he is refusing. Haku, Naruto, Ino, Sakura and Shikamaru, I want all of you to go after Sasuke and bring him back or help him as much as possible. And while you are doing this I will take care of things here, Kirito said before Kakashi could say anything more. Kakashi sighed and only looked towards his team and saw how easily they were ready to follow Kirito's order than his own. I might really be not suitable for being a Jonin sensei, thought Kakashi. Kirito then looked at his team going after Sasuke with Naruto and Sakura. Kakashi already started fighting another enemy and also competing with Guy. Kirito first went to the roof to see what going on inside the barrier and checked whether the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi needed some of his input or Orochimaru was enough. He was very satisfied with Orochimaru's performance. Orochimaru have already summoned the two Hokage to fight and Kirito too does not think that Hiruzen will be coming out of that alive anyway. Kirito just nodded in satisfaction and looked around him. The fight was going on all around him and he too was twitching to enter the fight. I guess it's finally time for the Flash to appear once again, said Kirito. He this time had a smile on his face and this smile was more like Naruto's megawatt smile and not Kirito's modest little smile. Here I came, Konoha shouted Kirito and jumped down from the roof. He was watching others fight. Chapter 82. The entire stadium was in chaos and almost every Umbu, Jonin and Chunin was fighting an enemy. The sound of steel crashing and blood splashing was almost everywhere. But Konoha shinobi knew that this was not just happening in the stadium but rather in the entire village and they were worried about it. Kakashi was fighting and at the same time was competing with Guy. But both of them knew that the number of enemies was greater than the Konoha shinobi present in the stadium. Not to mention the enemies were targeting innocent civilians. Kakashi had already taken down 9 enemies and the Guy was only 3 enemies ahead of him. Although most of the time Kakashi does not show any competitive spirit against Guy, that does not mean that he does not care about being better than his rival. Kakashi knew that this was the time to open his Sharingan. He usually does not open his Sharingan if not absolutely necessary, but right now is the time to do so. Kakashi, there are more coming here, Guy shouted as more enemies came toward both of them. Kakashi quickly opened his eyes and saw multiple enemies coming towards him. But he hardly cared about them as he was mostly looking towards the person who came with those people. This person who none other than Kabuto Yakushi. I would have never expected Orochimaru to attack the village like this, said Kakashi looking towards Kabuto. What can I say, we aim to please, replied Kabuto. This talking did not last long as both of the Jonin started their fight. Although Kakashi was handling Kabuto quite well, that was not the case with other Konoha shinobi. They were getting outnumbered here by 4-1. What the hell, how the hell Orochimaru got so many shinobi that they outnumber us this much, asked one of the shinobi who was fighting there. Kakashi, Guy, Asuma and Kurenai also knew that they were outnumbering and getting pushback. It's pointless, you know. You all might survive this attack but the casualties will be enormous, and when it comes to your Hokage then forget about him. He is as good as dead, said Kabuto. Everyone knew that Kabuto was right. They might not know whether Hokage could survive or not, but they sure are outnumbered, and if they survive then so it will cost them a lot of casualties. But at this time a sound came. I will advise you to worry about yourself, came a voice from somewhere. Kakashi and Kabuto's attention went towards the person who said this, and this was none other than Kirito. Kirito Uzumaki, you are also someone Orochimaru-sama wants, Kabuto said with a chuckle. Kakashi at this became more defensive, but at this time Kirito just walked in the middle of the stadium dodging almost all the fights and attacks on the way. This behavior makes both Kakashi and Kabuto frown, and then Kirito turns back and looks towards Kabuto with a grin and says, I am not interested in another thing, my name is not exactly Uzumaki, you know. The last part of the sentence widens Kakashi's eyes. Could it be that he knows was the only thing which Kakashi was thinking at this time? Kirito did not say anything and only took out a very familiar-looking kunai from his bag and threw it upwards. Maybe others could not catch a glimpse of the kunai or don't particularly care about it. Kakashi was able to see the kunai with his Sharingan. This is sensei's, mutters Kakashi in a haze. He quickly returned his gaze back to Kirito, but he saw Kirito taking out a white cloak from somewhere. While Kakashi's attention came back to Kirito, he did not see multiple shadow clones coming out in the air where the kunai finally lost its speed and was about to start falling back. The next thing was much more interesting. Multiple kunai which was similar to what Kirito threw in the air started raining down from the sky towards all the enemies around. Of course, most of their enemies were able to avoid the falling kunai. At this time Kirito was more focused on the piece of cloth in his hand. This was no ordinary cloth. The moment Kirito fully opened the cloth, most of the older people realized what that was. But before Kirito even wore the now fully open cloak. If I am not wrong then that is the fourth Hokage's cloak, mutters one of the Konoha shinobi who paid more attention to Kirito rather than all of his shadow clones who were falling from the sky or the kunai who mostly missed all the enemies. But at this time some smart people already had a hint of what might be going on here and they wanted to see this if what they were thinking was true. Wrong, this is my cloak, not my father's. That one is lost, Kirito said, wearing the white cloak in the same way Minato did in the anime and at the same time catching the same kunai with which he threw upwards in the same moment. Kakashi at this point saw his sensei's image in Kirito. But he was not the only one who was paying attention to that because at this time many of Kirito's clones started to teleport near all the kunai which they threw in towards the enemies and started hacking them to death. This is everyone was muttering seeing what happening in front of them. What everyone could see at this time was multiple flashes happening around the stadium and killing all the enemies. Kabuto was actually acting all this time. He was already under Kirito's control but this time around even he was surprised. This move which Kirito just pulled off was a surprise for even people who were used to flying thunder god technique like Kakashi because Kirito's shadow clones were using Hiraishin and that hard. And with Kakashi's Sharingan he can see that multiple clones are using Hiraishin simultaneously. As I was saying. I am Kirito Namikaze and I want all of you to know that, said Kirito sending a smirk towards Kakashi and teleported out. The moment he teleported, all of his shadow clones also popped out and even all the smokes disappeared. Konoha shinobi saw all the enemies' death. Amazing, mutter many of the shinobi there. Kakashi was also wide-eyed at this time but for him, believed this was much easier as he had seen Minato taking out the entire army with this technique. Kakashi then just remembered something and turned his head towards where Kabuto was but he was long gone. Thinking about something Kakashi then directly went towards the place where Hokage was trapped to get more information on the situation. While this was going on, Kirito at this time was moving towards the village and created multiple shadow clones. He sends one to all the areas of the village to take care of the enemies. There was a smile on his face. That was epic entry if I say so myself, thought Kirito, internally giddy in his heart. Chapter 83. The entire village at this time was under martial law and every Umbu, Jonin and Chunin was fighting with the enemy. All around the village fights were happening and the many good shinobi were dying as well. What is going on, why there are so many of them and why there is no Jonin on this side, one of the Konoha Chunin said with an excited voice. They were getting pushed back and the enemies were getting heavy on them. The problem was that the Konoha invasion policies were a little troublesome. When an invasion happened, the first thing all the shinobi prioritize is the safety of the civilians and that's what exactly held most of the Konoha shinobis back. The pressure on them was increasing. Many of the Konoha shinobi were dying as they were trying to hold the enemies back. We won't be able to hold on for much longer, shouted another Chunin fighting an enemy. But then something interesting happened. All the enemies started to fall to the ground to death. And the only thing they saw was a yellow flash. Only the extremely young shinobi like Konoha 12 might not realize what these flashes are. But almost all the people in Konoha beside them could say what this yellow flash is. How is this possible, came the shaky voice of a Chunin who was just about to die but did not because his opponent directly fell to the ground dead. This is Minato-sama, came the shout of another Konoha shinobi. The yellow flash. This is the yellow flash, shouted many of the Konoha people in happy voices. Yandame Hokage-sama is here to protect us. A loud cheer came from the same group of the Konoha shinobi. While they were shouting the name of the fourth Hokage, all the enemies in front of them either fall to death or outright run away. Of course, it did not work because the flash which was killing them was much faster than them. Once all the enemies were dead, a person appeared in front of the Konoha shinobi. This person had blonde hair and was wearing a Hokage cloak with Hiraishin written on his back. For those people who have seen Minato in his heyday, they all were reminiscing, while those people who don't know about Minato were still awe-inspired at what the person in front of them was able to do and how powerful he was. Don't delay time, start moving towards the academy, there are still kids and other teachers there. Go save them. I will handle it here, said Kirito as he was not even considering what his appearance was causing. You are not Minato-sama, asked one of the people who knew Minato. Kirito did not have enough height to be the fourth Hokage, but besides that, almost everything was like Minato. No, I am not. I am Kirito. Kirito Namikaze smiled Kirito and then pop away. This shows that the person in front of them was a shadow clone. All the shinobi there were amazed but quickly came out from their musing and started moving towards the academy. This kind of scene was happening to almost everyone in the village as Kirito created many shadow clones and sent one of his clones to pretty much every part of the village. From the moment Kirito left the stadium, more than 250 enemy ninjas were killed by him. With his multiple shadow clone and flying thunder god technique, his power for the first time was seen by the people of Konoha. Almost everywhere in the Konoha at this point, a flash of yellow was happening, and with every flash, multiple enemies were falling and dying. There was no running from Kirito at this point. Even if any shinobi ran away, Kirito just placed a seal on him to get to the more enemies that shinobi come in contact with. In under 10 minutes, Kirito himself completely eradicated more than 50% of the enemies who invaded Konoha. While Kirito was killing all the enemies, Naruto at this time was chasing Sasuke. When he finally arrived, he saw Sasuke getting his ass kicked by Gaara. Thankfully, Naruto was traveling with Haku, Ino, and Shikamaru, as he also got some backup. Of course, Sakura was also there with him, but she is pretty much useless. Surprisingly, even with the inclusion of his other teammates, Naruto ultimately has to fight Gaara alone in the last. Haku, Shikamaru and Ino were held back because of Temari, Kankuro and other Sand shinobi who blocked their way. Again, Sakura was there but did not do anything, so it's pretty much a useless existence. But this surprisingly made the entire fight between Naruto and Gaara go exactly like the canon. Naruto even summoned the Chief Toad and fought the One Tail as well. Back in the village, after taking care of most of the enemy shinobi, Kirito ends up going back to the place where the Hokage was fighting. He of course sent a shadow clone to see how the fight between Naruto and Gaara was happening, and after knowing that Naruto pretty much handled the fight, Kirito did not bother about going to Naruto afterwards. He might be there to see what was going on with the Hokage, but in reality, he was there to make sure that Hiruzen Sarutobi died here. Kirito, good thing that you are here. Can you teleport inside? Asked Kakashi as soon as he saw Kirito there. He did not even bother to ask Kirito how he learned about his father or how he learned the Flying Thunder God technique. No, Kakashi-sensei, I don't have any of my seal inside, so I can't teleport inside, Kirito said after observing the situation in the barrier. Hiruzen has already used the Ripper Death Seal, meaning his death is imminent. So Kirito does not want to change anything about this. Kakashi looked down at Kirito's response. But Kirito did not show any reaction and only kept watching the fight between Orochimaru and Danzo. Finally, this is the end of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. With this, Konoha can finally move forward and grow. Thought Kirito. Chapter 84. I honestly thought that the Konoha crush would be a grand conflict, but it was rather boring and disappointing, Kirito muttered to myself, seeing the grave of the Hiruzen Sarutobi in front of him. Kirito paid his respect like everyone else, but that all was for show anyway. Unlike his brother who cried at Hiruzen's death, he was pretty much unaffected. Kirito, I wanted to talk to you, Kakashi came to him and said after he paid his respect to the dead Hokage. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, what do you want to talk about, replied Kirito. Kakashi did not get time to talk to Kirito after he finished the Konoha crush single-handedly. Of course, Orochimaru ran away like before. How did you learn about the Flying Thunder God, and when did you learn about your father? Asked Kakashi. Both of those questions have one answer, sensei. Father and mother leave a part of their chakra inside me and Naruto. And no, Naruto still don't know about our parents. My guess is that the Nine Tails somehow interfering with that. Kirito used his most powerful jutsu. Bullshit, no jutsu. He was wondering why Asuma was not the one asking this question, but didn't mind it too much. Minato was Kakashi's teacher after all. Kakashi just humped and thought about something. What the hell is this lazy Jonin thinking now? Kirito thought. So you always knew, Kakashi finally said. No, not exactly. I only come in contact with father's and mother's chakra recently. And that's how I learn Hiraishin as well, Kirito said. So are you going to tell him? Asked Kakashi. Apparently, this was the most important question if Kakashi's face was anything to go by. Yes, Kirito said with a firm voice. Kirito, you both not knowing about the Nine Tail and your parentage was done to save both of you. Kakashi was stopped midway. I don't care about that. Not telling Naruto is just cruel. You have no right to stop me from telling my brother who was our parents. Kirito glared at Kakashi. Kakashi also was helpless, and for the first time, he saw Kirito being so determined to do something. It's not like Kakashi did not understand what Kirito was feeling right now, but this was an order from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi decided not to say anything for the time being. Okay, how about we don't think about this right now and decide about this later when we all are relaxed and thinking straight, Kakashi said and went out. Too bad for you, because I will soon tell this to Naruto, Kirito mutters to himself. While this was happening, the entire village was either sad about Hiruzen's death or was talking about Kirito's performance in this invasion. And the normal civilians and common shinobi were not the only person who was talking about this either. In the Hokage office, the two advisors at this time were talking with Jiraiya. Not only did they learn that Danzo was missing before the Chunin exam started, but Hiruzen was also now dead. Jiraiya, you have to understand. Right now you are the only Kage-level shinobi in the village. Konoha is in its weakest state in history. We need a strong Hokage right now. You are the only person who can do that, shouted Koharu. I understand what you are saying, but I am not Hokage material and both of you know that. How about Tsunade? She will do much better than me, said Jiraiya. But no one knows where she is, said Hamura. What about I find her and bring her back to the village, Jiraiya offered. That might work, but while you go, there won't be any Kage-level shinobi in the village now. Even Hiruzen is dead and Danzo is missing, Hamura said. Yes, we can't have that. We currently can't let you go out of the village. Koharu agreed with Hamura. Jiraiya just sighs at this. We will send someone after Tsunade soon, but until Tsunade is not in the village you are not allowed to be outside of the village, said Koharu. Jiraiya sighed again and did not talk about this situation anymore. It's not like they can order him around, but he too understands that they are doing this for the village. And what about that kid, asked Hamura. Kirito's case now was a little more special than it was previously. Not only Kirito learned the Flying Thunder God technique and was the most dazzling person in his invasion, but he was also Minato's son and the Jinchuriki, and now almost everyone knows that. What about him? Jiraiya asked him. Don't give me that. You too know that now almost all the people in the village believe that he is the fourth son. Not to mention he also has learned Flying Thunder God technique from somewhere, said Koharu. I don't know from where he learned Hirashin, but I was the one who taught him Rasengan, Jiraiya said. And about his father? Did you tell him, asked Shikaku, who was sitting there from the start but did not say anything. He was too lazy to do that. No, the kid figured it out himself, answered Jiraiya. Well, I was not bunking on this secret to stay secret for long anyways, said Shikaku. Does the other nine-tail brat know, asked Koharu. No, he did not tell Naruto. He told me that at least when we talked last time, said Jiraiya. That kid is a good seedling. What do he think about the village and about the village's treatment towards him, asked Shikaku. I am not sure, but now it's clear that both brother is very important to the village. Both are the Jinchurikis of the village and one even inherit Minato's talents. And apparently, he might be better than Minato, said Jiraiya with a glint in his eyes. He wanted to take Kirito under his wings just like he did with his father. He first plans to take both Kirito and Naruto to find Tsunade, but he is not sure how he will do that now. Chapter 85. So what do you think about that kid? Jiraiya asked. That is hiding a lot of things. Not even Jonin-sensei knew that he have learned about this parentage and learn his father's technique. We need to make sure that he is loyal to the village, said Hamura. Yes, that kid could be a problem if he is not loyal to the village. He needs to control him while we can, said Koharu. What do you mean control him? He is Minato's, he and his brother will not be controlled by you old guys. Let them be the shinobi of the leaf and don't interfere with them, Jiraiya said with seriousness. He already knew that all the elders of the village including his death sensei wanted to control Naruto, and now that Kirito have shown talent these old crooks want to control him too. Jiraiya, how you can say that? The village needs the power of the tail beast, and that kid Kirito also has mastered a powerful technique just like his father. The village is in need of those capabilities, Hamura said. Don't give me that, you old man. I know what you both are thinking. Listen to me here, if any of you try to do any kind of manipulation behind my back and try to interfere with those two boys' life, then you will be having a good talk with me. Jiraiya this time around was very serious and was not going to compromise at all with this elders. The elders also did not look like they were about to back down on this issue, and this situation Shikaku could only sigh and intervene. Okay, I think that we need to come back to the more important things. Let's talk about those kids later on when the more important matters are solved, said Shikaku. Both Jiraiya and the other two elders thought about this and nodded. While this all was going on between the elders in the Hokage office, Kirito has bought Naruto a home because he has long decided to tell the entire truth to Naruto. And he knew that this is the right time. Not only from this point the story becomes more and more dangerous, but from now on he will train his brother as well, and to do that he need to tell him the entire truth. He was not planning to tell him everything which only he, a person who have seen Naruto, knew, but he will tell Naruto anything which he can give a reasonable explanation of why he know about this. Okay, then what you want to talk about, asked Naruto, still not feeling well because his beloved Gigi was killed. I am pretty sure that you will not feel like this after this talk, Kirito thought to himself. Now listen to this very carefully, Naruto, because what I am about to tell you is something not allowed by the higher up of the village, Kirito said to Naruto, and at Naruto, who didn't want to listen to a lecture which his brother every once in a while gives to him, also becomes serious seeing his brother's serious tone. I know from the childhood you only wanted to know why people in the village dislike you and what is the name of our parents, right? Kirito said and paused, giving Naruto time to digest what just he told. This instantly attracted Naruto's attention, and he also gave his brother all of this attention at this time. Now the reason people hate you is known to you, it is because the nine-tailed fox is sealed inside you. This was done by the fourth Hokage before he died, but what you don't know is why the fourth Hokage chose you out of all the people to seal the nine-tailed demon fox inside you. Kirito and again give Naruto time. After he thought that Naruto is ready for the truth, he finally said. The reason he sealed the fox inside you is because he is our father, Naruto, Kirito said and paused. He did not say anything but only waited for Naruto's response. Naruto at this time almost looked confused as he did not even understand what Kirito said. Nani, Naruto said and asked Kirito to repeat himself. Kirito just sighed and repeated himself and then went on telling Naruto the entire thing that happened 12 years ago. About who was their parents. And how they died. Why does the village thinks that both of them are demons and why they are morons. He talks about why their father has to seal the nine-tail inside him. Above anything he talks about why they live in such bad conditions. The reason being that Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to control him, and if he wanted then he could have easily saved both of them by not telling others that he is the Jinchuriki of the nine-tail. It took a long time to explain the entire story to Naruto, and it took even more time for Kirito to give Naruto enough reason to believe what he told him. But in the end, Naruto was crying and almost devastated. Kirito gave Naruto some time to vent out of his frustration and stay by his side until he stopped crying. This Naruto is not yet the 16-year-old mature boy from the Shippuden timeline. He is still a 12 years boy and needs emotional support. Why you didn't tell me if you knew about this? Naruto asked, still crying. I did not tell you because the third Hokage was still alive and was watching all of our movements. I was afraid that you will leak this news, and what would have he done afterwards? Said Kirito. Then he stood up and went outside to get some food for him and Kirito. I will bring something for us to each, and from tomorrow I will be starting to train you. It's time for both of us to get stronger, Kirito said and left. Naruto, although still sobbing, but there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Chapter 86. Next, the first thing Naruto did was to start bothering Kirito for personal training. Kirito had no idea what was going on in Naruto's mind at this point in time, but he was happy to train his brother. Now when I think about this, who is the big brother? It's not like we know who was born earlier anyways. I said to myself. Okay, Naruto, then the first thing which I will be training you is the Rasengan technique. This technique is something which is created by our father and is an A-rank technique. Kirito said to Naruto. Kirito finally brought Naruto to his secret training ground. This is the place where currently Karin is living. Kirito wanted to bring Karin to the village, but considering that those old elders might use this to impose their rules on him or blackmail him through Karin, he did not do that. Not to mention, Karin is also a Uzumaki and they will definitely try to capture her or use her for their purpose, so it's better to hide her until a reasonable Hokage is sitting in that building. Kirito thought and looked back to Naruto to see whether he understood what he would be teaching him today, but he was only looking around the training area which Kirito had built for himself. This place was only a training ground in the name, but in reality, it is a full-out secret base for him where people can even live for a long time. It's have everything which a person needs to stay there. Naruto, focus here, Kirito shouted at Naruto. Naruto also looked sheepish and blushed in embarrassment. Kirito-kun, I have made some cupcakes for you and your brother. A sweet sound came. This person was none other than Karin, who has been living here for the last month, and now it's hard to say whether this place is Kirito's secret base or Karin's home. Kirito tried really hard to give Karin some training as well, but her talent is not that great. Not to mention that unlike Naruto, she is also not that motivated and determined to get stronger either. Thank you, Karin, I hope I am not giving you much trouble, Kirito said. Not at all, Kirito-kun. I love making food for you, said Karin with a sultry smile on her face. Mostly Kirito don't care about those kind of sultry smiles, but when Karin does it, it's different somehow. Kirito just shook his head and focused back on Naruto. Okay, you already know what to do, right? Make multiple shadow clones and start popping these water balloons, I instructed Naruto, and he also immediately started to work on this new technique. Wait, where are you going? I stopped Naruto when he was about to go to the training. Huh, didn't you say to start practicing with the Rasengan, said Naruto in confusion. That will be done with your clones. You, the main body, will work on your taijutsu. Let me be honest here, brother, you suck at taijutsu and this is high time to make improvements. Said Kirito. Naruto just pouted and went with Kirito to do some taijutsu training. Kirito immediately created a shadow clone and said. Here, my clones from here on will help you solve your taijutsu. Once your positions and postures are right, then you can start fighting my clones. You can even use your clones. I will only teach you more if you defeat my clones, remember. The only technique you are allowed to use here is shadow clone or Rasengan if you learn it, that is. Kirito said and started walking away. Naruto pouted more but started working nonetheless. Kirito actually plans to train himself, but he feels some unwanted characters entering the village. These unwanted characters were none other than Itachi and Kisame. Now he honestly doesn't care about them, but he has sent clones of Naruto and himself in their place, and he doesn't want the higher-up to find out that he is sneaking Naruto out of the village because of this. With this, he immediately vanishes from his place. The place he arrived was directly where Kakashi and other Jonin were fighting with Itachi and Kisame. The fight was already going on and he did not plan to intervene if there was no need. He just simply hides. He is not worried about them finding Naruto in his secret training ground. That place is fully rigged with multiple different types of seals. No one can sense Naruto over there, but it will be a little problematic if these two went after the clone Naruto. Kirito says the fighting happening, but this time around Itachi was not running away, as he and Kisame both could sense that Naruto was in the village, unlike what happened in the canon. Apparently I have to intervene after all. Kirito sighed to himself and flashed again. Kisame at this time was about to hit Asuma with his sword, but a kunai flew towards him. Of course, he was easily able to dodge the kunai, but what happened next was something he was not expecting. Kirito instantly appears in front of Kisame and slams a Rasengan on him. Kisame did not have enough time to defend with his sword, so he had to use his arms to defend his vitals. Kirito just looked at Kisame and was cursing inside his mind. Shit, it did nothing. Although I did not use much power in that attack, but still only scratches. What the hell is this motherfucker made out of? Kirito curse. While Naruto was thinking about this, Kisame started printing hand signs and did a powerful water-style jutsu. Kirito was not a pushover either and got ready for a fight. Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma saw Kirito and wanted to help him. But they were handling Itachi. Chapter 87. Kirito knew that Itachi should be an undercover agent from Konoha here, but he is not sure whether Itachi will kill the Konoha people or not. In the anime, he has not killed anyone. At most, he made Kakashi and Sasuke unconscious with his genjutsu. But currently, he needs to take care of Kisame first. The shark-like looking man has already completed his handprint and was ready to blast Kirito with a powerful water-style attack. But Kirito already knew that Kisame is a water-style shinobi and he naturally has a way to handle the water jutsu. Kirito releases his adamantine chain on seeing the massive wave coming towards him and uses the chain as feet, like how Spider-Man does in Avengers or how Dr. Octopus does in Spider-Movie. Kirito always wanted to do and show off. And today he finally has a chance to do so. Kirito in their past life was a great fan of Marvel and always wanted to use some of those powers. Kisame saw this and was a little surprised but did not see any particular reaction to this which Kirito was expecting. Kirito frowned. I was at least expecting a little more reaction out of this shark man here, Kirito muttered to himself. But Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai were more surprised by Kirito's move. Not that he was imitating Spider-Man, but the fact that Kirito could use the adamantine chakra chains. They all have seen Kushina Uzumaki using this chain in the past and knew how powerful they are. But again, they did not have time to fuss about this here and immediately started working, focusing on the fight. Kisame did not stop the attack and took out his sword and charged towards Kirito. For Kirito this is not a problem at all. He might not be able to dodge a widespread attack like a water wave, but avoiding a sword swing with his speed is no problem at all. So Kirito easily dodges the upcoming attack and forms a Rasengan in his hand and slams the Rasengan into Kisame's body. This time he was not holding back and the power of the Rasengan was enough to send Kisame flying back. This Rasengan was not the Rasengan Shuriken, but still, the wind nature chakra was infused in it. The power was much better than any Rasengan out there. This time Kisame was injured, but Kirito saw that he started healing thanks to his sword. Dude, that cheating, Kirito muttered in a low voice. On the other, both Asuma and Kurenai was beaten by Itachi with his genjutsu. And only Kakashi was left. Asuma and Kurenai was not fallen in the Tsukuyomi, but was defeated by a normal genjutsu. Maybe in the canon, he did not attack too much because he knew that Naruto is not in the village and it was pointless to fight with Konoha Jonin, Kirito thought. He was thinking about going and giving Itachi a hand, but at this time a toad directly falls on top of the healing Kisame. This Kirito saw this and thought. Of course, Jiraiya is in the village currently, he remembered. The next moment, Jiraiya directly appeared on top of the same toad with a puff of smoke. Haha, all behold the glory of the sage of Mount Myaboku, Jiraiya said in doing his normal dancing pose which he always used to do in the anime. Honestly, out of all the things which Kirito have seen here, Jiraiya's character is the most like his anime counterpart. Itachi saw this and was ready to help Kisame, but then he saw Kisame coming out from the water on the other side. We cannot handle this many people alone. We better get going, Itachi said, and Kisame also nodded, watching Jiraiya, Kakashi and finally Kirito. Other Jonin tried to stop them, but it did not matter. When Kisame and Itachi wanted to escape, not even Jiraiya was able to stop them in the anime. This time Kakashi suddenly fell on the ground and everyone was surprised. Kirito too did not have any idea what happened, but when he scanned with his mind eye of the Kagura technique, He found out that Kakashi was unconscious and understood what might have happened to him. That Itachi was able to cast his Tsukimi technique while running away from us, Kirito thought and internally shudder. Sure enough, the genius of Uchiha is not someone who can be taken lightly, Jiraiya said, also understanding the situation here. Later on, Kirito and Jiraiya with the help of Guy came later on to help. Brought Kurenai, Asuma and Kakashi to the hospital. Why you are the one who is carrying Kurenai, Jiraiya complained. Because you are a pervert and Kurenai is the only person who I can carry. Others are too heavy, Kirito also said. Jiraiya was carrying Asuma. He was the heaviest person there. Guy was carrying his eternal rival and Kirito ended up carrying Kurenai. And thanks to that also enjoy some very nice pairs of breasts too. Jiraiya was crying tears of blood after seeing this. After dropping all the fallen comrade to the hospital, Kirito wanted to leave but Jiraiya did not let him go. Wait a minute, I have something to tell you, said Jiraiya. What it is, Kirito asked, narrowing his eyes. Well, I have a mission for you to do. You might be the best person currently for this, Jiraiya said. What mission? Kirito also asked and was already getting a bad feeling in his heart after hearing about a mission from Jiraiya at this time. And drag him to the Hokage office. Why are we going to the Hokage office? Kirito asked midway but there was no answer. Chapter 88. When Kirito heard Jiraiya say that he had a mission for him, he was not expecting that Jiraiya would bring him right in front of the last ancient fossils of this village. The two people in front of him were the last two elders of the village after Hiruzen and Danzo's death. Now he is not sure whether this is a power play by the elders or they are trying to see whether he is loyal to the village. Or more likely whether Kirito is loyal to them or not. Well, no need to make a target at my back. I already have taken down the more annoying ones already, so I better just make sure that I present myself here as a good boy. But that is, only a good boy and nothing more. If they are looking for a puppet, then I better dig another 2 graves for these two, Kirito thought to himself but did not say anything beyond that. Do you understand what is going on here now? Said Hamuro. They just explained to him that because of his performance in the Chunin exams and his help in defending the village in Orochimaru's attack, they are promoting him to the rank of Chunin. While Kirito was complaining that his performance was enough to get the position of the Jonin internally. The two elders quickly zoom past the entire promoting phase and directly jump into the ordering/mission phase. He was not even able to wear his Chunin vest before they started talking about the mission. Kirito was honestly not interested at first, but when he learned more about the mission he not only became more interested but at the same time a headache started to come to him. This mission was the original mission which Jiraiya took Naruto into. Now you understand how important it is for you to find Tsunade and bring her back to the village, said Koharu. This old fart really believes that I will be able to bring that drunken back where most of the Konoha ninja was not able to even find out where she is. Kirito's complaint continued but did not show it outside. I understand, Kirito said, and was about to get out of the office, but at that time both of the elders started to talk about another topic which he did not want to talk about. Kirito Uzumaki, why are you telling others that your father is the fourth? Said Koharu. Because that's the truth, Kirito said in deadpan. Do you have proof that you are his child? Asked Koharu. By her tone, Kirito was having a feeling that she did not like Kirito to use his father's name here. It's not like he does not understand why. This not only brings much more attention to himself and grows his political power in the village, but at the same time, the gossip among the villagers is something they are already worrying about. Questions like why no one told them that Naruto and Kirito are the children of their beloved fourth Hokage. This will give rise to more critical questions like where is the inheritance of the fourth Hokage and much more. No wonder they want to stop me here and now. Well, let's see how they accomplish that particular task, muttered Kirito inside his head. What kind of proof? You even need more than my and my brother's look, said Kirito. So you want to tell us that you presume that you are the son of the fourth Hokage by just how you and your brother look? Asked Tamura. No, not at all. I have done a blood test already and the test result is positive. The blood matches, there are no mistakes in that, said Kirito. He has already done his homework way before he announces his real identity to others. Both Koharu and Hamura were surprised at this but did not show that externally. Kirito only knew that his answer got to them because he had known their new face. May I see proof? Asks Hamura. Kirito did it and Hamura, just after seeing that the document in his hand was real, falsely shouted that this document could be fake and did not give the document back under the pretext of checking it out later on. Sure, you can have that. I have many copies with me. Do you need more copies to help in your work? Then tell me so I can provide some more copies for that purpose. Kirito said and internally smirked. Dude, that might be the oldest trick in the book. Do you really think that I will give you the original document or will be foolish enough to not make copies? Kirito internally said to himself and his internal smirk widened even more. HMH, if that is the case then I might believe you in your claim that the fourth is your father. But what about your mother? What proof do you have that this was a legal marriage, said Koharu. Did this bitch just indirectly tell my mother to have me and my brother without marrying my father? Kirito internally thought maybe this kind of thing does not matter too much in this world, but in his old world, this is clearly an insult to his mother. He did not show his feelings on his feeling, but he was not honestly thinking about why he did not take care of these two old fossils when killing Danzo. Will a marriage certificate about my mother and father will remove your doubt about their marriage? Kirito asked. This time around both the elders were taken aback. And Kirito is fully aware of why. This is because the third Hokage hides the marriage certificate. Kirito internally smirks. He already has taken out many of the things which the third Hokage took from his father and mother. The marriage certificate is just one of the things. He did this before killing Danzo. Thus Kirito is just amused at the elder's reaction right now. How did you get that? Asked Tamura after getting back his wits. It was placed in my parents' house which I visited after knowing about them, said Kirito, lying through his teeth. Kirito had a triumphant smile on his face the entire time he was talking with the elders. Oh, how he will remember their faces. Then they told them that he did get everything but the money of the inheritance from the village and would like to get that back. He also ended up giving them the proof of his inheritance which the village owed him too. Lastly, they wanted Kirito to hide his identity, but he for the first time refused the elders directly on their faces. When he tried to use their authority, he used the law to shut their mouths. The law says that only the Hokage can give an order to the shinobi of the leaf, especially in the issues like the one they were talking about. By the time Kirito got out of the Hokage office, the elders were making a face like they had just eaten something sour. Chapter 89. After the interesting talk with the two remaining elders, now Kirito is thinking about whether they even need to exist anymore. Kirito went to talk with his team. This time around he was given the task to find Tsunade and bring her back to the village. He is also not allowed to go take Naruto on this little trip of his by those elders. And because of the current manpower problem that the village is facing, his Jonin sensei can't come with him. This means Asuma also can't go with him. So with all that said, the only 2 or 3 people he can take are Ino, Haku, Shikamaru, and to some point Karin. He is not going to take Karin as he is supposed to be a secret until a new Sand Sound Hokage is sitting in that office. He can't take Naruto either as he might can handle an attack on himself, but saving Naruto while outside of the village is something he want to do. Shikamaru won't be coming either as he was injured while fighting the Sand team. So that only leaves Ino and Haku. And thus he immediately went to meet them. After getting out of those elders' sight, Kirito started thinking about their reason for giving him the task to find out Tsunade. There are so many people in the village who can do this work better than him, so why him out of all the shinobi they have at this beg and call? The only thing which I could think about is that these elders are playing a double game here. They are not liking my newfound popularity and power in the village. They also worried about my claim about my parents' inheritance, which they have to provide me if I have enough power and popularity in the village to shake their position with the help of public viewpoint. Kirito thought to himself. Ino and Haku are surprisingly getting along after the Chunin exam. It's like after training together their rivalry has toned down a bit. It did not take much time for Kirito to find both of them thanks to his hyper-focus. He himself was surprised at how both of them were working together in their training. Ino, Haku, come here, I have something to talk to you about, Kirito shouted, bringing both the girls' attention to him. What it is, Kirito-kun, Ino said with a smile and directly targeted my arm and held it. Now it's pretty much her habit to hold to my sidearm and I also got used to it. Kirito could see Haku's facial expression changing slightly in real time after Ino grabbed his hand. Well, I guess some things do not change, huh, thought Kirito to himself. We have a mission, let go on a rooftop somewhere to talk about this. Kirito immediately talk about business so as not to waste time with both these girls' competitions. After coming to the rooftop of the building where others can't listen to him, Kirito explains the entire mission to both of the girls. He explains how important this mission is and why Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kakashi-sensei can't come with us. Kirito could not say why, but after explaining the mission to both the girls there was a glint of light in their eyes. Like suddenly they won a lottery. You mean to say that we will be alone doing this mission? Ino asked, a sizable blush coming to her face. I think you have a problem in your ears. Kirito-kun clearly said that he would be going with both of us. Not alone with you, Haku said in a sarcastic voice. This banter was something which Kirito was getting used to, and this itself made him worried about his mental health. Ino just ticks her tongue after hearing what Haku have to say, and this brings front a slight scrawl on Haku's face. Okay girls, let's not fight here, we need to get going as soon as possible. And also make sure that you prepare for a long journey, as I am not sure how long it's going to take us to find Tsunade-sama and convince her to come back to the village, said Kirito. He did not wait for a reply and vanished from his place after giving them a place and time where they were going to meet and embark on the mission. After informing his teammates who would be going with him, it was time to inform about this mission to his teammates who were not going to come with him on this mission. Telling this to Asuma was easy enough and he was a little worried about this mission but still accepted after knowing how powerful Kirito is. Naruto on the other hand is an entirely different aspect altogether. After knowing about the mission, Naruto created enough fuss but in the end, had to be left behind as Naruto was specifically not allowed to leave the village at this time. Shikamaru was injured but Kirito told him to. Naruto was also specifically told not to leave the training area until he completed the Rasengan. The real reason he wants Naruto to stay in the training area is that he is not sure whether Obito or Akatsuki will attack again after he is gone. His special training ground is not a place where even Obito's Kamui can enter without access. This is a special kind of sealing array that he ended up creating to create a safe haven for himself and his brother if there is any situation he needs to hide from the village or the Akatsuki. So with all the preparation done, Kirito along with Haku and Ino went out for the mission. This mission was supposed to be done by Naruto and Jiraiya in the canon but this time around it's much different and he might have to handle Orochimaru himself. Chapter 90. In the canon, Jiraiya took his time teaching Naruto and searching for Tsunade. That is why it almost took both Jiraiya and Naruto around a month to bring Tsunade back to the village. Kirito doesn't plan to do that at all. He already knew where Tsunade might be at this time. Not because he had the knowledge of the anime. That shit not gonna work after so many things have changed. Maybe there is a possibility that it might work but Kirito does not plan to solely rely on the canon information. The real reason he knew where Tsunade was because he got the information from Kabuto. After getting control over Kabuto, Kirito was able to order him around and after getting the mission to find Tsunade, the very first thing Kirito did was to ask for information about Tsunade. So after leaving the village, Kirito did not waste his time searching for other places and directly went after Tsunade where Kabuto told him. Unsurprisingly this place was the same where Tsunade was found. I learned about this after seeing the buzzing streets and many bars in this town. There is also a pretty little castle here which Tsunade might be destroying in the future after meeting Orochimaru. Kirito-kun, we are traveling for a long time. How about taking a little rest, said Ino. Although Haku did not say anything, Kirito knew that she too was tired. Okay, I too feel a little tired. Let's take an inn and rest there for a while. Kirito said and started moving towards a hotel. This is the first time I am entering into a Japanese style of hotel. It's pretty neat and also looks very similar to all those anime I saw in my past life, Kirito was thinking after entering the hotel. I would like to get 2 rooms for the night please, Kirito said. Wait, why 2 rooms? We can easily share the room, you know, Ino said, but midway started to blush. Haku and you will share one and one is for me, Kirito said looking at and blushing Ino. Okay, Ino replied and lowered his head. It's not like I don't know what she is thinking but I don't think doing anything more and kissing is appropriate. Thought Kirito. Seeing the blushing Ino, for the first time Kirito thought of teasing her. Kirito walked close to her, came close to her ear and said. You are welcome if you want to give me a visit, you know, he slowly whispered in her ear and then quickly walked on, keeping up with Haku. He particularly made sure that Haku didn't hear him. Ino suddenly froze at what Kirito said. Ino right now might even give competition to Hinata if compared side by side. Her white and beautiful face, which usually stays rosy, turned red as a tomato, and although just imagination but still Kirito saw smoke coming out from her head. Maybe I broke her, Kirito thought and smiled embarrassingly. After getting inside his private room, Kirito decided to send some shadow clones to find out what Tsunades were about. I have no idea how I am going to convince Tsunade to come back with me. I need to come up with a plan to make her go back to the village. Kirito said to himself. There is also Orochimaru who might interfere just like he did in the anime. In that case, the situation will become even more troublesome. Kirito thought to himself. After some time of Kirito falling asleep, there was a movement in the corridor. Kirito instantly opens his eyes and tenses up. Over the years, he has practiced making himself a light sleeper and is especially cautious when sleeping outside the village. Slowly the footsteps came closer and Kirito took out a kunai to protect himself. He did not even realize that he could easily use his sensing power to sense who this person was. Maybe the reason Kirito did not think about this is because he was still half asleep, or might be because he is confident in himself that no matter who that person is, he will be able to handle it. If not anything, then I can use the Flying Thunder God technique and directly teleport, was what Kirito might have thought. There was a dangerous glint of light in Kirito's eyes. Soon the door opened and Kirito also readied himself to take action if the person had any hostility towards him or the girls. But was a little relieved and confused after seeing who this person was. This person was none other than Ino. She was wearing her nightgown and a sizable blush appeared on her face. Kirito-kun, Ino whispered slowly. Maybe because Kirito at this time was pretending to sleep. Chapter 91. Kirito POV. The moment I realized that the person who came into my room was Ino, I internally relaxed and finally opened my eyes and lost my grip on the kunai which was in my hand. Ino, why are you here? Is there something which you want? Is something wrong? I asked Ino. I could sense and see the blush and embarrassment on her face. I thought that. You know, Ino was trying to say something but did not complete her words. Is she here because of what I told her earlier? I thought to myself. Ino was still looking at me and shying. She was much more red at this point in time than Hinata, who saw Naruto out of nowhere. I should really talk about our relationship now. Till now it was okay because of our age, but now as we are getting older puberty is coming to us. Things can't go on like this. I internally thought to myself. At this time, Ino was also as red as a tomato and almost turned around and was about to go out of the room. Maybe she is too shy, I internally thought. Wait, Ino, I said before she really got out of the room. This is the best time to talk anyway, and I really want to make our relationship clear to her right now. Ino, after hearing me, did not get out of the room but was still shy. Come in, Ino. I too was thinking about talking with you, I said, and this further nudged her to come inside. It took her a merry time but finally came inside and sat at the end of my bed. Although only 12 years old, she is one of the most beautiful girls in Konoha right now. She has platinum blonde hair and light blue eyes. I personally never like her fetish with purple color, but she looks good in that. Although I think that she will look much better in other colors. I look at her and her small but still growing breasts and then her small delicate lips. Then I suddenly realized that I was staring, and I am sure that Ino also noticed but did not say anything. She looks a little happy though. Probably because all this time I never show her any attention, even telling them that I like her. I thought. I love you. You know that, right? I said directly, because this time around I did not plan to avoid this topic at all. This totally shocked Ino and she looked at me like I grew another head. What did you say? She said, almost shouting, and all her shyness was long forgotten in her excitement. I love you, I said, amused at her reaction, and thought that I might as well tease her a little. You. She was shuddering and had a little hint of joy, anger, shock and nervousness in her voice. I could say this because I was not only focusing on her voice but also sensing her emotion at this time as well. Why didn't you say this to me all this time? Ino asked again, anger and hesitation. I did not, because we both are too young, I said, and then waited before saying anything. Ino heard this but did not understand what I meant. She was about to ask me, but I was faster to answer. Listen, Ino. I know that you too like me. But this is too soon. Even in this kind of world where I can't firmly say that I will be alive tomorrow. I can understand why some people find love early. I am fortunate that I have you. But it's still too soon. I said to Ino and saw a complicated expression on her face. I am telling you this because now I believe that we can really start to date. We are still far away from the time where we can have anything more, but I believe that holding just hands by this point is just a little too irritating both of us. I kept on saying, and Ino was listening to everything. I believe that this is the right time to talk about this. I do know that you are really important to me. So I was thinking that we could try dating if you don't find any problem, and let's try to give this relationship a little time. I am not sure whether we can develop this relationship, but I really want to give us a chance, said Kirito. God, this has to be the most cringe thing I have ever said, but I believe this should work for a 12-year-old girl, right? I thought to myself. She looked shocked and did not say anything for some time. I don't know whether I said something wrong, but I already have said it and I have to face what comes like a man. But the next action which Ino did was not something which I was expecting at all. Chapter 92. Kirito POV. I felt a soft sensation on my lips. I was stunned before understanding what was really happening. This was Ino kissing me. What? Why so suddenly? I asked myself. She put her weight on me even more, and this pushed me back because there was no support for me to keep sitting in the upright position after she put her weight on me. She was furiously kissing me while on top of me. I did not know whether I should return the kiss or not. I did not want to push her back, that would break her little heart. I know that it takes a lot of courage to express feelings like that and take action. So I decided to kiss back. Fuck age, I right now just want those lips. After almost 2 whole minutes of furious kissing, she finally calmed down. I was breathless, and if Ino had continued kissing me for even a little more, then I might really have died out of suffocation. I should really get my kissing game get better if I want to live in the future. But again, for a person who never had a girlfriend before, something like this should be troublesome. I look at Ino, who after kissing me to death realizes what she just did and now was blushing furiously. That was nice, I can definitely get used to that, I said slowly in a husky voice after getting a little closer to her ears. I might be seeking a relationship with her, but that does not mean that I am going to do anything more than kissing for the time being. Maybe something like that is normal in this world, but because I personally don't want to go by the rules of this world when it comes to this thing. I need to at least wait until I and Ino are 15. That should be a respectable age, I believe. I should have gone with 18, but there is a huge war coming and I don't want to die a virgin a second time. Ino shudders after hearing me so close to her. I really love you, Ino said, looking at me in the eyes with determination. I know that she loves me. It's enough to know that after this long she still pursues me even after me not give her much attention, especially romantically. I know, but feelings change as time changes, Ino. If you both of us feel this way when we are older, then that is an achievement on its own, I said. That's fine, I know you better than you think. Just wait for a little more time and you will realize just how much you are in love with me, Ino said in a joking manner. This made both of us chuckle. Okay, so here is a little rule. Not getting freaky before we both are at least 15, I said. What, why? She asked, shying from my implementation but still pouting. Well, because our bodies are growing right now. It's better to not damage our bodies before we both are a little more grown up, I said. She did not say anything, just got closer to me and started cuddling me. I really like that. I am not sure what she is thinking. At least I can sense her emotions. But if I am honestly seeking a relationship with this girl, then I should stop using my powers and really get to know her from now on. I did not let Ino go that night. Or more likely, she was not planning to go out even after I told her. So we pretty much slept together and before sleeping had another kissing competition. Now I myself said not to get freaky, but I really wanted to grab that ass of hers so much. Even being only 12, girls here grow much faster and develop better than what happens on Earth. So I might internally know that she is only 12, but it is hard to believe. Sometimes I used to think that I am much older than her, but in reality, I really am 12. Maybe my mental age is older, but my body and mind, from time to time, realize that I am only a 12-year-old kid. Honestly, I would rather be a 12-year-old if that means I can live a normal life than be an old man stuck in a kid's body and could not live my life at all. Well, this went pretty alright, I said to myself. But now I have to figure out about other girls as well. I at least know that Karin and Haku have some sort of emotions for me. I am again not sure what to do about them, but I need to find an answer about that soon enough. Chapter 93. As the next day arrived, the time for fun ended because Kirito was again back to his professional mode and ready to look for Tsunade. Ino hardly cared about this as she had a smirk on her face all this time. Haku was not the only one who could not understand what was wrong with Ino, but she did not give that too much attention. As soon as the sun was up, they once again hit the road to look for Tsunade. Kirito was especially giving attention to all the bars and gambling houses around him. To be honest, I am not really fond of going around and looking for a person door to door, and in this case bar, but a mission is a mission and I can't do anything about this, Kirito muttered to himself. While Ino and Haku were enjoying themselves looking at all the different items all the merchants had to sell, Kirito was solely focusing on finding Tsunade. The reason he was hurrying this much was that he wanted to contact Tsunade before Orochimaru found her. It took some time, but he finally picked a powerful yet dull chakra sign. This got to be Tsunade. The amount of chakra this person has is amazing, and hardly anyone less than a Kage will have this much. Not to mention this chakra is extremely full of vitality. This got to be Tsunade. Kirito thought to himself. Haku, Ino, I sense a powerful chakra from that bar. This might be Tsunade-sama. Let's hurry, Kirito said and started to walk toward the bar with a little more spring in his steps. Ino and Haku were no different, as both of them also wanted to complete this mission soon. At first, they were having fun traveling, but soon they realized that they couldn't even stop and look at the scene. Being on the mission meant that they had to give them full focus on the mission and not something else. Upon entering the bar, the first thing which Kirito's eyes were looking for was blonde hairs or very big boobs. Lucky him that he really found that without much looking around. She was sitting right there and drinking herself silly. There was another woman beside her. Black hair and beautiful. Maybe not anything close to Tsunade Senju, but still beautiful, and there was also a strange charm in her in the way she was holding a pig in her arms. Haku and Ino have never seen Tsunade, so they can't say who is, but they too could sense a powerful chakra coming from a beautiful blonde-haired woman sitting in front of her. At first, they sense her powerful chakra and are surprised, but later on, they are more envious of the woman for her beauty and her very well-developed assets. Although Ino was pretty well developing for her age, she looked a little down comparing herself with Tsunade, but the real shocker was for Haku. They had what Kirito can only say less than modest goods like Sakura, and not this compared to Tsunade God-gifted talent. Kirito could really feel the enviousness in her with his mind-eye of Kagura. Kirito did not think too much about the girl's trepidation and directly approached Tsunade. "Excuse me, Tsunade-sama," Kirito said, being polite. Tsunade actually already saw Kirito and the other two girls who were following him. She also saw the Konoha forehead protector on all of them. Maybe the fact that they were from Konoha that she did not do anything. She was not planning to contact those small Konoha brats, but to her ire, Kirito directly approached her. This meant to her that they were specifically looking for her. She looks towards the blonde-haired boy. He looked very familiar, Tsunade thought to herself, but maybe because she was drunk she could not remember who he looked like. Shizune, who was standing at the side, also looked at Kirito and felt that Kirito was familiar looking. But she had never seen Minato in his early years and did not know him even when he was a Jonin sensei, so she could not figure out who Kirito was even after thinking about it hard. "What do you want, brat?" Tsunade was the first one to talk. "Tsunade-sama, please read this document written by the Konoha elders." Kirito first did not plan to explain the situation. He just gave Tsunade the scroll which the elders gave him to deliver to Tsunade. Tsunade saw the scroll and then took it. She did not directly open it. Years of being on the battlefield had made her used to special messages and knew that there was also a chance that there were hidden dangers kept inside the scroll. After checking that there was nothing wrong with the scroll, she finally opened the scroll and started reading the content. Looking at her flushed face, she is clearly drunk. Is she even capable of reading at this point? Kirito thought to himself. Unbelievable to Kirito, she really was able to read the content and then close the scroll. Not happening. Tell those old goats. Tsunade said and tossed the scroll back to Kirito. Well, I was not expecting this to be that easily anyways, thought Kirito to himself. What, but we are asked to bring you back with us? This was Ino who said that and looked at Tsunade. And I am not planning to come. So get lost, said Tsunade. Can I somehow convince you otherwise, Tsunade-sama? Asks Kirito. I really don't want to fight this old woman here, but if that's the only way I can bring her back to Konoha with me, then I will do so, thought Kirito. No, you can't, Tsunade said with a firm voice. How about I pay all of your debts? Kirito said. He already has enough money anyway thanks to his extracurricular activities when he was out for the wave mission. He actually ended up grabbing as much money as he could from Gato back then, as much he could. Currently, he might be the richest man in the land of fire after Daimyo himself. Tsunade after hearing this was stunned but did not believe Kirito at all. Kirito was not planning to give any money to Tsunade, at least not cash. He knew that the elders were going to be really stingy in giving his parents' money back to him and his brother, so he planned to exchange that with Tsunade's return. As soon as she is really to come back, he doesn't mind leaving that much money. It's not like he has that much money in his hand anyway. So better to use it than wait for the money to come for years. I don't believe you, Tsunade said. Chapter 94. I don't believe you, said Tsunade. Kirito did nothing more but just take out a scroll and open it. It was a sealing scroll. The moment Kirito took out what was sealed inside the scroll, everyone there became shocked at what they were seeing. It was money. Enough money that made Tsunade drool. Even Ino, Haku and Shizune became surprised at how much money Kirito was traveling with. This is the money Kirito specially prepared for Tsunade. Kid, how do you have this much money? Asked Tsunade, but she never left her eyes on the money. This is what I was able to earn in my missions and the side work I do. I have more money, enough to pay all of your debts. You just have to come back with us, said Kirito. Tsunade at this finally lost her interest in the money and looked back at Kirito after hearing about going back to the village. You think that with just a little bit of money, you will be able to convince me to come back with you? She snorted. No, but I believe that you will at least consider this. I can't change your mind, but the village needs you and thus I can't go back without you either. I don't know whether you know this, but the third Hokage is dead. And there is no one in the village that can take the position of Hokage. Please reconsider coming with us, Kirito said once again. So you expect me to become the Hokage just like that? What are those elders thinking? I am not coming. Go back and tell them this, Tsunade said and was ready to get out of the bar. With that said, Tsunade took her leave, leaving Kirito and the two girls behind. Kirito did not stop her because he already has put a little Hiraition seal token on Shizune when she was not looking. He slowly put all the money he prepared back in his scroll and was ready to get going. He is not going to let Tsunade go just like that. Come on, we better follow her. She is not going to hear us until we pester her to the extreme, Kirito said and got out of the bar. Ino and Haku do not understand what Kirito mean by pestering, but they follow him nonetheless. What followed was that Kirito and his team followed Tsunade and Shizune for 3 days and kept pestering the old women. After 3 days of pestering, in which Tsunade tried to run away and shake Kirito's team from her back, obviously failing, Tsunade finally could not take it anymore and confronted Kirito. I have enough of you, brat. I said that I would not come with you and that was final. If you keep pestering me, then I have no other way but to slap your ass back to the village. Roared Tsunade. In the past few days, Kirito was constantly pestering Tsunade and kept annoying her. In the past 3 days, Tsunade also comes to learn about Kirito's true heritage. Only after learning about Kirito's real name that Tsunade find out why she found Kirito so familiar. He practically was a copy of young Minato. But that was not enough to convince Tsunade to come back to the village. Sorry, but I don't plan to go back to the village without you. I plan to keep pestering you until either you come with me or I get a notice back from the village that my mission is null and void. Kirito said. This formed a tick mark on Tsunade's face. She had finally had it. Okay brat, I had enough of you. You and me outside right now, Tsuanda said and stood up and directly went outside the tavern. Kirito knew that something similar happened in the anime, but Naruto was able to accomplish to irritate Tsunade on the very first day. Kirito just sighed and started walking outside. Well, maybe after getting kicked in the ass, she might reconsider and come to the village. Maybe Kirito internally thought to himself. Ino and Haku were not with him as he gave them free time to roam around while he had fun pestering Tsunade. After coming outside, Kirito saw Tsunade standing a little far away from her. Practically ready to fight. If I win then you will let me alone, but if you win then I will come with you, said Tsunade, confident that there is no way she will lose. Shizun was also there and by the face, she looked worried. So I only have to defeat you. Right, said Kirito. Don't talk like it's as easy as playing with your girlfriends, brat, Tsunade snorted. Kirito just internally sighed and only got ready to fight. Okay then, if fighting is the only way then that may be the case, said Kirito and took a stance. This time around Tsunade had no notion of only using one finger. Maybe because Kirito was wearing a Chunin vest, or maybe because Kirito's name has Namikaze in the end that she did not underestimate. Although considering Kirito's current power, she might be really underestimating what he can do. Tsunade gave Kirito the first move. Kirito plans to use it to his advantage. Chapter 95. Kirito rushed towards Tsunade, who was not giving him enough attention when fighting. Not to mention she was also a little drunk. Kirito did not plan to directly show his true capabilities. He first started with simple taijutsu. Getting close to Tsunade, he delivers a couple of punches which Tsunade easily dodged. He was expecting at least this much, so no surprise there. Then he switched to his legs and delivered a couple of sharp kicks. The only problem here was that Kirito was not tall enough to reach Tsunade if she only took a few steps back. Tsunade then went on the offensive and threw a casual punch towards him. Kirito dodged but then felt the chakra which erupted from that fist. Damn, I knew that both of us are not taking this fight seriously yet, but damn. A casual punch can knock a normal person and even might kill if connected to the head, Kirito thought to himself. He shows another punch coming and dodges again. I might want to get a little more serious for this fight, I guess, Kirito mused and rushed forward again, but this time his speed was much faster. This time Tsunade was a little surprised. I knew that this brat was holding back. Now this is a speed worth of a Chunin, and even that man's son, Tsunade internally thought and reacted. Tsunade quickly throws a punch towards Kirito, but he easily dodges the attack without much issue. Kirito did a dodge roll towards the side and then did a handstand and rotated his entire body while upside down and opening his legs. This move was much like a dancer's dance move. But clearly effective as Kirito was rotating and because he was upside down and his legs spread open. It was much like helicopter blades. Not much powerful but certainly effective. This Tekken move does not work that well, Kirito thought to himself. Tsunade was easily able to dodge Kirito's weird attack and punch the ground. This time, because she was not aiming directly to attack Kirito, did not hold back. Kirito saw how powerful that punch was and dodged back in a hurry. And sure enough, the power was really terrifying. The entire ground ended up being destroyed. Just like how she fights against Naruto in the anime. This violent woman has no respect for public property, Kirito said to himself. Tsunade-sama, you know that you will be charged to fix all this, right? Kirito asks her in a deadpan voice. Shizun also was thinking the same, but seeing Kirito directly talk about this to Tsunade-sama, she also gave a weary smile. Maybe because she already knew that her lady Tsunade was not going to pay. It's most likely that both of them have to run from this town and will be chased by the authorities. Until all those who come after them are beaten by Lady Tsunade, that is. Shizun thought to herself in deadpan as well. You don't have to worry about that, Tsunade said and huffed. Kirito might be dreaming, but he saw her pouting. Kirito internally mused at this and thought that this was the time to finally show some of his cards. He coats his hand with steel release and rushes towards Tsunade. I really want to see how my steel-coated chakra arm fare against her chakra-infused punches, Kirito thought to himself. Tsunade saw this coming and made another punch, fully expecting Kirito to dodge again, especially after seeing what her punch did to the ground, but that was not the case. She saw Kirito sending one of his own punches towards her and both the punch collided. And here I thought that this kid is smart, Tsunade thought, but did not complete this thought because of what she was seeing. Her punch was blocked by Kirito's own punch. This for the first time made her shocked. Shizune on the side was even more shocked than Tsunade. Unlike Tsunade, who knew that she did not use her full power in that punch, Shizune just saw Kirito blocking Lady Tsunade's punch with his own punch. Kirito did not stop there though, he increased his speed and directly rushed toward Tsunade. Tsunade, being the Sannin she was, easily adapted to the increase in speed. But that does not mean that she was not surprised. Kirito was still not using his entire speed but knew that this was how much a normal Jonin speed should look like. Kirito immediately appeared near Tsunade and followed up with a powerful kick, but Tsunade was able to dodge that attack, although this time with much more effort. She also decided to get serious and started putting more power into her punches. Although she is strong as a Sannin, her fighting edge is rough at best after so much time of being inactive and drinking, mutters Kirito to himself. While this fight was going on, Kirito did not know that a certain snake Sannin was moving towards his and Tsunade's locations. His goal was of course Tsunade. His sensei Hiruzen Sarutobi killed him and also took away his hand. After trying everything now he knew that his old teammate is the only person who can help him right now. Chapter 96. The fight between Kirito and Tsunade was going on. Tsunade kept on attacking Kirito after knowing that normal attacks would never connect with Kirito even when upping the power and putting in more effort. Tsunade was not able to connect any of her attacks with Kirito. The alone was enough to render all her punches useless. It was like he already knew where she was aiming for. Now Kirito also was serious and finally showing his true speed. He was not holding back anymore. The only thing he was not doing was releasing some of his hidden cards like Hiration. After fighting back and forth, Tsunade already had enough and started unreleasing her true power. Tsunade still did not attack Kirito with her full power and directly punched the ground. This time the punch was so powerful that the entire ground shook and Kirito too lost his balance. He staggers and almost falls to the ground. Tsunade though was not planning to give Kirito any time to regain his balance and move towards to punch him. Damn, I was not expecting that she will literally destroy the district to defeat me, Kirito muttered to himself. Now most people, this situation will find themselves in a rough situation but not Kirito. He had two simple techniques to get out of this situation. One is of course the Hiration technique and another is the instant replacement technique which he activated the moment Tsunade was about to hit him. Boom. The punch which Tsunade aimed at him directly fell off the replacement log which appeared in front of Tsunade after Kirito replaced himself. This. I might really have died if I had faced that attack, Kirito internally thought, and a cold sweat started to form on his forehead. I better get really serious about this battle, otherwise I will be toast before I get late. A weary smile was on Kirito's face. But while he was thinking about this, he senses someone coming towards them. This malicious Chakra, he has sensed before. Orochimaru, muttered Kirito, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Till now he might be fighting with the intention of wasting time and seeing what Tsunade can do, so there was no sharp intention of killing in his eyes, but that was not the case now. Both Tsunade and Shizune noticed that and suddenly shudder inside. Then they saw the Kirito who looked like Minato. The sunny and good boy Minato was in his early years, but what they were looking at now was the face of the fourth Hokage who was ready to kill his enemy. Kirito also noticed that both Tsunade and Shizune were staring at him and calmed down a little. Tsunade-sama, I am a sensor and there I just sense a powerful chakra coming towards us. To be more accurate, this person is Orochimaru. Kirito still had a dangerous glint on his face. Tsunade after hearing this also became a little stiff. If it was Jiraiya then there was no issue, but Orochimaru is not someone who will visit her for just reminiscing about the past days. If I am not wrong, Orochimaru's hands were damaged after he fought with the Lord Third and killed him. There is a possibility that he is here for your help, Kirito said. Although he said this in a normal tone, there was a hint of steel in his voice. If Tsunade decides to help Orochimaru then he is ready to take action any time. Both Tsunade and Shizune were stunned at this, but they did not have enough time to think about this because Orochimaru was almost there. He is here, Kirito said, and just a few seconds later Orochimaru arrived there with Kabuto. Right now Kirito is not afraid of Orochimaru. Previously he did not intend to fight with Orochimaru because he did not have enough fighting experience and could have made a mistake and died, but now is not the case. After fighting with Danzo and especially after getting all of Minato's memories, he has enough experience and believes in his strength that he is sure that even against a Sannin, he will be able to win. Not to mention right now when Orochimaru's hands are useless and his right-hand man beside him will betray him anytime as long as I tell him to do so, thought Kirito to himself. Ku rang the usual laughing sound of Orochimaru. If it's not Kirito-kun. I was not expecting you all the way here alone with my old friend. There was a dangerous glint in Orochimaru's voice. Kirito said nothing and only looked towards Orochimaru, clashing his killing intent with his. While Orochimaru's killing intent was massive like a snake ready to hunt his prey, Kirito's killing intent was more concise and sharp. Like a sniper ready to shoot and with one hit, kill the enemy. Tsunade at this point could not even release her own killing intent. Although she was strong, she had long lost that fighting edge that she once had. More importantly, she could not handle all this bloodlust because of his phobia of blood. "Why are you here, Orochimaru?" Kirito said even after knowing why. "I am pretty sure that you already know why," Orochimaru said with a mocking reply. Kabuto was standing beside Orochimaru but did not say anything. Only stood there and saw the situation unfolding. "It's been a long time." Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at her with sly eyes. "Tsunade-sama. I will advise you to get going. I will take care of Orochimaru here and then we can continue our fight," Kirito said, but still was not looking at Tsunade. These eyes never left Orochimaru. He actually really wanted to fight Orochimaru now. He wanted to test out his real power this time around. Before he was never able to do that, but this might be a good chance to do so. "Don't be an idiot, kid. You are no match for Orochimaru," Tsunade said, and Shizune also agreed to this. Kirito already knew that just telling Tsunade to go would not work, but did it anyway because he wanted to show others how confident he was in his strength. Chapter 97. Don't be an idiot, kid. You are no match for Orochimaru, Tsunade said, and Shizune also agreed to this. Kirito already knew that just telling Tsunade to go would not work, but did it anyway because he wanted to show others how confident he was in his strength. "I might be young, Tsunade-sama, but I am capable of protecting myself, thank you. But I must say again, if you are not planning to help me out, then you should go. And also help me remove other civilians from here as well." Kirito was not exactly giving much attention to others, but he knew that if he ended up fighting Orochimaru here, then it was going to be pretty destructive and he better make sure that everyone was gone from there before that. "Why so hurry, Kirito-kun? Have you not thought about my offer yet? I know that you want to know more about your parents and what happened to them back then. I too am very interested to know how you avoid my bite back in the forest of death. I thought about it much and could not find any way that you could have replaced yourself with a clone. How did you do that?" Orochimaru was genuinely looking curious about this and asked Kirito. "This is madness. Orochimaru is here for me. You don't have to interfere between us two old teammates, kid. Get going already," Tsunade said, clearly trying to stop the coming fighting and save Kirito. "Orochimaru not only attacked the hidden leaf but also killed the third Hokage, your sensei. You really believe that I will let him go just because he is here on the pretext of visiting an old friend?" Kirito for the first time after Orochimaru came to look towards Tsunade with questioning eyes. Good thing that those two girls are not here, Shizune thought to herself. Tsunade was perplexed about what to do about this situation. She did not want Kirito to die, but he was apparent about fighting Orochimaru. Tsunade for the time being thought of avoiding Kirito altogether and focusing on Orochimaru. "Why you are here, Orochimaru?" asked Tsunade, but already had some idea because of Kirito. Not to mention she could see Orochimaru's hand and they indeed were lifeless. "Can't I visit an old teammate because I just want to?" Orochimaru said, but didn't put much effort into telling this lie. Anyone could have told that he was lying. "I am sure that you have much to worry about, that you can take out time from your busy schedule to come to visit me," Swanda said, pointing towards Orochimaru's hands. "Ah, this, a parting gift from our sensei," Orochimaru said mockingly, but there was a hint of murderous intent in his voice. "Anyways, as you said, I do have a reason to visit you. As you can see, I don't quite like the gift our sensei gave me. I need your help to heal my hands," Orochimaru said, but there was desperation in his eyes. "What you are suffering with is not a wound from the flesh. It's the souls which is causing you pain, Orochimaru. Even the Tsunade Senju can't heal you. You might be able to change some of that if what I saw in the forest of death is true and you truly can change bodies, but it will still be impossible for you to cast much jutsu with that arm because your soul will not be there in that arm," Kirito said with a knowing smirk on his face. Although it is apparent that Orochimaru can't use his hands, not many know that he is also suffering from huge pain in those arms. Kirito only knew that because he knew that canon. Another crucial bit of information which Kirito gave Orochimaru here was that even his body-changing jutsu will not be able to help him because the damage is not done to only his flesh but also his soul. And maybe there is a possibility that his soul recover over time, but even then it will be pretty hard for him to return back to his peak with those damaged arms even if he changes them with body replacement. Orochimaru was not expecting that Kirito was so knowledgeable about his condition. He was stunned at first, but then he started to doubt that there was a possible mole among his people. He also immediately discarded that idea as well because even Kabuto is not that knowledgeable about his condition, especially about the damage to his soul. The fact that his soul gets damaged every time he changes bodies is only known to him. He never told so others can't use this against him, but now Kirito, although not explicitly, at least has touched the matter and might even find his weakness in the future. It seems like I have underestimated you, Kirito-kun. May I ask how you know this? Orochimaru, although stunned and shocked about Kirito's knowledge, did not show others what he was feeling and asked Kirito very calmly. Kabuto on the side was also clueless about how Kirito knew so much about Orochimaru's condition and about body replacement jutsu. I might not be a genius like you in those complex jutsus and bioengineering fields, but I have some knowledge about souls and spacetime jutsu as I have done some research of my own. I am not perfectly sure what I said is true, but considering that you even bother to ask how I know, this means that I hit the nail just right, Kirito said with a smirk on his face. Tsunade was also a genius in the medical field, but she could not understand what was happening here. She had zero knowledge about spacetime jutsu or the soul's art. But by the reaction of Orochimaru, she could tell that what Kirito said was true. But even then, telling that I can't heal someone on my face is disrespectful, Tsunade thought, and there was a little tick mark on her forehead. What you mean that I can't heal him, you brat? Are you doubting my qualifications? Tsunade looked towards Kirito and roared. Sorry, I did not mean to disrespect you, Tsunade-sama. What I was saying is that you are just not the right person to help him, as his main problem is not something related to the flesh but rather the soul, and medical arts on its own is not capable of healing a soul. Kirito quickly rephrased what he said again to Tsuanda. And what do you think, what can heal my hands? Orochimaru asked, in part curiosity about getting more knowledge about soul fields and part desperation, as he was still desperate about getting back his arms. Kirito looked at Orochimaru and thought, this cheap Voldemort really believe I will tell him just like that. Chapter 98. And what do you think, what can heal my hands? Orochimaru asked, in part curiosity about getting more knowledge about soul fields and part desperation, as he was still desperate about getting back his arms. Kirito looked at Orochimaru and thought, this cheap Voldemort believe I will tell him just like that. Oh, I don't particularly have any idea, but still you can try healing your soul with the Senjutsu Chakra. I am not sure whether that will help or not, but it's worth a try, Kirito replied. He knew that something like that was not going to work, but still did it nonetheless. By the looks of it, Orochimaru did not believe what Kirito said, but apparently, he did believe what Kirito said about his soul being damaged. Hey kid, are you sure that you are not planning to join Orochimaru here? By the amount of information you are providing him, it almost looks like you are helping him, asked Tsunade. Well, he is here after you, and it will be a pain to fight him to take you to the village. I better trade this little bit of knowledge so that he saves both of our time. Kirito said and shrugged. Tsunade was deadpan at that. Ku. To be honest, I agree with your estimate, Kirito-kun. I believe that the real solution to my problem is healing my soul, but that does not mean that you stop me from what I come here to do. Said Orochimaru. And that's why never believe in snakes, they will bite you just to have fun, Kirito internally said inside. Well then, there is nothing more to say. Time to fight, Kirito said. The moment he said this, he brought out a three-pronged kunai in his left hand and created a wind-style Rasengan in his ring hand. Everyone present there has seen Rasengan in their life at least one time, but what Kirito had in his hand currently was giving him a dreadful feeling. What is that jutsu? Tsunade asked, already weary of the wind-style Rasengan in Kirito's hand. She also notices the three-pronged kunai and her eyes widen. The same was the case with Shizun. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto already knew that Kirito was able to use the Hiraishin technique, thanks to Kirito single-handedly destroying his troops which he painstakingly gathered to destroy Konoha. But even Orochimaru was weary and surprised by the jutsu in Kirito's hand. The tension was really palpable right now. No one was making any moves. Kirito was not attacking because he wanted to first sense where Haku and Ino are currently. He will only fight to his heart's content if both the girls are not around him. After finally sensing that they were pretty far away and the shadow clone he made was watching over them, Kirito finally decided to put all of this attention to the fight in front of him. Unlike before where he seriously lacked fighting instincts and experience, now he has all of Minato's memories. He is confident with everything he has right now. Fighting Orochimaru here will be that hard. Tsunade at the side was looking at this and started to get serious and well. She did not plan to get involved in this fight but knew that this fighting is happening because of her, and even if she did not interfere, the winning party will definitely come after her. She would prefer Kirito over Orochimaru any time of the week. Maybe the reason is that Orochimaru has not told her his offer to bring back his dead brother and lover. One of the reasons Kirito talked with Orochimaru and took control of the situation was because he wanted to prevent Tsunade from knowing that Orochimaru would bring his dead love back. That is also the reason why Kirito is the first one to start the fight. And intends to fight Orochimaru this time rather than run away. Because the only way to prevent Orochimaru from talking with Tsunade and brainwashing her is to beat that sneaky snake to Kingdom Come. Orochimaru was the first one to move and attack. With the help of Kabuto, he summons Manda. This was the first time Kirito personally saw a summon boss and he had to say. That freaking cool, Kirito thought to himself. He quickly makes the Rasengan in his hand disappear and rushes toward Manda. He throws his kunai towards Manda and Orochimaru, who's standing on the top of the huge snake. Manda did not give too much attention to this because the moment he was summoned he started demanding the sacrifice of humans just like in the anime. Orochimaru had to assure him that he would prepare a big sacrifice for him soon. Kirito quickly flashes near Manda and touches him. Before Orochimaru, Manda, or Kabuto knew what was happening, they were already teleported outside of the small town. Kirito first plans to fight Orochimaru in the town, but considering how big that snake was, he can't fight there. Orochimaru too did not plan to summon Manda but had to do so because his hands are useless right now. Not to mention the terrifyingly dangerous jutsu which was in Kirito's hand. Out of instincts he directly went ahead and summoned Manda. Kirito was teleported such a big target thanks to the nine-tailed chakra. But then all three of them realized that they have teleported outside the town. I was not expecting that his command of Flying Thunder God was so good that he could even teleport Manda with me, outside the town, Orochimaru thought to himself and started having second thoughts about this fight. He remembered what a dread Minato was on the battlefield with that teleporting jutsu of his. At this time Tsunade, who was also readying her to fight, was dumbfounded as she saw Kirito teleport a big-ass snake outside the town. This kid is more capable than that brat Minato was at this age, Tsunade muttered, and a small smirk came to her face after thinking about how previously she was holding back because he did not want to hurt Kirito. Seems like that brat was also holding back too, Tsunade said and jumped to the highest building she could find to know where Kirito teleported Orochimaru and Manda. Shizen, hurry, go and find those two little girls and stay with them. I am going to the battle site, Tsunade said, and while waiting for an answer rushed towards the battle where Kirito and Orochimaru were fighting. Shizen also nodded at this and started to locate where Ino and Haku were. Kirito, after teleporting outside the village, did not waste any more time and directly started making hand signs. He is not used to hands-on because most of his jutsu is pretty much instant casting and activation. Thanks to the momentary pause that both Orochimaru and Manda took to understand what was happening around them after getting teleported, Kirito easily completed the hand sigh and shouted. Summoning jutsu, Kirito said, and after taking out blood from his thumb he slammed his hand on the ground. I should do a little more training with my hand signs, Kirito thought. Kirito pushes a lot of chakra into his summoning. In front of Manda, there is only one toad summon that Kirito can think of who might give Manda a proper fight. Jiraiya, why did you summon me again? Shouted a giant toad as soon as he appeared out of a huge cloud of smoke. This toad was none other than the toad chief Gamabunta. Orochimaru and Manda did this and got ready to fight. So this guy can summon Gamabunta, who Orochimaru internally thought, and the more he thinks about it the more he become interested in Kirito and wants his body for himself. The first thing Gamabunta noticed was also Orochimaru and Manda were also there. He already knew that Jiraiya might have summoned him, but later he became even more shocked after learning that the person who summoned him was Kirito and not Jiraiya. He already heard about Kirito from Jiraiya and other toads of his clan. He knew that the boy looked exactly like the fourth Hokage, and thus he was ready to help Kirito without making much fuss this time around, unlike what he did earlier when he ended up fighting with the one tail with Kirito's brother, Naruto. Gamabunta-sama, as you see, I could not help but summon you here. I am sorry for the sudden summon, but I require your help, please. Kirito said. Why do both of you brothers keep getting in trouble with troublesome opponents? Your brother takes a fight with one of the tail beasts and now you brats summon me again to fight Manda and this damn Orochimaru. And where is Jiraiya? Shouted Gamabunta. Gamabunta already knew that he had to help Kirito here but still made things difficult for him. Master Jiraiya is back in Konoha. I am currently on a mission and Orochimaru is creating trouble. Kirito too did not want to start chatting with the giant toad right now and only talk about the important issues. But by this time, Manda was already on top of them. Seeing this, Gamabunta had to jump high and avoid the attack. Because Kirito was on his top, he too avoids the attack without any issues. Okay kid, for the time being, I will help you out, said Gamabunta after landing. Kirito also signs in relief after hearing this. He already knew how troublesome this big and old toad could be. Maybe the fact that he is fighting with Orochimaru and Manda that he decided to help me so quickly, thought Kirito. Toad style, water bullet, Gamabunta shouted, and a massive water ball came out of his mouth and went directly to Manda. Manda was easily able to dodge this attack and rushed towards Gamabunta. Snakes do not have much in terms of long-range attacks, so he has to get closer to Gamabunta. Gamabunta saw Manda coming towards him and took out his huge blade from his side and attacked Manda. Manda was able to dodge that attack as well and their fight started. Tsunade from a little far away saw Gamabunta and Manda fighting and increased her speed. She did not expect that Kirito was also a toad summoner. This makes much more sense why Jiraiya let Kirito have to mission to bring her back. Kirito at this time was somehow maintaining his balance on top of Gamabunta and was preparing his new jutsu. Gamabunta-sama, make some distance and attack with toad oil. I will add some fire. Let fry that snake, Kirito said, his calm demeanor cracking and his excitement for this fight increasing. Gamabunta also was ready to get some distance from Manda and directly jump back and sprue out massive amounts of toad oil towards Manda. Kirito was already ready, and to add a little bit more power, he also ended up adding nine-tailed chakra into the mix. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, muttered Kirito and added his fire with the toad oil. What happened next was incredible even for someone like Kirito who is used to all kinds of VFX effects from movies from his previous life. Chapter 99. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, muttered Kirito and added his fire with the toad oil. What happened next was incredible even for someone like Kirito who is used to all kinds of VFX effects from movies from his previous life. The entire area was set on fire, and this fire was hotter than normal fire because the toad oil was mixed in it. Tsunade saw this from her position and was impressed by Kirito's combined jutsu with Gamabunta. But it was clearly not enough because Orochimaru and Manda both were able to dodge the attack by going underground. Apparently, he has seen Jiraiya use this move way too many times to understand how to dodge this wide area combined attack. Kirito just clicks his tongue after Manda gets out from the ground with Orochimaru and Kabuto on his head. And I thought that we got them back. Then Kirito displayed his annoyance and said. Gamabunta also snorted and got ready for another attack. Chief Toad, I have an attack which will work. Just give me some opening and also make sure that you can back off quickly after I launch the attack. This could be dangerous. Kirito said and jumped off Gamabunta's head. The moment he touched the ground he started dashing towards Manda and started creating a Rasen shuriken in his hand. However, Manda did not notice this as his entire attention was on Gamabunta. Orochimaru and Kabuto did notice this and quickly got alert. Gamabunta also did what Kirito said and attacked Manda to create an opening for Kirito. Water style, water bomb. Gamabunta sent multiple big water style jutsu towards Manda and Manda one by one avoiding all of them. But what he did not notice was that Kirito at this time just appeared on top of him and his hand was a full-fledged Rasen shuriken. Because of not having enough time, both Orochimaru and Kabuto did not care about Manda and directly shunned Shin away to dodge the attack. Part of the reason they did not have time to tell Manda about the upcoming danger was because Kirito was incredibly fast. Manda only saw the attack at the last moment, and for a giant snake it was really impressive that he was able to move out of the way of its trajectory, but Rasen shuriken expands and so it did. Manda was caught in a deadly rotating dome of wind. Well then, if he did not unsummon himself then we might get snake soup to eat later, Kirito joked, and at this, even Gamabunta laughed. Although internally he was also surprised after seeing the terrifying attack that Kirito released at Manda. My instincts were not lying to me back then. That attack is really terrifying. Even more than I thought it would be. This brat actually added chakra nature change in a Rasengan. He totally surpasses his father. That was what both Tsunade and Orochimaru were thinking after watching Kirito's attack. Brat, I will be going then as well. I hope that you can handle it from here on, Gamabunta said and went away with a puff of smoke. Well, I was not expecting him to fight Orochimaru for me anyways. Kirito shrugged and looked towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru also noticed this and started to get weary of Kirito. He wouldn't have thought about taking care of Kirito before losing his hands, but currently, he lacks enough power to cast any meaningful jutsu which might damage Kirito and cope with his speed. Once again the fight came down between Orochimaru and Kirito. Kirito might have let Orochimaru go before, but now he really want to fight him, and thus he does not give too much time to Orochimaru after Gamabunta unsummons him. He directly rushes towards Orochimaru with a normal Rasengan in his hand. He was already using his best speed, so Orochimaru did not get out of this situation easily. Unfortunately for Kirito, Orochimaru's substitution jutsu was faster than him at this time and Orochimaru dodges the attack. But by his face, it was not hard to tell that he is both amazed and terrified at how powerful and fast Kirito is. Kirito, whose Rasengan did not connect, aims his Rasengan towards Orochimaru and launches the Rasengan as Boruto does in the anime. Orochimaru out of all the things was not expecting this. Even Tsunade was a little godsmacked at how Kirito was able to throw his Rasengan towards his enemies. Why did Minato never do that, Tsunade questioned, but there was no one to answer. Only Kirito knew. The attack hit and Orochimaru for the first time after the match started got damaged. Orochimaru had to shed his body to regenerate himself. This further causes his soul to be damaged. At least a little bit. By this time, he already knew that he would not be able to complete his objective if Kirito was here. He did not want to but unwillingly had to retreat. You are much more capable than I thought, Kirito-kun. For the time being, I will accept your offer and let go. I am very interested in the information you gave me about the soul, Orochimaru said, still in his calm voice, but Kirito knew better. Kirito could have pursued Orochimaru, but if he is running, then there are not many shinobi who can catch him. Forget it, I better focus on Tsunade and bring her back to the village. He said to himself. Tsunade-sama. I am sure that your teammate will not disturb us anymore. Let's continue our fight, he said cheekily. Tsunade just looked at him with wide eyes and sighed. I better not anger him. This is more troublesome than it's worth. I better get some sake to drink, Tsunade muttered to herself. Chapter 100. By the sheer power of bothering others. Kirito was finally able to convince Tsunade to go back to the village. Maybe his fight with Orochimaru also helped a lot, depending on how powerful he was. If he wanted, he could have easily pushed her to come with him, but he kept bothering her. Honestly, I would have preferred if he had fought me over the constant pestering which I have to go through for almost 2.5 months, Tsunade thought while entering the village. She finally returns to the village after many years and shows that the village has not changed that much. However, she could see that repairs were still going on in the village, most probably because of Orochimaru's attack. After entering the village, Kirito immediately escorted Tsunade to the elders. He honestly wanted to kill those elders as well, because now when the Tsunade is back, the entire power system will be handled by her and there should not be any need for those elders. I will kill those elders, but not right now. It's not like they are causing any problem, so I better wait and act at the best time, Kirito thought. He did not even enter the Hokage office, he directly pushed Tsunade inside the office and left to meet both his friends. Now when I think about it, I might have found Tsunade much faster than Naruto and Jiraiya, but it took me much more time to bring Tsunade back to the village. It almost took 3 months of constant pestering to bring Tsunade back to the village. If only Naruto was with me, then I might have done this task much faster. Kirito thought to himself and sighed. When he arrived at his hidden training ground, he found only Karin there. Karin-chan, nice to meet you. Where is my brother, Kirito asked. He thought that Naruto would be training here. Ah, Kirito-kun, you are finally back. Karin heard Kirito's voice and quickly rushed out of the house that Kirito had built there so he could stay in the hidden place for months if not years. And now this was also Karin's home. She directly came out of the house and hugged Kirito. Kirito also gave back the hug and asked again. Where is Naruto? Karin sees that Kirito is more interested in Naruto and pout. He left around 20 days ago because apparently someone from the village defected, Karin said, having not much information about this. Kirito's eyes widen. Could this be, that this someone is Sasuke? Maybe I really did take too much time to bring Tsunade back, he internally thought. Karin-chan, I am going for now. I need to find Naruto quickly and get information about what's going on in the village, said Kirito, and directly flashed from there without waiting for Karin's reply. Karin, seeing Kirito going with a flash, pouted again. Kirito, using the seal which he placed on Naruto, directly appears near Naruto. Naruto at this time was in the hospital. What's going on here, Naruto? Kirito asked after seeing his brother almost 3 months later. Naruto, after seeing Kirito so much time later, got excited, but again a grim smile plastered on his face. What happened when I was gone, Naruto? Kirito asked again. This led to Naruto telling Kirito the entire thing about how Sasuke defected from the village and he with Shikamaru and other went after him. But unlike in the anime, could not stop him. Because Kirito already knew that plot, he was not surprised nor he intended to learn more about Sasuke's defection. He really did not care about that. He tried his best to save Sasuke from joining Orochimaru, but he ran to him nonetheless. So he just does not care about it anymore. From this point onwards the time went on just like how it did in the anime. After Tsunade became the Hokage, many reforms came to the village. This was also the time when Kirito asked Tsunade to take Karin to the village and give her citizenship. Seeing Karin being a Uzumaki, Tsunade agreed without many issues. Then comes the problem with Kirito's and Naruto's inheritance from their parents. This brought the issue back to the elders, who had to agree with Tsunade that they ended up using the money for the village purpose, but Kirito knew that that was only a half-truth. They definitely took a part of the money for themselves. But he did not say anything. It's not like he lacks the money. Not to mention, Tsunade confirmed to him that besides the money, everything else would be given to him and his brother soon. And that includes his parents' house. When it comes to money. Well, the village was not doing great after Orochimaru's attack, so Kirito did not push too much. Another difference from the canon, Kirito found in this world was that there were no more missions after Sasuke defected from the village. Jiraiya directly proposes to take out both Naruto and Kirito for a 2 years training. But Kirito had another plan altogether. What do you mean, you don't want to go? Jiraiya asked. I am not saying that I don't want to travel, but I want to travel on my own. Don't think that I don't know why you are taking out Naruto. It's because of those people who attacked the village, right? You don't need me with you on this journey. And honestly, I believe that I lack not power but experience which I will only get after traveling the world alone for a while. It's not like anyone knows that I too am a Jinchuriki. So while you take Naruto to train, I will travel on my own for the next 2 years. Kirito said. We can't let you alone there, kid, Jiraiya said. Some concern was already in his eyes. Why, I am already strong enough, and if something bad happens, I don't think that there is anyone who can stop me from getting out from there, Kirito said. Tsunade and Jiraiya both knew what Kirito was talking about. With the Hiraishin technique, there are really not many people who might be able to hold Kirito back. But that does not mean that they will let Kirito go on his own. But Kirito was apparent about traveling alone. This particular talk went on for a long time, and finally, after much discussion, they allowed Kirito to travel. In the Hokage office, there was only Kirito, Jiraiya and Tsunade. This discussion almost took 4 hours to come to a conclusion. In the end, Kirito was given permission to travel alone. Naruto decided to travel with Jiraiya, so Jiraiya not only trains him but also protects him from the Akatsuki. Jiraiya was not happy with this decision because he wanted to train Kirito the most after seeing how talented he was, but Kirito was apparent about traveling alone. When Naruto learned about this, Naruto also protested. This put Kirito into another long conversation with Naruto. It almost took 3 hours and 20 ramen to convince Naruto. Haku, Ino and Karin were another issue altogether. It took much more effort on Kirito's part, but finally, he was ready to go on his own journey in this world alone. He left at the same time as Jiraiya and Naruto were leaving for their training trip. Make sure that you come back as soon as possible, Karin said to Kirito. I will be waiting for you, Kirito-kun, Haku said. Ino did not say anything but directly hugged Kirito. She wanted to kiss him but did not have enough courage still now. I will be back before you know it, Kirito said and smiled. Hey, I am also going, you know. Tell me bye as well, Naruto complained from the side, and Jiraiya patted Naruto's shoulder with a knowing smile on his face. Like he was telling Naruto, I can understand your pain, Naruto. While walking away from the village, Jiraiya was the first one to talk. So where are you going exactly, Jiraiya in curiosity, after knowing how apparent Kirito was going on a travel alone. I am going to the ruins of the Yuzu, said Kirito with a glint of light in his eyes. Jiraiya was surprised about this, but did not ask more. But Kirito had a reason to visit there. If I am not wrong, then Minato found something there which he did not tell about to anyone else, Kirito thought to himself. Chapter 101. After a few weeks later. The reason why Kirito was so apparent about traveling alone was that he wanted to travel to the Uzushiogakure. When he got all of Minato's memories, he found out that when Minato came to the ruins of Uzushiogakure, he found a sealing array which he considered very dangerous and sealed it away. He did not even talk about this to his wife or sensei. Even the Hokage at that time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was unaware of this seal. If the memories are not wrong, then Minato was able to improve his Hiraishin technique to perfection because he took inspiration from the seal he found in the ruins of Yuzu, Kirito thought to himself. It took him almost 2 weeks to get to the ruin of Uzushiogakure. He could have come here faster, but he decided to take his merry time and not rush here. It's not usually that I get downtime. I better enjoy this, was his attitude about this entire trip. Minato Namikaze in his life only sealed those dangerous things which could cause destruction if fallen into the wrong hands. Nine Tails and Ryumayaku are the prime example. So when Kirito knew about this seal, which even his father in this world considers too dangerous to even talk to either his wife, sensei, or the current Hokage at that time, Kirito's interest was piqued. After coming to the ruins, he did not directly go for the seal, but rather looked around and searched if he would find something interesting. After wasting 2 hours, he did not find anything worthwhile. Now I am wondering what made me search aimlessly. Considering how many people have come here to scavenge things from the Uzumaki clan before, I should not be surprised that I did not find anything. Kirito sighed and started walking directly towards the seal his father left behind. Even Minato did not know the full extent of the seal which was placed here by those Uzumaki. Maybe it was the fear of the unknown that made Minato entirely seal the area, and that Fuinjutsu technique as well, muttered Kirito while walking towards the seal which his father left behind. After coming to the site where the seal was placed, Kirito could not help but whistle. And people say that the nine-tailed seal was my father's greatest work. If only they had looked at this, mused Kirito after seeing the complicated seal right in front of him. This seal which Minato placed here was to hide what was under here. There should be an underground secret path here. At the end of the path, Minato found the Uzushiogakure Fuinjutsu, which he found so dangerous that he immediately sealed it up, muttered Kirito. But first I need to break this seal here, placed by my father. Usually, other people might never be able to break it, but I have a cheat. Having Minato's memories meant that I naturally knew how to remove this seal. Kirito had a smirk on his face. So with that said, he ended up working on the seal for the next 3 hours. It took him almost 3 hours to completely lift the seal and enter the secret passage below. The secret passage was surprisingly clean for a place which was abundant for so many years. I am sure that those Uzumaki people put a seal here to keep this place clean. Now I wonder what is the real difference between seals and that magical rune which I used to read about in those fantasy books. Kirito muttered to himself and kept going in. The long passage was not only clean but also decorated with inscriptions on that wall. This looks like one of those caves I used to watch on Discovery Channel when I was a kid. Kirito had a smile remembering all those good memories. He finally appears where the Fuinjutsu seal was placed. The entire seal took almost a 20-meter radius. In a round battle ring-style area. It was placed in a circular place. Almost like those magical circles that we see in the anime and books. If I had not lived in this world for so much time, then I would have been sure that this looks like a fantasy game and this is the place where someone summons a monster for a boss fight. Kirito mused to himself and started reading the seal placed there. After almost half an hour of trying to understand what was going on there, he came to an understanding of why Minato ended up sealing this place. It's not like he sealed this place because he was only afraid that this would be dangerous. But also seal it because it is almost impossible to understand this seal. What the hell is this complexity, man? Kirito internally cursed. He stays there for some more time and reads some more. He might not understand the seal, that does not mean that he does not find all this knowledge useless. It gave Minato a way to improve his Hiraishin. There is no way Kirito is leaving here before at least memorizing what is written here. Who knows, he might be able to decipher it later. So Kirito used his hyperfocus and ended up memorizing everything on that complex seal inside his head. It took him hours, but he did it nonetheless. Man, remembering something you don't understand is much harder than I thought. Kirito was honestly tired at this point. When he was about to just leave, he saw the last part of the seal. Unlike other written content on the ground like the rest of the place. This was placed on the ceiling. So before leaving, he ended up remembering that as well. But then he started to understand the seal a little bit. If I'm not wrong, then that seal on the top is an imprint of what is written here. And now this to work, it needs a catalyst, Kirito mutters. He ended up coming right to the center of the place to understand the seal more. Weird, there is no activation sequence written here. Then what kind of catalyst does it need? Kirito thought to himself. But what he did not notice is that the place itself was scanning him the moment he entered the small circle in the middle of the array. Then he suddenly felt something wrong. His chakra started to drain, and the chakra drainage was so fast that he hurriedly had to switch his chakra with the 9 tails so as not to get his entire chakra extracted from him. Shit, what the hell? Kirito shouted, trying to untangle himself from the strong chakra fluctuations which was happening. He even tried to use Hiraishin, but it did not work. Even the 9-tailed chakra was draining like crazy, and he was sure that if he did not have the 9-tailed chakra, then he would have died there ASAP. The seal around him in the entire circular room lit up, and the entire circular plate under his feet started rotating. No wonder this is draining my chakra. This entire room is feeding on my chakra, cursed Kirito, and tried his hardest to get out of the room, but there was no success. Before he knew it, he was completely out of chakra and was unconscious. The only thing he saw before falling unconscious was light and then fall. Chapter 102. Kirito was not having a good time. After he falls unconscious after entering into that Fuinjutsu sealing array, he doesn't even remember what happened next. It was only 2 hours ago that he came back to his consciousness. But unlike any other person, he did not directly open his eyes. He first extended his senses and tried to understand what was going on around him. Thanks to his hyper-focus technique, he was able to perceive things around him pretty well even with his eyes closed, but this time around his senses are not working that well. Maybe because he is still suffering from chakra exhaustion. So he ended up pretending that he was still unconscious. The reason was the voices he was hearing around him. There were many people around him when he woke up. But even after 2 hours, his senses were not working right and he was not able to comprehend what was going on around him. So he finally decided to open his eyes and check his situation on his own. The moment he opened his eyes, there was an old man sitting right in front of him. Shit, I did not even sense him being right next to me, unconsciously Kirito mutters. Forget about sensing him. I did not even hear him when he was sitting right next to me. What's going on with my senses this time? Kirito thought to himself, immediately calming himself. Think more rationally. But still internally surprised and agitated. Calm down. Your sense is currently dull, but it's not entirely their fault that you did not sense me here. I too have been concealing my presence, said the old man sitting right in front of Kirito. You knew that I was awake? Kirito asked. Yes, it's a really good quality for a ninja, to observe first before making a move, said the old man. The old man was wearing a traditional robe and had white hair. Kirito had no idea who this person was. None of the episodes from Naruto mentions this guy in front of him. But he was feeling a very familiar feeling from this old man in front of him. If you knew that I was awake, then why not point it out directly? Why waste your own time here, sitting and waiting for me to open my eyes on my own? Kirito asked. When you are my age, you will realize that waiting for things just became that much easier and rewarding. Life just teaches you to be patient as you grow old, said the old man, and his Kirito had an intense urge to roll his eyes, but he kept them fixed on the old man in front of him. Sounds very nice. But I am afraid that I don't have time to wait here. Where I am and who are you? Kirito finally asked. From the moment he woke up, he was trying to sense his markers around the world and was completely unsuccessful. Now there is a possibility that this is happening because his sense is not working correctly, but now after gaining some of his sensing capability back, he tried again and still, he could not sense his markers. So right now the only way for him to get information about his location and his situation is the old man sitting in front of him. You youngsters are impatient as always, said the old man inside. Well, for your question. I am Kashin. Uzumaki Kashin, and you are still in the Uzushi Hokage, said the old man with a narrow I like knowing something. Kirito was having a hard time believing this. You are telling me that we are in Uzushi Hokage right now? Kirito asked again, trying to pressure the old man to tell the truth. Yes, we both are standing in the lands of Whirlpool right now. The home of the Uzumaki clan, said the old man with pride in his voice. Faking that kind of expression is hard, but still, Kirito was not believing him. Uzushi Hokage has been long destroyed to ruins. If there was a place really left intact in the lands, then others would have noticed it, right? Although maybe for you, we do not exist, asked the old man with narrowed eyes even further. This even further confused Kirito. What are you talking about? Kirito asks him. You have a Konoha headband with you. Are you a Konoha ninja? asked Kashin. Kirito did not know whether he should give this information to Kashin, considering that there is a possibility that because of Konoha the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. At least indirectly, and there is a possibility that this old man in front of him might hold grudges against Konoha. But after sensing that he does not have any hostility towards himself, Kirito finally nodded to Kashin's question. I see, and what years do you think is currently? Kashin asked Kirito. This made Kirito narrow his eyes. Maybe a normal person might react like this question is completely pointless, but not Kirito. He knew time travel was possible in the Naruto universe, and now this old Uzumaki elder is asking him this question. He gulped and said, what are you talking about? Tell me clearly, asked Kirito. The old man just smiled and stood up. He motioned Kirito to follow him and went outside the door. This made Kirito's bad premonition even more strong. So he quickly stood up and followed Kashin. While walking out of his room, he also found many other people there, and all of them had red hairs. This made his heart sink even more. If his common sense is telling him right, then he should not be asking where he is. He already knows the answer to that. But rather he should be asking when he is. Soon the old man took him outside on a balcony and pointed towards the village outside the building where both of them were standing. Welcome to Uzushi Hokage, the home of the Uzumaki clan. And about my question earlier. According to Konoha years, we are in the 49th year of Konoha, Kashin said with a smile. While Kashin's smile was at his all-time high, Kirito's heart, which was hanging from a threat, finally collapsed. I am almost 30 years in the past, Kirito mutters to himself. Still not believing what Kashin told him, but he did believe his senses, and he was sensing a chakra signature similar to Karin there. SHIT, that is the only thing Kirito said out loud after understanding his own situation. Chapter 103. Okay, let me try to understand this. According to you, the sealing array which I found was left behind by the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, Kirito asked Kashin. After finally acknowledging the fact that he is in the past. Kirito needed some answers, and Kashin gladly explained what going on after Kirito told him how he ended up there. Apparently the sealing array which Kirito interacted with was created by some of the early ancestors of the Uzumaki clan. Even the current clan have no idea about what that sealing array represents. In fact, the current Uzumaki clan does not even know about the sealing array which their ancestors left behind. Only a few selected elders and the patriarch, when he comes to a suitable age, are given this information. But it still does not explain why I am here, Kirito asked. Nothing does, but you are here. Are you not? Pointed out Kashin. It was not more than 3 hours before he woke up, and the only person Kirito had come in contact with still now was Kashin. He was a wise elder. A little more relaxed and easygoing for Kirito's liking, but it's far better than what Konoha have to offer. Kashin told him that he was found in the same sealing room of the Uzumaki clan. In fact, the only reason they found him was that the incredible amount of chakra was radiating from him. Currently, only Kashin knows that he is from the past and his real identity. This was a little salvation Kirito had. Otherwise, people might have created more fuss about him being here than it's needed. What did your ancestors create that place for in the first place? Kirito asked in agitation. Young man, you should show some respect here. If I am not wrong, then you also have the Uzumaki blood. Meaning that they are your ancestors as well, Kashin said in a stern voice. Kirito narrowed his eyes and asked in suspicion. How do you know that I have Uzumaki blood in me? Oh, I might be old, but I can tell if one of our own is standing in front of me, Kashin said. Kirito raised one eyebrow and demanded the reason. Seeing this, Kashin shook his head a little and laughed. There is also the reason that you were able to use that sealing array in the first place, said Kashin. This made Kirito to understand something and he asked. That array could be only used by an Uzumaki, Kirito said. It was more like a statement than a question. Kashin just nodded his head and said. Not just any Uzumaki. The amount of chakra and spiritual fortitude needed to use that sealing array and jump time itself is extraordinary. No one in centuries was able to use that sealing array in the past. Even the most powerful of the Uzumaki in centuries come short of the requirement to use that sealing array. Kashin said. How much chakra and spiritual fortitude we are talking about here? Asked Kirito. Kashin just hummed to himself and thought for a second. We are talking somewhere about Biju's level of chakra and mental fortitude, which nowadays people are just not born with. Over the years, shinobi have lost their spiritual power because of how their bodies kept on merging their spiritual power with physical power to produce chakra. In fact, our ancestors had so strong spiritual power that they could have manifested their will in real life, Kashin said, but did not look very convincing himself. Kirito could hardly believe him. Anyways, those things do not matter. The important thing is that you were able to use that sealing array and come back to the past. Meaning not only you have a lot of chakra but also powerful spiritual energy or will. Kashin tried to conclude what he found fascinating, but Kirito hardly cared. Who cares about my willpower? How do I go back home? Kirito asked in desperation. Kashin has wasted a lot of his time without giving him the answers he wants. Well, I don't know. I do know that there is a way to send you back, and it's through the same sealing array, but to do that we have to modify that sealing array, which is pretty hard. Hardly anyone understands those complex sealing arrays nowadays. Kashin said and stood up. For the time being, just rest. I will inform about your situation to the clan head. Kashin said and left. Kirito just sat there with clear desperation on his face. So this is why Minato sealed that place. I never expected that I would say this someday, but I should listen to my parents' advice more, Kirito muttered. But now that I think about it, it's not like I did not understand the sealing array at all. Yeah, there are many things which I still did not understand, but I believe that I might be able to reverse engineer it and send myself back to the future. But before that, I need to learn more about seals. Mainly time-space jutsu. Thought Kirito. Well, Kirito, no use sulking here. If I am planning to go back home anytime soon, then I don't have time to waste. I better get started with learning as much as possible about Fuinjutsu as possible. And this place is famous for its Fuinjutsu. Kirito motivated himself and stood up. And directly went out. Chapter 104. Because after Konoha's crush, Kirito immediately had to train Naruto and then go after Tsunade, he was not able to realize what a huge commotion he had caused by revealing that he was a Namikaze. In the village, people who just heard about Kirito could not believe that that demon was the child of their beloved fourth Hokage-sama. But for those who saw Kirito fighting in the Konoha crush and using Minato's classic Flying Thunder God technique, let alone those who were saved by him, they were praising him as Minato reincarnate. This brought a change in how people in the village used to think about both Naruto and Kirito. There is no way that that demon is the child of our beloved Minato-sama, said one of the villagers who did not believe that Kirito was a Namikaze. Are you an idiot? He exactly looks like Minato-sama. You have never seen Minato-sama before, that's why you are talking like this, said another civilian. If Kirito were here, then he would have surely asked this person. I don't suddenly start looking like this, you morons. How the hell it's only now that you are noticing? How the fuck you did not notice before in the first place, and many more cursed words, but you guys understand, right? But this was just a small change which happened. In the village, there was much more talk about other important things which are related to Naruto and Kirito being the children of Minato Namikaze. Questions like why the people were not told who Kirito and Naruto were. Questions like why the child of the hero was treated like a demon and a plague. Hiruzen Sarutobi might be really happy that he is dead, because for him the questions which people are asking in the streets are not easy to answer. But of course, he was dead, and all the gurn of the villagers now had to be faced by the last two remaining elders. This was not the only thing which was happening either. The news of one more Namikaze being or the possibility of two more being alive soon reached other villages as well. This is impossible. He did not marry. He did not have any child. Inoki shouted from his seat when he heard about this news. For him, this news was like a bomb. Namikaze Minato was the person to whom the Rock lost the third great shinobi war. He only knew that the man, even after dying young, left behind not one but two sons. Then he would have taken action long ago and killed both of them. It did not matter anymore. If the news is real, then I want you to send assassins after both the boys, Inoki said. No, better yet, task the Akatsuki to kill those both boys, Inoki said again after thinking about his order a little. There is a possibility that Konoha will find out that he sent those assassins, and this will cause more trouble. Not to mention, one of those brat is a Jinchuriki. Still not knowing that both of them are Jinchuriki. While Inoki was already taking action. Other villages were also making their moves. In the Sand Village, a meeting was called. The general topic of the meeting was not about Kirito being a Namikaze, but that was also discussed. This time we have suffered huge losses. We need to do something, otherwise we might not have the resources left to run the village, asked Baki. What kind of remuneration is the Hidden Leaf asking from us, asks one of the elders. There has been no response from them till now. After the death of the third Hokage. No new Hokage has been appointed yet. There is a possibility that Jiraiya of the Sannin will be appointed as the fifth Hokage, but there is no permanent news. Said Baki. And what about that Namikaze brat? How the hell did Konoha hide him all those years? Asked another elder. Namikaze Kirito and his brother Uzumaki Naruto, which can also be said a Namikaze, is the real reason this time around that our village lost so much. Even I was surprised after hearing both brothers were responsible for this huge failure our village had to face this time. Naruto Uzumaki defeats Gaara alone. Apparently, he himself is a Jinchuriki. And Namikaze Kirito alone killed more than 250 of the attacking forces. Baki said with growing sweat on his face. This is not good. How Konoha gets so many talented youngsters? One elder complains. Although, I can somehow understand that Uzumaki Naruto defeats Gaara. Nine-tail is stronger than one-tail beast, so it's natural that nine-tail Jinchuriki will be stronger than one-tail Jinchuriki by some extent. But how in the world a lone kid was able to kill more than 250 shinobi, asked a few more elders who could not believe what they were hearing. Don't you understand whose son he is? Just like his father, this kid has also learned that time-space jutsu which the fourth Hokage was famous for, Baki explained. Then there was a silence in the room. After some time, one of the elders talked. We right now need a strong alliance and a way to bind Konoha with us so that war is not started over this. We can't win that war if that happens. Maybe we might be able to propose a marriage alliance with Kirito Namikaze. The kid is definitely strong, and with his background, there is also a possibility that he might be a Hokage candidate in the future. If we can form a marriage alliance with him now, then it will definitely help our village in the long run. There was silence in the room once again, but everyone started to see the benefits of this plan. While this was happening, other villages were also in uproar. The Cloud Village also learns about this news, and Reikage dispatches some of his spies to get more information about Naruto and Kirito. The new Mizukage at this time, Terumi May, also got the news. But she hardly cared about what was going on outside the village because she was working hard right now to bring stability to her own village. Even people like Daimyo and Akatsuki got the news that Minato Namikaze had two sons which Konoha was hiding till now. In the dark cave, when Obito heard about this news, he just sneered. There is nothing new about this news to him. He hardly cares about Naruto Uzumaki. He will catch that child when the time comes. He is after all a Jinchuriki. But it was Kirito's name which made him angry. His defeat at the hand of Kirito in the Dead Forest is still clear in his mind. And now know that this kid also learns the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito is more sure that he needs to kill Kirito Namikaze. This information also went to Pain, but with his god complex. He did not even care about this. Chapter 105. Immediately after getting a hold of the situation, Kirito was summoned by the clan head of the Uzumaki clan. So what did you say your name was? Young man Ashina Uzumaki was a stern-looking man, but Kirito could feel that currently, Ashina was trying to scare him. Maybe to get more information about him or to test him. I am Kirito, Kirito Namikaze, Kirito replied, making sure that he kept eye contact at all times. He can't let the old man scare him. And why are you here, Kirito Namikaze? Ashina said after seeing that his intimating strategy not working. Ashina was the direct descendant of another Ashina Uzumaki who was alive in the Hashirama and Madara era. Ashina was much older and died much earlier than both Madara and Hashirama. Kirito heard that the current clan head was given his name to remember him by the clan. I am looking for a way back home, and to do that, I need to learn Fuinjutsu, Kirito said. It's not like he does not know Fuinjutsu, but he is nowhere as proficient in this art as the Uzumaki were. Not to mention, the reason he is in this situation is because of the Uzumaki seals. Kashin told me about you. It's really hard to believe, but now when I see you, I can also feel the Uzumaki blood inside you. But it's hard to believe that you came here by traveling time, said Ashina. But then both of them did not say anything for a while. Both play the waiting game and see who talks first. These old guys are sure irritating. Kirito internally thought. So, can I get permission to learn about Uzumaki's sealing arts now please? Kirito asked. That's why it is that you being a Uzumaki that you have no idea about sealing, Ashina asked. It's not like I don't know sealing. I did not just mess up with that ancient Uzumaki seal and come here on a whim. I might not be as good as a Uzumaki Fuinjutsu master, but I know my way around seals. Kirito said. So how come your hair is blonde and not red? Ashina asked. My father had blonde hair. And as you can guess. His name was Namikaze. Kirito was getting bored with his talk, but he had to nonetheless. And your mother? Who is she? Ashina asked. I am not sure whether I should tell that, considering how the future will change, Kirito said. I am pretty sure that the future will change if you are here no matter what, Ashina replied. Well, true. Kirito agreed, but was still not sure whether he should tell about the future to Ashina or not. It's not like he can't stay here without telling them that they will be attacked soon. He needs them to go back home, and thus changing the future is almost inevitable. Well, my mother's name is Kushina Uzumaki and my father's name is Minato Namikaze. I was born around 20 years from now on in Konoha, Kirito said. This makes some sense. We are currently planning to send a new host for the Jinchuriki to Konoha. If I am not wrong, then Kushina is under consideration in this list. Ashina thinks to himself. And what about the Uzumaki clan? How is my clan faring? You must know about them, considering your mother and the fact that you came here through an Uzumaki Fuinjutsu array place here in Yuzushiyogakure. Ashina said. Well, that is not a good story, Kirito said inside. Ashina narrowed his eyes and demanded answers now. By the response Kirito gave him, this is definitely something bad. The Uzumaki clan is destroyed, Kirito said to Ashina. This brought an absolute silence in the room. Not like there was anyone else in the room besides them two in the first place. For some time neither of the two spoke anything, but then. What? What do you mean destroyed? Asked Ashina in a dangerously low grounding voice. Kirito just sighed because he knew that this matter was going to take some time. I mean destroyed, you heard right. Before my birth, the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. I heard that this happened in the Second Shinobi War. Almost just when my mother was sent to Konoha. 3 villages combined their might to lay siege on the Yuzushiyogakure. Iwa, Cloud and Mist. Kirito said and waited for Ashina's response. Boy, do you understand what are you talking about here, right? Ashina asked him again. I know what I am talking about. In the future from where I have come from. Yuzushiyokage is completely destroyed and only a few shattered people of Uzumaki remain. In fact, I only have seen 2 other Uzumaki beside me in my entire life. That being my twin brother and another Uzumaki survivor whose mother escaped the destruction of Yuzu and was captured by some other village. This particular Uzumaki girl was able to heal others with her blood, and her daughter also inherited that power. Kirito told him the entire thing. He did not talk about Nagato because he didn't want to explain how he knew him. Ashina did not know what to say right now. But then suddenly something clicks inside his mind. And what about your mother? You never met her? Ashina asked. She too died just after giving birth to me with my father in the Nine-Tails attack which will happen in the village, said Naruto. Ashina did not say anything more. He now just wanted to listen to Kirito about everything he knew about the future. This might help him save his clan if what Kirito was saying had any truth. Thus this leads Kirito to tell the entire history of the shinobi world from his Uzumaki clan's fall to his coming here. By the end of the story, it was already too late. Konoha did not even come to save us. Ashina cursed inside. You should not believe in Konoha. I am a Konoha shinobi too and know how shady things are in the village, especially after Hiruzen became the Hokage. Kirito said. Anything more which could help us? Asked Ashina. There is not much, but I can say that it's not just the 3 villages who are involved in the upcoming attack in Yuzu. There is a possibility that Hokage, especially Danzo, is making this happen behind the shadows. Don't believe them. Kirito said and Ashina nodded. Now that you know everything you need to know. Can you help me learn Uzumaki Fuinjutsu so I can go back home? Kirito asked. Ashina thought about it and then nodded. If the information you gave us is true, then I with the entire Uzumaki clan am indebted to you. I will help with everything you can within our power. Currently, there are 2 master-level Fuinjutsu users in the clan. Kashin is one of them. If you want to learn then ask him. He will train you. Feel free to stay here as long as you want, Ashina said and took his leave. Kirito keeps thinking about this. Is it okay to change the past like this? But he did not think about this too much. He too directly went to his room assigned by the clan head to get some rest. It's only 1 day since he came here and he already started to have a headache about how he will be changing the future or how he gonna get back home. Chapter 106. On the next day, the first thing Kirito did after waking up was to find Kashin and ask for his help to learn Fuinjutsu and also to decipher the ancient ninjutsu formulae which he learned. Thank God that I memorized all the seals written there in order. I have no idea whether the clan head here and the elder would give me permission to visit the ancient seal. Kirito internally sighs. Kashin agreed to teach him. In fact, the old man looked excited to do so. Currently, he can't do so because he has other work to do and thus he advises to find someone in the clan to teach him the basic Uzumaki sealing practices. That way both of their time will be saved. So here was Kirito for the first time traveling the Uzumaki village and checking out all the different things. I must say, this looked much bigger than I thought. Nothing like Konoha or the modern cities I have grown in my past life but still pretty neat for a small village created by only a few people, Kirito thought to himself. These people are a lively bunch if what he saw is any indication. They have completely isolated themselves because they are afraid that others will exploit them because of their bloodline. I wonder where should I go first? Kirito thought to himself, but then he found that he was attracting a lot of attention from the people in the street. This might be because he was the only person there with blonde hair. Everyone else has red hair. It's really weird seeing all these redheads and I am pretty sure that seeing a blonde suddenly in their village will be equally as weird for them, Kirito thought to himself. Boy, who are you? Someone asked him. Kirito turned around to find a middle-aged man who was selling vegetables asked to him. I am Kirito Namikaze. Kirito introduced himself. Why are you here? Are you from Konoha? The man asked. Kirito had no idea how to man come to the conclusion that he was from Konoha, but he didn't want to tell him that. In the future, there is a possibility that the Uzumaki clan and Konoha will not be in a very good situation and this might come back to bite his ass later on. No sir, I am not from Konoha. I am a wandering ninja and my mother was also an Uzumaki. Before dying, she told me to visit her home sometime and I came here, Kirito said. This was the story which he decided to tell others who didn't already know that he had come from the future. Oh really, who was your mother? The man asked. Her name is Kushina, Kirito said with a smile. That really is a Uzumaki name. So are you planning to stay in the Uzumaki clan now? Asked the man. Why do you even care? Kirito thought to himself. For the time being yes, Kirito said, and before the man said anything he wanted to get out of there, but someone at this time came there. Uncle Yuraki, Mom wants some cabbage please. Kirito heard a high-pitched voice and looked down, only to see Loli looking with equally if not more curiosity. Ah Kushina, I am sorry but I am out of cabbage for today, said the now named Yuraki. Kushina just pouted and sighed. Kirito hardly cares about his name. His attention was now totally on the girl in front of him. Considering that there are no other Kushina in the Uzumaki clan. This little Loli should be his future mother. Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina looked towards Kirito and said. Hello, I am Kirito Namikaze. Kirito also introduced himself. Are you an outsider? Mr. Kushina asked with curious eyes. I am. Kirito had no idea what to say now. Kushina seemed like she wanted to ask more things, but then an older-looking woman called for her. She gave Kirito one last look and went towards the older woman. Kirito just looked at both of them leaving. I don't think that woman is my grandmother. She is much older than my grandmother. Maybe her age might not be that apart from Mito Uzumaki, thought Kirito. But that woman, there was something about her. Like. Kirito felt some sort of déjà vu here, but not sure what's going on. He was sure that he was missing something here, like a sixth sense telling him that old woman is an important character for some reason. But now Kirito won't know this, only later will he realize what was happening here. That the fate has started to play its part. After going around a little, Kirito finally decided to go back to his room and stay there for some time. He just needs to come out now only to get a meal, otherwise nothing more. Good thing that I had enough money with me, and thank God that same money works here as in the future. Kirito could not be more grateful about it. While he was resting in his room, he suddenly heard footsteps coming towards his room. And then whoever came knocked on his door. Kirito gurglingly opened the door, not wanting to get up from his bed again. Kirito-san, Ashina-sama have called you into his office, said one of the Uzumaki women there. Okay, I will go there then, Kirito said, and the women went away. Now what he wants, Kirito thought to himself. Chapter 107. Kirito had no idea why the clan leader was looking for him. It was pretty late to call him over and he was not having a good feeling about this. When Kirito finally entered the office of Ashina Uzumaki, there were already a few people there including Ashina. Kashin was also there. So you are finally here, said Ashina the moment Kirito entered the office room. I suppose I am here. Still not sure why though, Kirito said in a little sarcastically. He was mostly irritated by the weird timing that this Uzumaki clan leader had called him to his office. Well, you are here because you are involved in the conversation which I am going to tell everyone, Ashina said. Kirito now started to have some idea of what this conversation could be. But he did not think too much about it and waited for the clan leader to talk. As for you all who has not known this information, let me explain, Ashina said and paused so other gave him attention. After he made sure that he had the attention of all the people in the room, he started once again. Kirito here informed me on his arrival that there is an invasion plot happening against the Uzumaki clan in the future. The moment these words left Ashina's mouth, the entire office was in an uproar. Kirito is not contributing. It is not his place to confirm his information. He just let the clan head handle it. Quiet down. This is important, so listen, Ashina shouted. How credible is this information? Why are you sure that this boy here is not lying to us? One of the elders whose name is Kirito doesn't know and doesn't bother knowing either asked in a heated voice. I know this is a big claim and I was too skeptical about this too, but believe me, this is real. Otherwise, I would not have called all of you out here and talked with you about his topic here. Ashina was very apparent about this. This brought absolute silence in the office and most of the people present there were either watching Ashina or Kirito at this time. The moment I learn about this from Kirito, and believe me, he has a good reliable source to claim this as well, I can assure you that. I immediately started gathering information on a possible attack on Yuzu. It's just yesterday that I asked for this information and within one day, I got the information. Mist, Rock and Cloud are heavily mobilizing their armies right now and even have started regular marches in the sea area near our borders. Ashina said. 1 minute, you are telling me that 3 of the 5 major villages are going to attack us together, Kashin asked. Kashin already had some idea that the clan was in danger but not this much. Now even he was worried. Did you ask for Konoha's help? That was the next thing which came to everyone's mind. Well, about that. According to Kirito, Konoha's upper management might be responsible or at least involved in this invasion. Ashina drops the next big bomb. What? Pretty much everyone shouted next. Look, I don't have any confirmation about this, let alone proof, but for the time being, we will consider what Kirito is telling because his previous intel was on the mark, Ashina said. He already knew that what Kirito told him was the truth, but he can't explain this to the other elders and members. The reason is that he can't share that Kirito is from the future. So what are we gonna do? Kashin asked. Well, for the time being, I think we should ask for Konoha's help. Some of the elders said. Without proof, we can't just assume that Konoha will not help us. Not to mention, we are an old alliance here. They will definitely come forward in our time of need, right? Other elders said. Ashina was not telling anything and let others talk and give their ideas to the table. That is a sign of a good leader. Okay, I too agree that we should ask for Konoha's help. Even there is a possibility that they won't help us. It's worth a shot. Ashina said. Others agreed including Kirito. Well, it's worth a shot. It's not like I'm actually 100% sure that Konoha is behind the attack on Yuzu anyway. What I told to Uzumaki clan head was just my hypothesis and I was pretty apparent about it, Kirito thought. But I don't understand how my presence here was necessary. They could have let me sleep while they took this boring meeting, Kirito muttered to himself. Kirito, I will be sending a team to Konoha to ask for their help. I would like you to go with them, Ashina said. This finally pops Kirito's bubble about spending his vacation entirely on learning Fuinjutsu and finding a way back home. Me, are you sure? Kirito asked. Even another elder besides Kashin was skeptical about this. Yes, you are the source of this information and considering how you get that. You are also the best candidate to go to Konoha and see whether this is true or not. Ashina said. Shit, there goes my peaceful vacation, Kirito thought to himself. And what do I get? That is what Kirito wanted to question, but he held himself back. Okay, but as you already know, I have a plan to learn Fuinjutsu from Kashin-sama here. What about that? Kirito asked, hoping that this small hindrance would give him a way out. Don't worry about that. There is an even better master of Fuinjutsu currently living in Konoha. And on my request, she might even be willing to teach you, Ashina said. You mean Mito-sama? Kirito said with raised eyes. Ashina just smirked and changed to topic. Anyways, the team will be leaving for Konoha in a few days. For the time being, I will let my granddaughter show you the basic Uzumaki seals. She will sort you out tomorrow on her own, so for the time being you can go, Ashina said. This time it looks like he is plotting something. Kirito was sure that there was more important information which Ashina wanted to talk about but couldn't talk in front of him there, so Ashina sent him out. Kirito did not think too much about this and directly went out. Not like he can change anything about this situation anyway. Chapter 108. Months before Kirito's arrival. In the hidden chambers of the Hokage Tower, the top management of Konoha gathered under a cloak of secrecy. Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at the head of the table, flanked by Danzo Shimura. The room was dimly lit, with the only source of illumination being the flickering candles casting dancing shadows on the walls. This is a grave matter, and it must remain within these walls. Our village has been growing stronger, but we need to take advantage of the fragile relations between cloud, rock, and mist villages. Uzushiogekure's power cannot be ignored, and we must bring them to their knees before they become a threat. Danzo said. Hokage-sama, I have been gathering intelligence for quite some time. Uzushiogekure's defenses are formidable, but their true strength lies in their sealing techniques. If we could obtain and control their secrets, it would grant us a significant advantage. This time it was Himura speaking. We are an alliance nation. We just want to attack them because we are afraid of their growing power. They are our alliance since the village was formed. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, but everyone present in the room knew that he was acting. Hiruzen Sarutobi will never directly speak his mind, but he and Danzo are usually at the forefront of every possible dark thing happening in the village. You are too soft, Hiruzen, Danzo said. Danzo, you are playing a dangerous game here. And yes, I can see the benefits for the village, but this will lead to the second ninja war, Hiruzen said. Agreed, direct confrontation will lead to catastrophic losses on both sides, and this will inevitably lead to war no matter whether the invasion plan works or not, but we need to instigate conflict between cloud, rock, and mist. The tension between them is already high, and with a well-executed plan, we can manipulate them into attacking Uzushiogekure. It's not like if we don't do it then the war will not happen. But if right now we acted, then Konoha will continue as the superpower it already has been for many years to come. Danzo said. I too agree with Danzo on this one. With Uzumaki sealing knowledge and resources in our hand, we might as well be the strongest nation for the upcoming many decades. Not to mention, this invasion will be very resource-heavy on other villagers too. This will inevitably lead to Konoha's smooth victory and many years of peacetime. We are doing this for Konoha and its peace, Koharu added. Leave that to me, Third Hokage. I have a network of agents within the other villages. I will sow the seeds of discord and frame each village for various acts of aggression against the others. We'll escalate the situation until a full-blown war erupts. This time Danzo speak before Hiruzen can say anything. I don't like this, Danzo, but if it means protecting Konoha and maintaining the balance of power, we have no choice. Just make sure that not all of the Uzumaki are not dead. We also need a Jinchuriki for the Nine-Tail. Mito-sama is already old and needs to be replaced, Hiruzen said. Understood, Hokage-sama. Danzo nodded but had a malicious smile on his face. And so, the wheels of betrayal and deception were set into motion. Danzo skillfully played puppeteer, maneuvering the cloud, rock, and mist villages into conflict with one another. Tensions escalated, skirmishes ensued, and trust between the villages rapidly eroded. Uzushiogekure, feeling threatened by the chaos, prepared to defend itself, unaware of the hidden puppet strings pulling the strings of war. What they were not aware of was that this time around there is just one more person who will be present in the Uzushiogekure who knows their true face. Chapter 109. Bang bang. Early in the morning, Kirito heard this sound. He looks at his side, hoping that this voice he was hearing was flashed from yesterday night when he finally became a real man, but unfortunately, there was no one sleeping beside him to prove that claim. Then he looked towards the door from where the sound really came from. Kirito was an early riser, training early has made him like that, but this time was early for even him. He quickly got up from his bed and put on his clothes. Slowly walks towards his door to open it, still very sleepy. The knocking on the door was intensifying. At one point he was thinking about whether it is even safe to open that door. But he opens it nonetheless. And what he saw completely woke him up from his sleep. Although he felt that he was in a dream even then. In front of him was a Uzumaki girl. To be more specific, a very beautiful Uzumaki girl. No, maybe the most beautiful girl he has ever seen, period. Or maybe it is just his Namikaze and Minato side affecting on him. She had vibrant red hair just like most of her clan with blue eyes. At first, Kirito thought that she looked like Kushina or Karin, but now then he thinks about it. This girl in front of him might look more like Rias from DxD World or Urza from Fairy Tail. With that long blood red hair color and blue eyes. And specially developed assets. This girl simply knocks pretty much every girl he has seen out of the park. Kirito with his past experience has realized that he doesn't particularly need to stare to admire the opposite gender, which is totally healthy for a boy his age, by the way. He can simply just activate his focus once and memorize the image in his head. At first, this sounded much more perverted to him, but when he thought about it later he realized that it's less perverted to at least openly staring. So he quickly remembers the image and converts his attention to the girl's face. Obviously, he was not looking at her face still now. "How may I help you?" Kirito said with full confidence and tried to control his impulse not to look down. But he really had a hard time considering that this girl might be even more impressive than Hinata in this section. "You are Kirito Namikaze, right?" the girl asked. The girl asked in the usual hoity tone of a beautiful girl. Kirito acted cool, nodded his head and said yes. "Good, you are the person who grandfather told me to teach sealing." "Then get ready, we are going to start now," the girl said. Now Kirito remembered that Ashina clan, leader of Uzumaki clan, did offer her granddaughter to teach him sealing, and he took him up on that offer. But what with this timing, Kirito thought. "Okay, I will be in the park in 15 minutes. "What is your name, by the way?" Kirito said. "Alright, I will be there, don't be late, otherwise I will have to come knock on your door again," that girl said and dashed out. "Hey, at least tell your name." Kirito thought, but the girl was already gone. Kirito just huffed and got ready to move out. When he finally reached the park, he found the girl waiting there. Before Kirito approaches her, she directly walks towards Kirito. Her speed of walking was pretty fast for someone who had just taken a stroll in the park just a moment ago. "Great, you are here. Listen, grandfather told me to teach you, but I am not sure whether you have the talent to learn Uzumaki sealing. This is going to be pretty hard. Are you sure that you want to learn this?" she asked. Is this some kind of prep talk before starting something difficult, because it's not working at all? Kirito thought to himself. "Yes, I am sure that I want to learn Fuinjutsu," Kirito said. The girl whose name Kirito didn't know yet just narrowed her eyes at Kirito and honestly looked pretty cute. Damn, it's really hard to not get distracted around this chick. Focus Kirito thought to himself. Although looked unconvinced, the girl ended up believing Kirito and took her to the Uzumaki library from there. If we were going to come here anyways, then why bother meeting in the park, Kirito wondered. The rest of the day was pretty normal from there on. Kirito literally turns on his hyperfocus and learns the Uzumaki basic sealing techniques and characters. The girl looked impressed. Surprisingly, Kirito did not get to know the girl's name. It was more like every time he wanted to ask her name, she just changed the topic. After some time he even stopped trying. There is no point asking a girl her name when he clearly doesn't want to tell you. Hell, even by the way she is rushing to teach me all the things, I am sure that either she does not like teaching or just particularly does not want to teach me, Kirito thought. By the end of the day, Kirito was pretty exhausted. He ended up learning and memorizing pretty much an entire year or two worth of information. But it was worth it. The face of that girl, when she looked extremely frustrated, was totally worth it. In the end, she ended up storming out of the library with frustration and defeat. "Thank you, hyper-focus," Kirito muttered and smiled. This now even he was having a headache because of how much information he just cramped inside him. She did not tell me her name in the end, Kirito thought and signed. Chapter 110. For a few more days Kirito learned Fuinjutsu art from the Uzumaki clan. But this time around that girl whose name he still doesn't know was not with him. She only appeared on the first day, and later on Ashina asked him to demonstrate his Fuinjutsu talent. Apparently, that girl might have acted really bratty in front of him but ended up telling her grandfather or clan head to be exact how amazing Kirito's talent was in the Fuinjutsu. Nonetheless, even the clan head was very surprised at how insane Kirito's talent was in sealing arts. But only Kirito knew that it was not just his talent but also his hyperfocus ability which made him so good. So after that day, Kirito got full access to all the beginner Fuinjutsu materials, and even the clan leader's granddaughter did not come to teach him. Mostly because he already mastered the basics. Finally, the time when Kirito had to leave Yuzu to go to Konoha came. A 3-men's party was formed to send to Konoha. It mainly consisted of Kirito and 2 more Uzumaki jonins. "So are all of you ready to get going?" Kashin asks while looking at Kirito and his team. "Yes, mostly," Kirito replied, and others also nodded. "By the way, give this letter to Mito-sama. This is from the clan head. She might teach you after reading this," Kashin told him. Kirito took the letter and nodded. And with that Kirito and the 2 Uzumaki jonin left for Konoha. This journey was a dull affair. Both the jonin were pretty much an adult, so there was not much Kirito could have talked with them. It only took 3 days to reach Konoha village. As the land of fire came, Kirito was able to see the village gate. He internally felt like he was finally home, but that was not the case here. No one currently in this Konoha recognizes him. This village is not his home. Maybe 30 years later that might be the case, but not right now. The first thing which he noticed was that the village security was much better at this time compared to in his time. No wonder so many powerful shinobi infiltrated the village and caused havoc. Just like normal, 2 guards were stationed at the main gate of the village. Nothing unusual there, but Kirito had amazing senses. He could feel many more guards stationed around. Looks like wartime makes people vigilant while peacetime makes them incompetent, Kirito thought to himself. After the 2 jonin with him talk with the gatekeepers, they let all of them in. As soon as he entered the village, the difference was apparently visible to him. This village looks even older than Konoha when I first saw it, Kirito mutters and internally sighs. When will I be able to finally see skyscrapers again? The place was really looking pretty old-fashioned. There were not as many people in the streets as they were in the future. People here also looked a little more grim than what he was used to. The first stop was none other than the Hokage office. Kirito did not want to go there. He rather sightsees the village, but the 2 jonins with him kinda drag him to the Hokage office. Wow, this place has not changed that much. I should say that it will not change for the next 30 years. Guess the Pain invasion finally gave these Konoha people a reason for some changes in Hokage building. Kirito thought. Please wait here, Hokage-sama is a little busy. He will be attending you in a short time. A woman, probably Hokage's secretary, told to us. Great, more wait and boredom, Kirito thought. He took out his scroll and started reading it. He has been working really hard to find a way back home. There is another way, but he rather checks this out first. Hokage took his leisure time. It took him almost 3 hours to come, and Kirito was almost about to explode out of boredom. He directly wants to leave this place on the pretext of meeting Uzumaki Mito, but before he could have done that, Hokage finally arrived. Please come in. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not that old right now. Kirito never thought that he would see this geezer again. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for meeting with us here, Omui Uzumaki said. This is the name of one of Kirito's companions. Kirito did not say anything. He just kept quiet and let the conversation be handled by the adults. After some pleasantry, Omui finally came to the topic. Or he tried to, because even before he could have said anything, Hokage spoke first. I suppose the Uzumaki people have already decided to send us the next 9-tailed Jinchuriki, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. In fact, while he told this, he was frowning while looking at Kirito. Did this monkey think that the Uzumaki clan have sent me to replace Mito Uzumaki? Kirito thought. Kirito in fact guessed right. Hiruzen Sarutobi was expecting a response from the Uzumaki clan because the last time he contacted them, he directly asked for the next Jinchuriki to be sent by the Uzumaki clan. But after seeing that the person they have prepared is a boy around 13 to 14 years old and does not even have red hair, he was not happy. This boy is certainly not a pure Uzumaki. But considering his age, he seems like the person sent by the Uzumaki clan to replace Mito Uzumaki, Hiruzen thought. This bought a bumper in his plan. If they are not getting a girl with pure Uzumaki lineage, then this will be a problem. Not only boys are harder to control, but because of his impure blood, there is a possibility that he might not be able to handle the 9 tails. I am not the one you are thinking I am, Kirito said in a plain, cold tone. This shifted the entire attention of the room towards him. Chapter 11. I am not the one you are thinking I am, Kirito said in a plain, cold tone. This shifted the entire attention of the room towards him. And who you might be, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. Still wonder whether Kirito really read his mind or realized what he was thinking. I am Kirito Namikaze. No one is important, but still am here because the clan leader asked me to, Kirito said with a neutral voice. The Hokage did not particularly have any impression of Kirito at this point, but considering that this 12 to 13-year-old boy was able to talk to him without much reservation or fear of his position, he is a good seedling. The only problem is that this seedling belongs to the Uzumaki clan. But now when he observes Kirito a little more, he realizes that he has seen this boy before. Minato Namikaze. Yes, that child is in the academy and Jiraiya is very fond of that kid. Hiruzen thought. What did you say your name was again? Hiruzen asked. He did hear it but wants to confirm it. If it's really Namikaze, then there will definitely be a relationship between this boy in front of him and Minato. It's Kirito, Namikaze. Kirito said once again. Already realizing that Hiruzen in front of him have already realized his connection to Minato. Whether it is a similar face or the name, there is no way that the two are not related. It's a good thing that the clothing style which Kirito copied from Minato was from his adult time and not from his young time. Otherwise, that would have been completely impossible to differentiate the two. The Namikaze, we currently have a Namikaze boy studying the Konoha Academy right now. And now when I think about it, you two look almost identical to each other. Hiruzen asked. To this even Kirito's temporary team which came with him was curious. Really, that's interesting. If you don't mind. Might I ask to meet him? Kirito asked Hiruzen. He did not give any information to Hiruzen as he was expecting. Hiruzen internally frowned but did not show that in his face. That's fine, you can visit Minato any time you want. But what you were talking about is that you are not the one I am thinking about, Hiruzen asked. Oh, you were thinking about whether the Uzumaki clan have chosen me to be the next Jinchuriki for the Ninetales, right? I am not. They are looking for a girl with pure Uzumaki blood for that job. Considering how well Mito-sama has held back the Nine-Tail. Kirito said, not even thinking about who he was talking to. Not like he said anything wrong, but this put Kirito's position in Hiruzen's eyes as an important member of the Uzumaki clan because now he know this secret. That's good, Hiruzen said and did a fake grandfatherly laugh. So how long will the Uzumaki clan take to bring back a new Jinchuriki? Hiruzen asked. He did not ask this Kirito but rather the two adult Uzumaki people accompanying Kirito. They did not have any particular response to this question because they were only ordered to ask for Konoha's help and nothing more. Kirito noticed their hesitance and said. Well, that's an issue. You see, Hokage-sama, currently, there is a possibility that the Uzumaki country will go to war with a few of the other ninja villages and thus we do not particularly have time to decide on a person for the Jinchuriki job. Or that's what the clan leader said at least. Kirito said and shrugged their shoulder. This brought another round of silence in the room. Now Hiruzen Sarutobi knew why these people were here. He was not expecting that they would find out the invasion plan so soon. I don't particularly have the details about it, so my superior here will inform you about that, Kirito said and directly the conversation to his temporary team. Hiruzen then turned to the two adults Uzumaki Jonin and Kirito took this time to get out of there. He was not planning to stay there for the whole time anyway. This was the best time to get out of that situation. After sneaking out of the Hokage office, he is sure that he will be scolded afterwards. He directly went to eat something. He is not sure what, but if he is not wrong then the ramen shop should not be there by this time. So he ended up entering a normal barbecue shop to eat something. There were some ninjas who were trailing him but he did not care. If they are just keeping an eye on him then it's fine. If they have any other intention they will not be so fine afterwards. After eating a barbecue, Kirito spends most of his time wandering around Konoha and comparing the future Konoha to the past. At this time there were already many little girls and even some older women who got attracted by Kirito. No wonder people used to say that Minato Namikaze was a ladies' man. Even if he never looked toward another woman except for Kushina. There is no denying the fact that he was a handsome person. Kirito thought to himself. While wandering around Konoha, he ended up stumbling into a training ground where someone was training. This person looked quite familiar but still different. White hair and a short sword in his hand. This person was none other than Tsukumo Hatake. The White Fang. Kirito stood there and kept watching Tsukumo practicing his sword. That pretty impressive. Kirito wanted to whistle but considering that he would draw attention to himself. He did not do that. But he still opens his hyper-focus and observes Tsukumo with adapt attention. Chapter 112. Kirito stood there and kept watching Tsukumo practicing his sword. That pretty impressive. Kirito wanted to whistle but considering that he would draw attention to himself. He did not do that. But he still opens his hyper-focus and observes Tsukumo with adapt attention. Man, I have seen swordsmanship in my previous life, especially in the anime and movies. Till now I thought that it was good enough but not really useful in the level of battle which shinobi usually have, but after seeing this I got to say, swordsmanship is cool as hell. Kirito mutters to himself. Tsukumo at this time notices Kirito standing there watching. He turns to him and looks at him. Who are you? Tsukumo asked. Kirito at this comes out from his thinking and quickly introduces himself. Hello, I am Kirito Namikaze, Kirito said. Tsukumo looked at Kirito and could tell that the boy in front of him was strong. He had strong chakra even if he was suppressing it and his eyes were sharp. Why are you spying on my training? Tsukumo asked. It's not spying if you are not particularly hiding it, Kirito said with a shrug. This made Tsukumo twitch his eyebrows. This kid has a sharp tongue, Tsukumo internally complained. What are you doing here, kid? Tsukumo asked finally. Admiring your swordsmanship, Kirito said cheekily. I really don't have time for this, Tsukumo thought to himself and started walking away. Kirito saw that and wanted to ask for Tsukumo's advice on swordsmanship. He is not sure why, but after seeing Tsukumo, he has an urge to learn swordsmanship. He was learning before but it was mostly for fun. But now he was really interested. He did have a normal sword and he used to use it, but that is nothing compared to what Tsukumo in front of him was able to do. But he knew that doing that was not the right idea. Considering that currently Tsukumo is a member of the Konoha and he is representing Yozu. Asking him to teach him will be bad. So with that said, Kirito also moved from that place and started his wandering again. After walking a little bit, he suddenly realizes that he has come to the academy. Now he had the urge to find his own father. I might as well as find my future father while I am here, Kirito thought grimly. Sadly, because of the war situation which usually goes on in this era, his entry into the academy where a lot of the clan heirs are was strictly forbidden. So with a dejected face, he came back to his team which was almost done talking with the Hokage. He already knew what the outcome of his talk would be, but after seeing their faces, he did not even bother to ask. You were supposed to be there, Omai said. I could not have done anything to change Hokage's mind. And if the clan leader has told you all the information about this mission, then you don't even need to ask me how I know. Kirito rolled his eyes and said. In the matter of the fact is that they really did not have all the information. And now they knew that if they don't have the information that Kirito was talking about, then, that would be for a reason, and they are not going to get any information from Kirito's side. How long we are staying here in Konoha? Kirito asked. Only a week. We will have another talk with the Hokage at that time. Omai was not looking good for the outcome though. Good then, I too want to join that meeting. Tell me when you are going. Kirito said and got ready to go away again. Where are you going? Omai asked. To meet Osama. I have a letter which I have to give to her and also learn some ninjutsu from her, Kirito said and went away. Omai just sighs. After getting to the Senju clan compound, he found that there were only 2 people in that huge place. No doubt that one of the people is Tsunade because her chakra signature is very similar to what it was in the future, and another one is Mito Uzumaki. Kirito muttered. He can say this because he can sense Nine Tails powers from Mito Uzumaki. But that does not mean that those are the only people here. There are many hidden Umbu around here who are guarding the Jinchuriki of the village. Apparently, they did not stop him because maybe they got news from Hokage that the members of the Uzumaki clan had arrived. Knock knock. Kirito knocked on the door and waited for someone to open the door. Soon the door opened and the person in front of him was Tsunade. For the young Tsunade. Damn, she looked young in the future, but this is real, and damn, this looks much better, Kirito thought to himself. Hello, I am Kirito Namikaze. I want to meet Mito-sama, Kirito said. Tsuanda's face twisted at how easily I asked for a meeting from Mito-sama. She looked like she wanted to say something, but because she couldn't say anything, Kirito beat her to the punch. Before you chase me away, please give this to Mito-sama. This letter is from the current leader of the Uzumaki clan. Ashina-sama. Kirito handed over the letter to her. He was just hoping that she wouldn't tear the letter. Thankfully she really took the letter and went to Mito Uzumaki. Kirito waited until Mito Uzumaki called for him. Soon thought the wait was over as he was really led inside by Tsunade. Chapter 113. It has already been more than 10 days since I came to Konoha, and from day 1 I have been spending my time in the Senju mansion. Yup, these people have a mansion. After I delivered Ashina's letter to Mito Uzumaki, she took me under her tutelage, no question asked. Interesting, I did not think that Ashina Uzumaki had so much power to make this happen. Well anyways, for the 10 days I have been working really hard. Almost felt like I had my exam days from Earth. Pretty much all the time I had hyper-focus and my brain was not happy with me by the end of the day. But thanks to that, I was able to learn a lot of things about Uzumaki sealing, and now I have a good understanding of what those sealing formulae were. Still, I can't get back to home. I need to do a lot of research before that. I in fact even have time to learn a little bit of the healing jutsu from Tsunade herself. I might even be able to use the creation rebirth technique too. But that is not important, because getting back home is my first priority. You have exceeded my expectations, Mito said, still surprised how I could learn all her sealing techniques so fast. What can I say, you are really a good teacher, I said with a smile. I was not even trying to butter up to her either. She really is a good teacher. So what are you going to do after this? Mito asked. We never actually talk about the problem which the Uzumaki clan is facing, but I am sure that Mito Uzumaki knows about it. Hell, I can even say that she might have already known this even before the Konoha higher-ups actually implemented the plan. I have only one thing which I want to ask from you, Mito said. Yes, please tell, I said. I know that you are not from around here. I know that you know things which no one else should. I want you to help the Uzumaki clan. Mito said. Although she was still calm, there was a tremble in her voice. Helping the Uzumaki clan, it's not like I was not planning to help them in the first place, but... Why do you think I can make any difference? I asked. I wanted to know why she thought that I could do anything about it in the first place. I have been the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tail for more years than you have been alive, kid. I know what is inside you, Mito said. So she senses the Nine Tail chakra inside me. Probably thinking that in the future, I am the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tail. Well yes, I am a Jinchuriki but not the complete one, I said. Mito looked pretty confused about what I said. But she did not ask about it more. I will help the Uzumaki clan, so don't worry about that. This time around I will not let the Uzumaki clan get destroyed, I said with confidence. Good, if you are helping the Uzumaki clan then I can rest assured, Mito sighed. After hearing my request, Mito looked pretty surprised but agreed in the last. By the time I was done with Mito, I had to directly go to the Hokage office. This was our last day in Konoha and today was our last chance to convince Hiruzen Sarutobi to help the Uzumaki clan. Yeah, like as if. I am sure that he is not going to help us. In fact, I am sure that he is behind the upcoming attack which is coming to the Uzumaki clan. So I finally reached the Hokage office and enter with determination on my face. I saw Hiruzen Sarutobi and even all the other elders with Danzo Shimura sitting there. Oh, how I would love to kill this fucker once again. That feeling was insane and satisfying. All my temporary comrades were already present there. Don't tell me that I am the last. I looked around and made sure. Yup, I am the last, I mutter internally and sigh. Glad that you are here, Kirito-san, please take your place. Your comrade told me that you are also going to be a part of this meeting, Danzo said. Yes, thank you, Danzo-sama. Let's start the talk, I said and sat down in my place. I really don't want to talk, I rather just go back to Yuzu and kill those shinobi over this talk. Chapter 114. Just like we already have talked before, Hokage-sama. Currently, the Uzumaki clan is in danger of war. We are here to ask for Konoha's help. Omai said while I was just sitting and watching others' reactions. The talk was going on and I did not even pretend that I was listening. I sat there for almost 1 hour and 20 minutes and got absolutely bored. I believe that I slept better there than in the 10 days in which I was learning from Mito. Alright, I have enough of this back and forth, I said with irritation. Everyone was talking and pretty much shouting at each other without making it too obvious. Stopped talking and looked towards me. What do you mean, boy? Danzo said. I am pretty sure that you know what I mean, I replied. Let me conclude what you guys were able to talk about in almost 1.5 hours. We need your help while you guys are denying us on the presumption that there will be no attack on Yuzu. And is assuring us that if there is really an attack then you will take action. Right, I said. Although no one said anything, that was pretty much what was happening for the last hour. What are you trying to say, Kirito? Omai asked. What I mean is simple. It's pointless talking with these people here. They do not intend to help us until we are really at war. And only God knows how much time they will take to really take action after Yuzu engages in war, if they do, that is. Let's not waste our time here and go back. Remember what the clan had told you, right? I said. Omai looked at me and narrowed his eyes. He did remember what the clan had told him. The gist of it was to simply listen to Kirito and not trust Konoha's higher-ups. What do you mean, boy? Are you telling me that Konoha is not willing to help its ally? Koharu asked, trying to intimidate me. It's not like if I answer that question is going to change anything here now, is it? So let me give you a proposition which might really solve this issue without Konoha mobilizing his army and sending many shinobi to Yuzu, I said. How? Omai asked, and even Danzo and Hiruzen looked curious about this. It is simple. If Konoha is sure that they will be able to help out Yuzu and is confident about their ability, then just send someone important to Yuzu with us. How about Danzo-sama or Hokage-sama's son? I said this, and this immediately brought forth Hokage killing intent on me. This might have affected me half a year ago, but after facing Orochimaru, I can handle something like this. It's this killing intent that is just a little uncomfortable situation for a few seconds. And that's it. But if you think that I will just stand there and take that, then you are mistaken. I have done taking this kind of crap after Konoha's crush. I increased my own pressure and added nine-tailed chakra to the mix to add some flavor. And no, they can't sense it nine-tailed chakra because I can manipulate the malice perfectly. They can only sense the power of the chakra. The entire office was oozing with pressure and now everyone was in defensive mode. I am sorry, and no, I don't have any ill intention towards your family, Hokage-sama, but this just explains it, right? You are not comfortable sending your son to Yuzu at this time, right? If you yourself think that it's dangerous, then how we are supposed to keep our calm? I said. By his and Danzo's face, I am sure that they already have many come back, but I don't intend to let them talk. I really don't want to waste both of our time. So let me explain clearly what we are here for, because clearly, my comrades did not understand the true intention of the mission. We are not really here to ask for your help, but rather to see whether we can still believe in Konoha in the upcoming war. I stayed as clearly as I could. Sometime later. Well, that went even worse than I thought, I said with a smirk. Why are you laughing? Konoha is not going to help us. This is going to be difficult for Yuzu, Omai said. Believe me, they were not going to help in the first place. In fact, now that we have completed our mission and have made sure that we already know the true face of Konoha and Konoha higher up, I will explain the entire mission to you finally. You see, there is a possibility that Konoha and its elders are themselves involved in the upcoming fight. They are setting us up for the wars, I said, and kept on talking. What? Omai looked a lot more surprised than the clan leader. If you need more information, then you can ask the clan leader for more information. But for the time being, we need to make sure that we reach Yuzu safe and sound. I said that because I could sense multiple shinobi coming towards us. So you are still doing your shady backstabbing, Danzo, I thought and smiled. Good, it's really been a long time without some action. The audience is getting bored, if you know what I mean. Wink wink. Chapter 115. Currently, Omai and me was the only one traveling back to Yuzu. Our other comrade went back on the very first day after coming to Konoha. The reason is to give this a first impression of what Konoha's attitude is about the current situation of Yuzu and what exactly they can expect from Konoha. Good thing we did that because we needed to prepare. Hell, I even went as far as to secretly tell the land leader to assume the worst if one of us did not come back right after reaching Konoha. Currently, there were around 20 ninjas following us. They will definitely not going to engage us until we are not outside the land of fire. Apparently, it seems like my little show in the Hokage's office made Danzo worry of me, and he ended up sending 20 of his elite Umbu. There is Umbu following us. There are around 20, not all of them are Jonin, but we are dealing with at least 16 high Chunin level shinobi, 3 low Jonin level shinobi and 1 high Jonin, I said, looking at Omai. What, how do you know that? Omai looked at me and asked. I can sense them, I just said that, and Omai understood what I meant. You are able to sense them from his long distance? Omai looked at me with wide eyes. Yeah, my range is pretty big, and recently I have a feeling that it has improved. But I can't say without actually trying, I said, and he looked even more surprised. About this, even I am surprised a little. I have no idea how my sensing range increased by itself when I was not even training in it. Maybe it has something to do with my template progress. Possible. Listen, you go ahead and I will catch up with you, I said to Omai. What, you got to be joking. I am not leaving you here. Omai said. Hey, I got this. I know how to handle those shinobi, believe me. Remember what the clan leader told you, I am not just a normal kid with a hero complex. I said, rolling my eyes. Hero complex, I don't remember you saving me from those boring meetings before. You in fact ran away, Omai thought, but did not say anything to me. Okay, but make sure that you run away the moment you get the chance. And don't make me regret this decision, kid, he said, and started to move ahead. I slowed down. Well, I don't necessarily intend to run away. What I want is to fight a little. I muttered to myself and turned back. Time to set the stage before the big fight happens. I also want to test out all those tricks I learned with Mito and Fuinjutsu traps, I muttered with a wide smile on my face. So by the time those Umbu from Konoha reach me, I set all possible traps to welcome them. It did not take more than 10 minutes for them to come anyway. But 10 minutes for me was more than enough. Maybe I ask why you guys are following me, I asked with a jolly tone. There was no answer, they went ahead to attack me. I have no idea why they can't take out few seconds to even talk with me, but fine. The moment they arrived near me, I activated the seal I placed in the entire place. It was a barrier which I learned from Mito. Practically trapping them inside the barrier with me requires clones to set up and is pretty strong but consumes very little chakra. I was thinking at least I will know your names before I kill you, but it's fine. Not like I care about you Konoha scum anyway, I said with a smirk. None of the 20 shinobi looked even a little bit affected by my proclamation that I knew that they were from Konoha. Just like a good shinobi should be. But internally they panic, and I could sense that. Kill him, that might be the only thing I heard and ever going to hear from one of those Umbu. And the moment this sound was heard, they rushed towards me. I just smiled from where I was standing. Chapter 116. As all the Umbu rushed towards me, I got ready for the battle. I activated my hyper-focus because I will be an idiot if I am underestimating these Umbus. Usually, the skills of this warrior are higher in a time of war than in a time of peace. Not to mention the sheer numbers advantage they have. With lightning speed, multiple kunai came towards me. Dodging them was pretty easy, too easy if I say so. This attack was a distraction and also a trap. All the kunai were rigged with exploding tags. Seems like people in this era had some good seal masters. I, rather than dodging each one of those kunai, started to print hand signs. Wind style, great wind breakthrough, I shouted. Usually, I don't shout, but today I felt like it. Just like I anticipated, all the kunai blew away, but this was again a distraction attack. A few shinobi started to gang up on me. I dodged the attack. Before I counterattack, there was another attack and then there was another attack. I guess 1 versus 20 was not that good idea, huh? I thought to myself and smiled. Without hand signs, I created shadow clones and even the odd a little. Currently, my shadow clones are almost as good as me when it comes to handling an opponent of high Chunin to low Jonin level. Thus, here I am not going to have any issues. I mainly targeted the high Jonin. I duck an incoming kick from behind me. Damn, my senses are working amazing. For some reason I practically was enjoying this feeling. I felt that as my template was opening more, my senses were also getting better. Like its overall improvement. At the same time I was also seeing a pattern here. The more I use powers like hyper focus, they get better. I just dodged an attack which I did not even see coming. I just reacted because my senses were telling me to react. It's almost like I got spider sense. I dodged and dodged again, created a Rasengan in my hand and sent it flying towards the person who was targeting me. Not the high Jonin but the person who sneak attacked me from behind. Thanks to my training, I was able to increase the speed of my Rasengan throwing technique. Now it's faster than most of Kunai's throwing techniques. The moment the Rasengan connected, the person was thrown back and I am sure that he is dead. The high Chunin printed a hand sign and used a powerful fire-style jutsu towards me. I opened my palm and started rotating my chakra, forming another Rasengan, but this time around this was a Rasen Shuriken. I also cover my hands with steel release and launched the jutsu right at the fireball coming towards me. What happened next was exactly what I planned. Actually, this move is something I have practiced a lot, especially for all those pyromancers. The wind-style Rasengan Shuriken cut right through the fireball but at the same time also ended up absorbing the fire and going towards the Jonin. Guess what happens next? A fire tornado engulfs the high Jonin entirely. He was not even able to dodge the fast attack because his fireball blocked his vision, making the attack almost point blank. While I did this grand attack combo, another Umbu sneaked up on me and tried to attack me. The keyword was being tried to attack me because I was able to dodge thanks to my insane senses and punch him. Almost forgot that my hands are right now coated with steel release. But even then it's fine, right? It's not like the person will die with just a punch from my steel-coated hand. Again, not like I care if he dies. But I really do care about what happened next. My punch, which was not supposed to be a very strong attack and at best should only knock out a low Jonin level shinobi, totally blasted the Umbu. This face was blasted out like how Saitama's punches do to monsters. What the fuck, I shouted, not expecting this result. My reaction also brought attention from other shinobi and my clones who were fighting. How the hell that happened? I did not put that much effort into that punch, I thought to myself. But there was a feeling that not only my hyper focus but even steel release has gotten better. Maybe this has something to do with that seal. I am seeing this suddenly improvement after traveling from that seal after all. Now I was getting more interested in all the changes happening to me after either getting my spiritual cap removed or after coming here in the past. Although I am sure that it has something to do with my spiritual cap. Alright, the high Jonin is dealt with and now it's time to end this pointless battle and rush back to Yuzu. I also need to find the reason why I am suddenly strong, I mutter to myself and look towards the rest of the Umbu who were fighting. There were only 12 left and only 5 of my clones were holding them back. Geez, I was so excited to fight that I did not see that they were actually getting popped while I was fighting. Alright, time to use the traps I set up here, I said to myself with a smirk and form hand signs. Uzumaki style, dark eclipse, I said. This is a genjutsu which uses seals in a trapped area. After putting all the seals and making sure that the enemy is in the right stop, I can activate it, and boy, this is fun. This genjutsu messes up their chakra and their senses, practically making them confused about how to use their own bodies. The only problem is that it needs to be set up beforehand and needs a lot of chakra to perform. Not a huge deal compared to what I can achieve with it. Yup, my clones all popped away the moment the genjutsu started and all the Umbu are now confused. It's pretty funny seeing this all serious and powerful ninja acting like an idiot in front of you. They actually can't control their bodies right now. For example, if they want to move their head right, their left leg moves back to something like that. The signal that their brains are giving to their bodies is all messed up. Alright then, enough fun, time to end this, I said, and created a powerful Rasen Shuriken. This one was not like the previous attack which I made to only handle one Jonin. This was intended to handle all the shinobi in one go. With that technique launched towards the Umbu, I used the Flying Thunder God technique and flash out from there. Even I say flash out, I did not mean a real flash of light but that I teleported. This is something all of you are mistaking and commenting in the comments, so I clarify it here. Chapter 117. I had one of my Hirashin tags in Yuzu. This means all I have to do is to sense the tag and teleport. Assuming I have enough chakra. I can teleport without much issue. I was directly teleported outside the Uzumaki clan and then went inside. Currently, my goal is to explain what happened in Konoha to Ashina and also find Kashin to tell him about the changes happening to me. He might have some idea what's exactly going on with me. By the time I was in the Uzumaki village and went to find the clan leader, I found that the situation definitely looked different. For starters, people around me looked more active and agitated. Not sure what's going on here, but I can sense their agitation. I did not think too much about this all and directly rushed to Ashina's office. He was already in a meeting and I did not even have to sense it. By the voices I was hearing from the office room, I could tell that the matter was not small. I had to wait until the meeting was over. Luckily guards informed the clan leader that I was there and he directly called me in. "Kirito, you came just in time," Ashina said. "Okay, what's going on here? Why everyone in the clan is behaving like they are going to a war tomorrow?" I asked. "Because that might very well be the case," Ashina said, and other in the office was silent at that. I guess they were already pretty much aware of me, that they would be chilling in the background. Okay, that was not something I was not expecting. "Didn't we anticipate that the upcoming war would at least take 3 months to arrive at our doorstep?" I asked like he was joking, but I knew by this expression that he was not joking. "Yes, that is what we too anticipated, but suddenly the other villages have started to mobilize their armies. If they are not just joking with us and trying to intimidate us, which I highly doubt, they will be here in a few days." This time around my eyes also widened a little bit. 1 minute, few days, what does that mean? Can you please be a little bit more specific here? I asked hurriedly. I too was planning to get ready for the battle, but now it seems like I will not have enough time to do so. "I am not sure, but consider that the Uzumaki clan will be at war in the next 5 days," Ashina said, and switched his focus from me to other people in the office. I wanted to ask more questions, but I knew that I could not right now. I did not stay there and directly went to find Kashin. I directly went to his office. But he was not there. What the hell is going on? Why that old man is not there even if you need him? I muttered to myself and opened my senses to the max. I immediately spotted him in the training ground with the same girl whose name I don't know. No, I am going to call her No Name Girl from now on. Not my fault, I asked for her name. She did not give me, I said to myself, and rushed towards Kashin. By the time I got there, I realized that there were other kids of my age there as well. I looked at them and they looked at me awkwardly. I only knew the No Name Girl, and considering that I don't even know her name. Yeah, it's pretty awkward. "I have been looking for you. I need your help a little." I directly went towards Kashin and went to the point. No time to waste now when there is a possibility that I might as well go to war, which will happen 30 years before I was even born. "Sorry Kirito, I have to train this kid before the war starts." Kashin was looking worried. I looked around and saw all the kids my age and younger had unsure and weary emotions on their faces. It almost looked very similar to what Kirito and Naruto used to be when they were helpless and weak. Kirito's eyes narrowed and then he signed. "I will help you train them. It's not like I can't use shadow clones to train them like I do with Naruto," I said. "But that means that you help me out after we are done here," I remind him. Kashin looked at me and then, after thinking about it a little bit, he nodded his head. With that out of the way, I this time choose to take the legendary stand and cross my fingers, making a plus. "Shadow clone jutsu," I shouted, and 1 clone for each person popped up. "You all know what to do," I said, and all of my clones were already reaching out and introducing them to other kids. "And explain how they will help them train." "Alright, there you go. Now do you have time?" I asked Kashin. But just as I might have gotten my way with this, the No Name Girl suddenly appears in front of me. "Hey, I need Kashin to teach me swordsmanship. I can't let you take him right now," she said in a hoity tone. Beautiful as she may be, I don't have time for this. But before I could say anything, Kashin spoke first. "Kirito, why don't you join us in swordsmanship training? If you learn something, then we can complete this training early and get back to whatever you need my help with," Kashin said with a normal tone. I wanted to protest, but considering that I too was interested in swordsmanship, I agreed. "Alright, bring it on," I shouted and looked towards Kashin and No Name Girl. Chapter 118. What the hell, Kirito thought to himself. He might not be a very good swordsman, but he at least knows a little bit to not get embarrassed by the girl in front of him. Kirito tried to dodge her sword swing, but somehow the sword did not go as he calculated it to go. It was almost like the tip of the sword bent when near him, touching him even when he dodges the attack coming towards him. "What happened? I thought that you were going to complete this training in a few minutes and took Kashin away. Seems like you are having a hard time countering my sword technique," the No Name Girl said in a mocking tone. Yes, Kirito is still calling her the No Name Girl. Yes, he is getting his ass kicked by the said No Name Girl in sword fighting, but that's only when he is not using any of his cheats, like hyperfocus. And yes, the girl is still just as much as beautiful as she was annoying. What are you doing? I know, there is no way that you are just using pure sword skills to do that. What's your trick? Kirito asked in frustration. Kashin and other of his students were watching the battle from the sideline. It had been already an hour since the match started and Kirito, although continuously getting defeated, did not give up and continue to progress. He wanted to use hyper-focus and end this task, but he knew that this way he would not be able to learn swordsmanship, so he perused to do this the old-fashioned way. The reason is, that hyper-focus might help him understand the kind of style the girl is using, but that way he will not build the skill to understand the essence of swordsmanship which he wanted. Come on, I don't have all day to waste on you. Just give up already, the no-name girl taunted Kirito. Oh yeah, well, bad news for you, but that ain't happening, Kirito shouted. I have to say it, this kid has drive, Kashin thought to him. Kirito saw the attack coming towards him. He also had a sword in his hand. All he had to do was to either parry the attack or just plain dodge. But somehow, he failed to do exactly that for the last 2 hours. Come on, come on. Parry this time, I thought to myself, and when the time was right, he with lightning reflexes turned his body to dodge the attack. But only speed was not enough. He had no idea how, but the attack actually ended up connecting. It was almost like the blade had a homing missile system built inside it. It always finds its target. What the hell is going on here? I clearly dodged that attack. How in the world did it connect? Kirito said in frustration. He then heard laughing from the side, and even Kashin was looking a little bit amused by his situation. You can't even block or dodge my attack. Let alone defeat me. Like I told you, you better give up while you still have a little bit of dignity left, said the no-name girl. There was a twitch in his eyes, but he controlled his impulse to go all Naruto on this girl in front of him and create multiple shadow clones to end the battle. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Hell with this, I am defeating you if that's the last goddamn thing I do. Believe it, Kirito shouted and again took his stand. But this time around, he took the stand which he copied from Tsukumo in Konoha. He took a breath in and waited for the attack to come. Don't tell me that I did not tell you before. The no-name girl said and rushed forward. Kirito waited for the right time to act. He still refused to use hyperfocus or hyperspeed. The swing came, but this time around the situation was a little off. The swing was much faster than he anticipated. Shit, how she got that much faster, he thought. She was already upon him by the time he anticipated. He could not even react. The sword directly hit him on his side. But then he saw the girl taking the same stand she took a moment before. In the exact place she was a moment before. What, is this a genjutsu? Kirito thought at the moment of notice. But that was not the case. He was looking at a sai of genjutsu all this time when he was not able to dodge her attacks. Then something happened which surprised even him. She ended up moving in the same way she did a moment ago. Everything was just like how it was a moment ago. To the very detail. Seeing how the attack was just like what happened a moment ago. He anticipated where the strike was going to land and dodge. With his speed, he was able to react in time. Silence falls in the area. Kirito looked towards the girl who was looking at him in disbelief. Even Kashin looked surprised. It was the same attack. Why did she go for the same attack 2 times in a row? Kirito thought and looked at his side where his wound was supposed to be, but to his surprise, there was no wound there. What the hell? I can't heal that fast. Only with a 100 healing mark, someone can heal that fast. And I have yet to master that technique. Kirito thought to himself. He was not the only one confused and surprised. Others were surprised too, including the no-name girl and Kashin. But the only difference is that they did not see 2 attacks. She only attacked once with incredible speed. That was definitely her finishing move. But Kirito dodged it. How did you dodge that attack? Both Kashin and the girl asked in unison. Chapter 119. What the hell? I can't heal that fast. Only with a 100 healing mark, someone can heal that fast. And I have yet to master that technique. Kirito thought to himself. He was not the only one confused and surprised. Others were surprised too, including the no-name girl and Kashin. But the only difference is that they did not see 2 attacks. She only attacked once with incredible speed. That was definitely her finishing move. But Kirito dodges it. How did you dodge that attack? Both Kashin and the girl asked in unison. Well, if you are cocky enough to perform the same attack twice a row, then I will definitely be able to dodge that attack, you know, Kirito said. But he himself was not sure what was going on here. What are you talking about? I never repeated the attack, the no-name girl said. Kirito at this just narrowed his eyes. He did not sense her lying. Now he is surely getting confused about what's going on around him. First, he was able to sense people very well, then he was able to punch people like Saitama and blow up their heads, and now this. I don't care what's going on. I just dodged your attack. And now it's time to beat you, Kirito said. You sure get cocky fairly quick. Don't think that you will be able to beat me just because you were able to dodge one of my moves, the no-name girl said, but what she did not tell me was that that move of her is one of her stronger moves. Yeah, just fight alright, Kirito replied to the taunt of her. He was watching her carefully. His entire focus was on the girl in front of her. Then she finally moved, this time using her usual tricky move, unlike the fast move like the last time. Kirito waited and then it happened. He saw the girl move towards him, then she attacked him. Unlike last time, now he was able to tell that this vision was not real. It's more like his mind is assuming that she did that, or rather she will do that. He did not move from his place. Even if he is wrong, he wants to figure out what's really going on here. And just like he thought, the blade never touched him. It passed right through him, but that was not what he was interested in now. What he was interested more right now was that suddenly, almost midway, the blade was about to touch him. She changes the direction of the blade. No, this is not her changing direction of the blade. She switched her hand in which she was welding the sword. Kirito was surprised at this. This technique which she just used on him was advanced. No normal swordsman should be able to do this. Meaning that she did not tell him that she is also an advanced swordsman when she proposed to fight with him. And then, like he was sent a few seconds back in time. He saw the girl right in front of him making the same stand to move and do the exact same thing which she did. Oh no, you don't. Not this time. Kid gloves are off from now on. You did not tell me that you are a master at this art. Now it's my time to show you, Kirito thought to himself and got ready. Then the girl moved and Kirito stood there. He kept focusing on the swing of the blade. The moment the blade was about to connect, he dodged and turned. Usually, he would not show his back to the opponent, but there was a reason to turn. She used the same damn move she used before. She switches the blade to another hand and swings the blade at the same time, making it look like the blade is bending or coming from another side. Kirito thought was ready for this. His rotating movement let him face the exact directly from where the attack was coming. He used his own sword and deflected the attack. But not only that, he pulled a Uchiha on her. He used hyperfocus this time to see how she was able to do this technique and then tried to replicate it. Now usually mimicking this would have been not possible unless you have a Sharingan. Even for Kirito's hyperfocus, this is not an easy task. But that does not mean impossible. Kirito was able to perform the technique. The reason is that he already has experienced the technique in this battle so many times. Even without hyperfocus, he figures out after seeing the technique once when that unusual vision shows him what really going on. Another and more important reason is talent. Kirito himself did not know, but he has quite a talent for swordsmanship. Kirito's use of his opponent's technique shocked everyone in the place. He really struck the girl. Although he did not put much power to not injure her, that small cut he made on her was damaged enough for her pride. She was looking at Kirito with wide eyes. Like she just saw Uchiha Madara himself. Even Kashin looked flabbergasted. I am the best. Kirito had a smirk smile on his face. She looked at him with wide eyes and only asked in a shaky voice. How? By the looks of it, even Kashin and others also wanted to learn the same. Chapter 120. I am the best. Kirito had a smirk smile on his face. She looked at him with wide eyes and only asked in a shaky voice. How? By the looks of it, even Kashin and others also wanted to learn the same. I might tell you if you tell me your name, Ms. No Name, Kirito teased. There was a victorious smirk on his face. The girl just huffs, and although annoying as she is, she looked cute even in this. Kirito, where did you learn that technique? Asked Kashin. Well, I just copied her style. After seeing this many times I figured out what she was doing to hit me all this time. I just ended up copying her style, Kirito replied. Lie, no one can learn the raging water goddess this fast. It took me almost 2 years of extreme practice and training to master the style to the point which you show me, the no-name girl said. It was strange for Kirito that even between so many people this girl refused to tell her name to him. Or that he did not even hear her name from someone else's mouth. She is telling the truth, this technique which you just used is a very difficult technique used only by the masters of raging water goddess sword style. And is usually not suitable for boys. Mainly girls use this style, Kashin said. Kashin knew that Kirito was actually from the future and might really have not learned anything about this style. This also means that Kirito has an unprecedented talent for sword art. Would you mind doing some training now with me? If you are not tried, of course. I want to see how good you are in swordsmanship. Kashin asked. Yeah sure, but I never officially learned swordsmanship before. All I know is the very basic. Kirito said the truth. Although he ended up copying both White Fang style and Raging Water Goddess. It's not his real move set. They are just a few moves which he copies and nothing close to the real deal. Don't worry about it. Just try to attack me and I'll correct you, Kashin said. Both of them completely forgot that Kirito was fighting the no-name girl. This brought even more angry huffs and snorts from the beautiful redhead who looked a combination of Urza Scarlet and Rias Gremory. That entire day, Kirito and Kashin ended up fighting. Kashin taught Kirito a lot of moves and smoothed out his fighting style with the sword. The Raging Water Goddess style was not a good choice for Kirito. There was another very powerful style which Kirito could learn. Like the White Fang style or Uzumaki's own Whirlpool style, but none of them was the best match for Kirito. By the end of the day, Kirito was determined to create his own swordsmanship style someday. You are the most talented person I have ever seen, Kashin praised Kirito. At first I thought that you are good at ninjutsu and seals, but your talent in swordsmanship is by far the strongest. Kashin looked like a kid who got a new toy to play with. Really, I don't think so. I might be better off sticking with straight ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, Kirito replied. Considering Minato never used the sword. That was a normal assumption to make. And waste the phenomenal sword talent you have. No, not happening on my watch. I always wanted to take a worthy apprentice in my life. But none had the affinity to learn the ancient Uzumaki swordsmanship which was passed down in our clan. I might be the last person who has practiced it, and I too am not very talented in it. But you, Kirito, you have the talent to learn this style. Kashin said. Kirito was stunned. An ancient swordsmanship style. This is pretty interesting. What style? And it's that even okay to pass down an ancient clan style to just like that? Kirito asked in awe. To this, Kashin just snorted and said. I might very well be the last user of this technique, and with me, this style will end. I rather pass this style to you than see my clan's legacy end. Maybe that is what happened in your time. I don't want that to repeat. Kashin said with sadness in his voice, and he was looking older than he really was. That will not happen. I will save the Uzumaki clan. You have my word, Kirito said. To this, Kashin just smiled. And yes, please teach me this technique. I really want to learn the true essence of swordsmanship, Kirito said. Kashin smiles even more. Okay then, we will start from tomorrow. We have less than a week for the war to start, so we have to use all the time we get, Kashin said. Kirito just nodded. By the way, you wanted to ask me something, right? Kashin asked. Kirito almost forgot in all of his hype about swordsmanship, why exactly he came to Kashin in the first place. So he ended up explaining the entire thing which was happening to him. About his sudden power-up in both sensing and steel release. He even told Kashin about his recent discovery when fighting previously with the no-name girl. Kashin heard him in fascination, and lastly, after thinking too much about it, said. Kirito, it is possible for you to have the haki, Kashin said, but to himself, he sounded like he did not believe his own words. To this Kirito, this word sounded familiar. He thought about it. Trying to remember where he heard the word. But then suddenly. 1 minute haki. You know haki? Kirito asked with wide eyes. I too am not sure exactly, but this is something which has manifested previously in the members of the Uzumaki clan. The number of users in the long history of the Uzumaki clan is so less that you can count them on your fingers with only one hand, Kashin said. I don't know much about it, but there might be more records about this in the library. I will look for them for you, Kashin said. Kirito was stunned. His mind works thousands of miles a minute. Then like a light bulb lit inside his head, he snapped at Kashin. Check this out, Kirito couldn't help but shout. He quickly shows his steel release to Kashin. And the outcome was exactly what he anticipated. It was observation haki. Meaning the hyperfocus he was using all this time was actually haki. Even the steel release he was using all this time was haki. This makes sense how come he is able to predict attacks. Or why he felt mental exhaustion after using haki for a long time. The spiritual cap lifted, and now he suddenly found himself strong. HIATUS. Okay, that sounds good, Kirito said inside. Talk about a shocking reveal. Now I think about it. There might even be a possibility that the One Piece world is connected to the Naruto world. Possible, Kirito thought to himself. Chapter 121. Finally, the combined force of Hidden Mist, Hidden Cloud, and Hidden Rock approached the land of Whirlpool. This is it. Just like we decided, we are going to send a surrender letter to ECCHI, and if he does not surrender, we are going to start our attack. Said the Third Hokage after landing in the land of Whirlpool. He was the only Kage who really came to this fight personally. Other Kages did not intend to enter this battle and only wanted to weaken Konoha, and to do that they ended up targeting their alliance, the Uzumaki. While the other Kages only wanted Yuzu's fall. REINCARNATION was different. He wanted everything Uzumaki had to offer. He was mostly interested in their blood and their sealing techniques. Currently, the Hidden Cloud has 2 Jinchuriki, but the sealing techniques they use are much inferior to those of Konoha. This was only possible because of the Uzumaki family. Not to mention, the Uzumaki people become a great host for Tail Beast. He wanted to take their children to harvest them in his village, and he might create the most powerful Jinchuriki out there with their blood. But again, this is not possible as long as they stand strong, and this is the reason why the proposal was given to attack the Uzumaki clan to weaken Konoha. REINCARNATION was the first one to agree and even personally came to the battlefield. REINCARNATION-sama, we are ready to boat the ships. Should we send the surrender letter to the Uzumaki? Asked a shinobi who seems to have a high jonin and a pretty good position in Cloud. Yes, do so and make sure that they know that they don't have enough time. If they don't hurry up, then we will start our attack, REINCARNATION said, and the shinobi quickly went to complete REINCARNATION's order. Soon this order was also executed and the demand for surrender came to Ashina, the leader of the Uzumaki clan. Some people also called him ECCHI, but that title is not real. This is outrageous, shouted Ashina after reading the letter from REINCARNATION. Kirito and other all-important people of the Uzumaki clan were also present there. Usually, Kirito could not care much about this letter because he was sure that the demands that the REINCARNATION and the other 2 villages would make would be outright unacceptable for the Uzumaki clan. And seeing Ashina's reaction, that exactly was the case. This is bound to happen, otherwise in the canon, Uzumaki clan would have survived. I am sure that they are asking for something downright challenging to our bottom line, but tell it anyways. Not like we can't use more anger towards the enemy at this time, Kirito said. Although his words were pretty crude, he was telling the truth. They demand our sealing techniques and our kids. Ashina gritted his teeth and said. This is just like how Kirito anticipated, bringing forth another round of yelling and cursing. Not like he does not agree. The sealing technique kind of makes sense. Uzumaki are known for their sealing techniques and red hairs, but kids. That not testing our bottom line but downright kicking it. No one should do that. We are not going to surrender. There is no way we will give our kids to those savages, shouted someone. More sounds like this was very common in the hall. After everyone calmed down a little, Ashina looked towards Kirito as if asking something. Kirito remembers what Ashina asked of him if the Uzumaki clan was not able to repel the enemies. He just nodded his head as if saying, you don't have to worry about that. Ashina also nodded and looked towards the war council and said. Ashina asked him to save the kids. If Yuzu falls, then he only asked him to save the kids. War is inevitable. Their numbers far surpass us and we have no reinforcement coming to aid us. This brought down the mood of the hall a little. But we will fight. We have to fight for our future and our kids. Remember, if we lose, then what will happen to our children? We have to win, Ashina said. Although this did not decrease the dread in people's minds. This also gave them a reason to fight on. They sure looked more motivated than before. While this was going on in the land of Whirlpool. In Konoha, the news that the combined army of Mist, Rock and Cloud has finally reached Uzushiogakure reached Hokage and the advisors. Have our men stand by, we need to capture some Uzumaki survivors after this. It's a very important mission. Without any Uzumaki, we can't make another 9-tailed Jinchuriki. Said Hiruzen. Danzo and the others also nodded. The person who was given the task of bringing all the survivors of the Uzumaki clans was none other than Tsukumo and his team. Yes, Hokage-sama. The mission will be done, said Tsukumo. Chapter 122. The Uzumaki did not even bother to reply to the demands of the Third Hokage and other Kages. In fact, they were working hard to prepare for war. Thanks to Kirito's intervention, the Uzumaki clan is far more prepared to defend itself from an invasion than it would have been in the canon. This alone gave a good ace to the Uzumaki. This was just improved by the dismissal of help from Konoha. This way the Uzumaki people know that they can't rely on anyone else but themselves. But maybe the biggest difference between the invasion which happened in the canon and this time was the presence of Kirito himself. The Uzumaki had no idea how big the role Kirito was going to play in saving them and their land. In the entire Naruto world, there are not many people who can be said as a one-man army. There are only a handful of names. Names like Hashirama Senju, Madara Uchiha, and to some extent Third Hokage and Obito too. But maybe the most famous feat of defeating an army in the Naruto series was Minato's. Kirito has all the intention to walk in his father's footsteps. In fact, he was looking forward to it. Kirito at this time was meditating. Using a special breathing technique taught to him by Kashin. Apparently, it helps him to increase the flow of his chakra inside his body. There was much more Kashin told him about the benefits of this hard yet powerful breathing style. But he just tunes that out for actually learning the thing and being done with it. By the time Kirito was done with his meditation, he heard an alarm going off. There is no doubt that this alarm denotes the fact that the land of Whirlpool is finally under attack. Not like Kirito did not sense the marching army already. The reason he was meditating was to make sure that he was mentally ready for the upcoming fight. He then directly teleports to the highest position of the village and gets a bird's eye view of the situation. My estimate is that there are around 20,000 people. That's almost half of what the fourth great ninja wore. Kirito muttered to himself and was a little surprised honestly. Why did they send this many shinobi to attack the land of Whirlpool? Kirito asked himself. Were Uzumaki's sealing techniques really that priceless that they would immobile this big of a force? Or they just ended up gathering this big of a force to complete the siege faster, afraid that Konoha would send reinforcement? If it was the latter, then they don't know what really going on in Konoha's higher-up minds. This is very much like Danzo's schemes. He manipulates others to think and act like they are doing what they want, but in reality, they all are just puppets, Kirito said inside. Anyways, if I am generous here and say that I can take down 500 shinobi on my own. There's still left 1,500 others and the Reikage. Kirito thought to himself. The current fighting power of Yuzu is not more than 3,500 shinobi, in which only 200 are really ready for an all-out war. The Uzumaki still have to practically face 10 times their numbers here even after me being here and handling 500 on my own. Kirito thought. He was not afraid. He himself had many secret trump cards he prepared for this war. But this time around he was not sure what are his winning chances. He closes his eyes and calms his nerves. Time to find out all the powerful shinobi among enemies and taking care of them before others. Reikage was naturally not among the army. And not all the 20,000 shinobi were deployed either. They only sent 500 for the time being. A good number for Kirito to work with. It was the right time to activate his traps and reduce as many enemies' numbers as possible. While Kirito was planning the entire war and how it gonna go, there was another person who was staring at the incoming army. Another person who was looking at the incoming army of shinobi was the no-name girl who still refused to tell her name to Kirito. She obviously looked worried. But she with many of her friends and family members was ready to fight for their lives. Ashina at this time was in his office giving the final order to the Yuzu forces. He was now a little overwhelmed after seeing an army of 20,000 shinobi. All the other higher-ups in Yuzu were the same, and internally they knew that they would not be able to survive. But fight they must, and that only they intend to do. Die fighting, then lowering their heads. While this was happening in the land of Whirlpool, all the information was received by the Hokage and the advisors. But unknown to them, there was one more person who got all this info. It was none other than Uzumaki Mito. She has been spying on the Hokage and Danzo for years now. But never happened to take action. Even today, where her own clan is being betrayed and plotted against these bastards, she remains calm. But internally she was cursing her position. She can't act because that will directly affect the peace of the village. She is no ordinary old woman. She is the princess of Uzushiogakyure and the wife of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. And she is also the Jinchuriki of 9 Tails. No, she can't take action. She now can only put her truth in her clan and the exceptional boy she met and had a fun time teaching seals. Maybe that boy from the future really can save the Uzumaki. Maybe that's why he is here. Mito thought and sighed. Chapter 123. Both sides were ready to start the war. Reikage first sent 500 shinobi to start the attack, and later he was planning to send the rest. Time was the key here because he knew that if Konoha came to help the Uzumaki then it would be a problem. He would have not rushed this much if only he knew that Konoha actually wanted his alliance dead. Such a stupid thing to do, but that Konoha upper management for ya. So he ended up sending 500 shinobi. The force was mainly to understand what the Uzumaki had stored for them. Even a children at this time knows that Uzumaki are fuinjutsu masters, and fighting them in their home where they lay down all sorts of traps, is nothing more than a dead sentence. And that is exactly why Reikage came here with 20,000 shinobi. A combined force of mist, rock and cloud. To do the attack fast and break their defenses as soon as possible. Not to mention, he knew that there would be more casualties on his side than from Uzumaki's. That's what war rules dictate. To siege a castle, the attacker needs far more manpower than the defender. What is the news? Is there any response from the Uzumaki? Reikage asked. Not like he was planning to stop the attack even if his demands are fulfilled. No response, Reikage-sama. The subordinate said. Reikage just snorted and said. Then tell the army to advance. I want access to Yuzu in under 2 days, Reikage shouted. On his order, the army started to march towards the Uzumaki clan border. Kirito was looking at the upcoming army and closed his eyes. Understanding the real strength of troops. They are low-level genin and chunin. Not even one jonin-level shinobi in the entire 500-strong army besides the commander. This is not an attack. This is just Reikage trying to figure out what we have in store for him and sending his weak men to die and make way for the real attack to start. These shinobi are nothing but cannon fodder. Kirito thought to himself and grim. Well then, if he is so eager to let them die, I should probably help him out. Kirito said and teleport to Ashina's side. In the war council, Ashina was sitting alone, preparing himself mentally before he himself enters the battle. He just completed the meeting with the other members and higher-ups of the Uzumaki clan and now they have also prepared the attack plan. This was the time when Kirito suddenly appeared there out of nowhere. This stunned Ashina a little, but after seeing who this person was, he relaxed. What are you doing here, Kirito? You want something? I will not take you in any squad if that is what you want from me. Can't change the battle plan now. Ashina said. Hey, I don't want to be in a squad, so don't assume things on your own. I am just here to report that all the people in the first batch of army Reikage sent are low-level genin and chunin. Basically cannon fodder. Don't waste your ammunition on those people. I will handle it on my end. Kirito said. This brought a surprised face of Ashina. What do you mean you handle it? Ashina asked in doubt. Well, you see, I did some preparation of my own and before you start using all the traps you guys set in an attack. Let me use my own traps. Kirito said. Kid, this is no game. This is war, I can't let you do what you want here, Ashina said with a stern voice. Don't lecture me what a war is. I have face one. Not on this level, but I have, and believe me, I know what I am doing, Kirito said with an equally determined voice and stare. He was actually talking about the Konoha invasion. It was no war, but it was pretty similar when a single person took on 250 people. It is very much a war. Okay, but remember not to do anything stupid out there, Ashina replied after seeing the determination on Kirito's face. Great, you might want to see the upcoming fire show. I will start as soon they are under my trap range. Kirito said and teleported from there. Ashina just sighed and went out to see what Kirito was talking about. Kirito at this time teleported to a place very close to the marching army. This gave him a better understanding of when to start his plan. While he was looking forward to using the various types of traps which he set up. Far away a black creature was looking at the marching army and there was a creepy smile on that creature's face. This creature was none other than Black Zetsu. Kirito actually notices his presence. With his recent boost to his sensing range and accuracy. There is no way that he did not notice him, but he did not do anything about it for the time being. He wanted to concentrate on the fight in front of him. Chapter 124. Everything was set and Kirito was just waiting for the enemies to come under the range of his trap. Alright, I guess that's pretty close enough. Kirito thought and decided to activate his trap. This particular trap is one of the 3 traps he set up in the field. That was all he was able to do before the army came here. Honestly, less than a week's time was not enough and he was glad that he was even able to plot 3 different ways to kill the enemies by that time. The trap was simple. He planned to use the same genjutsu technique which Mito taught him. The Dark Eclipse. Once set up, it starts to mess up with others' minds and makes their movements restricted. Now to be honest. Doing something like this can give him an advantage, but it's not an offensive technique. And being able to perform his technique on this big of an army is virtually impossible. Or is it? There was a sly smile on Kirito's face. Uzumaki style, large-scale barrier, Kirito shouted, and with that said. A huge barrier which he already planned to erect. At each point of the barrier was standing a clone to maintain the barrier. Honestly, performing this big of a barrier on this large scale is not possible. Even for someone like Hashirama. This is impractical. But Kirito had a plan. Uzumaki barrier style which he learned from Mito is not that power-consuming and only consumes a lot of chakra when holding back powerful force. In easier terms, it only consumes enough chakra it needed to block any kind of thing going past through it. Even air. When only stopping something as weak as air blow. It consumes very little chakra, while if someone were to attack the barrier with, let's say, Rasengan or Chidori, then the chakra consumption would go higher. Kirito was not planning to stop the movement of the army with this anyway. That would be foolish to do. What he was stopping was air. The moment the huge barrier was erected, it almost looked like someone erected a huge wall around Yuzu to keep out the titans. The real fun started. All the enemy's shinobi started to notice a sudden shift in their chakra. Like something was disturbing its flow. But there was no genjutsu yet. What was happening was that they were inhaling the special chakra malfunctioning gas by Kirito. In his free time, he ended up making a much stronger variation of this gas by condensing the amount of chakra he infuses in the gas. He then made many small gas release seals and shattered them around the place. The gas is still harmless but it acts much faster. The barrier perfectly stopped any gas from leaking outside and any air from outside from interfering. Because of the colorless and odorless nature of the gas, no one can understand what was really going on. But everyone started to face trouble controlling their chakra. And what happens when someone's chakra control is not good? They are prone to genjutsu attacks. Kirito, after seeing that phase 1 of the attack is completed, he smirked and then directly went for phase 2. Uzumaki style, Dark Eclipse Kirito from his place from hand seals and activated the seal he placed in the barrier. Usually putting multiple people in genjutsu like this is hard. Putting a whole army under a genjutsu is downright impossible even for someone like Itachi Uchiha and Yakumo Kurama. But that is because the caster has to fight all those people's will and disturbs their chakra control. Here though, their chakra control is already at rock bottom. The trick worked like a charm and the entire army really fell under Kirito's genjutsu. At first, they were only facing problems in breathing and controlling their chakra. Because of the concentrated nature of the gas. They were also suffering from severe headaches as well. But now they could not even see anything. Their bodies were not under their control. All of them looked like tadpoles jumping from one place to another because they were not able to control their movement. Phase 2 complete, Kirito said, and there was a smile on his face. Now time for the final phase, Kirito thought. Although the combination of the technique is good, it's still not lethal. Kirito had to add a little more to actually kill them all. This little something is fire. Usually, a normal fire attack is not going to work. But here, when these shinobi can't even move the way they want to, there is no way they can escape fire or try a water-style jutsu to stop the fire. But it will take a huge amount of chakra to make a fire strong enough to affect them, right? Well, yes, but he had that cover. He already rigs the place with oil. The kind which catches fire quickly. The land of Whirlpool is a natural deposit of oil. It was not hard for Kirito to get it. All he needs is to light it up. So with that, he formed hand signs. The seal placed by him caught fire. No exploding either. Just caught fire. A small fire, which an inbuilt feature of a seal when the user wants to terminate its use. He hid oil in the ground. Kirito was very sneaky in hiding it with a wide-range earth-style techniques. Mostly a thin layer of dust which does not let others know that they are walking on top of an oiled spread land. Quickly caught fire and started burning. It started small, but later it was like someone summoned the lava from beneath the surface of the earth. A true hell on earth. Chapter 125. What is going on here? Ashina asked himself. He knew that Kirito had done something, but this is insane. It literally burned them alive. How in the world does this kid do that? Why these shinobi are suddenly acting like idiots? Then there is also that large barrier. And finally the fire. Ashina had no idea what was going on here. He was just stunned and could not say anything at this moment. Because in front of him currently were 5,000 people burning alive. He wanted to directly find Kirito and asked him what the hell he was doing. How in the world did he accomplish this? He knew that as the commander of the user force, he needed to remain in the commanding position for anything urgent. But he still created a mental note to sort out Kirito later and find out how he did that. He had some idea, like the way all the enemy shinobi were acting like idiots, they sure were under some sort of genjutsu, and if he was not wrong then their Uzumaki clan had a very similar genjutsu called Dark Eclipse. But there is no way Kirito can put an entire army on a genjutsu. That is simply impossible. But he suspects that that huge barrier which Kirito erected for a few minutes is somehow responsible and also a part of his plan. While Ashina was thinking about this, other Uzumaki people were no different. Some of them were confused about what suddenly happened. Some of them were happy and cheering because their enemies just burned to their deaths before they were able to set foot in their village. Some of them were frowning because of all the destruction and fire in front of them. Kirito though could not care less. He only knows one thing. If he wants to save this place and its people, then he needs all the help and strategic planning there is. REINCARNATION at this time on the other side of the battlefield, immediately got the information about what just happened. REINCARNATION, who was drinking as an early victory celebration, smashed his bottle, grabbed his subordinate's collar and asked. What, are you sure that they all are dead? REINCARNATION asked in disbelief. Yes, REINCARNATION-sama. All of them burned alive. I am not sure how that worked, but those Uzumaki people suddenly erected a big barrier out of nowhere. And then all of our men suddenly started to act like idiots. It is almost like they are not in their own control. They lost their mind. Like a genjutsu. Then the barrier came down and fire suddenly started to erupt from the ground. It was not enough to create a fire on its own, but for some reason, the entire area caught the fire and still is burning. Reikage subordinate told him. Reikage could not believe what he heard. He knew that all the subordinates under him were fully loyal to him and wouldn't feed him lies. This means what he was telling him is the truth. How is that possible? Reikage asked. Even if those Uzumaki bastards create a seal or ninjutsu formulae to set the entire land on fire. Why our men did not use the water style to defend themselves? With their numbers, it could have been an easy thing to do, Reikage said, more like demanding for answers. His subordinates though did not have any answers he was seeking, and he just said. I have no idea, Reikage-sama, forgive me. Reikage thought about this a little and then said. Gather the rest of the army. This changes our battle plan, Reikage said, and went out to talk with his other subordinates. On the other hand, Kirito saw the success of his plan and started working on his second plan. If I am not wrong, then next Reikage will start deploying his real strong army and this time not take any chances. He will make sure that they are not that easy target. Kirito thought to himself. The only way he can reach the Uzumaki land now is to wait for the fire to calm down, which is at least not going to happen today. Or he will find another way. He can use ninjutsu to put off the fire, but that will cost a lot of manpower which he will need to fight. Not to mention he won't wait. According to his own actions. He is afraid of Konoha to help the Uzumaki clan. Now Konoha will not come, and Kirito and the Uzumaki know this, but Reikage does not. So the only thing Reikage will do now will be to find another way in the Uzumaki land. Kirito knows that there are only 3 ways to get inside the village. One is to use the most common route, which Kirito just burned to a crisp. Another one will be to use the rocky plain, and the last one will be the sea route. Reikage won't use the sea route because there is no way for him to transport his huge army from the sea to the village directly because of the defenses. Not to mention, the army will be in a vulnerable position in the sea in front of Uzumaki defenses. He will not leave the lives of his men on, only the defensive capabilities of his ship. So the only place he will be targeting is the rocky land, and Kirito has exactly set up the second trap for this people. Kirito thought about this and smiled. Chapter 126. The first trap which Kirito used was the only combo trap which affected a large number of people. And the only reason it worked was because the troops that the Reikage sent were all cannon fodders. People were there to fill in the numbers. They were a mix of cloud, rock and mist shinobi, and Kirito was sure that even their own village wouldn't say anything to the Reikage after hearing how he sent them to sacrifice themselves. Most of the village do that kind of thing to their own shinobi to get an advantage in the battle, just not with so many people. 5,000 people are not a joke. All these 500 shinobi will Kirito burned alive would have been dangerous if they had entered the village. Kirito anticipated that there would be soldiers in the enemy army who would fall for this combo trap, but he was not expecting, and he alone with this trap will be able to handle around 500 foot soldiers. Again, there are nothing more than cannon fodders, but killing 500 people with this combo is still an achievement. Unfortunately for Kirito, he did not have any more combo traps planned out, and he was sure that none of the remaining enemy troops were going to fall into those traps either. The only reason they fell for this combo trap is because he used his chakra to disturb gas. Calling it special gas is a little wake, so I will be calling this gas chakra disturbing gas. Which allowed him to put them in a genjutsu, and the fact that they were low-level foot soldiers. But what's coming next is no low-level foot soldier. They are going to be a challenge. He has other traps set up for them, but he is not sure how well they are going to work. It did not take more than 4 hours for another assault to start by the Reikage. This time around he sent more skilled shinobi, and their path was from the rocky plain to enter into Uzumaki village. Kirito at this time was looking at this plain from a high vantage point. He had his clones shattered all around the place to give him up-to-date information about the enemy's movements. He also told the Uzumaki people when he sensed that the assault was going to happen from the rocky plain. Ashina believed Kirito considering how good his senses are. Thus the Uzumaki people quickly increased manpower in the southern section of the whirlpool. Kirito at this time was meditating, something he was doing a lot nowadays because it was a part of his training. Something special he prepared. He was training for a long time. Suddenly he senses something, and that is followed by the memories from his clone. There are not as many as I thought. There are less than 500 shinobi coming, but they are better than the last groups of cannon fodders. Kirito thought and vanished from his place. Kirito directly teleported in front of Ashina, who was still sitting in his office and managing everything from there. Kirito, why are you here? Ashina asked, now getting used to Kirito coming in like that. They are coming. 500 shinobi, all are Chunin rank or higher. Make sure that you are prepared. I have some trap to reduce their numbers, but this time it will not stop them all. Kirito said. It's already a miracle that you were able to kill 500 shinobi with that trap of yours. What did you really do back there? Ashina asked in curiosity. I will explain later. After this war is over. Kirito said with a smirk. Ashina just rolled his eyes. Don't worry, I already have increased the manpower there and you are not the only one who has set up traps, you know. This 500 shinobi is nothing. But if your information is not wrong, then the real problem is the rest of the army. They are the most powerful shinobi and also have the greatest number. Almost 10,000 strong. Ashina said. Kirito also frowns at this. This number is really a problem. Even for someone like Kirito who can reduce the numbers when he finally entered the battlefield himself. Don't worry about that. We will handle that when the time is right. For the time being, only focus on handling the enemy in front of you, Kirito said and left. After Kirito's leaving him, Ashina was thinking if only the current Uzumaki clan had someone like this kid. We might have never fallen inside these desperate times. Ashina wondered and shook his head. Again he focuses his attention on the war. Kirito, after telling this news to Ashina, directly appears where he was before. Now the only thing he wanted to do was to wait for the enemies to come to the right place and then detonate the traps. He knew that this shinobi was still nothing more than surveillance for the plain force to come in. He should wait and not enter the battlefield himself. That is only right after the whole army is here. But when it comes to these upcoming troops, he only hopes that his few traps and whatever Uzumaki people are enough to handle them. Suddenly he sensed shinobi coming and he muttered. Alright, it's time to activate Trap 2. Chapter 127. He only hopes that his few traps and whatever Uzumaki people are enough to handle them. Suddenly he sensed shinobi coming and he muttered. Alright, it's time to activate Trap 2. The moment when Kirito felt that the enemy shinobi were in the right spot, he activated the second trap he placed. The enemy at this time was rushing towards the Uzumaki village. Quick, we need to make sure that we start the assault before the main army is here. Reikage-sama needs us to make the path clear for the main army. The Jonin commander said to his troops. Beside him though, what others did not know was that even they are cannon fodder this time around. The commander knew this to some extent, but he did not tell this to others. Suddenly he heard some sound. What's going on? Why are you stopping? Commander asked in confusion and anger. Papers are falling, they are seals, one of the people said, bow everyone's attention in the air. They are seals, don't go near them. Commander also shouted. But he was not sure that he was making a mistake. Those seals were nothing but fake imitations which Kirito created to fool them. What they really had to pay attention to was the ground. Because that was where Kirito had hidden the real seals. There are too many of them here. We are going to go from the left section of the plain, make sure that if there are any more seals you burn them right there, commander shouted, and the entire army followed his order. The commander was a cloud ninja who had many years of experience. Considering that the paper was in such huge quantity, he knew that the entire army would be covered with them. He doesn't even know what exactly those seals do in either. He did not have much knowledge about these seals, but he knew like everyone else that Uzumaki was deadly with the seals. Thus he did not want to take any chance and avoided those flying papers like the plague. Well, if only he knew that those are entirely harmless. The real intention Kirito had was to send there where he really set up the second trap. Because of the area of the rocky plain being very big, Kirito has to choose one particular spot for setting his trap in the Uzumaki territory. Soon the enemies marched towards the Uzumaki village from the exact path Kirito wanted them to choose. The commander also knew that something was wrong but could not pinpoint the what, because Kirito filled the entire place with flying seals which always kept the commander's attention on the sky. And really no one could say that those flying papers are not getting thrown around by the wind, but rather a setup in a way that it leads the enemy army in the path filled with traps. Soon the army arrived at the exact position where he wanted them to be. Good, this is the second last trap, and if things go well then I don't even have to use the last trap which I put inside the village. Now it's time, Kirito thought to himself. Uzumaki style, wind style Rasen shuriken mines activate, Kirito muttered to himself and made a few hand signs. Suddenly multiple seals which Kirito slightly buried in the ground activated. This was the exact time when the enemies were crossing that place. There were a total of 24 seals covering the entire area. A massive chakra fluctuation happened and then all those seals burst out with wind chakra. A rotating wind dome was created all around the place. Stop, back off right now. This a trap, many of the enemy's shinobi shouted, but it was just too late. One Rasen shuriken is activated, only a few known people have survived the attack. Third Hokage is one of them. Not to mention, at that time in the anime, he was a reanimated puppet. Meaning that there is a possibility that Rasen shuriken really affects him. And it shows. The entire part of the rocky plain was covered with rotating domes of wind. It was shedding everything captured by its vacuum. There were no screams, there was not even much blood. But there was a lot of wind and sharp noise of wind cutting and grinding like a mixer grinder working on vegetables and fruits. Only Kirito saw this entire scene. Thanks to the distance between the rocky plain and the Uzumaki village, there was no one in wartime there. Kirito had full reins to use the land however, so he fits. This entire wind show did not last though. In fact, each Rasengan shuriken only lasted for 1 minute. But that was more than enough. Kirito, who saw the entire situation with his eyes for the first time, was thinking, I would never want an end like that. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. At this point in time, he believed more in his senses than his eyes. He reaches out to figure out how many people are alive after that devastating trap. To his surprise, a few thousand shinobi were alive and many of them were not even injured. I knew that it was too much to expect from this trap. These are powerful shinobi after all, Kirito mutters. To his estimate, he only took down 200 shinobis at best. He didn't want to let them run away. But then the trap set up by the Uzumaki also came into play. Multiple detonating seals which they hid in the ground, took down the retreating shinobis. Chapter 128. Those remaining few hundred did not march forward anymore. They ended up going back to send this information to the REINCARNATION. So you want to say that almost 3,100 shinobi died without even knowing the kinds of attack those Uzumaki bastards use, REINCARNATION said in anger. His subordinate who gave the information also gulped and replied quickly. The survivors are saying that it happened because of seals. They said that they avoided many seals flying, but then he ended up triggering the landmine seals. They said that they didn't know how, but suddenly powerful wind chakra started to release from the ground, and only after checking it later did we realize that they were traps created by Fuinjutsu. This particular attack was very devastating. This wind jutsu created a wind dome and anything that came inside its vacuum was ripped to shreds. We could not even find many of our shinobi's bodies. They ended up turning into dust. REINCARNATION's subordinate told him, and REINCARNATION just gritted his teeth. He was not expecting this kind of difficulty in laying siege to the Uzumaki clan. Even after having an army of 20,000 shinobi under his command. He was not able to even reach the Uzu village, let alone siege the place. Now only the most elite 12,000 are alive. Now REINCARNATION knew that he couldn't take it easily. He had to make a definitive stand against those Uzumaki. Prepare the army, we are going to attack this time with the entire force, REINCARNATION shouted and ordered. While this was happening, Kirito at this time was getting bored while attending the war meeting again. I can't believe it. Are you really telling me that this kid was able to defeat almost 7,000 shinobi with just traps? One of the Uzumaki elders is shouted. It is understandable that he did not believe Kirito doing those things. I am not joking with you, rookie. Kirito here really defeats those shinobi. If you don't believe, then go ask the frontline troops who show the army coming and then dying from all those deadly traps. Ashina said. Even though he would not believe this statement which he was saying, but after checking it out himself, he has to agree. Kirito's traps really did take out almost half of the shinobi alliance on its own. Those traps were insane and incredible at the same time. There was not much possibility that those would work, but somehow they did. I personally went there to check the condition, and believe me, I have never seen traps like those before. He seals his own technique in a sealing paper and then remotely releases them. He was able to cast Dark Eclipse Genjutsu on the entire army with the help of some special gas which he created. I have never seen someone using seals like that, said Kashin. Kashin was interested in finding out how Kirito was able to achieve what he did and ended up going to the side of engagement to check out really what happened. He was surprised to find the results. He also somehow grabs one of Kirito's clones to get some answers from him. Kirito currently has a few clones running around the Uzushigakure to help with many important areas to help in the war. Kirito at this time was not paying attention. It looked like he was listening to others, but in reality, he was meditating and focusing on his senses. Currently, he was the only one who could sense the movement of the REINCARNATION army at all times, and that is exactly what he was doing. Then what is the next plan? What are we going to do? According to your golden boy here, he doesn't have more miracle traps anymore. How you are planning to defend against that army of 12,000 strong shinobi? One of the elders asked. This particular elder, Kirito never liked her because she always kind of found fault in him. He did not bother to even remember her name. Not to mention, he had more important things to do. This talk right now was nothing more than this old people bickering in Kirito's eyes. But suddenly he opened his eyes. I sense them moving, Kirito said. Bringing an absolute silence in the War Council office. You did what? Ashina asked. All the 12,000 shinobi. REINCARNATION is mobilizing them all this time around. He even is taking the main route this time. Maybe he had a way to handle that fire. It is almost about to end anyway. By the speed, he will be here by tomorrow morning, Kirito said, and this made the already tense room even more tense. What are we gonna do? Asked Kashin. Ashina at this time had a stern face. Although Kirito was able to reduce the numbers of the enemy even then, it was a hard thing to say the current Uzumaki clan would be able to handle an outright war at this point. We have no other choice, we are going to defend our village. Before we did not even stand a chance, but thanks to Kirito reducing the numbers of the enemy, now at least we have a chance to do so. Get ready for the battle. This is going to be the first and the last stand for our people, Ashina said. Others also agreed and nodded. Kirito stood in the side, breathed out slowly and went out. I just need to do what Minato did to the rock. But just in a much bigger way. I need to prepare enough for tomorrow's battle, Kirito thought, and directly went to his room. Chapter 129. Finally, the day, when the main army was about to attack the Yuzu, came. This was not like the previous attacks. Not only the numbers of the enemies were massive, but at the same time, the quality of the shinobi in this army was better as well, unlike the previous two attacks. The Uzumaki were ready, thanks to Kirito's massive help. They were about to save their resources, which will definitely going to give them a massive boost in this last fight. But even then, the winning chances for the Uzumaki people were not looking very good. Up to this point, they were, or to be more exact, Kirito was able to handle the enemy because the shinobi he was going against were sacrificial pawns at best, but that is not the case anymore. Kirito knew that by the sole fact that REINCARNATION himself was commanding this army. What do you think, can we win? Ashina was standing beside Kirito and looking at the massive army at the doorstep of his village. Before even the army came to them, the traps they set were able to somewhat slow down the massive marching army and even reduce the numbers a little, but that was the only thing it was able to accomplish. I am sure that we can defend this village. Kirito did not look towards Ashina. He was just looking at the army and said what he thinks is possible. You sure are optimistic. Are you sure you don't have a miracle trap or seal of some sort hidden for this fight? Ashina joked, but at the same time was hoping for Kirito to bring out something which increases their chances of survival. No, I don't have any more traps set up. There is one, but I rather not have a situation where I have to use that. But if you are just asking me whether I have something which will increase our chances, then yes I do, Kirito said with a smirk. Ashina also perks up after hearing Kirito. Really, what is it? Ashina asked with anticipation. Kirito just smirked and took out a 3-pronged kunai from his pouch. Ashina did not understand what Kirito meant. Even after being an Uzumaki, Ashina is not the best with seals and he lacks knowledge about Kirito's Flying Thunder God technique, thus he does not understand what Kirito wants to express here. I presume that strange kunai is somewhat related to this master plan you have to increase our winning chances, Ashina said. Kirito did not reply but just nodded. And looked back at the army. The massive army of around 12,000 was standing and camping right outside of the village. The numbers were supposed to be even more, but while they were marching towards the Uzumaki village, they encountered more Uzumaki traps and lost a few people there. At least this time the number is somewhat reasonable, REINCARNATION thought to himself. He was currently giving the last order to his war generals before starting the battle. If everything is clear, then can we start the attack already? REINCARNATION said in frustration. He has fought many battles in his time, but this was one by far the most frustrating. They lost almost 7,000 people before even seeing a single Uzumaki. It will be a joke if someone from another village knows this. Which he mostly likes is going to be after this combined group of misfit shinobi finally go back to their villages. Of course, he was hoping that they all just die in the upcoming battle. At least shinobi from other villages. Yes, REINCARNATION-sama, we are ready to attack. Come the confirmation that he had been waiting for so long and finally ordered. Alright, then we are going to penetrate right through their defenses and capture the land of Whirlpool with this single one attack, shouted REINCARNATION and raised his momentum. This momentum was heavy and the chakra flaring was visible with naked eyes. Someone like Kirito was able to sense this pretty easily. Seems like he is finally coming, Kirito thought to himself. They are moving. The attack will start any minute now. Kirito informed Ashina and then teleported from that place. Ashina also was ready for this and directly went to order the Uzumaki shinobi to get ready. They were already in their position, but seeing their captain and clan head was motivational for them. Kirito directly went to a high enough position to start his own attack on the upcoming army. He has to attack before the enemy breaks inside the village. After that, they are most likely going to fight the small number of Uzumaki people and he will not be able to use his Flying Thunder God technique. Honestly, having something like KCM at this time would have been so awesome. I could have just gone full on Kurama at them. But, things don't work always like we want. The moment I attack, I am sure REINCARNATION will come after me. I need to be quick. Kirito thought to himself. This was the exact time he saw the massive army moving toward the Uzumaki village finally. So here it finally comes. Multi-shadow clones jutsu, Kirito shouted. He created no more than 30 clones. Making more would have divided his chakra more than he would have liked it to be. All the clones took out a Hiraition kunai in their hand and took position to throw the kunais. All of them targeted one part of the army. On command, throw the kunai and multiply it, Kirito shouted, and all of his clones nodded their heads. Looking really focused at this point. Chapter 130. All the clones took out a Hiraition kunai in their hand and took position to throw the kunais. All of them targeted different parts of the army. On command, throw the kunai and multiply it, Kirito shouted, and all of his clones nodded their heads. Looking really focused at this point. Kirito waited for the right time to throw the kunai. The range should be able to cover the entire battlefield or all the major populated areas. Kirito was using his hyper-focus, no, he was using his observation haki to the max at this point of this. He waited, and once the time was right he shouted. Now, throw and multiply, Kirito shouted, and his shadow cones acted on his commands. All the clones throw the kunai, and once the kunai are in the right height, they end up multiplying those kunai with the help of the shadow clone technique. Soon the marching army saw something in the sky. Thousands of kunai were coming down on them. All the shinobi in the army started to cast some sort of jutsu to protect themselves from the raining kunai. None of them though had any idea what really Kirito had stored for them. Reikage at this was watching him, and he had a bad feeling. He was not sure why, but he was not liking this move from the Uzumaki people. It was like there was something which his instincts told him that he needed to stop before it's too late. Unfortunately for Reikage, it was already too late for him to act because the kunai ended up falling on all the army. Being the shinobi, there is no way that people are going to get hurt by this kind of attack. What with this attack? Did these hair bastards really think that we are going to stop with this kind of attack? One of the people in the army said with a mocking tone, and the other also thinking the same. But in the army, there were some shinobi in the high post and shinobi who survived Kirito's previous 2 traps. They knew that something was not right. Reikage was the same. Kirito, after seeing that all the Hiraition kunai are in the place, took a position with his other 30 clones and got ready. Alright guys, this is time. Send them to hell, Kirito said, and teleported from there. Other clones also followed him. The army at this time was ready to start moving again, but suddenly chaos broke through the army. What's going on? Why people are shouting there? Someone asked. I don't know, it's coming from the division. He was not able to complete what he wanted to say because, in the next moment, his neck was cut into 2. What's going on? The first person reacted and said, but was also unable to complete his sentence. Run, run, the enemy is attacking, someone shouted. The next moment he was dead. Shinobi around him who looked at him after he shouted looked horrified. Enemy attack was the only thing ringing in everyone's mind and ears, because either someone in front of them was shouting this sentence or dying before even being able to complete this sentence. What's going on? Why there is so much chaos happening here? Reikage shouted. From his place, he was able to see what was going on, and he was stunned to his core. Several blonde kids were teleporting from place to place and killing his men. Reikage-sama, we are under attack. The enemy seems to be only one person, but he is teleporting and killing our troops. Shouted the person who just entered Reikage's field of view. He is only one person. Reikage at this looked baffled and turned his head towards his army getting slaughtered. Yes, Reikage-sama, we are certain that this. He was not able to complete his sentence because at this time a blonde kid appeared there in a flash and went out just as quickly. This all happened in the blink of an eye, and even Reikage was not able to react to this. Reikage was stunned. Although he was not able to react to this, he clearly saw the blonde kid appear and then quickly disappear after killing the person in front of him. Reikage's chakra started to boil and electricity came to life. By his face, he looked very angry and was ready to take down this blonde kid, but that was going to be harder than he anticipated, not to mention it was already pretty late to stop Kirito and his clones. That's not possible. What going on here? How that kid is able to do this? Kashin, who was ready to fight for his village, saw the enemy army getting devastated by none other than his own student. Ha 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 ha. Ashina on the other hand was laughing like there was no tomorrow. This kid is something else. Now I understand why he shows me that kunai. No wonder he was relaxed even after seeing such a big army marching towards us. Ashina muttered to himself and finally looked a little better after so many days of a stressful time. Ashina and Kashin were not the only people who were seeing what Kirito was doing at this time. Even if they don't know whether it was Kirito or not. What they were seeing was nothing more than a miracle for them, but a real nightmare of any army. Just within 10 minutes of starting his plan, Kirito was able to take down more than 200 shinobi with his clones. Not to mention, he was still going strong. His clones were running half of their chakra and he himself had his chakra recovered thanks to the Nine Tails chakra.